The year 2035. Technological advances led to the creation of a meta-universe called Connect. It was virtually indistinguishable from the real world. Here, NPCs looked as if they were alive. Players could master any martial arts skills or acquire magical abilities. These opportunities attracted hundreds of millions of people to the world of Connect. A battlefield unfolded on the steps in front of the entrance to the ruined building. Dozens of bodies of destroyed warriors lay there. Armed warriors continued to fight no matter what. They faced a single opponent, Bae Do-hyun, nickname the Destroyer. Armed men surrounded this man. After all, he was alone and could not escape retribution. The enemy of the Empire must be destroyed. The Destroyer was ranked 13th in the Connect rating and had the Psychokinetic class. The archers lined up in battle formation and prepared to open fire on command. The command was given. The Destroyer used his psychokinetic abilities and stopped the flight of the arrows. The attackers noticed that the arrows had frozen in mid-air. A moment later, the arrows turned around and flew back at those who had shot them. The archers were struck by their own weapons. Bak Do-hyun armed himself with blades and prepared for hand-to-hand combat. The attackers realized that the Destroyer possessed the art of telekinesis. It was a stunning power. The weapons of the fallen warriors scattered across the battlefield flew upward and hung in the air. Bak Do-hyun pointed in the direction and gave momentum to these weapons. Blades, swords, spears, and axes rushed toward the armed warriors. Their speed increased. Bak Do-hyun left the battlefield, leaving bloody traces behind. All his opponents were destroyed. The Destroyer looked around. Where was it? The wounded priest lay on the floor. He thought, "Is this the end?" The warrior noticed the pendant on the priest's chest and realized he had found what he was looking for. The priest said that the prophecy stated, "The saviors will reveal themselves." The priest grabbed the young man's hand and asked where they were. Who would stop these endless wars? Why had the stranger brought chaos to this world? Why was he burning cities and destroying innocent people? Why was he enslaving their people? Bak Do-hyun took the pendant from the priest's chest and told him not to blame him, but the guilds working for the government. Bak Do-hyun looked down the corridor and realized that reinforcements were arriving for his opponents. The priest said goodbye, saying that everything would be as God intended. Everyone would pay for their actions. Bak Do-hyun approached a huge box standing between the columns. The Destroyer placed the pendant on a recess in the lid of the box. Magical circles appeared between the pendant and the box. The warrior's actions proved to be correct. The mechanism worked and the box moved aside. In its place, an entrance to the underground opened up. According to the information received, this was where the first mythical artifacts of Connacht were kept. 5 years ago, the major guilds signed a treaty with the Empire and destroyed this world. Bak Do-hyun thought that the old man's lamentations were trivial compared to what he himself had gone through in the last 6 months. The guild took control of Connect, and the Crusher remained the only solo player in the top 100. Bae Do-hyun decided to take all the available inventory and leave. Having finished his business, Bae Do-hyun realized it was time to leave. However, his gaze fell on a game cartridge lying on the floor. What was it doing there? The young man picked up the cartridge, and at that moment something incredible happened. Everything around him began to shake. Was there a connection error? But why? A bloody stain appeared on his chest. The player heard an order not to move. People in black suits stood in front of the chair where the young man was sitting. One of them asked why he was trembling. He had a knife in his hand. The young man could not imagine that these scoundrels were capable of going so far. The villain was talking on the phone. He reported to the president that they had this man. After finishing the conversation, he reported that the president had ordered him to be killed, and his head brought back. The villains grabbed the young man by his arms and legs and told him that he shouldn't have gone to the next level. Did he really think he was too cool and that he was too good at the game? Had he completely lost his fear? The young man replied that this was not the case. The villain ordered a bag to be put over the young man's head. A sharp knife flashed in the criminal's hand. The guy couldn't believe it was possible. Could he really die because of a game? The young man jumped out of bed after a nightmare. He was terrified and covered in cold sweat. The young man did not understand what had happened. He thought he had really been killed. The girl sitting by the bed asked if Mr. Raoul was okay. The young man was very surprised when he was called Raoul. The status window indicated that the girl's name was Anna. She was a level 3. Anna said that Mr. Raoul was covered in cold sweat. Maybe they should call a doctor? The young man glanced at the status window again and felt that he had gained access to restricted information. The soul transfer was successful. The closed beta version of Connect was activated. The user interface became available to the player. The young man was surprised. Was this a joke? Had he really entered the world of Connect? The young man went out onto the veranda. All his senses seemed to be heightened. The sensations in the body of the destroyer were completely different. Synchronization was taking place. The player's strength depended on the level of connection to Connect. Usually, synchronization did not exceed 30%. But Bae Do-hyun merged with the character by as much as 90%. He managed to stay at the top of the Connect rankings for a whole year until the guilds appeared. The young man considered himself unlucky. He had spent too much time getting into such good physical shape, and then everything fell apart. The notification mentioned a closed beta version and the number of users. So he was the only one who had entered the system? In that case, he still had access to his previous inventory. The information scan began. Hidden user data was discovered. Updates were being downloaded. With the knowledge and strength he had gained in his previous life, the player hoped to become #1 again. The young man clutched his head. His name was Raoul Ashton, the youngest son of the 5th Earl of Ashton from the Kingdom of Reuben. His county would soon fall. The Ashton family held orthodox views. The count and his eldest son died suddenly, and the middle son disappeared without a trace. When the youngest inherited the throne, a coup took place. At the same time, the barrier protecting the forbidden territory collapsed, releasing monsters into the wild. The inhabitants fought back, but were unable to repel them. The young man realized that he was in the body of Raoul Ashton, the count's youngest son. He looked ahead. In 3 years, this beautiful city would be completely destroyed. Our hero decided that he would not allow this to happen. Bae Do-hyun and the Destroyer remained in the past. Now his new life had begun. Raoul Ashton thought that a sad end awaited him in his past life. But if he missed the second chance that fate had given him, he would never forgive himself. Raoul Ashton realized that there was only one way to prevent the county's collapse. It had to become stronger. In a month, the traditional coming-of-age ceremony would take place. If the young man reached the semi-finals, he would be able to enter the Royal Academy. There, training would help him regain his former form. In that case, the hero would be able to defend himself. Raoul Ashton pulled his sword from its sheath, swung it a few times, and felt that he was weak. He was already out of breath. He was only at the 5th level. He hadn't gotten very far from that maid. He needed to start preparing for the tournament urgently. After a month of training, the day of the competition arrived. Raoul Ashton glanced at the number of participants and thought that there were a lot of them this time. The guy was surprised. Would he really have to fight these big guys? It took him a lot of effort to get to the qualifying rounds. The last time Raoul Ashton looked at the status window, he was at level 13. His endurance had increased. The guy also had a backup plan. Raoul Ashton was confident that he could make it to the semi-finals. A young man approached him and asked, "Has the noble aristocrat decided to participate in the tournament?" It was Dion with his cousins. Dion said that there was no place for crybabies here. Raoul Ashton realized that this was the middle son of Viscount Austin, his uncle. That is, his cousin. Dion always picked on Raoul during martial arts classes. However, the instructor and the count did not intervene, strictly following the family charter. The charter stated, "You must fight as if you were on the battlefield. Treat your opponent as an equal, and take responsibility for your own injuries." Raoul Ashton thought that Dion could bully the younger ones as much as he wanted. Dion promised to smash him to smithereens if he didn't leave. Dion told his cousins to let the weakling go. Let him go cry into his pillow. Many assumed that Dion would be the winner of the tournament. Raoul Ashton decided that this guy could laugh while he still had the chance. In the final, there would be no trace of him left. The assistant reported to his master that the report on the first day of the competition had arrived. After studying it, the master asked where Raoul was. The assistant replied that the young man had eaten and was now resting in his chambers. The young man needed to regain his strength after the intense qualifying round. Count Melvin Ashton, Raoul's father, told the assistant that he could leave. The count laughed and said that his son was simply brilliant. He had managed to get through the group stage after all. Melvin Ashton thought that Raoul had always been the weakest of his sons, so no one insisted that the young man learn sword fighting. However, just a month before the tournament, Raoul began to practice and achieved outstanding results. Although his first training session was a complete failure, it did not discourage him. Raoul was teased and mocked, called a weakling. But the count did not want to interfere, so as not to aggravate the situation and put his son in an awkward position. Melvin Ashton waited for the moment when Raoul would be able to stand up for himself. The count thought that his younger son had exceeded all his expectations. Melvin Ashton planned to talk to his son after the tournament ended. The day of the final competition arrived. Dion didn't understand why Raoul was still standing. The audience demanded that Dion finish off the boy quickly. Dion attacked his opponent and asked if it was time for him to give up. But our hero blocked the blow. The audience was surprised. Raoul took the attack again. How long would he keep defending? It turned out that this guy could really stand up for himself. Dion shouted that this kid couldn't keep running away forever. However, Raoul successfully continued to dodge his opponent's attacks. Dion asked if this was how the offspring of noble families behaved. Enough running away, it was time to fight for real. Raoul told his opponent to watch his language. The audience was dissatisfied. Why couldn't Edmund defeat this boy? Edmund declared that the jokes were over and it was time to finish. The spectators couldn't understand why Raoul wasn't dodging. After another clash between the opponents, there was a powerful explosion, and thick smoke enveloped everything. The referee stepped between the players and announced that the contest was over. Raoul was the winner. The spectators acknowledged that the younger son of Count Ashton had put up a magnificent fight. Edmund Dion objected. Why was this boy chosen as the winner and not him? If he hadn't been stopped, he would have destroyed Raoul. The referee called Dion a fool and told him to look at his neck. If the fight had not been stopped, Edmund would already be dead. There was a bleeding wound on his neck. Edmund realized that Raoul had been aiming for that spot, and was just waiting for the right moment to strike. Dion realized that he had nearly been killed, and fear overwhelmed him. Raoul declared that Edmund would be punished for insulting the county of Ashton. The young man added that they would have a serious conversation after the tournament. Our hero couldn't hide his joy at having managed to win after all. An update appeared in the status window. The player had improved his sword skills, reaching the 9th level of the novice rank. Raoul thought that his plan had really worked. He took advantage of the game's features and gained experience and skill points by fighting stronger opponents. The longer the battle lasted, the more points he earned. All this was possible thanks to the experience multiplier that the young man used in exchange for the ability to respawn, because he was playing in hardcore mode. More risk, more reward. Initially, our hero was unhappy with this. But if it weren't for hardcore mode, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such results in a month. Raoul was most pleased with the 5 unique characteristics. Telekinesis was an ability possessed by Bai Do-hyun. Noble blood was Raoul's special feature. The other 3 were to be revealed as the hero's level increased. Raoul Ashton tried to use his abilities in the next competition. Raoul Ashton also emerged victorious in the following battles. The audience said it was amazing. He's just lucky. There were even speculations that the guy was using various tricks to win. The residents of Connect had no idea about the abilities possessed by the players. The hero decided that it was better not to use telekinesis unless absolutely necessary. It was good that his acting talent did not go to waste. A servant entered the room and asked if Mr. Raoul was injured. The young man replied that he was perfectly fine. But if he received a serious wound, he would call a doctor or a priest. Yvonne told the young gentleman to remember that not every wound could be healed by healers, and urged him to be careful. Raoul replied that he would take note of this. Raoul Ashton thought that Yvonne genuinely cared about him. This was unusual. In his past life, the hero had been left to fend for himself. Yvonne handed him a piece of paper and said that he had fulfilled his request. But was Mr. Raoul sure? The hero replied that there was no need to worry. Raoul Ashton declared that he would definitely win. Ivan bowed and said he believed in the young master. The servant thought that Raoul reminded him of Mr. Melvin in his youth. He too was a confident young man. However, this time his opponent would be Sir Dion. This player spared no one who stood in his way. After reviewing the information, the hero realized that there was a betting system in Ashton County. It was created to promote the tournament. Part of the money collected went to the participants. That would be enough to become a worthy member of the Count's family. Raoul decided that all that remained was to crush Dion. Dion was an overly confident player. The time had come for the final match. The protagonist was determined. Some of the spectators shouted for Raoul Ashton to show a real fight. Others were sure that Dion would knock the wind out of him. Dion wondered how this little boy had made it to the final. He would prove that participating in the tournament was the worst decision of Raoul Ashton's life. Dion added that his opponent's fans would soon realize how pathetic this guy was. He couldn't wait to see Raoul crawling on the ground and spitting out his lungs. Raoul yawned and asked if Dion was done with his empty talk. Dion got angry, and the audience noticed that this player was bursting with excessive mana. Raoul was clearly no match for him. The hero thought that Dion was pretending to be tough, but his potential was almost zero. Right now, he seemed like a strong opponent, but it was just empty boasting. The referee announced the start of the competition. Dion said he was going to destroy Raul. Now our hero's fighting technique changed a little. He not only defended himself but also attacked his opponent. Dion said that Raul was just showing off but was nothing special. The protagonist noted that his current opponent was not as quick as previously assumed. Raul decided that Dion's strength was not worth paying attention to. Dion was indignant. Why couldn't he even hook his opponent? Our hero effectively parried Dion's blows, as he could clearly see the trajectory of his sword. Raul tripped him, and Dion fell to the ground. The hero thought that he was facing an ordinary guy, who knew how to wield a sword but lacked sufficient practice. Dion jumped to his feet. He couldn't believe that his opponent had tripped him. Losing his composure, Dion declared that he would now definitely destroy Raul. Raul thought that Dion, using the mana flowing through his body, was able to charge his sword, but that was the extent of his knowledge. The protagonist prepared to repel another attack and said that it was rather boring. Dion was a real nobody. His opponent got angry and tried to grab the hero with his bare hands. Raul tripped him again and noticed that Dion had serious anger management issues. On top of that, he fell for the same trick twice. Wasn't he embarrassed? Dion was tarnishing the good name of Viscount Austin. Dion felt nothing but anger. He jumped up and rushed at his opponent, saying that he would destroy him. However, our hero was in control of the situation and sent Dion to the ground with a right hook. Dion was safely deactivated and lay on the ground. The audience exclaimed that it was unthinkable. How could Dion lose? Raul asked the referee if he had won. The referee announced that Raul Ashton was the winner of the coming-of-age tournament. Our hero was delighted with this victory. However, his stamina remained low, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to stay on his feet. The audience shouted that a doctor should be called. The system announced that the tournament task had been completed. The player receives a reward. The protagonist realized that now he would be able to enter the Royal Academy. Even told the Count that he was very proud of Raul. The servant added that in just 1 month, the young master had achieved tremendous success. The Count thought that for his younger son, the battle with Dion was nothing more than a game. If he had really progressed so far in such a short time, then he was a true genius. Raul realized that his father had seen everything and waved to him joyfully. The young man hoped that his father was convinced that he was worthy of studying at the academy. However, Count Melvin Ashton said that was out of the question. Raul was surprised because he had made it into the top 4 and even won the tournament. But the Count said it was not up for discussion. His father explained that he had come to the conclusion that it was too early for Raul to leave home. The Count noticed that his son had almost fainted. It would be better for him to stay for now. Raul objected, reminding him that mastery of the sword is learned throughout one's life. Raul noted that his father always said these words. The young man added that this was exactly what he wanted, to improve and learn new things. His father would not be able to stop him. The Count thought that his son had indeed grown up. He grabbed his sword and said that he would let Raul go if he could defeat him. Melvin Ashton added that he would not go easy on the young man. Did Raul agree? A month passed. Our hero finally managed to leave his father's house. Raul couldn't believe it. Had his father really let him go? When his father issued the challenge, Raul accepted it and agreed to the terms. In this duel, the hero had to show everything he was capable of. The Count did not stand on ceremony with him. The old man parried another attack and asked, was that all his son was capable of? The Count said that Raul would now see the true art of swordplay. Raul lost consciousness when his father struck him with a counterattack. The Count said he had shown only a fraction of his power. But the hero knew that this was not true. After all, when the war began, the powerful Lord Melvin was killed. His county quickly fell into ruin. The hero understood that in order for this not to happen, his father must survive. Raul Ashton decided that he had to live up to his father's expectations if he allowed him to leave the estate. The protagonist promised himself to become stronger and protect his family. He would not allow himself to lose what was dear to him. Count Melvin Ashton watched his son's carriage from his office. The Count said that Raul had tried many times before. That was enough. However, the hero, without lowering his sword, declared that he would not give up. The Count acknowledged that his son's persistence was commendable. That was how the men of the Ashton family behaved. During his son's next attack, the Count was surprised by the changed trajectory of the sword. He did not react in time, and a bleeding scar appeared on his face. Raul realized that even using telekinesis, he could only slightly scratch the Count. The Count realized that it was only a matter of time before Raul became a man, and everyone recognized him as a great swordsman. He mentally told his son to go forth and conquer the world. Raoul Ashton asked Sir Philip how far they had to go to reach their final destination. Philip, who held the title of Swordbreaker, replied that the journey would take another 5 days, but if his lord wished, they were ready to pick up the pace. Raoul said that they should continue in the same vein. It would be good training for the soldiers. Apart from the hero and his servants, the Count allowed 50 people to accompany them. 3 regular knights, including Philip, 6 instructors, 15 apprentices, and 20 cavalrymen. Each of them had a potential level of B or higher. The number and condition of their other skills were also normal. However, they would have to work hard to prevent the county from falling. The assistant told the young master that the luggage wagon was ready, and they could leave at any moment. The young man thanked Jake for his good work. Jake asked his master if he was sure it was necessary to go there with such a large group, and for a whole month. Philip told Jake that he should not question Master Raoul's orders. Our hero promised to explain everything when they got there. Raoul added that something very interesting awaited them ahead. It was the free city of Mira, one of the first cities players visit after completing the training mission. Here, players will find many quests and hidden artifacts. There are also restrictions on the use of mana to avoid senseless slaughter among newbies. Mira's resources are practically limitless, which is why players love this place so much. The Domain of God is an area where you can destroy as many monsters as you want. This is the place Raoul wanted to show his fighters. His goal is to raise their skill level as quickly as possible. Our hero noted that as soon as he arrived in Miru, the next task appeared. He did not expect any options to be available to him before the official launch of the game. Perhaps he would be able to get more if he fulfilled all the conditions. Jake reported to Sir Raoul that the mayor was ready to receive him right away. There was a knock at the door. The mayor of the free city of Mira, Ronaldo, asked who was there. The mayor was informed that the younger son of Count Ashton, Raoul Ashton, had arrived. He and 50 other people had decided to visit this city. The mayor was surprised. Why had this weak boy appeared here? Had he decided to just look at the sights? He should be let in. The Ashton family makes good money selling monster products. That could come in handy. The protagonist entered the office and greeted Mayor Reynaldo. The mayor smiled and said he was very pleased to meet Sir Raoul. Welcome to Miru. The mayor invited him to sit down. Raoul thanked him for his hospitality and thought that this mayor was a real scoundrel. Reynaldo asked what had brought the young man here. Raoul replied that he had heard about a suitable place for training. The mayor said that the young man had made the right decision by coming to Miru. It was the safest area. The young man noted that he was not talking about the city as a whole. Raoul pointed out that he was referring to the cursed forest, which he would like to visit with the mayor's permission. Reynaldo said that it was too dangerous there, especially for young people like Raoul. The protagonist had anticipated this, and said that in that case, he had no choice but to throw away the 500,000 gold coins he was going to give to the mayor in gratitude for such a warm welcome. The mayor grabbed the money and said he was joking. The cursed forest would pose no threat to Mr. Raoul. The young man could go there right now. Our hero noticed that the mayor's generosity knew no bounds. Raoul Ashton thought it was time to hunt monsters. Soon he would be at the top of the Connect. The free city of Mira is where the Connector players live. However, since it is a closed beta version, the city is currently empty. At the moment, there was only one player in the city, Raoul Ashton. Therefore, critical times had arrived for Mira. No one could appreciate the wide range of amenities, places to stay, shops, and opportunities to accommodate entire guilds. For the same reason, land prices have fallen significantly. The real purpose of our hero's visit here was to purchase real estate. If our hero buys the land in Mira now, sooner or later it will be possible to build luxurious mansions for aristocrats on it. Guild houses and housing for ordinary players could also be built. In the future, the value of these lands will increase hundreds of times over. Raoul thought, when players appear and war breaks out, this city will be the perfect place to hide. Previously, it was possible to lease land and earn money from it. However, now that is not enough. Our hero must be fully prepared, calculate all the risks, and prepare for the coming war. In his past life, he was unable to resist the financial prowess of the vile guilds that had seized power. However, this time, everything will be different. The knight asked if he just needed to sign his name. Sir Raoul replied that this was indeed the case. Everyone else had already signed this sheet, and only this one autograph remained. After the signature was affixed, the administrator confirmed that everything was in order. The creation and registration of the first guild was complete. The guild consisted of Sir Raoul and 50 other people. Our hero thought that he had formed the very first and most progressive guild in the world without players, and named it the First Guild. Now, All of its members were entitled to the support of the system. Soon, the confusion on their faces would be replaced by enthusiasm. The young people arrived at the Miri Combat Association office. The receptionist asked how she could help. The protagonist asked how high-ranking the skill books were here. A skill book is a collection of skills of varying complexity. Its rank varies from F to S. If you read carefully, you can significantly expand your range of possibilities. The girl said that their branch offers skill books up to rank C. However, only VIP clients have access to this rank. Raoul asked what it takes to become a VIP customer. The girl replied that a player can contribute to the association by completing a task or making a certain number of purchases. Raoul asked how much money would be required for this. The girl replied that it would cost 10,000 gold coins. Our hero put a bag of money on the table and said he wanted to start with rank D. The girl asked which series the young man preferred: sword, bow, magic, or shield skills. Raoul Ashton replied that he would take everything that was available. The knights were puzzled. Did Mr. Raoul really need all these books? After all, they were so heavy. Our hero replied that they might seem useless now, but later they would play a big role in improving the skills of everyone present. Knight Jake did not doubt their value, but he was curious. Was reading more effective than practical experience? Philip agreed and asked if it would not be better to spend the same money on combat armor. Raoul said that they needed to be patient. They would find out everything the next day. Looking at the number of books, our hero thought that this time he had really gone too far. There are limits to the number of skills a player can have. It is unlikely that he will be able to use all of them at the same time. The protagonist remembered that when he woke up in Raoul's body, there were 2 unknown items in his inventory. What could they be? However, the day before, when the young man received the assignment, the items were opened. One of these items turned out to be a skill dex. What if he could activate it by completing the current task? The protagonist prepared to open the skill dex and add the skill book to it. The book began to overflow with mana and trembled in the young man's hands. Our hero realized that he had succeeded. After a while, the mana energy stored in the book disappeared. However, the young man thought that he would be doing this forever. Was there a way to add all the skill books at once? Using his unique abilities, Raoul Ashton realized that he should be able to do this too. It turned out that the system understood his intention instantly. The young man noted that he had succeeded again. Now, thanks to the skills he had acquired, the hero could steal his opponent's skills. This had never happened before. Our hero knew it was the very artifact he had found just before his death. Some characteristics and inventory items from his past life had been preserved. Now it became clear what power lay within them. The servant bowed and wished the young master a good morning. Our hero couldn't sleep a wink, reading skill decks all night long. Raoul also wished Bernard good morning and asked if he had conducted the briefing. Bernard replied that he had done everything as ordered. Raoul asked if Bernard had studied the skill book. Bernard was a servant of the Ashton family and Ivan's stepson. Ivan taught him everything he knew, and Bernard had worked for the good of the county since he was a child. Bernard had an excellent memory and was highly efficient. But there was another reason why Raoul took him with him. Raoul said it was amazing. He knew Bernard would succeed. The young man had the ability to control the wind. Bernard's basic characteristics were lacking, but thanks to his talents, he was perfectly suited to the role of a servant or esper. The preparations were complete. Raoul asked if Bernard was ready. The servant asked what he meant. Raoul replied that once the knights had gotten used to their new reality, they would set off for the cursed forest known as God's Domain. The huge green monster standing right in front of our hero growled loudly. Raoul, using his unique abilities, swung and punched the monster in the forehead. The head flew off its shoulders, and the monster was destroyed. The protagonist wondered who would be next. The monsters thought this man was too strong and decided to group together to destroy him. The boss monster shouted, ordering everyone to attack this man immediately. Raoul Ashton found himself surrounded. The ring was closing in. Our hero was not afraid, and luring the monsters, told them not to stop and to continue attacking. The cursed forest, God's Domain. This forest is not only a territory for hunting monsters, but also a symbol of the world. If players are injured, they are healed, and if they die, they are reborn in the city. Therefore, it is believed that there is no better refuge than Mira. As for the monsters, even if some of them are destroyed, the total number of monsters will remain unchanged because Mira blesses them. People cannot be reborn in the cursed forest, or use items received as rewards for hunting monsters outside of it. If they are taken out of the forest, they will immediately turn to dust and disappear. This is because humans are forbidden to touch the property of the gods. However, this rule only applies to the inhabitants of Mira. Players are allowed to take trophies obtained in battle out of the forest. Knight Jake hoped for help from the system. After our hero took the blow, the monster boss asked in surprise what kind of power this man had. Raoul Ashton proudly said that this power is called telekinesis. Jake acknowledged that it was a useful ability. Philip asked his partner to cut up the fence in silence. Jake asked if that was why he had come all this way to Mira. However, they gained a lot of experience after this training. Sir Raoul continued to fight all kinds of monsters. Our hero thanked the knights. It was only thanks to their joint efforts that such an excellent result was achieved. Now the knights will be able to become stronger by studying the skill books. The leader asked Philip if he now understood why the skill book was preferred over combat armor. Philip admitted that it was amazing. This time he had mastered the new skill very quickly. Where did the young master get such knowledge? Philip said that a new notification had appeared in the guild chat. Sir Raoul should take a look at it. After looking at the notification, our hero ordered an immediate return to Miru. The player stabbed his opponent in the back with his sword and said he should have done it sooner. It was hard to hold back, watching these Ashton kids do whatever they wanted. The player noted that if his opponent had listened to him, they would have put their opponents in their place long ago. The knight asked the enemy what they were trying to achieve. The villain swung his weapon and reminded them that their great-grandfather had taught them to be cautious and told them to avoid trouble. The villain turned out to be Ramon, the eldest son of Viscount Randall. Jerry, the Viscount Randall's middle son, was also there. The youngest son of Viscount Randall was named Kyle. The wounded knight, bleeding profusely, said that the young master would regret this. Ramon struck the knight again and demanded that their master hurry up. They were happy to talk. Ramon became wary. Something was wrong. Why weren't these knights dying? Jerry Randall said he couldn't wait to teach little Raoul a lesson. Kale pointed out that members of noble families were forbidden to draw weapons against each other within the Free City. Ramon replied that he didn't care. If anyone asked, they would claim they had nothing to do with it and find a way out of it. Ramon added that it was a great idea to put an end to the Ashton family. Ramon noted that their great-grandfather might even praise them for it. Suddenly, the unbelievable happened. His older brother's head exploded in all directions and a fountain of blood gushed out. Jerry and Kyle looked back. Who could have done this to their brother? Raoul Ashton stood behind them. He was furious. How dare they commit a crime against Ashton County? Now there was more at stake than their worthless lives. The brothers would pay dearly. Jerry said the man was insane. How dare he destroy a member of the Randall family? Kyle shouted for the guards to come immediately. Who had let this man in? The knight reported that he seemed to have found the Ashton County detachment. Philip said that Viscount Randall's knights were surrounded. We must make sure there are no townspeople nearby. Raoul Ashton praised them. It was a job well done. Our hero ordered Bernard to take the bloodied knights to the temple. The protagonist turned to his inventory. The young man drew his sword and said that he would deal with this trash himself. The Viscountcy of Randall, like the County of Ashton, was one of the 5 military families of the Kingdom of Reuben. However, the history of the Randall family was not so eventful. It joined the 4 military houses when the head of the family, Viscount Hudson de Randall, became a master swordsman. Since they had no particular merits, the family had to look for other ways to strengthen their status, to create great knights and make a worthy contribution to the prosperity of the kingdom, and also to destroy their rivals. Their target was the County of Ashton, which had ceased to train masters of the sword and had lost its former power. In addition, the Ashton family was easy to manipulate, as it was politically inept. Conflicts and skirmishes occurred regularly. Most often, the instigators were the Randall family, and the number of artificial swordsmen in their army left no doubt that they would emerge victorious. The sons of Viscount Randall shared the same opinion. Jerry was amazed. What was this unseen force? His sword appeared out of nowhere. Philip ordered the knights not to interfere. The young master declared that he would handle it himself. A representative of the Randall family noticed that the opponents were sheathing their swords. In his opinion, it was a foolish move, but it turned out to be advantageous for the Randall house. Kyle was surprised. Had Raoul Ashton really decided to fight them alone? But this was not a training ground. Kyle didn't have time to do anything. He was immediately cut in two by our hero's sword. Jerry's middle brother, in fear, ordered his warriors to finish off their opponent immediately. The officer said they had no choice and grabbed his sword. He added that he didn't want to intimidate a 15-year-old boy, but he couldn't stand by while his comrades were being torn to pieces. This was Jeremy, captain of the Knightly Guard. Raoul Ashton knew that Viscount Randall's main weapon was a rapier. Now he was dealing with elite knights. Our hero stood alone against Captain Jeremy and his Randall knights. The protagonist thought that his level was now 45. He could not defeat these opponents in a fair fight. Captain Jeremy said that the young man still had time to surrender. He should think everything over. They didn't care that he was from a noble family. If he continued the fight, there would be no mercy. Our hero repelled the attack of the Randall Knights and destroyed them with a single blow. Captain Jeremy and another knight survived and prepared to attack. Jeremy thought that 2 of his elite warriors had just been killed. He had heard that Raoul was weak and did not know how to wield a sword. Jeremy realized that the rumors were false. From that moment on, he was going to fight with all his might. Raoul Ashton said he had no objection and invited the captain to attack. Our hero noticed that the captain had a dagger and a rapier in his hands. This meant that he was skilled in the Randall family's meteor style. Captain Jeremy said that the young man's courage was admirable. However, it should not be forgotten that Mira is a sacred city that heals all wounds. The captain added that without help, this boy would not be able to defeat them. Our hero declared that his opponent was mistaken. Raoul was ready to argue. The Randall Knights had not trained once since arriving in Mira. Jeremy was frightened. How did this boy know everything? Raoul replied that he had noticed that his opponents had healed, but continued to lie on the ground, paralyzed by fear. He added that these Randall Knights were not used to facing death. Jeremy thought that this boy was not just familiar with the art of combat. He seemed to see right through his opponents. The captain ordered the knight to cover him from behind. 2 attacked Raoul at once, but he repelled their attack. The knight rushed into battle again, but the captain shouted for him not to. It was too late. Raoul had destroyed his opponent. The captain said that the knight had acted foolishly, but there was nothing that could be done now. Captain Jeremy decided to act immediately. The meteor attack was activated, but the protagonist was ready and blocked the attacker. Raoul understood that a powerful skill used in combat had been used against him. It was difficult to fight back. Even telekinesis did not help. He told himself that he had to hold on. The advantage was clearly on his side. He had to attack again and again, leaving his opponent no chance to counterattack. Jeremy shouted at the young man to wipe the arrogant look off his face. Raoul continued to behave defiantly and fended off Captain Jeremy's attacks. After another unsuccessful attack, the captain dropped his sword, and Raoul threw it aside. The system suggested using Imitator to repeat the opponent's movement and save the skill in the skill deck. Our hero decided to activate Imitator and repeat Randall's meteor sword skill. Raoul took the appropriate stance, and the necessary weapon appeared in his hands. Captain Jeremy was surprised. How did his opponent know this skill? He asked who had taught him, and suspected the Randall Viscount of treason. Raoul declared that Captain Jeremy himself was the traitor. He thought it must have been difficult. Using the S-rank Imitator skill required a lot of energy. Imitator is a skill learned through skill decks that allows you to steal your opponent's abilities. However, you can only copy one skill at a time, and you must keep your eyes on the target at the moment of activation. Otherwise, the analysis percentage will be reset to 0. That's why Raoul had to keep his eyes fixed on Jeremy while he attacked. The skill can only be activated in one-on-one combat. Raoul opened the skills screen. Skill decks allowed him to use 3 more skills, and the slots allowed him to use any 2 skills at the same time. Jerry's middle brother asked who this young man really was, and how he knew about Randall's skill. Raoul was surprised that Randall was still there, and told Philip that as soon as the opponents revived, they had to be destroyed again and again for an hour. Philip ordered the knights to follow their lord's instructions and finish off all their opponents. Raoul Ashton said that earthly rules did not apply here. The games were over. The protagonist understood that this was his new reality. The young man had no intention of wasting the chance he had been given. Even if he had to swim across a sea of blood, Raoul was not going to give up. The mayor watched through his spyglass, but couldn't understand what was happening. According to the plan, the Randall Knights were supposed to beat up the boy, and the mayor was supposed to send the guards to help and get his share. The mayor thought that Raoul Ashton had ruined the whole plan by destroying a dozen Randall family fighters in one fell swoop. The mayor was frightened and crouched down. It seemed that Raoul had noticed him. Rumor had it that Raoul was a nobody, a weakling who could boast only of his status and appearance. The mayor thought, what if this is just a mask, and beneath it hides a great master of the sword? If his guesses are correct, the boy has long been aware of his machinations. It is necessary to build a relationship of trust with the county of Ashton. Ashton thought he had gone a little too far, but it was worth it. Raoul completed a random task, taught the family's enemy a lesson, helped his comrades, and took revenge. What's more, he had won 5,000 gold pieces. And thanks to the magic bag with spatial magic, he didn't have to worry about excess baggage. The young man now had a rapier and a dagger. The the main weapons of his rivals from the Randall Viscountcy. Raoul was most pleased with the ticket for a random skill book. He hoped that this time he would be lucky, because he was tired of unlucky tickets. The protagonist asked that the ticket not be empty, and that something useful come out. The player received the skill book, Riviera's Spear Mastery. Raoul thought that this was just what he needed for his trip to the capital. Today, fortune smiled on him. There was one unfinished business left. A month of preparation should not go to waste. A week passed. In a dark forest, our hero defeated a monster and raised his level to 51. Now the player was eligible for a class upgrade. Having fulfilled all the conditions, he received the classes Swordsman and Psychokinetics. The young master was congratulated. Being a sword expert at the age of 15 was a rarity. Our hero immediately tested his new abilities by lifting air and heavy stones. Raoul Ashton activated the Bear Strike. The young man was surprised himself. He did not expect such a powerful recoil. The ground beneath his feet split in two. Philip said that the master's power was impressive. Jake suggested that they were no longer needed by the master. Jake added that now they could rest a little. Philip said that Jake would think about resting when he reached the level of a young master. Jake admitted that it was a joke. Jake just wanted to emphasize that with Master Raoul, they were now as safe as behind a stone wall. Philip suggested they stop the idle chatter. Raoul said that the jokes were over and it was too early to relax. Philip asked what Mr. Raoul planned to do next, whether he wanted to send a message to Ashton County. His Excellency would be very pleased. The young man replied that he would be in touch later, but for now, he would keep his successes a secret. The protagonist thought that he had crushed many monsters, thereby increasing his skill level. He also threw out bait so that someone would take the bait. The alchemist Nakia stretched and said that her workday was over. Potions had been in high demand lately. The girl understood that it was all thanks to the Ashton County. To create a potion, you need monster body parts. However, they are rarely found in the cursed forest, so it is not easy to obtain the ingredients. The Knights of Ashton County suddenly kindly offered their help, and now Nakia can brew potions every day. In addition, Mr. Raoul is now a frequent visitor to her shop. He always asks if she needs anything and inquires about her work and business in general. The girl was unaccustomed to such attention, but she was still grateful to Mr. Raoul. Alchemist Nakia came to the conclusion that Mr. Raoul Ashton was a real handsome man. The girl felt ashamed of her thoughts. After all, there was an 8-year age difference between them. Raoul was too young for her, and besides, she shouldn't forget that he was an aristocrat. Nakia opened the door and said she was home. There was no response. Where had Nikki gone? The girl saw a note on the bed. It said that her sister had been kidnapped. Nakia was to keep her mouth shut and wait for further instructions. Nakia was very upset. She couldn't let this happen. What should she do now? Nakia thought that her sister should not leave the city. Anything but that. Nakia had heard that there had been many reports of missing people. The city administration had promised to investigate. So the rumors were true. Nakia didn't know what to do. She couldn't go to the city administration, because the kidnappers were probably watching her. Besides, the guards would hardly listen to her. It would take time for the mercenaries and members of the Adventurers Guild to start searching. Nakia remembered Raoul Ashton's words. If she got into trouble, he would always be there to help. Nakia realized she had no other choice. She had to find Mr. Raoul Ashton immediately. The girl changed her route and set off in search of our hero. Raoul received information that Nakia was heading towards him. The young man thought that it had happened. Our hero ordered everyone to take their positions, focus on the goal, and report any changes in the plan. Raoul entered the Community Connect. The connection was established. Cafe Connection is an information cafe that the protagonist ran in his previous life. The cafe was only accessible to the premium class. As a star player, our hero received the necessary information from fans and informants. Gradually, the cafe turned into an information treasure trove, where all the hidden information of the Connect was stored. Fortunately for our hero, the cafe had not disappeared. It is impossible to make further plans relying solely on memory, so the Sviaz Cafe is quite helpful in this regard. A search for information was carried out using the query, Free City of Mira. Our hero looked through all the available buildings. The plan should work. Raoul was informed that Nakia had arrived. The young man wondered if he could change her future. Crazy alchemist, bloodthirsty witch, taboo breaker. People called Nakia different names because they were terribly afraid of her. Many civilians suffered because of her in the process of creating chemical weapons. She experimented on people in an effort to take revenge on the Empire. However, now our hero was faced with a desperate girl who needed help. Nakia said that Nikki was missing. Urgent help was needed. Raoul Ashton said he would help, but he needed all the information. What happened? Nakia reported that her sister had been kidnapped. They needed to find her poor little sister. Raoul told Nakia not to worry. He would definitely find her. He even knew where she might be. The young man promised to let her know as soon as he found Nikki. Nakia can stay here for now. Bernard will take care of her. Bernard said that Nakia had made the right choice in turning to the young master. The master always keeps his promises. Philip reported that Pierce was tracking them. The assistant added that he had received permission to carry out the operation from the mayor. Raoul replied that this was excellent. Our hero asked Philip if he had given the mayor the list of rats. Philip confirmed that he had. The mayor said he would definitely reward him for this later. Our hero wrote down the names and locations of all the criminals in the city on the list. All available channels of communication were used to obtain the necessary information. Raoul Ashton told his people that they were moving forward. Jake was the most excited of all. At this time, the spies were hiding in the bushes and watching the enemy's actions, gathering the necessary information. Among the spies was Pierce from Ashton County. He held the Order of the Golden Bear and was a knight in Raoul Ashton's guard. Pierce thought he had found them. Judging by the tracks on the ground, they were here. It was time to begin the operation. Pierce climbed a tree and decided to try out a skill he had recently learned. The detection skill was activated. The criminals were cautious and kept their bows and arrows at the ready. Pierce thought that the young master was right. Pierce remembered that just 6 months ago, his life had been completely different. The youngest son of Count Ashton, Raoul, unlike his brothers, grew up to be a weak and untalented child. Most of the servants and knights tried to avoid him. When he was looking for volunteers to accompany him on his journey, few expressed a sincere desire to go. Raoul visited the training ground and talked to the knights. Among these knights was Pierce, holder of the Order of the Golden Bear. Raoul said he would help the knight exceed his limits. Then Raoul picked up a sword and began to guide Pierce, pointing out areas that needed improvement. Pierce said he wanted to achieve more, but doubted that Raoul could help him. However, after training, his movements became much clearer. Raoul said that it would be difficult for Pierce to master the bear strike. His advantage was not in strength, but in agility. Pierce should hone his archery skills, because he had great talent. Pierce thought that few people knew he could shoot a bow. However, Raoul noticed it. Perhaps the young master could really help. Pierce decided to follow Raoul from now on. Pierce thought it was the best decision of his life. Those who had refused Raoul's offer must be kicking themselves now. But why did the young master hide his strength? Thanks to the skill books that Raoul bought, Pierce not only reached the level of an expert in archery, but even improved his skills. Without the help of the young master, nothing would have worked out. Pierce assumed that Raoul Ashton would demonstrate his true power today. Climbing down from the tree, he greeted Raoul Ashton with his arrival. Our hero assessed the situation and thought that all criminal gang hideouts were similar, no matter what city they were in. However, spies from the Kranen Empire were hiding here. Usually, Connect players receive tasks while at starting points such as Miri, and then they receive rewards for destroying monsters or villains. However, now Raoul Ashton was dealing with more than just ordinary villains. A slave trader who kidnaps people, or a mercenary who wants to earn more money is no match for Kranen spies. They are also called Imperial Trackers. They track down players, blackmailing them and depriving them of the opportunity to cooperate with others. The trackers cause a lot of problems, so our hero cannot allow them to continue their rampage. Raoul Ashton gave the command and Pierce fired his bow. The arrows hit their target, and the way was clear. The protagonist hoped to dispel the magic circle with a scroll he had recently acquired. However, our hero saw a stream of mana. Maybe he could absorb it? Our hero succeeded, and the magic circle was destroyed. Knights Philip and Jake were extremely impressed with the young lord's abilities. Raoul thought that now he would be able to save money instead of spending it on scrolls. Pierce told his assistants, Jackson and Neil, that they were moving on to the bait stage. He would let them know when it was time to go in. Raoul Ashton thought that his elite knights were by his side, and that was good. It was time to hunt. The order was given not to take prisoners. It was also necessary to use a rapier to deliver the final blow. Jake didn't understand why they had to poke them with this stick, but he obeyed his master's orders. It would be easy if they used their weapons. Raoul said that Pierce was giving orders and looking for prisoners. The protagonist, along with his squad of elite knights, moved forward to carry out his mission. Ahead, deep in the tunnel, a hideout was discovered. Pierce reported that he had successfully infiltrated the enemy base. Raoul Ashton thought that the hunt was beginning. Before our hero was a cave with high ceilings and wooden fencing. Raoul assessed the situation. The enemies were about level 30, almost like ordinary thieves. The analysis of the situation was complete, and it was time to move forward. The young gentleman gave orders with hand signals. Our hero's team, using the element of surprise and their unique abilities, effectively attacked the Imperial trackers. One of the criminals shouted that they were being treacherously attacked. The elite knights of Ashton's team performed their duties effectively. The villain ordered the entrance to be guarded and the troublemakers to be destroyed. Our hero, using a bow and arrows, thought that there were more and more enemies. The Imperial scouts began to block the arrows with their shields. The enemy archers spotted our hero above and aimed their arrows at him with the intent to destroy him. Raoul Ashton, using his unique magical abilities, effectively repelled the invasion of enemy arrows. The enemies were perplexed, because the arrows simply bounced off the young man. The villains shouted that they needed emergency reinforcements. The leader of the Imperial scouts shouted that this enemy could not be defeated with arrows. It was necessary to attack in close combat. Our hero thought it was time to use the metal claws on his hands. Raoul Ashton was unreachable for his opponents. He did not receive a single scratch, not even the slightest one. The leader of the villains thought it was magic. Without magic, such a feat would be impossible. A rapier appeared in our hero's hands. The young man thought it was a light but insufficiently powerful weapon. More force was needed to pierce the armor. Many opponents were destroyed. Raoul looked around. Where had the rest gone? Knights Jake and Philip were doing their job effectively. The enemy knights shouted that they needed to flee, because they were being attacked by real monsters. The protagonist noted that Jake was rebelling against the use of the rapier. It would be better to save mana, because he had been ordered not to leave any traces indicating his skill with the sword. Raoul thought that it was not worth worrying so much after all. Assessing the situation, the protagonist thought that the small foes were finished. Pierce reported to his master that they had searched the entire prison, but had not found Miss Nikki. Raoul asked if Pierce had briefed the prisoners. Pierce said that they had been given clothes and food and warned to wait quietly until the end of the battle. Jack asked if the boss really thought they had dealt with all the criminals. Were these really the kidnappers? Raoul knew something wasn't right. First, Nikki was not there. Second, all the criminals they had captured were equally strong. This raised the question, where was the leader? Third, there was a magic circle waiting for them at the entrance, but no one had noticed the magician. It turned out that the important criminals and the other captives were somewhere else. Jake told Pierce that the operation could not be considered successful unless they found the hostage and the leader. Pierce said he had checked all the suspicious areas but found nothing. Perhaps his abilities were not enough. There was definitely a skilled mage at work here, capable of creating a high-level magic circle or system. Raoul said that it had only been a month since Pierce joined their guild. He was doing well. No one could hide from his keen eye. Raoul Ashton told everyone to follow him. He knows where the enemies are hiding. Upon arriving at the location, our hero ordered the huts to be searched and reported if anything suspicious was found. After a while, a report came in that everything was clear. The young man entered the room and said that this was the only place left to check. Everyone needed to get ready. The most interesting part was about to begin. Raoul destroyed the floor in the room and discovered a secret entrance. The secret entrance was also open, and a hidden staircase leading to the basement appeared before the expedition. The protagonist sensed that something was approaching them from the basement. A huge monster burst out. Philip ordered everyone to stay close together. There was no point in spreading out. In that case, it would be more difficult to suppress the monsters. These were demons of the Imperial cavalry. Their vital organs were located differently than in humans. It was necessary to cut off their heads. Jake asked what they were doing here in the first place. Raoul Ashton thought it was necessary to study their characteristics. At the same time, our hero wielded his rapier effectively. The demon cavalryman of the Imperial army was an experimental mutant. These monsters had caused our hero a lot of trouble in his past life. After 6 months of playing Connect, the protagonist received an order to raid the Empire's lair in the starting city, just as the best players had almost cleared it. 10 of the best players changed classes twice and formed a punitive force of 100 guilds to capture the fortress. However, as soon as the secret Imperial cavalry appeared, most of the players didn't last a minute. That day, our hero miraculously escaped, and for the next 6 months, none of the rankers dared to approach the Empire's lair. At that time, the demon cavalry numbered about 50. It is not surprising that players who had barely reached level 50 were unable to defeat them. What will be the outcome of the battle this time? Our hero noted that there were far fewer demons today. Moreover, their level of training was no match for the skills of Ashton's elite knights. Moreover, our hero saw all the enemy's weak spots. Raoul thought that all that remained was to strike, which he did effectively. After some time, the demon cavalry was destroyed. Our hero's squad suffered no losses. The protagonist did not understand what they had forgotten here. Was it the entrance to the front courtyard of the Imperial Palace? Philip asked what their next steps would be. Going downstairs was definitely dangerous. The leader said they had no other choice. Pierce said that in that case, they would need help. Raoul told the others to take care of the prisoners. They had to find the main criminals as soon as possible. Philip said that in that case, the young master should stay behind. He and Jake would deal with the enemies while the master and Pierce searched. Our hero thought that it was impossible to do everything at once. He would still get experience points even if he didn't destroy the villains with his own hands. It was time to delegate responsibilities. Raoul thought it was good to have reliable subordinates. Philip and Jake were the first to go down the stairs. The knights went downstairs and discovered a strange laboratory. There were many monsters in glass flasks. Pierce said it was bold of them to set up a laboratory for conducting experiments on chimeras in another country. It turned out that those demons were most likely missing civilians from the world. The kidnappers were crazier than previously thought. Our hero even shuddered at the sight, although he had seen similar scenes many times before. When the protagonist was reborn, he thought about joining the Empire, because in 10 years it would completely take over the continent. However, the Empire is ruled by a madman. Carrying out the orders of such a person is like sitting on a powder keg. There are many rumors about the Emperor, but our hero knew one thing for sure. He treats people as a means to an end. For anyone who does not have noble blood running through their veins, class division is based on the usefulness they can bring. Living a life full of endless hardships and suffering, they eventually become useless and are turned into guinea pigs or fodder for the demonic cavalry. If members of the upper class act against the Emperor's will, they are executed. Once, a general spoke out against the tyranny under which the people lived. As soon as the general uttered a word about it, the mark on his shoulder flashed red. The general was immediately torn to pieces. This scene was forever etched in the protagonist's memory. Our hero abandoned the idea of joining anyone else in order to save his own skin. Now he must do everything he can to stop the experiments on innocent citizens. Our heroes saw magicians below who were making the necessary preparations in front of magic circles. Even lower were enemy knights. The magicians were trying to activate the circles because they needed to secure their return route. Pierce counted 4 knights, 3 mages, and 10 demons. It seemed that the mages were setting up magic circles at the entrance to the cave. Philip said he would take care of the knights. Pierce would deal with the mages, and Jake was responsible for the Imperial cavalry. Philip asked the young lord to cover them. The Imperial warriors spotted the intruders. The alarm sounded. Pierce opened fire with his bow. Raoul Ashton ordered everyone to attack and act according to plan. Our hero fired a charged shot from his bow and thought that there was a 5th-level mage among the enemies. He had to deal with him first. Normally, arrows cannot penetrate such a barrier. However, with the use of telekinesis, everything is different. Our hero could set the necessary trajectory for the arrow. The arrows hit their target, and now the enemies would not be able to escape through the teleportation gate. The magic circle was destroyed. The enemy knights shouted that the retreat route was blocked. It was necessary to break the seal and finish off the attackers. Philip used his shield and effectively repelled the enemy's attack. Raoul thought that Philip was barely holding them back. Was the power of a high-class knight, whose skill level was above 90, not enough? The enemy commander, McDowell, was a level 71 swordsman with the title of Red Tracker. The mark affected the growth of all his characteristics. Jacob asked his master for permission to use the sword. It would be difficult to destroy them with this insignificant rapier. Raoul said that Philip and Pierce were doing a great job against the enemy. Was Jake having some kind of difficulty? Was it a mistake to take Jake with them? Jake got angry. He was just worried about Pierce, so he asked for clarification. The protagonist thought it was time for him to do his part. Raoul Ashton, using his rapier, joined the fight and began to effectively destroy his opponents. Jake was surprised. How did the young gentleman manage to find the enemy's weak spots so quickly? McDowell was puzzled. How could the attacker surpass them in strength? The enemy commander asked loudly who they were. They were fighting with rapiers, which meant they must belong to the Randell Viscountcy. However, their movements were so skillful that it cast doubt on this assumption. Jake asked why his opponent needed to know, since he would soon be dead anyway. McDowell said that the opponent had no right to insult the Imperial scouts. He saw the young man protected by the knights. Could that youngster be their commander? The enemy commander assumed that he had figured out how to get out of there alive. McDowell shouted to his soldiers to give their lives for the Emperor and the honor of the Empire. Raoul Ashton realized that the enemy commander had decided to use the Black Sacrifice. A Black Sacrifice is a skill that deprives the bearer of mana and life energy, but allows them to gain incredible strength for a short period of time. Our hero assumed that the enemies were up to something if they resorted to this measure. The protagonist noticed that the enemy commander had activated the power armor of the Imperial Army warrior. Philip shouted that he would try to distract him and rushed forward. The armor proved effective. The force field blocked Philip's attack. McDowell directed his fury at our hero and shouted that he was finished. Raoul Ashton blocked his opponent's blow. McDowell realized that this young man possessed power armor. Moreover, he was able to change its details. Judging by the filling, it was level F. But intuition suggested that when the transformation process was complete, something terrible would happen. McDowell swung and once again shouted that he would destroy his opponent. The protagonist did not understand what had happened. He was about to dodge using the flash skill, but suddenly felt as if he had been nailed to the spot. The system reported that the player had encountered power armor. The player awakened the Regnator. According to the data, the player's status has a unique characteristic. The player has fulfilled all the necessary conditions and can now activate Regnator. Mana reserves are insufficient, searching for additional energy sources. The connection was successful for one telekinesis skill. The process of activating the Regnator continues. Now our hero understands what it means to wear power armor. The barrier blocks all physical attacks, but is inferior in strength to Mana's blade. The defense skill neutralizes spells of at least the third circle of magic. Inside it is a mysterious core that increases the owner's mana and physical abilities. The wearer of power armor cannot be defeated, even if the opponent has a higher level and more experience points. Its power is unfathomable. However, this armor was created for the inhabitants of Connect, so players cannot use it. The armor remains their unattainable dream. For non-player characters, it was the only way to fight back against players. Raoul Ashton realized that the power armor now belonged to him. McDowell did not understand what was happening. Why were the attacks not working on the enemy? Captain McDowell noted that his opponent had broken through his barrier. Was this the end? The enemy decided to take everyone with him to the grave, and shouted that he was acting in the name of the Empire. Raoul Ashton thought that in a moment, his opponent would merge with the power armor. The system reported that the Regnator had detected a forbidden fragment of power. Our hero wondered, what did that mean? According to the oath, part of the seal was released. The system reported that Regnator was ready to reveal its true power. Now our hero was fully armed and ready to fight his powerful opponent one-on-one. The creature that McDowell had turned into was now impossible to restrain. The opponent lunged at the protagonist and attempted to deliver a series of powerful blows. However, Raoul Ashton, without dodging, deactivated all the blows. All the knights of the Ashton clan looked at their lord in amazement. Jake, Philip, and Pierce felt the powerful energy emanating from Raoul Ashton. The protagonist knocked his opponent down and began to beat him methodically, saying that they would never see each other again. Our hero thought that he had done it because he had stayed within the time limit. The protagonist felt something like this for the first time. It was as if he had lifted the veil of eternal power. The knights ran up and asked if the young master was all right. This time, Raoul Ashton borrowed energy from other sources, but one day he would manage on his own. Our hero had a pocket teleport and a mana stone in his hands. He would find a use for them later. Pierce reported that they had found Nikki and the other hostages, but not all of them. Our hero noted that they had done everything they could. The surviving hostages should be told that they would soon be reunited with their families. Pierce added that Miss Nikki was not feeling well. Raoul Ashton said that in that case, they needed to hurry. They had to leave quickly. Jake asked, "What about the treasure?" Raoul asked, "Does the knight want to take it for himself?" Jake was surprised. How could you leave such valuable things in an unknown place? Raoul thought Jake was right. Our hero thought that he would not be able to wear McDowell's power armor, but it would serve as proof that they had caught the Imperial trackers, and it would also be an excellent object of study. The trackers were not easy to defeat. Many users had previously left the game because of them. However, there was no need to provoke them into new battles now. It was better to focus on strengthening combat power and increasing authority. Raoul told Jake to forget about this armor. He needs it for his plan, and besides, it's his trophy. Jake noticed that the young lord did not give them the opportunity to obtain this armor. Raoul said that the knights would be rewarded for their work. Now they had to return to the city and get some rest. Jake was delighted. A bonus and a vacation were just what he needed right now. Pierce informed the young master that the bait had worked. They had done everything in the best possible way. It was interesting to see how the enemies would react. Although it seemed there was nothing much to see, Raoul wanted to see their discouraged faces when they realized they had fallen into a trap. His older brother Rendell asked the guide if they were going in the right direction. Randall thought they had followed Raoul into the forest but lost track of him. Because of this, they ended up in the temple and lost all their money and weapons. They had lost their mana and lost the battle. What's more, there were only 12 knights left in the guard. Captain Jeremy even donned power armor. Randall thought that they couldn't miss the chance to take revenge while he was outside of Mira. Kyle asked, "Are you sure this is the right place?" "It looks creepy, but we'll have to search it. We didn't come all this way for nothing." The Rendell brothers found gold. They didn't find the boy, but they did find some gold. It was a real treasure cave, magical items, artifacts, and even the bodies of wanted criminals. The biggest find was power armor. The knights thanked the young master for taking the blow. They cleared out the hideout in the eastern forest and freed the prisoners. Raoul Ashton said it was a job well done and asked where the others were. They were novice knights and members of the first guild. 6 of them had reached the expert level. Each was trained in the sword skills of Ashton County and knew how to use mana. The ranks of the knights had grown to 100 fighters. Now, they were not afraid of any criminal. Raoul said they were returning to base. The guards on the fortress wall saw the people of Ashton County approaching them. But why were there so many of them? Our hero was holding Miss Nikki in his arms. The girl was indeed feeling unwell. The knight told our hero that he had orders to gather all the civilians. Ashton thanked him for his good work. The civilians were grateful. After all, this was the knight who had found the missing people. Nakia saw her little sister. Raoul said that Nakia must have been waiting for them. The girl thanked him for saving her sister. Raoul added that Nikki was not feeling well, but they would take care of her in the new palace, and she would definitely get better. Our hero and his team saved the lives of many people who could have died, and changed the future of one girl, who was on the verge of seeking revenge as her life's purpose. Perhaps Nakia will no longer become a great alchemist, and will never create potions that could change the world. However, Raoul hoped that Nakia would play a significant role in the prosperity of the empire. When our hero returned to the past, much had changed. He was not afraid to influence the course of history. The protagonist no longer followed the principles of humanity, and was not afraid to take away someone's future. Today, Raoul could have saved many more people if he had acted faster, but he turned away from them, driven by the desire to please Nakia and earn points. The young man thought that he had still managed to achieve his goal and rescue many prisoners. The city was no longer in danger, and at sunrise, a reward from the mayor would be waiting for him. However, for some reason, our hero could not shake the feeling of unease. Some people grieved that they had not waited for their relatives. Some rejoiced that their relatives had returned. The young man thought that there were people who did not need to complete quests, but they would have to go through much more serious trials. Now the protagonist understood how misguided his intentions had been. He had shunned ordinary people, not wanting to waste his time on them. Reborn, Raoul promised himself to forget the past, but continue to live as if there was nothing more important in this world than the game. There is nothing wrong with living by the rules of the game system. But is it right to let it determine the meaning of life? Until that day, our hero had made plans based on Bai Dohyun's goals, but now it seemed to him that this approach limited his possibilities. If a task appeared that the noble aristocrat Raoul could accomplish without the help of game options, perhaps then, he would not repeat the mistakes of the past. Raoul Ashton told Philip that some townspeople were grieving the loss of loved ones. Could he gather their personal information, given the circumstances? Raoul added that it was necessary to give all the victims financial compensation and help them find work. Our hero thought that Philip had done well in battle, but he would have to give him more work. Philip said that he had received an unexpected assignment from his young master. Usually, Sir Raoul only intervenes in matters that benefit the common cause. Jake said that he was not opposed to good deeds either. The townspeople welcomed the young master Raoul Ashton. Our hero thought that the support of the townspeople would be a great help to him in his fight against other guilds. Even though it was part of the plan, he liked seeing them happy. At a meeting with our hero, the mayor said that thanks to Sir Raoul Ashton, the city could breathe a sigh of relief. The young man replied that he had done nothing remarkable, and that the mayor could have handled it himself. Raoul said he was surprised that the dark forces of the empire had reached the territory belonging to the kingdom of Reuben. Judging by their hideout, they had been working on research and training demonic warriors for a long time. The mayor admitted that this was not the first wave of kidnappings, but the treaty had tied their hands. The treaty prohibited them from creating their own army. They could only afford a guard. However, outside the city, the guards lose some of their abilities. The mayor said that Sir Raoul was right in his assumption. Representatives of the Rendell Viscount had come to visit them. They claim to have destroyed the kidnappers' lair and are demanding compensation. It would be worth kicking them out, but the guest asked not to do so. Raoul acknowledged that this was a necessary measure. The mayor understood that Raoul Ashton wanted to make them heroes. But why? After all, he was the one who deserved all the honors and glory, and could also be awarded a royal prize. Raoul thanked him for his concern, but expressed hope that the mayor would grant his request. The mayor replied that he would take care of it. Our hero thought that they would take all the credit for themselves and, at the same time, attract the attention of the Cranon Empire. The mayor said he was ready to give the young man everything he wanted. Raoul replied that in that case, he would like to ask the mayor for a favor. Our hero had heard that the mayor had a large collection of valuable books. Could he take a look at his library? The mayor said that the young man could stay there as long as he liked and choose any book he fancied. However, that would not be enough to show his gratitude. The mayor added that he would take the young man to a secret treasure chamber so that he could choose something as a gift. Raoul was taken to the library and told that all the books were at his disposal. Our hero noted that it was an amazing place. At first glance, it is not clear that this is a real treasure, because it contains an innumerable amount of skills. Our hero was offered to purchase a B-rank skill book called Piercing Thunder. The young man glanced around the library and thought it was impressive in scale. Just looking at all these books could fill one with profound wisdom. Raoul thought that he might never return here again. He couldn't miss the opportunity to find that very book he was looking for. The young man noticed a book that emitted a dim light. It was a study of ancient rituals, spells, and methods of mental cultivation. Raoul Ashton realized that he was holding The Art of Meditation by Quercus. The owner of this skill is able to purify the soul even in everyday life by establishing a connection with nature or honing their skills using spatial imagination. Raoul thought that only an S-rank psychokinetic could master the skills in this book. He had finally found it. In his past life, B-rank meditation skills did not prevent our hero from reaching the top of the Connect ranking. But he lacked spiritual strength, so he was quickly knocked off his pedestal. While the protagonist was looking for a way to increase it, guilds and other rankers had already taken all the skill books. They were always difficult to find, and even if you were lucky enough to find one, the book would disappoint you with its meager content. Soon, everyone recognized The Art of Meditation by Quercus. A fire mage from Japan named Sakata Shigehisa said that the mayors of the starting cities kept copies of the S rank in their mansions, one of which our hero found in the Mira library. Another protagonist found one in the city of Ignet, but the magic spells described in it were useless to him. Raoul thought that this time everything would be different. His spiritual power would not run out, because he had accumulated enough energy to study the art of meditation. At first, the effect of his extrasensory abilities would be very small, but gradually, the higher his level of mastery, the greater his power and rank would be. A certain amount of spiritual power would greatly simplify the task. If the protagonist reached the same level of mastery as in his previous life before the war with the Empire, victory would definitely be his. The young man thought that this day would go down in history. As a gift from Mayor Ronaldo, our hero chose a mana ring. Although there were plenty of similar ones in Ashton County, our hero decided to customize it. The young man completed all 70 tasks in one night, studied all the skill books up to C rank, and tried out all the rare items. In just 1 month, the protagonist's physical characteristics exceeded the threshold of 65 points. Even his mana and spiritual power reached 70 points. Now the young man can be considered an experienced player. The stats of top-tier swordsmen and psychokinetics reach 90 points. In his past life, our hero achieved the same results in terms of willpower and perception. And now, he was going to score them on all characteristics, and perhaps become the first player in history to reach 100 points. The protagonist was reborn, retaining his previous inventory. He also managed to unlock the skill index, and now he could activate the regnator. In the case of the skill index, the young man was tasked with breaking the seal, but to do so, he had to complete 50 more tasks related to skill slots. However, with the Regnator, everything is different. Even the current power seems insurmountable. Raoul Ashton unlocked a special characteristic called Keen Eye. This effect allows him to see the situation through the eyes of the developer and steal information from the system. Thanks to this, he can see the status of non-player characters and track the flow of mana. The young man received a new task. He must obtain fragments of a magic stone. If he follows the familiar path, he will constantly encounter the Empire's warriors, because they are also searching for fragments of the magic stone. He must find a way to avoid crossing paths with them. Raoul understood that this was not necessary now, since he was both a player and a resident of Connect. He decides for himself how to construct the scenario and what task to perform next. Our hero no longer wanted to dance to the system's tune. If his goals did not coincide with its plot, he would follow his desires, even if they conflicted with the tasks and scenario. The next day came. The assistant looked into the office and asked if the young master was there. Bernard said that Miss Nikki had regained consciousness. Her sister requested a meeting with Mr. Raoul. Our hero replied that he would be happy to meet with the girls. Nakia thanked our hero again and asked how she could repay him for his kindness. Raoul told Nakia not to worry and to take care of her sister until she was back on her feet. Raoul thought it would be a good idea to check her status. Nikki thanked our hero for saving her. Nakia warned that her sister was a little shy. He understood. Our hero thought that Nikki was clearly unwell. The protagonist looked into Nikki's eyes and was surprised. Could it be that the others didn't see anything? To be sure, the young man decided to use his keen eye. Raoul Ashton said again that this couldn't be. He thought Nikki was an ordinary person. However, the girl had SS rank potential. Her illness was suppressing her abilities. But what if she were cured and her abilities returned to their previous state? It was frightening to imagine how powerful she would become in the future. Nikia looked at our hero and asked, "Is something wrong?" Raoul replied, "Everything is fine." However, he needed more information. After a while, the protagonist gathered all the necessary information. He thought that they would soon leave Mira. Now Mira is the safest place on the continent. Construction was complete, and the guild house opened its doors to its first guests. Many townspeople decided to thank our hero for saving their lives and offered their help. Among them were talented craftsmen, so the success of the work was almost guaranteed. All that remained was to resolve the issue with Nakia. The girl said that her sister was feeling much better. Nakia thanked Raoul for inviting the priests. In reality, things were different. Nikki was still unwell. Divine power alone was not enough here. Nakia heard that Mr. Raoul Ashton was leaving today, but she didn't have time to thank him properly. Raoul said that they had stayed longer than planned and were now in a hurry. Nakia asked how she could be of help. She was sure that Raoul had not helped her and her sister for no reason. The girl really wanted to help, but she was afraid that Raoul would turn out to be like most of the noble aristocrats she had encountered before. The world is full of greedy people, and first impressions can be deceiving. However, she didn't want to disappoint Raoul. The protagonist told Nakia not to worry about unnecessary things. Raoul handed her some papers and told Nakia to read them. Among the papers was a letter of pardon. All sins and charges against Nakia had been dropped. The girl asked how Raoul had managed to achieve this. The protagonist replied that money could work wonders. This document forgave all the mistakes that had been made. Raoul had to spend a considerable amount of money to obtain the Alliance's permission, but it was nothing compared to Nakia's value. The girl had suffered from a ban on using mana for 5 whole years. She thought she was stuck in this trap forever. Raoul solved all her problems in no time. How could he be compared to others? The protagonist asked how Nakia had been banned from using mana. The girl replied that she had left home when she was still young. Her mentor saw her talent and helped her join the Alchemists Association. Even as a young girl, she became famous as a gifted alchemist and mastered the 3rd circle of magic by the age of 13. Nakia said that her hometown had been struck by an epidemic, a disaster that had struck suddenly. During that time, she lost her family. When she got home, only Nikki was waiting for her. She took her sister with her, but the misfortunes did not end there. When Nikki turned 6, she was diagnosed with an incurable disease. Perhaps Nakia was to blame for constantly working with dangerous substances. Nakia spent 2 years searching for a cure. At 18, she reached the 5th circle of magic. But it no longer mattered. When the danger to Nikki became critical, her sister broke the taboo and used alchemy on a human. With the help of substances stolen from the association, she kept Nikki alive. However, Nakia could not feed her sister medicine indefinitely. Without it, she would immediately lose consciousness. Soon their deception was revealed, and Nakia was expelled from the association and banned. The girl added that after some time wandering, they came to Miru. It was safe here, and with God's blessing, Nikki was getting better. But upon learning about the ban on Mana and her sister's illness, not all the townspeople accepted them. Raoul said that the girls had been through a lot. He offered Nakia a mixture and told her to drink it. It should set her free. Nakia drank the contents of the bottle and felt changes in her body. The girl felt at peace again, as if the past 5 years had never happened. How she had missed this feeling. Now Nakia understood how she could repay Raoul. She declared that she would serve Sir Raoul faithfully and look forward to him saving and making other people happy. The protagonist accepted this devotion and promised not to forget her words. Raoul said he was giving her these papers. These were notes on Mona Filaria, which should help Nikki. They were the works of the great alchemist, who had already left this world. However, a fragment was missing, so they would have to work on them. Now Nakia can create the perfect medicine for her sister. This will be her first task. The girl declared that she would create the best medicine in the whole world. Nakia once again thought that she would serve faithfully until the end of her days. After Nakia left, the protagonist noted that he was not used to such conversations, but he would have to get used to them. It was necessary to find common ground with the inhabitants of the Connect. Raoul thought that today was a big day. For the first time, he had put a lot of effort into getting a new member to join the first guild. This alchemist would leave her mark on history. Nakia would create a cure because she herself was the great alchemist who had left this world. In the past, she had fought an incurable disease called Mana Filaria. After extensive research, she finally created a cure, but at the cost of many lives. Now it didn't matter. Raoul was lucky that the information about Nakia's medicine had been preserved in the connection. He deliberately gave her incomplete records so that she would develop her skills. When his sister recovers, the burden on Nakia's shoulders will be lifted. If she fails to make the medicine in time, she will have to return the missing fragment. The protagonist thought that his mission in Mir was over. It was time to move on to the next destination. This was the capital of the Kingdom of Reuben, also known as the Tomb of the Sword, the large and populous city of Turim. He was looking forward to seeing this city. After a while, the hero announced that they had arrived. Jake noted that everything was different in the capital. For Ashton County, entry into the city was without queue, so they simply had to proceed forward. Most of the members of the first guild remained in Mir. Our hero was surprised. Why was no one meeting them at the entrance to the city? Raoul asked if Bernard had sent a message about the visit. The servant confirmed this. Bernard suggested that there had been a mistake. He would go to the estate and bring an escort. Raoul said they would go together. Bernard asked passers-by where the Ashton County estate was located. The passers-by replied that they did not know. The man asked if the place belonged to one of the kingdom's 5 military families. He wasn't sure if they had their own opinion, but suggested looking in the Noble District. In the Noble District, they explained that there was no Ashton County estate there, so they could not let the young man pass. Raoul understood that his family was not particularly popular, but to this extent, it was surprising. Jake said that the warriors of Ashton County risked their lives fighting monsters, but here it was as if no one had heard of them. The young man thought that the townspeople were unaware of his family's influence. The capital was far away, and the Earl of Ashton rarely visited here. But why had no one heard of the name Ashton? There must be a huge estate somewhere around here, where nobles and members of royal families stay. Raoul told Bernard to visit the information bureau and find out the address of the Ashton estate. The guard said that it was the address of Baron Gendar. Mr. Gendar had been living there for about 10 years. Bernard reported that Baron Gendar, 50 years old, is a distant relative of Raoul and is responsible for foreign affairs. Raoul decided to see the estate with his own eyes and ordered to be taken there. At the estate, Bernard announced, "The younger son of the Earl of Ashton, Sir Raoul, has arrived. They would like to meet with the ministers of foreign affairs." The guards demanded to see the invitation. Philip asked what invitation they were referring to. The guard replied that it was an invitation to a celebration. Raoul Ashton was surprised. What celebration was he talking about? Jake grabbed the guard and demanded an explanation. "How dare you not let the master in? Bring the Baron here immediately." The guards raised the alarm, and intruders appeared at the gate. The captain of the guards ordered, "Don't move, you people." "What is this commotion? Who are they?" The horseman introduced himself. "My name is Philip. I am the Supreme Knight of the Order of the Golden Bear of Ashton County. Where is Baron Gender now? The captain was surprised. Why did he need the Lord? The captain realized that he had heard the county of Ashton. He apologized, explaining that he had been warned too late. Baron Gendar would be notified. An order was given to immediately escort the guests to the reception hall. Raoul did not understand what was happening. The young man thought that the rumors were true. The estate was indeed huge, and it would take time to walk around all the grounds. He saw the main building of Ashton County, where only immediate family members were allowed to enter. Why was music coming from there? Why was the front courtyard crowded with strangers? Jake also wondered. What kind of celebration was this, and what was the occasion? The guard replied, "Today is the birthday of Aaron, the youngest son of Baron Gender. Celebrations are a common occurrence here." A man appeared at the door and said he had been waiting for them for a long time. Is that young man Raoul? He's grown a lot. Raoul thought that Baron Gender seemed strong, but he was not even close to being an expert. Now it was clear why people did not take Ashton County seriously. Raoul understood why his father had entrusted him with foreign affairs, but he himself had no intention of participating. The Baron even looked down on him. He was surprised. Did people here know who he was? Gender said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Raoul had probably forgotten, although he was actually his uncle, his father's brother. Raoul admitted that no one had ever mentioned the Baron in such a way. Gender praised the young man for his intelligence, and explained that the Ashton family tree was complicated, so it was easier to call him uncle. Raoul didn't want to be used for someone else's interests, and asked Bernard to explain everything in plain language. Bernard explained that Baron Gender was the third cousin of the Earl of Ashton. The assistant added that Raoul's third cousin held the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Baron was indignant. How dare he? Didn't his father teach him to respect his elders? Raoul suggested that the Baron was either on good terms with his father, or was simply mocking him. Raoul asked Philip who else besides direct descendants could address him informally. Philip replied, only his lordship's younger brother, Viscount Austin. Rules serve to show respect and designate hierarchy. Raoul added that when the Count's children reach adulthood, they inherit the title of Viscount and part of the land. He now owns land and a population of 10,000. Why does his third cousin, whom he is meeting for the first time, put himself above him? Baron Gendar softened his tone and apologized for his mistake. He had forgotten that Raoul was an adult and would now treat him with respect. Raoul was curious about what was going on here. Philip asked why the Baron had not sent an escort for Raoul, even though they had been notified of his visit. The Baron replied that sending the carriage was a mistake. Today was hectic, and it was impossible to keep track of everything. Raoul asked why the Baron was celebrating his birthday in the main building of Ashton County. The Baron explained that in order to show the family's status, it was necessary to hold a big celebration. This was important in the context of international relations. Pierce handed him a piece of paper and said he had found it in the courtyard. Raoul noted that the invitation had nothing to do with Ashton County, only the surname and coat of arms of the Gender family. The Baron said that it was a formal reception on behalf of the county. Raoul read, Venue, Baron Gender's estate. The celebration is taking place in the main building of Ashton County. The Baron repeated that the invitation should not be taken too seriously. The young master is acting outside his authority and is not at home. Raoul was surprised. Is everything really all right? The Baron replied that according to ancient tradition, the celebration is always held in the main building when it is empty. Raoul thought that the Baron's words made sense. Other representatives of the nobility could only be in the mansion with the permission of the Earl of Ashton. The young man said that as a trusted representative temporarily acting on behalf of His Excellency, he ordered the celebration to be ended within an hour, and a report on the funds allocated for the event to be provided. Gendar was indignant. This is ridiculous. Who gave Raoul the right to give orders here? Raoul thought that his father had probably anticipated this outcome. Raoul asked if this meant that the Baron was refusing to carry out the order. Perhaps it would be better to take care of his family rather than his guests? Perhaps he should go and inform them himself. The Baron said he would do everything himself, but Raoul would regret it. The young man thought that the worst thing that could happen was if his father reported him. Where did the Baron get so much confidence and fearlessness? No evidence of the fall of Ashton County had been found, but Raoul decided that he might find it here. The hero was surprised. Instead of the main building, they were given a wing. The servant explained that the main building was too crowded, so the Baron had ordered a separate place to be prepared. Raoul turned his horse around. He would live only in the Ashton County mansion and ordered them to follow him. Raoul, Philip, and Jake entered the main building. The young man was surprised. The Baron had settled his entire family in the 3-story mansion, where only the Count and his relatives had the right to reside. Raoul wondered how the Baron would explain this. Would he claim that he was using the study and the main building according to tradition? Gender replied that these were temporary measures. The Ashton family rarely visited, so it was wasteful to keep the house empty. Raoul ordered everyone to leave the building immediately. Jake grabbed his sword. Raoul said that if the mansion was not vacated today, he would disregard family ties and behead everyone. Raoul declared that from that moment on, he was relieving Baron Gender of his duties as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Raoul added that if the Baron wished to raise objections, he could bring documents tomorrow confirming that he was performing his duties to the fullest extent. Our hero looked out the window at the departing Baron and thought that he had dealt with the matter. Now he needed to find some information. The young man was afraid that, given the condition of the estate, it had long since been disposed of, but it turned out that this was not the case. All documents related to management and finances were in the office. The Baron must have been sure that the truth would not be found. However, in his previous life, our hero had studied business administration and worked for a trading company. Bernard was an expert in everything related to estate management. Philip reported that the Baron and his family had left the building. The knight added that they had calmly gathered their essentials and left. Rule suggested that they thought they would return soon and live here as if nothing had happened. Philip asked if the young gentleman was sure about his decision. Maybe they shouldn't have rushed into it. Raoul replied that it was necessary to get rid of rotten people quickly and not miss the moment while they were still looking down on them. The protagonist thought that a branch of the First Guild would fit in perfectly here. And if he sets the rules in his house, he will not allow any scoundrels to contradict him. Pierre said that Baron Gender was under someone's protection. Something bad was coming. Raoul said that one should simply believe in the power of Ashton County. Jake told his colleagues to finish their serious conversations and go with him to inspect the estate. Mr. Raoul says there is no need to worry. Rule added that now they need to get some rest, because tomorrow they have great things to do. Everyone except Bernard can be free. Rule asked Bernard if he knew what they were looking for. Bernard said he could be relied upon. The next day arrived. Raoul Ashton conducted training using magic swords. Bernard cautiously watched the young master and parried his attacks. Our hero said that progress was evident. He did not think that Bernard would learn to wield 2 swords at once so quickly. Raoul thought that it had been a month and a half since Bernard discovered his psychic abilities with the help of a skill book. Given his success, it was safe to say that he had great talent. It is usually difficult for wind mages to achieve perfection in weapon control. At this rate, he would reach the expert level in about 6 months and become one of the most gifted mediums. Raoul said that now it was time to move on to martial arts. Bernard's power is not only measured by his superhuman strength. The easiest and most effective way to raise your skill level at the beginning of your journey is to apply several skills at once. Bernard, using his psychic abilities, said that they seemed to have guests. Rule thought that the wind mage was able to pick up information from a great distance. The young man said that they should greet the guests properly. Bernard asked if he should bring what the master had prepared the day before. Raoul replied that Bernard should bring everything. Raoul intended to receive a reward for his hard work. Bernard thought that the young master's expression did not bode well. The Baron would have a hard time if he stood in his way. Jake was surprised. Was there some kind of treasure buried here? Otherwise, why would so many people have gathered? Baron Gender stood in the center of the inner courtyard. Some of the knights exuded tremendous energy. The outer courtyard was filled with warriors. Jake doubted that the young master could handle them alone. The knight hoped that his master knew what to do. Braun believed that everything was going according to plan. In Raoul's absence, all issues must be resolved, and then he will be able to take office. The Ashton family's blood relatives living in the capital, having learned of what had happened, could not remain on the sidelines. The Baron thought that by expelling him from the estate and depriving him of his position as minister, Raoul had created problems not only for him, but for others as well. After all, they also held banquets at the expense of the county budget, and even received payment for managing the estate through his pocket. Having lost such a lucrative source of income, they would not remain silent. The Baron thought it was his mistake to organize the celebration in his own name and use the Count's office, but his relatives were unaware of this. Surely this boy only knows how to pretend to be a noble aristocrat, but in reality has no idea what he has gotten himself into. The Baron did not understand why his brother had made his son his representative. But he would not miss this opportunity. Raoul Ashton came out to the guests, accompanied by his knights. The young man was determined. Our hero smiled and said that he did not expect to see so many guests today. Could it be that everyone present was concerned about the rights to the estate? The Baron confirmed that they had all gathered here to express their outrage at Raoul's unreasonable behavior. Perhaps it was time to clear up this misunderstanding and apologize? Raoul Ashton asked if Baron Gender was speaking on behalf of everyone. If so, he was ready to figure out who was right and who was wrong. Gender said that for many decades, blood relatives living in the capital had managed the estate, succeeding one another. This was done so that some boy from the main family would not come and cause disorder. Those present considered it rash of His Excellency to grant authority to a child and also to cut funding. What was the Count thinking? Raoul thought that he should be heard so that he could explain what Baron Gender was guilty of. Raoul thought that the consequences could be much more serious than previously thought. 5 influential families had gathered here. The first were the blood relatives of the Ashton County. They took part in the meeting without hesitation. The second were scouts from the Cranon Empire's Guild of Trackers. Their appearance was logical. The Empire was behind any conflicts occurring on the continent. Our hero did not expect to see the third group here. The Delamian Knights are one of the 5 most influential families in the Brennan Republic. Among the knights was Graham, a sword expert nicknamed the Red Executioner. Next to him were several other sword experts. Our hero did not know why representatives of a much more powerful family had appeared here. The Knights of the Viscount of Randall were also present. What did the 4th young master of the Viscount of Randall, whose appearance alone was a reason to start a war, need at this meeting? Perhaps he wanted revenge for the incident in Mir, but he would not act openly. The traitors of the Ashton family, the culprits of this chaos, were also present. Everyone is ready to take the reins when something goes wrong. Among those present was Titus, a sword expert, the eldest son of Viscount Jaden, our hero's cousin. Count Melvin Ashton had 2 brothers, the elder Jaden and the younger Austin. Melvin was the most talented, but according to the right of primogeniture, the position of Count was to pass to Jaden. Jaden was an arrogant and cruel man. He either maimed or destroyed anyone who annoyed him. One day, Melvin reached the level of expert in sword mastery, increasing his chances of becoming Count. Jaden realized that his brother was surpassing him and became jealous. Jaden planned to assassinate Melvin, but his plot was uncovered before he could carry it out. After that, Jaden was stripped of all his privileges. The time came, and Melvin became a Count. Jaden still received the title of Viscount and a large piece of land. However, this man could not accept defeat. As a result, he sold his assets to his rival, Marquis McNeil, gathered his supporters, and left the kingdom. This story took place 15 years ago, when Raoul Ashton was born. The appearance of Viscount Jaden's son makes it clear whose side Baron Gender is on. The incident that led to the breakdown in relations with Viscount Jaden did not affect the others present in any way. They probably hoped to get rid of the Count by taking his estate for themselves. In a previous life, the Ashton estate was divided into many factions and then collapsed completely. Perhaps they made a wise choice. However, Raoul Ashton was now present. He would make it clear to those present that they had made a big mistake. Knowing the whole picture, Raoul could make the first move. Philip banged on the shield and got everyone's attention. Our hero said that he had heard enough complaints. Now it was his turn to speak. The young man told Bernard and Pierce to hand out the books. Each of those present received 1 copy. It was a report on management and financial operations relating to the estate of Count Ashton. It contained evidence and materials from the investigation into the case of Baron Gender, who was suspected of embezzlement and misappropriation of funds. Everyone present was surprised. Baron Gender was outraged and very angry. Gender claimed that it was untrue and forged. Those present agreed that it appeared to be official data, but it was difficult to believe. Could the young Count have arrived only yesterday and managed to gather all the information in one night? Raoul suggested that those present were now ready to talk seriously. According to the documents, there were currently 200 people on the estate receiving free training to become knights. Where were they? Gender said that they had taken their equipment and fled. Raoul asked if they were all from other cities. It was strange that the Baron was recruiting students from outside Turim, even though the purpose of the free classes was to spread his influence in the capital. Jandar repeated that they had run away, and then he decides who to take as students. Raoul said he would continue the investigation and check the addresses of each of the students listed in this book. It is also said that the Baron gave 100 golden swords to another Baron as a gift. However, according to the report, 10 of them turned out to be fakes. The Baron also recruited 100 S-rank warriors. Where are they? Only 20 F-rank knights are present. Moreover, banquets are constantly held in the main building of the estate in honor of the birthday of the Baron's son or his wife, hunting ceremonies, and so on. Our hero did not understand how all this related to the costs of managing the estate. The entire list simply amazed and surprised the young gentleman. It took him a whole night to obtain this information. When our hero discovered that some of the documents were forged, he had to sneak into the Baron's house. There, thanks to Pierce's ability to analyze information and his research skills, they found the real account book. After that, Bernard set about organizing the report book. Finally, our hero used his copying skills and made dozens of similar books in A4 format. This was necessary in order to open the eyes of everyone present to Baron Gender's machinations. Raoul said that he had provided everyone with evidence that more than half of the funds had been embezzled by Baron Gender. Were there any objections to the Baron's dismissal from the post of minister? Jandar said that it was amazing. He was simply stunned. How long had Raoul been preparing all this? Who would have thought that his nephew was such a terrible person? The Baron said that he had never seen such a thoroughly prepared report in his life. A formal investigation usually takes a maximum of 3 pages, but here there were 30. The Baron continued that his nephew claims to have done this work in 1 day, but that is simply impossible. He must have planned everything long before his arrival. First he deprived him of his post as minister, and now he will put a spoke in the wheel of everyone else. Those present declared that this smacked of political conspiracy. The young man was trying to save budget resources. Would the Count really stop supporting other families? The Baron gave the order, and Jackson handed over the list of their demands. If Raoul Ashton signs it and leaves the capital, he will be forgiven for this offensive behavior. Raoul asked Jake to read the document aloud. Jake said, "First, to transfer ownership of the estate to Baron Gender and his family members. Second, the right to manage the estate, including its administration, will be determined by members of the Ashton family living in the capital. Third, to lift the ban on learning the art of sword fighting for members of the collateral line of the family." Jake was outraged. They were throwing a feast here with money earned from hunting monsters, and then they were making demands. Gender was outraged that the knight was being insolent to them. Jake got angry and said that these people would never see the estate. He had never heard such insolence before. The Baron drew his sword and said that his patience had run out. Raoul had crossed the line. Everyone present drew their swords, and the situation became tense. Our hero told Jake to calm down. Gender was surprised. He pointed his sword at the young man, but he didn't even blink. He couldn't intimidate him. Raoul is surrounded by the 3 best knights of the Order of the Golden Bear. There is not the slightest chance against them. The Baron said that Raoul's knight had insulted them. If he did not apologize immediately and execute the knight, they would consider it an insult as well. To avoid bloodshed, Raoul had to do it immediately. Our hero said that Sir Jake had only stated the facts. The young man added that, judging by those around him, there was no hope for a peaceful settlement. Raoul Ashton drew his sword from its sheath and said that Baron Gender was much more treacherous than expected. The young man added that the Baron knew that he would never sign such demands. Our hero wondered what the Baron really wanted. Baron Gender had heard that the Count's youngest son was the weakest and most talentless. He had no intention of giving in to this young man. The Baron said that Raoul would not be able to outsmart them. He would not leave this place until he signed the agreement. Those present told Raoul Ashton to think carefully about his actions. Our hero said that Gender had dug his own grave. Did the Baron realize that his actions could be seen as a declaration of war on the county? Those present told the Baron that this was not what they had agreed upon. Was the Baron really going to go against the county? They no longer wanted to be involved in this. Gender said that it was too late to back out, now that they were all in the same boat. Did they really think they still had a chance of the Count forgiving them? Raoul suggested ending the discussion. What would Baron Gender do next? He was not going to sign the papers. The Baron said that the young man did not understand the essence of what was happening. Hundreds of knights and guards were waiting for his signal. Would Raoul's men be able to deal with them? Gender believed that he had an ace up his sleeve that even the Order of the Golden Bear could not handle. As our hero thought, the others are just watching, afraid to do anything. In that case, no one will stop him. Raoul told the Baron that he didn't care. Gender thought that Raoul was a very confident young man. Was he really not afraid of knights armed to the teeth? He saved his secret weapon for the most extreme case. With its help, he would definitely start a war. The Baron thought he had no other choice. Who could have known that this young man was not a weakling? Gender said that Raoul had insulted him by providing false documents and humiliated him in front of all these people. He calls for justice. The Baron demanded that Raoul Ashton perform a blood sign. This meant a challenge to a duel, which could only be issued once in a lifetime. It was the only way to fight a member of the higher nobility. Was the Baron really prepared to go that far? Against his own nephew? He had gone too far. Raoul wondered why he should accept this challenge. The Baron said it was a final act of mercy. Better that than to take his seal by force. Our hero was surprised. Did Gender really think he could take it in a fair fight? Would that really be much more noble? Gender said that if Raoul refused, he would have to use force. The Baron thought that the young man could hide behind arrogance as much as he wanted, but he knew the answer to his proposal. Raoul asked what the conditions would be. Would Gender not be the duelist? The Baron said, 3 participants representing the interests of each family. A one-on-one battle. The winner would be the one whose duelist lasted the longest. Only direct relatives would be allowed to participate. Philip said he objected. Only Sir Raoul was representing the Ashton family. It wasn't fair. The Baron replied that there were many representatives of the Ashton family present in the hall. If anyone supported Raoul in this dispute, they could take his side. Raoul asked about the terms of the bet. If he loses, will he sign the papers? But what is the Baron betting? Gender asked, does it matter? What does Raoul want from him? The young man said that if it is a fair duel, then the stakes must be fair too. Raoul declared that if he won, he would confiscate the houses of everyone whose signature was on the accounting documents. Our hero added, if his opponents did not agree, there would be no duel. The Baron thought that with such antics, the young man would turn everyone against the Ashton family. That suited him fine. The main thing was to force the young man to comply with his demands. Jandar said he agreed. Would Raoul accept this challenge? Philip said it was a bad deal. There were other ways to get what he wanted. Raoul thought Philip was right, but he had already decided to accept the challenge and had even received a new assignment. Therefore, there was no turning back. According to the assignment, our hero must win the duel alone. Raoul asked Philip if he really thought he wouldn't win. Philip suggested that unforeseen circumstances could arise. Our hero said that if Philip thought the duel was getting out of hand, he could intervene and stop it. The duel was being staged for entertainment. In any case, they would not admit defeat and would refuse to comply with the terms. Raoul Ashton said he accepted the challenge. A second was needed to ensure that the Baron kept his word when he was defeated. Gendar said that a special guest would be the second. The Baron asked one of those present to take the place of the second. The man replied that it would be a great honor for him. Those present looked around. Who could it be? The Baron said that this man was known for his excellent sword skills. He was a prominent figure, a rising star in the kingdom of Reuben. Everyone saw that it was Raphael Rendell, the 4th son of Viscount Rendell. Jake said that he was an enemy scoundrel and asked what he was doing here. Raphael suggested that everyone remain calm. He had not intended to come, but it would have been rude to decline the invitation. He was here to greet Sir Raoul. He had not expected such a tragic event to occur. Raoul expressed his hope that Raphael Rendell would judge the duel impartially. Raphael confirmed this. The second asked all participants to come to the center of the hall. Raoul Ashton found himself alone. He knew that no one would dare to support the Ashton family. That meant he wouldn't have to deal with the scum. The time for the first match had come, and our hero's first opponent was the 3rd son of the Gender family, Aaron. Aaron thought that this boy had ruined his holiday. He was the weak link in the Ashton family. Raoul had become too cocky after winning the tournament. He needed to be knocked down a peg. Aaron swung his arm and shouted that Raoul's end had come. The duel did not last long. Raphael announced that Raoul was the winner. Baron Gendar didn't even notice when his son lost. Aaron let his guard down for nothing. He missed his chance to restore his family's honor. Raphael asked if the participants were ready for the next duel. Baron Kespi, one of the best swordsmen in the capital, was next to enter the arena. This fight promised to be exciting. He was the second representative of the Gender family. During the battle, Kespi noted that his opponent had good technique. His movements were confident, his reflexes quick. Now it was clear why Aaron had been knocked out with a single blow. Baron Kespi thought that this boy had incredible sword skills, even though he was 20 years younger than him. Kespi activated Bear Strike. Raoul blocked the blow and remained standing. The protagonist thought it was a pathetic parody of his family's technique. What was his opponent thinking using this technique now? Now, our hero could easily block the sword filled with mana. Capped was surprised when Raoul fought back. Was he really familiar with this sword technique? Baron Capped attacked his opponent again, and said that the young man would definitely not be able to withstand it. Raoul thought that his opponent had learned new techniques in the capital and was now trying to use them in the fight. They were, of course, much more powerful. Those present said that the boy did not have enough combat experience and would not last long. Raoul found this amusing. Were these the words of losers with inferiority complexes who had left their hometowns for life in the capital? They were just jealous. Raoul thought that his family had strong personalities with many virtues who had gone to Turim in pursuit of a big dream. But these honorable aristocrats chose a different path. They refused the Count's support and built their own families. Raoul said that if his rival had delved deeper into studying the Ashton family's techniques, instead of spreading himself too thin, he would have achieved much more. Capped was indignant. Who was this boy to teach him? Wasn't he being too presumptuous? Did he really think he could defeat someone who had 15 years of experience with the bear strike? His opponent used the Stormwolf strike. However, our hero was not afraid at all. The spectators thought that Capped's service in the guard had not been in vain. This time, he would definitely win. Raoul said that it was not important what skills a warrior had been taught, but how masterfully he wielded them. Capped said that Raoul would not be able to defeat him with the basic sword form. Capped prepared to block his opponent's blow, but something incredible happened. In a split second, Raoul changed the trajectory of his blade. Was this the fifth form of the bear strike technique, piercing charge? Or the eighth form, horizontal slash? Had his opponent now used the third form, fiery whirlwind? How did this boy know the sixth form, vertical slash? Capped didn't understand anything. His opponent was changing from one form to another very quickly. It was simply impossible to keep up with him. Capped did not believe that such a fusion of forms of a single technique was possible. Sword technique consists of several forms. They are a combination of basic styles, such as horizontal slash, vertical slash, and piercing strike. Therefore, when using sword technique, they are often changed, creating various combinations. However, Raoul's movements were too unpredictable, and in a short period of time, he changed forms at lightning speed without losing any quality. Who knew that such a gifted offspring was growing up in the Ashton family? Raoul said that a simple combination of forms could achieve a lot. Did his opponent understand that this technique had enormous power? The judge announced that Raoul had won. He understood that sharp eyesight, quick reflexes, and the ability to assess the situation were what was needed. Sword skills were irrelevant. Those present were frightened because Baron Capped had been defeated. Events took an unexpected turn. Baron Gender believed that there was nothing to worry about. After all, he was just a boy who had recently taken up the sword. Those present believed that Raoul had no chance of defeating the third participant. Raphael told those present to welcome another duelist. Raphael wanted to see the weaklings of Ashton County eat dust as soon as possible. He would have thoroughly enjoyed seeing the boy defeated, but in reality, he didn't care about the outcome of the duel. Another participant said it was his turn to go. Raphael thought it was Dave, Baron Gender's son. They say he's not one to shy away from a fight. Raphael mentally wished Raoul a painful defeat. The start of the third match was announced. The spectators wanted Dave to crush his opponent. Raoul did not expect them to put forward a really serious opponent. Dave said he wouldn't repeat himself twice. It would be better if Raoul surrendered peacefully. Otherwise, he would have to cut him into small pieces with this sword. Those present looked at the white blade, sparkling with the purest mana. Raoul had no chance. A sword expert was on a completely different level. Our hero told his opponent to shut up and suggested that he attack. Dave told Raoul not to hold back and go on the offensive. The protagonist parried the attack and asked if that was all Dave was capable of. What happened to his magnificent attacks? Raoul suggested that his opponent's sword had a mana-enhancing effect. Our hero was curious to see how long it would last. As expected, the mana gradually began to dissipate. Dave swung again. Would Raoul continue to block his attacks? Raoul was surprised. Had his opponent broken his sword? When a swordsman with average mana levels clashes with an expert, the former's sword is destroyed. Apparently, his opponent had a fake mana blade. Raoul decided it was time to wrap things up. Our hero declared that the cheater had lost and called him an imperial dog. Raoul struck his opponent's blade once more, and Dave's sword was completely destroyed. The young man did not lose his composure and deactivated Dave with a punch to the jaw. Dave couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the floor. Raoul called out to the second. Raphael acknowledged that Raoul was once again the winner. The hero said that it was very unfortunate, because he really liked that sword. Philip and Pierce said it was a good job. Raoul said it was very easy. Our hero told Philip to detain his last opponent when it was all over. It seems he has an imperial stigma on his body. Philip also found Dave's behavior strange. Pierce brought the gentleman a new sword. Raoul took the new sword in his hands and asked what they would do next. Jandar couldn't understand how this was possible. Dave broke the rules of the duel, but that doesn't change the fact that he is a sword expert. That boy should be in his place now. It was Raoul who should be lying unconscious. The Baron called our hero a cheat. He must have pulled some trick behind everyone's back. The results of the duel should be annulled. Jandar thought, is he doomed? The Baron decided that his last chance was to enlist the support of the Jaden or Rendell families. Jandar ordered that the young man's documents be taken away immediately. The Baron said there was no turning back and ordered an attack on Raoul Ashton. Our hero thought this was predictable. He asked his knights if they were ready to have some fun. Jake replied that he was always ready. The servants of the Ashton estate lined up in front of our hero, deciding to support him, and shouted that Raoul Jandar and his men should not approach. Otherwise, they would have to deal with them. The young man thought that this was really unexpected. The servants armed themselves and formed a circle of defense. No one should touch Mr. Raoul. Raoul decided to find out what was going on, and seemed to have stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Jandar said that they had been stabbed in the back. How dare these servants? Was this their gratitude? One of those present claimed that the Baron had taken money that rightfully belonged to them. They hated the county only because they did not know the true traitor. If Sir Raoul had not intervened, they would have remained in slavery forever. These people were personally recommended by Earl Ashton for admission to the Royal Academy. They performed well during the coming-of-age tournament and received a grant. But since the dormitory is closed during the holidays, they had to move here. The cost of living was to be covered by funds allocated to the estate. However, the Baron appropriated them for himself, and even forced the students to work on the farm to save on servant wages. Raoul thought that his father had given power to the wrong person, although the Baron was not always a crook. Jake asked what they were going to do. If they continued in the same vein, they could suffer serious consequences. Raoul said that he would be here soon. The door to the room swung open. A man asked who was brazen enough to block his way. A hulking man with a sword in his hand appeared in the doorway. He asked who dared to wield a sword within the walls of Count Ashton's estate. Jandar realized that this was Mr. Dylan. One of his hands was the size of a normal person. Where did the Count's heir come from? Dylan's knights followed him into the room. Those present had never seen such strength before. This man was the strongest warrior in the kingdom of Reuben. He asked where the boy was. Raoul and Dylan's eyes met. The giant said that he had finally found him. Dylan lifted our hero up like a child and asked how his brother was doing, whether he was being mistreated, and whether he was sleeping and eating well. Dylan noted that Raoul had grown quite a bit over the past 2 months, but it still wasn't enough. He should have muscles like his. Dylan said he had walked the entire way bare-chested. He wanted everyone in the capital to appreciate his muscles. Raoul thought it was very shameful for the Count's successor to walk around the capital without clothes. Dylan noted that it was important to take care of one's health. If Raoul had the same beautiful body, no one would think of raising a sword against him. Dylan asked those present if they were ready to answer for their actions. Dylan and his knights drew their swords. No one was going to contradict them. Raoul thought that the situation would soon be resolved. But why did his brother bring the vice-captain and all the high-ranking knights with him? Jandar, of course, wanted to teach Raoul a lesson, but he understood that it was all over. The Baron saw that Raphael Rendell was trying to escape. The Knights of the Republic of Brennan, who were his secret weapon, turned away. Dylan approached Raphael and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He hadn't changed a bit. What number was he? Raphael replied that he was the 4th. Dylan asked if Raphael still picked on the 3rd and 6th. Raphael replied that it had been 100 years ago. Dylan was surprised. Did Raphael really raise his voice at him? Raphael replied that Dylan had imagined it. Dylan said that from now on, his family's problems were none of Raphael's concern. Or did he want to stay? Raphael said he had things to do at home. Dylan told Raphael to tell his first brother that he was ready to fight him any time. Dylan ordered everyone who was not part of the Ashton family to leave. Those who were waving weapons were to stay. He would have a separate conversation with them. Dylan asked where the document was that they all wanted to sign so badly. That same evening, our hero thanked his brother for agreeing to come. Raoul asked why his brother had mobilized so many people, and who was left to protect his wife and son. Dylan replied that he couldn't come to his brother empty-handed. Raoul said he had contacted his brother late at night. It must have been difficult to organize everything in a hurry and come to the capital. Dylan replied that Raoul knew why he had done so. His father had entrusted him with the seal for a reason. He had to simplify the process a little. Raoul thought Dylan was right. Without his help, it would have been much more difficult to resolve this conflict. And he used the portal and quickly got to the place. Teleporting the entire squad probably cost more than 3,000 gold pieces. Raoul asked what to do with the traitors. There were about 30 of them. Dylan replied that they would not get off so easily and would pay for their sins. Raoul said that his father's brothers were among them. Would the Count take this news calmly? Dylan said that his father had not said anything against it, which meant that this was a chance to get rid of the traitors. They had already gotten away with a lot, and the Ashton family's capital had been significantly reduced thanks to their efforts. Raoul suspected that Dylan was behind everything that was happening. According to the connection, he was a politically active and calculating person. He had both muscle and brains. A strong opponent. Dylan said he wouldn't touch them, he would just cut their funding. Raoul said they had taken too many liberties, so he had to intervene. Dylan called his brother Sweetie because he had written a whole report and defeated everyone in a duel. Raoul replied that he was too old for such tenderness. Tenderness could be left for Libya. Dylan remarked that he would be happy to, but his wife forbids him from touching their daughter. Raoul showed his brother the report on the results of the blood sign. What should be done next? Dylan looked at the report and said that all 27 mansions belonging to those who had demanded that the young man sign the papers now belonged to Raoul. He could do with them as he wished and ask for help if necessary. Raoul was surprised. Did all this really belong to him? He thought that if it was a family matter, they would deal with it together. Dylan said that this was Raoul's reward for winning a fair fight. The mansions rightfully belonged to him. A man must be confident. Dylan added that Raoul was the son of the Ashton family, which meant he should be much more confident. He deserved it. Raoul thanked his brother and said he would try to follow his advice. The young man handed the documents to Dylan and told him to take care of it. He would keep only Baron Gender's house for himself. The value of the papers depended on who disposed of them. Besides, it would be incredibly difficult to sell all the mansions. Dylan said he could be relied upon. He promised that his brother would lose nothing. As a reward, he would teach Raoul something. Dylan said that Raoul would be able to learn the secret of the perfect body. Dylan asked if his brother was already excited, thrilled, and inspired. Raoul replied that he certainly was. Dylan said that his father and Lawrence were also eager to learn this secret. But he would only reveal it to Raoul. Our hero was surprised. Did his brother really have some secret that could build muscle mass? The protagonist was in for a hellish month of training with his brother. Raoul swore he would never train with him again. The day of the academy entrance exam arrived. The young master was wished a safe journey and high results on the entrance exam. Raoul promised not to try too hard. There was no need to give it his all in a children's test. Dylan asked if his brother was sure it was a good idea. Raoul was surprised. Did Dylan really think he would have to sweat? Dylan said there was nothing to worry about. He would wait for his brother after he passed the exam. Our hero wanted to pass the test quickly and leave the academy. Studying was just an excuse to get out of the house. His real goal was something else. Trying to fit in with the group, Raoul thought it would be a waste of energy. He didn't need it. Our hero did not expect it to be so crowded on admission day. Dylan noticed that there were more people than usual in this city, because some of them had postponed their admission. Our hero was curious about the real reason. He couldn't find any information in the connection. Moreover, there is a waiting list consisting of aristocrats who are supposed to enroll this year. Something is clearly wrong here. Raoul didn't expect much from life at the academy, so it hardly mattered. Raoul heard the congratulations and was surprised. After all, Philip said that there would be no applicants from military families this year. Why are there so many of them now? Philip replied that when they left Meru, there was no news. Raoul thought he had spent a whole month training with his brother. Bernard was dealing with estate management issues. The young man asked if Dylan could explain what was going on. Dylan winked and said that his brother would soon find out everything. He must remember not to try too hard on the exams. Raoul asked Jake and Pierce to gather information for him, including about the training ground. Our hero did not even imagine that there would be so many strong applicants this year. Even members of the highest aristocratic circles arrived. Raoul told Philip that he didn't want to compete with his peers. The young man decided that it was not worth worrying about this, and that it was better to focus on carrying out the plan. The solemn initiation ceremony for students began. The speaker sincerely welcomed everyone to the Academy of the Kingdom of Reuben, and added that he would now introduce the professors. Raoul had already studied the staff list, and there was nothing remarkable about it. The first to be introduced was the acting vice-rector of the Academy, as well as the head of the Department of Magic and Management, Alfredo Gray. Raoul thought that this was one of the three wise men of the continent, the supreme magician of the Eighth Circle, Alfredo Gray. But what was he doing here? Alfredo Gray greeted everyone and introduced himself. He was the acting vice-chancellor of the Academy. It was a great honor for him to be invited to such a prestigious institution. Our hero thought that the supreme magician of the Eighth Circle possessed unsurpassed magic of illusions and visions, and also practiced alchemy. What made him come here? Gray loves to wander the world, which is why he is nicknamed the Wandering Sage. Even the Magic Tower has to ask the Information Guild for the whereabouts of their master. Could this man really have taken the position of vice-rector of the Academy? Raoul did not expect to see him so soon. He was supposed to appear during the formation of alliances. Gray said that leadership magic would now be included in the curriculum. They will demonstrate how it works during the entrance exam. The rector of the Academy, Mr. Spence Templeton, said that Gray had mentioned changes to the curriculum. In connection with this, the materials prepared for the entrance exam had also been revised. Raoul thought that the level of preparation required should remain the same. Otherwise, he would have to work hard. The rector added that whoever showed the best results would receive a special reward. Our hero had never heard of a special prize. He believed that the exam was conducted in order to divide applicants into groups. The fencing faculty was divided into 5 groups. Was it worth striving for more? Raoul did not understand what the best student would receive, so he saw no point in standing out. Jake also admitted that there was nothing remarkable about the special prize. However, after learning about the benefits for the student with the highest score, our hero decided to definitely take first place. A personal training room and an entire library are provided. You can't miss such an opportunity. Attending lectures helps improve skill levels, but does not give experience points or rewards. The young man left his father's house and came here to meet one very important person. He would rather spend his time hunting monsters and exploring dungeons than sitting in lectures. However, the availability of equipment for training vision magic changed everything. Even though the summoned monsters were not real, the young man could still earn experience points. The only problem was the cost of using magic. But if it was free, there was nothing to worry about. There were many hidden items in the library. Raoul could obtain hidden quests and skill books with the necessary information. The halls were divided by year, and each one was accessible. Raoul thought it would take him at least 3 years to take advantage of all the Academy had to offer. But now he could save a lot of time, provided he passed the exam with flying colors. Our hero was called out. The man asked if he was a young man from the Ashton family. It was another descendant of the Rendell family. Raoul asked who he was. The man said that it was not for nothing that everyone called the Ashton family creepy and ignorant. Raoul turned around and said he didn't have time to deal with this person. He was leaving. Jake stopped the stranger and said that no matter what family he belonged to, there was a limit to everything. The redhead replied that they should not block his way. Jake said that there was no need to make a scene. The assistant told the young man that there were too many people here. The young man said that this Ashton was constantly getting on his nerves. He needed to be put in his place. Raoul saw some famous people among the students who had come to support their family members. The Duke Marquis Templeton was the best knight in the kingdom. Marquis Clifford is a mid-level axemaster from the 7 Marquis MacNeil, the increasingly popular Viscount of Rendell. The rising star of the Rendell family, Sir Caleb. Many members of these families are already studying here and have a lot of influence. They probably run the entire academy. Jake was sure that his master would defeat everyone here. They would be speechless when Raoul Ashton took first place. Some of those present had come to support the Ashton family, among others. Jake couldn't believe they were standing in the back. He promised to take care of it and wished his master good luck. Our hero decided to look at the rules and the list of first-year students. What were they all doing here? In their previous lives, they had become famous across the continent. This was especially true for Dalton Templeton and James MacNeil. They would reach master level in 10 years. It would not be easy to defeat them. The imminent start of the first test was announced. Everyone was invited to proceed to a small auditorium. Raoul believed that first place would be his. The first test was a written exam. Raoul did not prepare for the written test. because all the necessary information was available in the connection and community systems. The second test was a physical strength test. The applicants were invited to enter the training hall in groups. They had to follow the instructions of the observers. In the training hall, there was a field that limited the flow of mana. The instructor said that it was not even necessary to try to use mana. The physical strength test was conducted without its use. It was necessary to approach one at a time and follow the instructions. In front of the applicants was a force gauge. The database mentioned a strength meter, but there was no mention of a pair. You had to approach and hit the meter. The higher result of the two attempts was recorded. On average, the force of the blow reaches 1,000 to 1,500 units. Raoul looked and determined that this guy's endurance was 43 points and his strength was 50 points. He is among the top 5 in the group. I wonder how he will do. The young man struck a blow. The result was 2,250. The audience shouted that they expected nothing less from McNeil. Raoul thought that this man was the first to break the 2,000 mark. Karao now knew what result he had to achieve. The speaker said that for a kingdom famous for its best knights, their students set a high bar overall. In addition, they had not had such gifted applicants in a single year for a long time. Upon hearing about Mr. Gray, they immediately submitted their documents. Gray said that the physical strength of young men under the age of 20 reaches over 1,000 units. Representatives of the Kingdom of Leslie would surely impress them all. He added that their academy focuses on magic. The professor was curious as to what had prompted Gray to join them. A month ago, the Magic Tower had made it clear that they should not wait for anyone. Gray said he wanted to evaluate the actions of the new magic circle. It sounded as if Gray was going to use the students as test subjects. The professor said it was a great honor to participate in Gray's projects. Gray said he was delighted to be here and see the young talents. He had heard that many of them came from military families. The 13th son of the Rendell family was introduced. The young man's name was Caleb. He was introduced by Viscount Mackenzie Rendell. Seeing the boy's outstanding abilities, his lordship volunteered to train him himself. After that, Caleb asked for permission to enter the academy. Now everyone was eagerly awaiting his performance. Caleb scored 3,500 points. The young man was incredibly talented. It was no wonder that Count Rendell favored him. One of the participants thought that their competitors were several steps ahead of them. They would have to work hard to even the odds. The next participant was announced. Next was James, one of the 7 Marquises of McNeil, grandson of Lord Clifford. Wasn't he the one the Order of Knights wanted to recruit? This young man's talent goes beyond the academy. James scored 3,500 points. It was the highest score among first-year students in the history of the academy. Vice-Chancellor Gray said it was amazing. Even knights barely managed to score 3,000. The next participant was Dalton, the Swordmaster's grandson. This was his first public appearance. Dalton scored 2,900 points. These results were lower than the previous ones. However, the young man struck with one hand from behind his back. The Swordmaster said that he had forced the young man to attend the academy, but the young man was not very happy about it. Those present said that Dalton Bill was not exerting himself. What would happen if he struck with all his strength? It was not for nothing that he was considered the strongest. Someone present suggested taking a break for lunch. The rankings were already clear. Vice-Chancellor Gray expressed confidence that there was one more young man among the members of prominent families. The professor said that this person was not worthy of attention. Rumor has it that he only got into the academy thanks to a letter of recommendation from his father. What's more, he's only 15 years old. Some students don't care about graduating from the academy. They come just to gain experience. However, in the case of a representative of a military family, this is quite a sad situation. Dylan apologized and said he didn't want to interrupt the conversation. Vice-Chancellor Gray said that he was the son of Earl Ashton, a well-mannered and honest young man. They had already spoken a little earlier. Dylan said he was honored that the Vice-Chancellor remembered his name. Gray replied that he couldn't forget such a strong man with a frightening gaze. Dylan noted that he was amused by the old-fashioned reasoning of those present. How could one believe rumors without having an opinion of one's own? It seemed rather egocentric. How could anyone claim that Raoul, who was only 15, had come to the academy just for the experience? Perhaps the reason lay elsewhere. He had enrolled to have fun, because in reality the academy had nothing to teach him. Those present considered this to be insolence. Was Dylan really saying that his brother was capable of leaving his mark on the academy's history? The professor remarked that this was typical of the Ashton family. They only engage in empty talk. Gray asked where the freshman from the Ashton family was. Looking at the screen, the vice-chancellor said that the young man seemed to radiate light. Were they really going to take him? Dylan confirmed that this was his younger brother Raoul, the jewel of the family. The professor added that with such good looks, his lack of sword skills was forgivable. Dylan thought that the old man was right to be so excited. He knew about Raoul's skills after the incident with Baron Gender. Dylan decided that now that the situation had heated up, Raoul had to give it his all. Raoul approached the stand, swung his sword, and struck. The professor said it was excellent. If he could grade students on tests, he would give him the highest mark. The young man almost scored 3,000. If he had shown up a year later, what would his score have been then? Raoul began to prepare for the next strike. He believed that everything was going according to plan. Those present thought that the young man would succeed and score more than 3,000. Age is no obstacle to strength. You need to gather your courage and strike with all your might. That's exactly what Raoul did. He swung and hit with all his might. Dylan said his brother was doing great. The shot was scored at 3,615 points. He exceeded the best result by 3 points. The young man had thought everything through in advance. Raoul thought that everything had gone according to plan. After the test, it was necessary to enter the names of the students whose results exceeded 2,500 points. It was necessary to monitor updates and record the results. Raoul decided that no one should suspect his actions. When he reached the expert level, his physical strength began to grow rapidly. Thanks to his brother's hellish training, it reached 68 points. Now he could easily score 4,000 points on the strength meter. But he had to match the level of the freshman. Therefore, Raoul gathered information while pretending to make an effort. In reality, he used telekinesis to soften the impact. The blow had to hit exactly the right spot, which he calculated using the system's calculator. Raoul decided that until real threats appeared, he should be cautious. Until other players appeared, the young man would hide his true power, especially his superpowers. In his past life, as a ranker, he openly used his power, which led to the guilds analyzing his skills and tracking him down. Then he was forced to hide until he lost his life. Raoul believed he would not repeat this mistake. Lying low, he quietly eliminates his enemies while playing the role of a victim. It was announced that the second test was coming to an end. It was necessary to prepare for the next one. Raoul decided that while there was still time, it would be better to check his status and activated the status window. Next, the applicants faced an obstacle course. Here, strength and agility were required, so it was important to control oneself. Raoul hoped that Dalton and James would give it their all. He also wanted to test his abilities. Being a descendant of the great master of the sword, the Duke Marquis, was a blessing. However, such status implied responsibility. The Duke Marquis never forced his children to learn the art of sword fighting, but they tried not to lose their position. Relatives told the young man not to tarnish his grandfather's honor. As the grandson of the master of the sword, he was obliged to win the tournament. The pressure was heavy for Dalton. His talent obliged him to be the best. Dalton surpassed many of his peers, but he was carefree by nature. Constant competitions drove him crazy, so he decided to enroll in the academy to get rid of boring training. He didn't want to take the test on the first day. He would have preferred to stay home. Why was everyone so excited? Dalton noticed that James had unexpectedly taken second place. Despite all his victories, James was the best opponent he had ever fought. Who could have outshone him? The supervisor told all the applicants to line up and move on to the next test. Dalton guessed that the guy's name was Raoul. He had seen him somewhere before. Dalton called out to Raoul. Raoul asked who he was. Dalton introduced himself. He thought he saw a golden glint in Raoul's eyes. They were on different levels. Raoul said he was leaving if that was all. Dalton stopped him. Dalton guessed that this guy knew who he was. Usually people tried to win his favor by any means necessary, but this was something new. What would Raoul's expression be if he lost? The start of the third test was announced. Raoul thought it would be an easy test. The task was to run as fast as possible, but you had to do it wearing steel armor and avoiding obstacles along the way. Raoul noticed that some applicants had already been disqualified. Raoul thought that the skill level of the other applicants was already low. 100 people couldn't fail the test at the same time. Something was clearly wrong here. After Vice-Chancellor Gray arrived, some changes were made. What was the point of that? Now no one would be able to complete the test. Our hero was curious to see how quickly the other participant would reach the finish line. The young man was also interested in what the next group would show. Dalton thought that his turn would come soon, so it was time to get ready. Too many students were taking the test at the same time, and it was difficult to keep an eye on everyone. But our hero tried to keep everything under control. Raoul was told that all the traps and obstacles were created using illusion magic. However, this does not prevent them from causing real damage, which also affects the results. The time started, and our hero took off. The armor seemed heavy to the young man. It was not easy to move in it. Now he understands why many participants dropped out at the very beginning. However, with his expert level, it will not be difficult for him to pass the obstacle course. The first obstacle was a raging torrent. Raoul thought that it took a lot of mana stones to create such a realistic illusion. Was it all for the sake of an entrance test? He considered it a waste. The second obstacle was forest traps. Our hero successfully overcame them and even understood when new ones were about to appear. Raoul was informed that James and Dalton were moving very quickly. At this rate, they would complete the test in 5 minutes. Raoul told them to continue monitoring and keep him informed of James and Dalton's progress. Ahead was another obstacle, a suspension bridge over a cliff. On the other side of the cliff were cannons firing fireballs. Our hero decided that nothing could stop him. The wind blew, and the bridge began to sway. Raoul began to lose his balance. The cannons began to fire, and fireballs appeared all around. They couldn't be allowed to hit the wooden bridge. The protagonist sprang into action and began to effectively deflect the fireballs with his sword while moving forward. The young man thought that it would be much easier to fight back with a mana blade, but he couldn't draw it yet. Our hero crossed the bridge and made it to the other side of the cliff. He succeeded. The last obstacle was a cave. The protagonist approached it. Raoul thought that it would be much more difficult to dodge traps here. Moreover, they were more dangerous than the others. However, he had to continue. The young man knew that he was heading towards the exit. Another participant defended himself with a shield from the arrows flying at him. The young man thought that he had had enough. What was he doing here anyway? Not only was he forced to enroll in the academy, but now he also had to study with these good-for-nothing people. This applicant had already won a tournament where most of the participants were over 20 years old. He had experience serving in the Capital Guard. Soon, he would become a knight. What was the point of wasting his time here? If it weren't for the Lord's direct order, he wouldn't be here. And then there were the offspring of the Dalton and Ashton families. James thought that his task was undoubtedly more important than the competition. But if he gave them first place, he would look like a complete failure. The applicant couldn't wait for this cave to end. Finally, James broke free. This participant's results were 5 minutes and 12 seconds. The young man decided that he would win. However, new information appeared on the scoreboard. Dalton had completed the course in 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Dalton said emotionlessly that it was a good warm-up. James decided that all his plans had been ruined. Dalton thought he didn't see Raoul. Where was this applicant? James thought that when they were setting up Dalton, he wasn't interested. But what did he care about this Raoul? What was he up to? New information appeared on the scoreboard. Raoul finished in 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Caleb was fourth. Those around him said that Raoul had beaten Dalton again. How did he do it? Raoul thought he had timed it perfectly. James was surprised. How did this kid do it since he wasn't even an expert yet? Dalton thought it was very interesting. Student life would not be very boring. The observing professors noted that Raoul had again scored the highest mark. That meant first place would be his. Vice-Chancellor Gray congratulated Dylan. It was an impressive performance, especially Raoul's movements. It turns out that in Ashton County, they study the techniques of wanderers at such an early age. The Vice-Chancellor believed that, unlike James, Raoul would act more openly. Dylan acknowledged that Raoul was a special boy. He had already mastered more than one skill. In fact, Dylan himself was surprised to see how Raoul navigated the obstacle course. James McNeil tore the traps to pieces. The precise movements of Dalton's long blade resembled the techniques of the Marquis's sword master. In this test, they both resorted to the well-known techniques of their families. Raoul used the great two-handed sword like a true representative of the Ashton family. However, his high-precision movements impressed everyone. But what was most surprising was that Raoul did not activate a single trap in the cave. Only professional wanderers and robbers possess such skill. Unlike James and Dalton, Raoul did not even use the mana sword. Raoul hid from his brother the fact that he had reached the level of an expert, and he also kept quiet about his wanderer's navigation skills. Dylan decided that he and his brother needed to have a serious man-to-man talk. But he was still proud of Raoul. The end of the third test was announced. The entrance exam was over. After the long trials, his brothers congratulated our hero on his victory. Raoul got into the carriage so as not to attract any more attention. The young man thought it was quite tiring to restrain his power, but fortunately, he managed to fool everyone. Our hero believed that this time he had accomplished his task. Now he could lie low. It was time to rest a little. The hooded man held the girl in his arms and shouted, "Why did he do it?" Han Gil-ju, the head of the Daesan Guild, was surprised why he was acting as if he had lost his family. He laughed and added that he had forgotten, because his interlocutor was an orphan. The guild leader had a bloody knife in his hand. Gilju reminded him that he had politely asked this guy to join them. If he had agreed right away, this would not have happened. He knows that his opponent is at the top of the rankings, but does he really think he can defeat them? He shouldn't be so cocky. Han Gilju added that this young man had a frightening look in his eyes. Why was he so upset about the death of a non-player character? The hooded man thought that these people couldn't even imagine how much she meant to him. They met while completing a main scenario quest, and since then, she had become his guide. For over a year, he had cared for her and protected her. She was his family, and now she had been killed by a guild that had nothing to do with the storyline. Han Gilju said that he was going to destroy this man anyway, and ordered his men to deal with him. However, no one could get close to him. The young man began to emit a protective energy cloud. Energy swords rained down on the villains from above, and they were destroyed. The guild leader was surprised. How was this possible? Even for the #1 ranger, this was an incomprehensible power. This guild had deprived him of his skills, even though he had invested a lot in it. The hooded man used magic to direct the blade toward his opponent. The mage said he wanted to know, why was this guild destroying the guides? Why were they destroying non-player characters? Were they not afraid of being penalized? It is extremely disadvantageous for a player to destroy NPCs that affect the main scenario. In such cases, their account is permanently deleted, and related profiles are banned. The mage said that new ones would come to replace them anyway, and their deaths would not affect the course of the game. Why then take the risk and take the lives of innocents? Han Gilju was surprised. Does the player really think that he cares about such a trifle as a penalty? Only worthless players are afraid of this. Let's face it, many dream of destroying an NPC for 10,000 coins. The player grabbed the guild leader by the throat and demanded a clear answer. Gilju asked why he needed it, since his opponent would destroy him anyway. But then he would return to the game, and resurrection would cost him a few coins. The player had heard about this. Gilju was the grandson of the owner of one of the 5 richest companies, Daesan. Gilju said that this player would crawl at his feet anyway. In life and in the game, the one with more money always wins. However, the player did not change his decision. The guild leader was destroyed. That day, he knelt before the girl he couldn't protect and made a promise. He promised to do it. He would destroy them again and again until they got tired of being reborn. He swore to get rid of the Daesan Guild forever. Raoul thought it was strange. It was the first time he had dreamed about his past life. The propagandist regretted that he had not been able to keep his promise. Our hero received a message from the system. Another update was released. The young man knew it would come someday, but he didn't think it would be so soon. That meant he would meet her again soon. This time, he wouldn't let her die. The problem was that the young man couldn't predict the exact time of the update. Therefore, at the moment, his preparation left much to be desired. Raoul understood that he only had a month left. Nothing spectacular would happen immediately after the update. But if he missed this chance, he would not be able to carry out his plan anytime soon. He needed to speed things up. He had to take control of the scenarios and gain as many advantages as possible before other players appeared. Raoul thought that his future depended on how well he used the time he had been given. First, he needed to improve the guild and expand its ranks. Then, he needed to visit the academic library. After that, he needed to visit other free cities. Where could he find the time for all this? He needed to make a schedule today. Our hero spent the whole night figuring out the tasks ahead. He managed to come up with the most effective and precise plan of action. The leader of the Imperial Hounds, Silver Zero, said he was ready to begin. He decided to start with the royal family. He was informed that apart from mandatory meetings, the king had not been seen anywhere else. The swordmaster did not appear at his grandson's academy entrance ceremony. Silver Zero said that good work had been done. This morning, a message arrived from the main base. In exactly 1 month, they would begin to execute the great plan. Finally, their efforts would pay off. However, it was important to remember that for now, they must continue to play their roles. Silver Zero asked if Number 7 had conducted an investigation into Mir. Number 7 reported that the first stage was complete, but he was unsure of the outcome. Due to the kingdom's interference, it was not easy to get close to the battlefield. One of those present expressed confidence that the Rendell family was also involved. His comrade was indignant because the Rendells had not taken any action. Could it be that those who had been exiled to Miru had invaded their camp? The speaker stated that the facts spoke for themselves. On the same day, the Rendells declared themselves heroes. Combat armor and other weapons with tracker spells were clear evidence of their involvement. However, it was completely unclear what forces they had used to carry out such an operation. Silver Zero asked if there was any more news. He was told that the Duke of Ashton's younger son was in the world at that moment, although he had not been seen near their base. Silver Zero asked if anyone thought that the county of Ashton could be in collusion with the Viscount Rendell. That seemed doubtful. Another person present reported that the information had not been confirmed, but one of their people had seen a man who looked like Gray. Silver Zero ordered the investigation to be suspended for the time being. There was no point in wasting time on secondary tasks when they were about to begin executing their plan. They needed to send the Rendells a warning, and that was all. Silver Zero asked Number 3 what had happened at the academy. Wasn't James supposed to take first place? Number 3 replied that unforeseen circumstances had arisen. They had everything under control until Raoul Ashton showed up. Silver Zero asked Number 6 what was going on. Wasn't he in charge of the Ashton family? Number 6 replied that he was at a loss. Last year, Raoul showed no sign of talent, but this year he suddenly began to demonstrate excellent skills. They keep a close eye on him, but there is a feeling that the young man is hiding something. Silver Zero asked if there was a chance that Raoul would interfere with their plans. Sixth replied that he didn't see that as likely. Raoul was just a 15-year-old boy. He was going to use Raoul, but if that didn't work out, he would choose a different approach. Silver Zero thought that Raoul had been popping up too often, but now was not the time to waste on him. Right now, it was more important to focus on Gray. He needed to find out the reason for his sudden appearance. If the option with the best freshman failed, he would have to try another approach. Had Number 8 finished with the criminal world? The 8th replied that there was one problem left to deal with, but he would take care of it before the great plan began. Silver Zero said he would repeat this one last time. Those present had a month to make sure that nothing and no one would interfere with their plans. They must remain vigilant. One random variable could spell disaster for them. The next day arrived. Raoul thought that it was difficult without sleep, of course, but now he didn't have to worry about anything. He refused to live in the dormitory because it was more convenient for him to get to the academy by carriage and solve problems on the way. He also made his schedule so that he could attend the academy only for specialized subjects 3 times a week. People said he was the best freshman, even though he was only 15. This year, some really talented kids got into the academy, but this young man beat them all. With his sword skills, he could even become a knight. Doesn't he belong to one of the most influential families? Raoul thought that the academy was a negligible part of his journey. Our hero saw the entrance exam results posted on the wall. Raoul Ashton was enrolled in the S-rank group and took first place. The young man thought it was a fairly easy task, so the reward was small. What could the bonus reward be? The lectures turned out to be not as useful as he had expected. Although they were elective subjects, the teachers only provided the basics. Raoul noticed that his classmates were avoiding him. James, Caleb, and Dalton were acting calmly. It would be great if they continued to ignore him. After the first day of classes, a messenger arrived and said he was looking for Mr. Raoul. Our hero was presented with information about benefits for achieving the best results on the entrance exams. He had to show this at the entrance to the library or training hall, and the young man would receive official access. Raoul Ashton was also expected by the Vice-Chancellor, and the young man could proceed to him. The bonus reward was a meeting with the great sage Alfredo Gray. He is a significant figure in the history of Connecta, a hero who led the fight against the Empire. The protagonist was happy to have the opportunity to talk to this man, but at the same time he was concerned. Raoul Ashton entered the office, and Alfredo Gray greeted the young man. The Vice-Chancellor asked the young man to wait a moment while he finished some paperwork. Our hero was meeting this man face to face for the first time. Previously, he had only seen him in photos and videos of other players. Alfredo Gray seemed like a typical aristocrat, but in reality, he was surrounded by an unusual aura. Raoul wanted to know more, to get at least a glimpse. However, the relevant information was not available to him, only the well-known facts. The vice-chancellor asked if the young man had seen anything interesting. Raoul was surprised. Gray was busy with work, but at the same time behaved as if he knew all his actions in advance. Raoul apologized and said that it was very difficult to meet with Mr. Gray. The vice-chancellor told the young man not to worry, that he would be staying at the academy for a while. Alfredo Gray said that he wanted to ask Raoul many questions, including about the keen eye skill. Raoul was surprised. Who was this Alfredo Gray, really? Our hero wondered. Did the vice-chancellor know that he possessed the keen eye skill? Or was he just guessing? Raoul felt awkward. He should choose his words more carefully. Gray said he would make them some tea. When the tea was ready, the vice-rector congratulated the young man on coming first in the entrance exams. Raoul had achieved an incredible result. Our hero thought that their first meeting had taken place on the test site. The young man was sure that he had not done anything out of the ordinary. In that case, how could he have attracted Gray's attention? The young man decided to try to talk to the vice-chancellor. He said he was curious why such a great magician was interested in a simple student. Alfredo Gray asked if Raoul knew about an organization called the Imperial Pathfinders. 50 years ago, due to the invasion of the Kranan Empire, the continent of Connecta was plunged into chaos. 4 kingdoms were on the brink of destruction. But as always, heroes came to the rescue in the most difficult times. Risking their lives, they tried to stop the empire. They managed to drive their enemies beyond the mountain of monsters. Peace reigned for half a century. All conflicts between the kingdoms were resolved. However, they decided to prepare for another invasion. Alfredo Gray built a tower to train talented people. In search of these people, he traveled across the continent. One of them was the alchemist Nakia, whom our hero saved. Gray had enough power to solve her problem with her expulsion from the association. But he failed because he was too busy with one extremely important matter. Rumors reached Gray that the association had forgiven Nakia for all her sins. He then traveled to Mira to verify this and witnessed the noble deeds of Raoul and his guild. Gray knew who was really behind the capture of the Imperial Pathfinder's secret base. He realized that the Rendell family had taken credit for Raoul's successes. In order not to attract the attention of the Empire, Raoul refused honors, giving the title of savior to another family. It is surprising that at such a young age, Raoul is preparing for the future instead of basking in the glory, and even refuses compensation for helping the people of Mira. Gray thought that Raoul was suited to the role of hero of this world. He needed to observe this young man more closely. Thus, Alfredo Gray ended up at the academy, but Raoul would learn about this later. Our hero thought, whatever reason the vice-chancellor had for summoning him, he had to be on his guard. What should he say about the Imperial trackers? Raoul thought that Gray had previously been constantly creating assignments related to the Kranan Empire. However, he could not mention the Empire. Gray must not know that Raoul was somehow connected to it. The vice-chancellor assumed that the student was being cautious, and rightly so. Such questions should be answered with silence. It was too dangerous to get involved in this. Gray said that he had been watching Raoul since his stay in the world. Thanks to his outstanding skills, the young man skillfully resolved all conflicts, causing trouble for the Rendells in the process. Raoul was surprised. How did the projector know this? If the Rendells found out that he had set them up, there would be trouble. Gray told the young man not to worry. He wouldn't tell anyone about this secret. Raoul made the right choice by remaining anonymous. Although people his age usually crave to show off their achievements, our hero asked what else the vice-chancellor knew, and why he decided not to spread the word about it. Gray asked if Raoul knew why the Kranan Empire was dangerous. The young man suggested that they had a strong army. Gray said that the young man was right, but suggested digging deeper. Does the Empire exceed other states in terms of territory and population? The young man would not say so. The Empire covers a large area, but most of the land is uninhabited. Due to the harsh climate, the population is the same as in one of the kingdoms. Gray suggested that their advantage lies in their possession of information. They know nothing about the Empire, while they themselves are like an open book. The Empire is located behind a mountain of monsters and a forbidden barrier. The only way to it is through a gorge. Imperial spies managed to sneak into the kingdom of Reuben. This means that the Empire has a great advantage. If they wanted to, they could attack right now, knowing that they have a good chance of defeating their opponents. Raoul thought that this is what happened in his past life. Using pawns, the Empire started a war. and by the time of his death, it was already close to victory. Gray said that the kingdom needed people like Raoul. Raoul could be their secret weapon. The protagonist thought, maybe in his past life, Nakia achieved greatness thanks to Gray? If so, his help could be very useful. By accepting his offer, he could improve his skills and crush the Empire. Gray said that changes were coming. Raoul must lie low and make wise decisions. The Vice-Chancellor said it was late and time to say goodbye. In gratitude for this meeting, he wanted to give him a gift. Alfredo Gray said that this gift would be useful to the young man in the future. The instructions for use are inside, and it is essential to read them. Inside the box was a ring. It looked quite expensive and seemed to be imbued with mana. Gray said that the young man could consider this ring a reward. Our hero thanked the Vice-Chancellor for everything. Gray expressed his hope that academic life would not disappoint the young man. Raoul thought that the meeting had gone much better than expected. He even received a gift. What kind of ring was this that exuded mana? It was Gray's polymorphic ring. The body of the owner undergoes a transformation and takes on the desired form. Our hero was delighted, because it was an item that gave superpowers. Raoul thought that until that moment, his status had limited him in many ways. He had to think through every step and travel everywhere with guards. He sorely lacked an item that could hide his identity. The young man was surprised that the ring also changed his appearance. Such a spell belongs to the sixth circle of magic, and is only available to a small group of magicians. Moreover, he can summon the great sage Gray. Raoul decided not to worry. Gray had been very supportive of him anyway, and the young man decided to use the gift wisely. 2 weeks passed. Life at the academy went on as usual. Our hero had not made any enemies. Everyone was friendly to him because he tried not to stand out. However, a guy named Dalton stuck to him like glue and followed him around all day long. Dalton said he had found a good weapons workshop. Raoul reminded him that he was busy and asked him not to wait for him. Dalton told Raoul not to refuse. If he went home now, he would be forced to train immediately. The young man wanted to study in peace, but Dalton appeared on the horizon every day. Every day, Dalton got on Raoul's nerves and didn't even try to talk to anyone else. At least Dalton didn't start fights. And thanks to his company, the other students didn't bother our hero. Raoul said he had a lot of important things to do. Dalton could call someone else, and it was time for him to go to the library. Dalton said that it was better to swing a sword all day than to read anything. Raoul thought that one of the privileges granted to students for passing the entrance exams was access to every floor of the library. But in reality, access was restricted beyond the 4th floor. Only royalty and certain professors could enter the 5th floor. However, this did not upset the hero. Even the doors to the 3rd floor were open to only 50 students. It was time to look for valuable copies. A fairy flew around the library. She saw familiar faces, but not a single freshman. The books were all old. The fairy decided to look for something new, rummaging through her bags. She said that this girl always works tirelessly. It's nice to see diligent students. The fairy saw a sleeping student and was indignant. Isn't it shameful to sleep in the library? The young man was slapped and woke up immediately, not understanding what was going on. The fairy said that sleeping over a book in the sacred library was not allowed. She, the guardian of the library, would not allow it. Raoul thought that there were many more useful books and skills on the 2nd floor than on the 1st. The students laughed at their sleeping colleague. He got a slap on the back of the head from the ghost and woke up instantly. You can't sleep here, or you'll get a slap. Raoul thought that a protective spell had been cast on the library. Where could a ghost come from here? The fairy thought that many students were trying to annoy her today. It was exhausting. Something seemed strange to the fairy, and she decided to check it out. She saw a glowing book. This book could no longer relieve her fatigue. Would she have to find a new home? A high-quality spellbook could sustain her life force for about 1,000 years. She needed a book of the same level. However, the shelves were filled only with low-quality editions. In such conditions, she would not last a year. The fairy thought that she had one cherished wish left. She felt that something special was coming. The fairy saw our hero and became interested in the books he was holding. The girl hoped that this book would help her. The fairy said that this book must be the one and rushed towards it. Raoul realized that finding a unique book of skills was not easy. He would not be able to use the copies he had already acquired. The young man hoped to get at least one book on telekinesis. Even the knowledge he had gained from another psychokinetic couldn't help him. He needed more information. The protagonist found one book on the shelf, and it seemed suitable to him. It was Horse Acrobatics S rank, a martial art. Raoul thought it was a great compensation for the artistic skill, touch of the brush, that he had stumbled upon earlier. it was time to add it to skill DEX. There is a restriction on saving skills. You must delete an old one to add a new one. However, this rule did not apply to unused skills. The young man added the book to skill DEX and it worked. After adding the content to skill DEX, the book itself became useless. Any other player could take it in the same way. It was necessary to extract as many skills as possible. While the book was being saved, our hero decided to continue his search. The fairy watched him, thinking that this man was behaving suspiciously. The young man takes several books with similar skills and reads the same page over and over again. His preferences were also somewhat strange. Raoul thought, the will of the creator, the power of time, unique handwriting. They stand out from the crowd. The fairy thought that this young man was unusual because he understood such books. But it didn't matter. He still couldn't save her. Only great sages and archmages were capable of interacting with her. However, even that didn't bear fruit. The fairy owed her existence to numerous sacrifices, a harsh fate, and a combination of circumstances. She barely managed to maintain her life force, and placing her hopes in people was very exhausting. The fairy thought that despite their uniqueness, these books were not suitable for her. She thought she had sensed something, but it seemed that her intuition had failed her. But what is this young man doing? At first glance, the book does not seem to be anything special, but the symbol on the cover suggests otherwise. She had the feeling that the book was calling her. The fairy noticed that the power of one book had been transferred to the other, or rather, that the other book had absorbed it. But why hadn't the book changed at all? It was the first time she had seen such a spell, and she wanted to take a closer look at it. Raoul moved away from the table with the books. The fairy decided that this was her chance. She flew closer and thought that perhaps she had found what she had been looking for so long. The girl put her hand on the book and was surprised. Why wasn't anything happening? Even the great book of spells and sacred manuscripts told her their stories and allowed her to stay close. But the fairy decided not to give up so easily. No matter how hard the girl tried, nothing worked. Suddenly, a human shadow appeared over the book. Raoul asked in surprise why she was sitting on his book and what kind of creature she was. Our hero couldn't understand. Was it a ghost or a fairy? Why did she look as if she was about to disappear? The fairy was surprised. Could this man really see her? The girl was frightened, turned around, and tried to run away. The young man was curious, but he did not chase after her. It seemed that she was interested in the skill book, which meant that she would return soon on her own. For now, it was more important to find the skill book. When the absorption process was complete, the protagonist decided to check everything. Now the young man had about 700 skills in his inventory, scattered in a chaotic order. Even in his past life, no one had managed to accumulate so many. But the skill book was still considered a rare item. How many more books would he have to collect to unlock its true power? At that moment, someone called out to the young man. The fairy peeked out from behind the table and asked what kind of book it was. Raoul noted that the creature had returned rather quickly. He decided to be strict with her at first. The young man demanded that she apologize for touching someone else's things. And anyway, why should he answer her questions? The girl apologized for touching his book. She found it strange that he could hear her voice. She introduced herself. Her name was Ravelina Harriet Meridian, but she could be called Ravel. She was a forest fairy who loved harmony and order. Our hero also gave his name. He said his name was Raoul and that he was a first-year student. However, Ravel was not like a normal fairy. She herself admitted that she was more like a ghost, and that was what the students called her. Ravel explained that she was just a soul on the verge of life and death, an entity not subject to the laws of the familiar world. The young man asked what attracted her to this book. The fairy replied that it was unique and incomparable, even to the rarest of books. Raoul asked if she knew its essence. Ravel said that the book did not respond to her call, but she was confident in her observations. Could she look inside? Our hero knew little about the skill decks. In his previous life, there was also almost no information about it. Perhaps Ravel would be able to improve it. In any case, she would not be able to escape with the book. Raoul agreed, but on one condition. Ravel would have to tell him everything she learned about the book. The fairy agreed. The hero opened the book, and Ravel began to study its contents. She immediately noticed that an incredibly powerful stream of energy was flowing through the book. Suddenly, a light flashed. The fairy exclaimed that this couldn't be. How could this be? Could he have foreseen this? But the appearance of this book at this time broke the rules. Raoul asked if she was all right. The excited fairy asked where he had found the book. The young man reminded her that he was waiting for her to tell him about its contents. Ravel declared that this book possessed the power of a creator god. And not just any creator, but an ancient one who was listed as missing. The hero was surprised. An ancient creator god? What is she talking about? The information that the book contained the power of an ancient creator god meant nothing to him. Ravel was genuinely surprised. How could anyone not know about the creator himself? The young man said that he was much more interested in the details about the book itself. The fairy replied that she had only glanced at it and had not yet figured out the details. However, she was sure that it was a banned publication that had lost its power for some reason. Raoul asked if it was possible to return the book to its previous state. The fairy admitted that she did not know. The book was being capricious and did not want to talk to her. The hero decided that it was a waste of time, but Ravel said that quick answers couldn't be expected. She needed to get inside. At that moment, the protagonist received a message from the system. The spirit of the forest fairy was asking for permission to settle in the skill decks. If the player agreed, she would become the library manager. Raoul realized that the fairy was looking for a warm place to stay. It was beneficial to him, but he wasn't going to let a stranger use the book just like that. The fairy was surprised by the look on his face. Raoul doubted that she needed his help. Now he knew that something was wrong with the skill decks, but he hoped to fix it himself. The protagonist said it was late and he had to go home. The fairy asked him not to leave and to listen to her. But Raoul said he had things to do and they would talk later. Although he himself doubted that he would return. The fairy apologized if she had accidentally upset him. She hadn't talked to people in a long time. The hero decided to put a little more pressure on her. He repeated that he was busy and didn't have time. Ravel promised to be helpful. This book was really important to her, and the man had to listen to her. Raoul realized that the fairy was ready to negotiate. Ravel admitted that she was desperate. Why didn't he believe her? Raoul apologized and said he didn't want to make her cry. The young man explained that he couldn't just open the book for her. It was too important to him. First, he wanted to know what had happened and how the fairy had ended up in such a hopeless situation. Only then would he decide what to do with her. Ravel decided to tell him because she had begun to trust Raoul. She warned him that it would be a long story. Long ago, the continent was engulfed in a great war between different races. Gods, demons, and even extraterrestrial beings. The world was on the brink of destruction. The forest fairies were threatened with extinction. Then Ravel's kin tried to save her, the youngest descendant of the clan, by sealing her inside a book. She was their last hope. However, due to the disruption of mana flows and spatial instability, her soul was trapped in the book, and her body disappeared into a rift. Ravel fell into a long sleep, and when she awoke, she discovered that in order to stay alive, she had to move from book to book. Each time she awoke, she lost part of her memories, but she knew she had a duty. Ravel added that she was obliged to find other forest fairies who had been scattered around the world. She was sure that she was not the only one left alive. Before she died, she had to share the wisdom and experience of her people. But the truth was that she was trapped in the world of books and couldn't leave the library. What's more, the books she could live in were almost gone. Now Ravel smells the same scent that came from her first book. Perhaps this book is even better than the first. Raoul must give her the opportunity to enter the book. After listening to the story, our hero agreed to let her do so. But the fairy will have to become the book's manager, which means she will have to interact with people. Is she okay with that? Ravel agreed. She will do anything to stay in this book. But first, she wants to know, why does this person need this book? Raoul said he wants to protect his family and his homeland. The book will help him do that. It is very important to him. The fairy noted that this was a wonderful goal and offered to work together. Ravel admitted that she could hardly help the young man right now. She needed time to settle in. The fairy said that she would fall into hibernation for about a month, but the book would continue to function as usual. She thanked Raoul. As soon as she wakes up, she will help in any way she can. Ravel promised to meet with him in a month. Thus, our hero found a new ally. After meeting Ravel, time flew by quickly. There was 1 week left until the update. The hero still had a lot to prepare, but there was little time. Dylan said he was proud of his brother. Dylan noted that Raoul was right about the oracle from the temple. But how did he know? Raoul asked what the prophet had said. Dylan replied that it was strange. In a week, the things that disappeared will return to their places, and the broken connections will be restored. To prevent the emergence of evil, the savior must open the door and obtain the fruit of emptiness from within. Raoul thought the prophecy was too vague, but it could not be ignored. The young man asked his brother how the temple had reacted to it. Dylan replied that, on the whole, they were calm. They had only strengthened the army to prepare for possible danger. Dylan added that the nobility had ignored the prophecy and taken it as a joke. If it weren't for Raoul, he would have ignored the oracle's words as well. There would have been consequences. This was not surprising since the Holy Empire was ruled by the Pope. The Holy Empire is a small alliance of states, including Garnelia and several medium-sized cities. Despite its modest size and closed territory, it bears the imperial title thanks to its religious influence and constantly predicts possible scenarios for the future. Ravel suggested that the prophecy would come true, but they would not have time to prepare. Dylan promised to do everything in their power. He had already explained to everyone how to accept people and close family members. Dylan told Raoul to forget about his worries for now. They had to train. His younger brother would show off his amazing skills. When they got excited about something, the hero's family always gave themselves to it completely, especially his brother and father. So when Raoul told Dylan about the update, presenting it as a prophecy, he took the words seriously. But as soon as Dylan learned about telekinesis, he began to constantly ask his brother to demonstrate his abilities. During sparring, Dylan said that it was not enough to rely solely on skills. Physical strength also needed to be built up. It was difficult for the hero to get used to the grueling training. The brothers continued their training because Dylan wouldn't stop insisting. But thanks to him, the protagonist increased his muscle mass and improved his psychokinetic body to the level he had in his past life. Dylan was obsessed with increasing his physical strength. That is why, despite his magnificent body, he had many gaps in his fighting skills. When the war begins, it will not be easy to defeat the enemies. But before that, Dylan must work on himself. Properly honed combat skills combined with his insane strength are what will make him a true warrior. Dylan knew that with each sparring session, his brother was getting closer to his level. He realized that muscles alone would soon not be enough to defeat Raoul. Then he would be able to find a suitable ability. Raoul thought that not only he, but also the people around him would become stronger. That was his grand plan. Preparations for the update were almost complete. However, the hero was concerned that people had taken the news of the prophecy too calmly. Not a single aristocrat lifted a finger, but the young man could really use the kingdom's help in carrying out his plan: the invasion of monsters and the war with the Empire. The army's assistance was indispensable. The government was obliged to take care of this by expanding and strengthening it. Although Raoul was the son of a count who knew the future, his options were limited. After all, he was only a 15-year-old boy. Raoul decided to focus on what he could control. He attended lectures and searched for skill books in the library. When he didn't have classes, he also visited 3 free cities: the cities of the Kingdom of Ruben, Mira in the south, Kasan in the east, Bryant in the west, and Zusek in the north. Using a letter of recommendation from Mira, the hero met with the mayors of other cities. When he offered to invest in them, the leaders gladly accepted his offer, as they were in the same situation as Mira. The protagonist began implementing large-scale construction projects in the center of each city and established branches of the first guild. The work had to be completed before the players arrived. An announcement was also posted in the free cities and the capital about the recruitment of mercenaries. According to the contract, the protagonist promised to pay double wages during the first month. In addition, he offered the opportunity to join the guild or undergo training to become a knight if the candidate proved to be sufficiently capable. Many responded to such a generous offer. About 50 candidates were recruited. Among them were trained soldiers from other lands and self-taught individuals with 3 years of experience. The hero believed that his investments would pay off. They were good investments. This meant he could remain calm even in the face of a high-ranking battle. However, some still treated him with distrust. Raoul Ashton asked Sir Philip if he had contacted the members of the guild. Philip replied that, apart from the leaders, all 45 members had arrived, divided into 10 groups. They had completed their training. Ordinary knights had also been summoned. Raoul said that the work had been done excellently, but Philip should not let his guard down. Today, a mission awaited them. The hero thought that a lot had changed. 6 newbies had reached expert level and were promoted to ordinary knights. 9 players, including Philip, Jake, and Pierce, became elite knights. Newbies and other soldiers also joined them. Raoul noted that now his first guild and elite knight squad were ready for action. The protagonist selected talented players of B rank and above, and they exceeded all his expectations. How would they perform in the future? Raoul did everything he could to prepare for the update. Now, everything should go according to plan. Silver Zero was waiting for the next report. The third reported that the royal family was not taking any special action, only increasing patrols. The fourth stated that the Templetons held the same position. The McNeils were behaving in the same way. Silver Zero asked the sixth reporter, "Are the people of Ashton County religious?" The answer was no. The sixth added that they maintain good relations with the temple but do not adhere to any religion. The boss was informed that Alfredo Gray was currently focused solely on the academy. Silver Zero asked number 8 if they had managed to infiltrate the mercenary squad. The 8th replied that they had tried, but failed. The 6th was surprised. Was it possible that none of their people had made it through among 1,000 fighters? The 8th explained that they had easily passed the preliminary test, but failed the main one. It could be assumed that Raoul possessed some kind of special ability. Silver Zero asked if Raoul Ashton could really be a problem for them, since he didn't seem to have any particular advantages. In any case, they needed to keep an eye on this young man. What was the news from the secret agents? The 4th reported that they were all in position. Silver Zero said that soon they would carry out their grand plan and put an end to these noble scoundrels once and for all. Everyone welcomed the future emperor. The city's residents saw many shooting stars in the evening sky. What could this mean? This was followed by a strong earthquake. People began to run away in panic. Suddenly the gates opened, blazing from within. Armed, bloodthirsty monsters burst out of the gates. Brave knights with swords in their hands came to the defense of the civilian population. The captain of the knights announced that it was unsafe here and demanded that civilians hide in a safe place. Jake, commanding the knights entrusted to him, gave clear orders to protect the population and repel the advancing enemies. Jake stated that it was necessary to evacuate the residents to a safe place and hold the defense securely. Pierce reported that a gate had also opened on outer wall number 3. Several monsters managed to break through, but there were no casualties. Philip reported that gates had also been detected in his sector. He assured everyone that the situation was under control and that the area would be handed over to the guards. The protagonist stood above the map of the area and received reports from hotspots. A message came in that a group of goblins had broken through the gate. Our hero realized that this was the update. Raoul ordered Bernard to select several warriors from the advance guard and distribute them across the sectors. He knew that this event would happen sooner or later, but he did not expect it to be so large scale. The knights' preparations were insufficient, and they were barely able to cope with the onslaught. Raoul understood that he had lacked information from the very beginning. He knew that in the year 521 of the Connecta calendar, the kingdom had suffered greatly from the appearance of the gates. Their number, location, and rank remained unknown. The young man would have liked to clear them out himself, but now he was not alone. Using the power of his guild, he could minimize casualties among the civilian population. If our hero knew the rank of the gates, he could distribute his troops more rationally. A new task was received: to close as many gates as possible, stop the monsters, and save the civilians. The gates were refreshed every midnight. Was there really no way to avoid this? Connect had a protection system that could interrupt the game in case of a threat to the scenario. It was a forced scenario. The system could impose additional requirements, as had happened now. Usually, the player was sent a sudden task or a series of additional quests. In other words, no matter how many gates the protagonist closed, it didn't really matter. Raoul understood that it would not be easy, but he was not going to give up. The young man had to find a way to minimize the possible damage. Everything was relatively quiet for now, but the energy emanating from the gates was gradually increasing. Raoul shouted for everyone to stay away from the gates. They could suck a person into a parallel dimension. Caution was needed. Our hero realized that he could no longer just stand there and give orders. He had to deal with this himself. The protagonist activated his battle sword and moved forward to accomplish the task at hand. On the battlefield was Josh, a 21-year-old C-rank mercenary. After leaving the walls of his native farm, he worked hard to reach his current level. An aristocrat was recruiting knights, and Josh seized the chance to become one of them. The mercenaries were provided with comfortable accommodation with a double bed. Josh had never tasted such delicious food in his life. He thought he would enjoy a peaceful life, catering only to the whims of the nobleman. But Josh was definitely not ready for this turn of events. Monsters in the form of rats rushed at him from the fiery gates. The young man used his new skills to effectively deal with the pack. However, their numbers did not decrease. Josh realized that he would not be able to hold out for long. the leader of the gang of rat monsters emerged from the fiery gates. The young man realized that he was no longer able to withstand the onslaught. He decided to play for high stakes, destroy the leader, and then the rest would fall. Unexpectedly, Raoul Ashton came to the mercenaries' aid. Our hero destroyed the leader and apologized if he had gotten in the way. Raoul noted that this knight looked familiar. Was he by any chance from the first guild? The young man introduced himself. His name was Josh, and he was C rank. Raoul saw an ambitious guy in front of him, although he was too risky in his actions. After all, it's not so easy to defeat such a beast. Our hero acknowledged that Josh was a capable warrior, but it was still difficult to deal with D-rank gates, so he offered Josh to join his team. The mercenary inquired who he was speaking with. Jake appeared nearby and noticed that Josh was apparently new, but even so, he was obliged to know his master's face. Jake said that he was standing before a master of the first guild, Raoul Ashton. Jake asked Josh if he thought that since the guild was created by the Count's son, he would have a sweet life. In that case, he didn't belong here. Jake added that they only employed professionals in their field. Raoul ordered everyone to get ready and hope for luck. The squad began to destroy the monster rats and acted very effectively. Our hero assumed that there would be quite a few monsters. It was good that he personally decided to be present. Raoul understood that he did not have enough time to clear all the gates at once, and it needed to be done as soon as possible. Jake told the boss that there were too many monsters. Perhaps their base was somewhere nearby. Raoul ordered a scout to be sent out. The protagonist clearly understood that saving lives was their top priority. Another group of monsters was successfully destroyed. Jake looked at Josh's actions and said that this guy had no brakes. He needed to hone his sword skills, and he also had well-developed senses. Raoul thought that if Josh learned to control his mana properly, he would achieve better results. The scout reported that a base of rat monsters had been discovered behind the forest. However, not a single inhabitant was found at the base. Despite its large area, there were no other monsters inside. Jake noted that they had made sure to remove all inhabitants from the gates, so they should not be there. Raoul ordered another check of the surrounding area. Today, they had to leave without any casualties. Closing the gate was an important task, but saving the civilian population remained the top priority. Raoul said that Josh should go with him to the base. The commander warned everyone that a long night lay ahead, and they needed to be prepared for it. In the morning, during a virtual conversation with his older brother, Raoul reported on the situation. Dylan suggested that Raoul had been through a lot and noted that it was time for them to resume training. Raoul said that this was not the time for jokes. Then he asked how things were going back home. Dylan replied that they had enough data to prepare well. His younger brother asked how many gates had opened. Dylan said about 100, but they had handled it without any problems. Raoul said that things had turned out much worse than he had expected. Our hero promised to come and help his brother. Dylan was surprised. Why? They had already closed the gates. Dylan added that it only took them about half a day. Their father had done a good job. Trevor, the master of the Golden Bear, and Commander Ernest also took part. Everyone was excited by what was happening, as if at a festival. They were bored with their ordinary lives. Dylan said it was funny to watch the old men having childish fun. Raoul remembered that his family was not the most adequate. The young man knew that no one had been hurt, but he thought Dylan had still acted too rashly. The D-rank gates were too dangerous, and it wasn't worth getting close to them. Dylan was surprised. Did his brother really suggest waiting until he arrived and used his superpowers? Dylan said that Ashton was a powerful state. He and his father were far from weak, and there was no need to worry about them. They were always ready to fight back against the enemy and could handle any number of gates. He added that the Ashtonians possessed enormous power and did not need help. They could easily close even several hundred gates. Dylan told Raoul not to worry about the house and to go about his business. He and his father would take care of everything. Raoul admitted that his brother was right and realized that he had been too arrogant. Dylan reported that some of the gates had not disappeared after they had been cleared. What could have caused this? Raoul was surprised. What did he mean they hadn't disappeared? Could it be that not all the gates could be destroyed? After talking to his brother, our hero gathered the knights and informed them that the E and D rank gates, unlike the others, had not disappeared. Jake suggested that they had serious problems. Such gates could not be left unattended, but this situation could not continue indefinitely. He noted that if surveillance was increased, the defense forces would have to be reduced. This issue needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Raoul promised to find out why the gates were not disappearing and to find a solution. Bernard asked if it was worth preparing a squad. He suggested taking only the 3 best fighters with him, Philip, Jake, and Pierce. Philip was surprised. Was the young master sure of his decision? Raoul replied that the elders in Ashton County were giving it their all, so he couldn't just sit idly by. Raoul suggested that they might encounter survivors, so a dozen soldiers should be sent to the gates. Jake recommended taking food with them so they wouldn't be uncomfortable. Philip reminded them that this was not a picnic and they couldn't relax. During the battle near the gates, the monsters were destroyed as expected. Jake said he didn't even have time to warm up and that they didn't have any extra time. It was time to speed up. Jake efficiently destroyed the monsters and remarked that it was too boring for him. Pierce shot 2 arrows into the nearest monster and told Jake not to thank him. Jake was indignant. Why did Pierce interfere? He could have done it perfectly well himself. Jake suggested they have a bet to see who could destroy more monsters. Raoul stopped the argument and reminded them that they had no time to play childish games. Our hero thought that apart from the rugged terrain, there was nothing remarkable here. Josh reported that he had information. The terrain was difficult to navigate, but he hadn't noticed anything unusual. There were no civilians here. Raoul suggested that the gates were designed in such a way that only players could approach them. Non-player characters are also capable of clearing gates or dungeons, because they are much stronger than players. However, this does not suit the players. Therefore, there are certain restrictions. NPCs cannot cross the gates, fight the Guardian, or block his passage to the dungeon boss's room. No matter how strong an NPC is, unlike a player, he cannot close the gates. Our hero was thinking about what to do. A message came in that a hidden location had been discovered. The player started the mission, Destroy the Guardian. Usually our hero was happy to do secret missions, but now he didn't have time. Raoul told his people to familiarize themselves with the available information. It turned out that they had to find the gatekeeper themselves. Josh asked Raoul if that monster could be the Guardian. A huge monster appeared, the gatekeeper of rank E, a cursed dark goblin. Philip looked at the goblin and guessed that it was indeed the gatekeeper. Jake was delighted because the big guy had fallen into their hands. They didn't even have to search for him. Josh asked permission to take on this monster himself. He decided to deal with it on his own, but Raoul wouldn't let him. The protagonist declared that he would finish off this monster himself and ordered everyone to disperse. Jake was surprised. What was wrong with the young master? Philip reminded him that Raoul had always led the battle. Our hero thought that if the Guardian was destroyed by an NPC, there would be no reward. Raoul Ashton approached the huge goblin. He was curious. If he defeated the Guardian alone, would the gate close? Destroying the goblin was not difficult for a player like Raoul Ashton. A few swings of his sword, and the job was done. Philip announced that the young gentleman had destroyed the goblin in no time. Josh was surprised. Raoul parried the attack and immediately retreated to the necessary distance to create a gap. Josh decided that the guild leader was an amazing warrior. It was now clear to our hero what the E-rank gatekeepers were like. It would be difficult for inexperienced fighters to defeat them. If a gatekeeper is defeated, the gate should disappear, but first a notification should appear. Our hero had an ore stone in his hand, the core of power armor. It is a rare mineral that can only be found in dungeons or gates. It can be used to make power armor. The ore stone was extracted from the heart of a goblin. Now they must collect as many of these stones as possible to start a factory for creating power armor. Jake noticed that this thing was indeed very valuable. The protagonist noticed that the Guardian had been destroyed, but the gate remained in place. Our hero thought that with each appearance of the gate, he would only become stronger. Raoul said that their task now is to clear all the D-rank gates in the capital. They need to work without rest, and even without sleep. The leader decided that they needed one more person. Was Josh ready to join them? Raoul said that this time he didn't give Josh a chance to prove himself, so he was offering him a new opportunity. Josh was delighted, and said he was grateful to the gentleman for such a chance. Raoul noted that his team was now complete and ordered everyone to move forward. Raoul Ashton and his squad arrived at the new gate. Could this be the entrance to the dungeon? It looked like an ordinary cave. It was good that the gate was glowing. Without it, it would have been pitch black here. Raoul told everyone not to stray too far, as it could be dangerous here. The young man lit a lamp and suggested they take a look around. Jake said it was a magic lamp, and that he had heard that such lamps were very rare. Philip also admitted that he had never seen such beauty before. Raoul ordered the knights to explore the cave, but to stay together. It was better not to spread out in case they had to fight. Raoul said that since this was Josh's first mission, he would carry the lamp. Josh was scared because the lamp was so precious. The commander said he trusted the knight. If Josh wanted to join the first guild, he had to try his best. Josh had always dreamed of becoming a member of the first guild. Now he had the lamp too. What more could he dream of? The warrior promised to protect the lamp with his life. Raoul thought that Josh would soon reach S rank and be recognized as a possible candidate for the position of mercenary to the king. Raoul asked Pierce what he could see. Pierce replied that he could see many moving objects emitting a hostile aura. Pierce took aim with his bow and fired. Jake asked if he had hit anyone. Pierce said they were close. Bats with glowing eyes appeared out of the darkness. Raoul warned everyone to be careful. Bats attack when they see light. Josh didn't like this information because he was holding a lamp. The next moment, Josh was attacked. The young man swung his sword, but did not let go of the lamp. Jake noticed that all the bats had gathered around the lamp. Raoul shouted for Josh to drop it immediately. Josh was outraged that these flying monsters had attacked the newcomer. The knight continued to wave his sword at the annoying bats, but he did not let go of the lamp. Jake said that this guy was too inspired by the young master's words. Raoul noted that such an energetic person would not interfere with them. Now he is taking the entrance test. Josh asked if everyone was just going to stand there and watch. Jake suggested that Josh swing his sword more energetically. Philip noted that Josh would have to handle it himself if he wanted to join their team. Jake was surprised that they still hadn't found anything, even though they had been walking for a long time. Maybe there was no one else here except bats? Raoul reminded him that the gates were D rank. Philip told Jake to follow the young master's example and remain vigilant. Josh asked Philip how strong their master was. Philip replied that it depended on what the young man meant by that word. The young master was getting stronger every day. Besides, he belonged to the noble Ashton family. However, if judged solely by his sword skills, he was inferior to Jake. Jake began swinging his sword in different directions. Why are there such giant bugs here? Philip said that Jake looked a little silly, but he was an excellent fighter. Raoul Ashton warned his men that they were not alone here. Armored scorpions with acid venom and steel armor emerged from the darkness. Philip said they needed to be careful. There were a lot of these scorpions here. Our hero knew that there was more than just bats hiding behind the D-rank gates. Raoul said that the scorpions were part of the mission and had to be dealt with at all costs. Their armor was as hard as steel, and they had poisonous stingers, so extreme caution was required. The task was to eliminate the enemy, not capture them. There was no mention of destroying the gate. To begin with, the protagonist decided to deal with the scorpions. George once again proved himself in battle. The commander stated that fighting and watching the lamp at the same time was not an easy task. Raoul added that he was once again depriving the young man of the opportunity to prove himself. But from now on, the lamp would be under his protection. Jake said that the young gentleman had destroyed all the monsters again. He didn't get to stretch his legs. Josh was surprised by Raoul Ashton's energy. Was he really only 15 years old? He was clearly not one of those aristocrats who only pretended to be knights. Raoul Ashton was a true master, and Josh decided to serve him without fail. Exactly 50 scorpions were destroyed. That was the minimum requirement for clearing the gate, and it had been fulfilled. Raoul said that since they were already here, they had to see it through to the end. It was dangerous to abandon a D-rank gate halfway through. Jake thought he had been premature in rejoicing about getting out of this cave. Philip told him to keep his cool. Raoul reasoned that the minimum requirement had been met. But then, why hadn't the hidden task of destroying the gate appeared? Apparently, they hadn't found the Guardian yet. It was dangerous to leave him alive. The search might take some time, but the gatekeeper had to be found. Pierce reported that he had reached the end of the cave. However, it would be better for the gentleman to see with his own eyes where the cave had led him. Before Pierce stood a huge ruined amphitheater. It was a very strange gate, with an arena in the middle of the cave. Jake suggested that the Guardian was standing in the center. Raoul agreed with this assumption. But why wasn't the Guardian moving? Was he waiting for them in the arena? The Guardian of the D-rank gate was a level 64 Scorpion champion. Raoul found this amusing. The Guardian was inviting them to fight, and they simply had to accept the challenge. Raoul stepped forward, apologized to the knights, and said that this time he would not back down. And it wasn't just about the reward. Raoul declared that the Scorpion champion had been waiting for him. Could he show what he was capable of? The battle was fierce and spectacular. Raoul Ashton behaved with dignity as a representative of his family. The monster had no chance of winning. Philip said that this monster turned out to be a strong opponent. It's not so easy to defeat the Guardians of the D-rank gates. Josh offered to help the young master. Jake objected that the master had an undeniable advantage. Against the sword, claws, and poisonous sting of the Guardian, Raoul Ashton used only his sword from the very beginning. The young man remained quite relaxed, thoroughly enjoying the battle. Our hero thought he had already forgotten this feeling. Finally, he could take a break from training, real estate issues, and guild management. Now he could focus solely on the battle. However, all good things must come to an end. Raoul considered himself a busy man, so he decided it was time to move on to the next stage. The protagonist told the monster that it had been fun, but unfortunately, he didn't have much time. The monster was surprised by what he was talking about. It turned out that the monster could shoot poison, which meant they had to be more careful. Pierce noticed that the enemy was capable of wielding a mana sword. The situation was becoming critical. Josh repeated that the master needed help. Jake told Josh not to interfere with Raoul. That way, they would only harm and distract the gentleman. All that remained was to believe in him. Raoul remembered how he could live, forgetting those days when all he did was fight endlessly, living on the edge and experiencing constant tension. Our hero decided to squeeze everything he could out of this monster. After all, he was dealing with the Destroyer, a great solo player. The protagonist acknowledged that the monster was a strong opponent. It used a mana sword and ranged attacks. The scorpion was strong and agile, but its movements were repetitive and sweeping. This was its weakness. Raoul thrust his sword forward and rushed into the attack. Our hero tried to guess what would happen this time: sword, claw, or sting. The scorpion brought its claw forward and immediately paid the price. It was destroyed. The claw flew off to the side and the scorpion took damage. The monster screamed loudly in pain and frustration. Our hero continued to strike his opponent, accurately hitting his pain zones. Raoul thought it was nice to remember the old days. Jake noted that the young gentleman had become stronger again. Philip said that not long ago he had been an expert, but now he had reached an intermediate level. It was only a matter of time before the young man surpassed Jake in sword skills. Jake suggested they hurry to the other gate, but he wanted to defeat the next guardian himself. Raoul was surprised. What had come over this knight again? Raoul apologized to the knights for making them wait. Perhaps it was boring just watching? George said it was amazing. He couldn't take his eyes off it. Philip noted that the young gentleman had done a good job. What would their next steps be? He added that they were a little behind schedule, so they needed to hurry to the next gate. Raoul warned that they had a long day ahead of them, so they couldn't relax. Jake admitted that that was exactly how he liked it. Near the next gate, the young people fought monsters again. They defended the gate without respite. Everyone took part in this battle. 7 hours later, the 4th D-rank gate was closed. The mercenary units, having regained their strength, headed for the E-rank gates under Bernard's command, and successfully completed each mission. Thus, all the gates in the capital of Turim were cleared. On the first day, about 500 people died. About 700 were saved. Many thought that the horrors were behind them. However, our hero knew that this was only a warm-up before the real war. The survivors discussed the gates and monsters, as well as the fact that some unfortunate people had been dragged to the other side by the monsters. Many were interested in how many mercenaries and knights there were. They must have known about the invasion and were ready to fight back. The girls discussed the fact that the knights belonged to the main county of Ashton. They were commanded by the count's youngest son. After an exhausting day, the protagonist decided to rest, and it was well-deserved. At the Randall County residence, they understood that the danger in the capital of Turim had been eliminated. The noble Ashton military family thus marked their return. Who is this Raoul Ashton, whom the people of Turim have dubbed their new hero? The head of the Randall family said that this was a big step forward. He could bring the Ashton County back into the political arena. The head of the family was angry. All their preparations had gone to waste. What was the point now? Brian told his father not to worry. The head of the family said that at the age of 60, he had 30 sons, and none of them were any good. And now Ashton's sons were getting in the way. The head said that Brian couldn't handle even a drop of pressure. How dare he call himself an expert? The man ordered Brian to compile a detailed report on everything that had happened in his absence while he spent a month in secluded training. The head of the family was Earl Hudson Randall. Brian reported that about 2 weeks ago, the temple had sent an official document. It contained a detailed report on the number of gates and other related information. Hudson suggested that the knights were afraid to enter the gates, which led to an increase in the number of casualties among the soldiers. At the moment, all the gates are closed and under surveillance. Count Randall was furious and threw his son out of his office. He said he would banish Brian from the family so that his spirit would no longer be here. Until he was needed, he was forbidden to appear on the territory of Randall County. The Count ordered Brian to leave and tell the third in command that he was waiting for him here. Earl Hudson Randall cursed the Ashton family. The Royal Academy. The girls noticed the young Lord Raoul from Ashton County. This young man and his knights had contributed to the defense of the kingdom. He was the first among the juniors to earn the highest score on the entrance exams. In addition, his knights received high salaries. One of the young men was unhappy that everyone was paying attention to Raoul Ashton. Why is he being praised? Surely his family did everything for him. The young man declared that as soon as his family sent him reinforcements, he would immediately prove that he was the best. Raoul began to feel nervous because of all the attention. He felt like an animal in a zoo. Dalton said that Raoul had become famous in just a week. It was a great job, and now everyone in the capital was talking about him. Raoul said he wasn't interested in that. Dalton asked if the rumors were true. They say that Raoul is the true heir to the county of Ashton. Otherwise, who would have allowed him to take so many soldiers? Raoul replied that his older brother would inherit the throne, and he didn't care. He stated that he had assembled his own order of knights without the support of his family. Dalton asked if he could go to the gates with Raoul next time. Our hero looked at Dalton and thought that he had got himself into trouble. It might seem that the young man had entered the academy only to escape from home, but in fact, he had another goal. He wanted to find skill books and hidden talents. Despite the fact that with Gray's arrival, the list of students had undergone changes, the young man had already selected candidates for recruitment based on data from the connection. One of them was this Dalton. In fact, the strongest man in the kingdom was the swordmaster, Marquis Templeton. In the world of Connect, where it is practically impossible to establish relationships with high-class NPCs, our hero had the perfect opportunity to meet his grandson, Dalton. At the moment, the gates are open only to a limited circle of people. You must have official permission, or at least 50 fighters and 3 knights with you. In other words, Dalton would never have been able to pass through the gates alone. Although he was an expert, he had no chance to prove himself in real combat. Therefore, he definitely wanted to conquer the gate. Raoul said that Dalton could join. He was glad that they had become friends. Raoul added that he had conditions. First, he would only take Dalton. No servants or guards. Dalton agreed. Second, this outing had to be kept secret. Raoul wanted to avoid another wave of gossip. Third, Dalton had to get permission from the Duke. The young man was surprised. Was that really necessary? Raoul said it was obvious. What if something happened to Dalton? Someone had to be there to provide support if necessary. He added that this was not a pleasure trip, but an official visit. He had a whole squad of knights and was responsible for them. Our hero said he would revisit the issue once Dalton had spoken to the Duke. Dalton began to think about how to convince his father to let him go. At home, the young man was asked how things were going at the academy. He replied that the constant attention was tiring, but overall everything was fine. Raoul said that this was exactly what he had been aiming for. Bernard noted that they would try to keep public opinion at the same level. Raoul asked how the deployment of troops was going. Bernard reported that over the past 2 days, 100 fighters had been used as bait. They had also recruited a dozen more mercenaries. In the main unit, 24 spies had completed their basic training. The battle for public opinion was underway. In this fierce battle between the nobles, it was necessary to strengthen their positions. The young man thought that turning to the voice of Reuben was the right decision. Since they had passed on the information about the gate without asking for anything in return, word of their good reputation quickly spread throughout the kingdom. Those who wonder how such influence could have been achieved probably do not know how much power this source of information, Connect, wields. It is an elite organization consisting of magicians. Moreover, the president of the Press Association is one of the 3 great magicians of the continent, Genus White. He surpasses even those who hold high positions in status. The voice of Reuben is the most influential media outlet of all. In battle, it is not necessary to fight only with a sword. Any means can be used. Raoul said that it was necessary to double the number of mercenaries and make sure that there were people in reserve who could keep up the conversation. Sooner or later, they would be visited for inspection. Philip wondered who it could be. Bernard suggested that it could be greedy nobles. Since the situation with the gates had stabilized, they would gradually try to get closer. Raoul would gladly welcome them if he could control the gate, but that was impossible. Bernard suggested that these nobles would try to tarnish the master's reputation. The protagonist said to let them try, only the chosen one could close the gate anyway. Raoul asked that no one disclose this information. If it reached the ears of outsiders, the lords would immediately pretend that they were indifferent to the gate. Turning their greed to his advantage, Raoul decided to gather all the warriors of the kingdom. Only then would they be able to face the coming danger. The man sped down the deserted narrow street, constantly increasing his speed. He believed that his pursuers would stop chasing him after the gate was opened. What else did they want? His task now was to distract as many villains as possible so that his comrades could escape. The man's path was blocked by people in cloaks, their faces hidden under hoods. The hooded man with a mask on his face said, "I am Elias Faceless, leader of the information organization, Wings of Freedom. Pleased to meet you." The man replied that they had been pursuing criminal guilds for 6 months. The masked man noted that Faceless was quick-witted. It was no wonder he headed the kingdom's best information organization. Elias asked what had brought them here. Was he their next target? The masked man said that at first he wanted to destroy Faceless, but decided to make him an offer instead. Elias could surrender. It would be a shame to destroy such an important person. If he agreed to join them, he could count on mercy. Elias drew his sword and said he would never agree to that. The masked man activated his power armor. Elias was surprised. It couldn't be. The Faceless one said he had guessed that these people had been sent here by the Empire. The masked villain remarked that this was an interesting conclusion, one that would cost the Faceless his life. Now they had no other choice. He ordered his men to destroy Faceless. However, at that very moment, the Faceless one disappeared. The villain realized that invisibility magic had been used. They decided to search the area, as he couldn't have gone far. Elias thought that the secret organization that was exterminating guild members was working for the Empire. What was going on in this kingdom? The masked men combed the entire perimeter. Raoul was informed that it had just become known that the right to use the F-rank gate by the Knights of the First Guild had been revoked. Our hero said that sooner or later this was bound to happen. What about the E and D rank gates? The messenger reported that they were still accessible. Raoul asked who was now responsible for the F-rank gates. The messenger replied that several families were now in line. Our hero thought so. Given the low level of danger, the F-rank gates are ideal for bragging rights. In addition, the nobles will be able to make good money on them. The captain of the guard was confused. It was time to win his trust. Raoul said that if any problems arose, the captain could contact him. He was always ready to provide fighters. The captain of the knights said that Mr. Ashton was truly a noble man. If only all aristocrats were like him. Raoul noted that defending the city and its inhabitants was his direct duty. He offered to work together with the captain. The captain said that there were rumors that the Randall family was behind it. However, he thought that the Ministry of Finance was the initiator. But that was just his guess. Many employees of the department have ties to the Randalls, including the minister. The captain added that the situation was rather strange, so he decided that Mr. Ashton should know about it. Raoul told his people that there was nothing to be surprised about. They had expected this outcome. Jake said that it seemed excessive to him. Why were they being deprived of their rights? Raoul replied that they would have to obey the royal order. Our hero added that there was nothing to worry about. After all, they had lost nothing. Ordinary soldiers can easily handle F-rank gates. There is no point in sending mercenaries. They will only waste money and receive mediocre items. It is better to focus your efforts on E-rank gates and above. As a result, they would receive mediocre items. It would be better to focus their efforts on E-rank gates and above. Philip asked what to do with those responsible for the F-rank gates. Raoul replied that they should be sent to the suburbs and use this opportunity to clear the remaining gates. The young man added that those who ignore items will not last long anyway. Keeping the gates under control is not easy, so they will most likely get them back. For now, they need to focus on achieving recognition and glory. The leader added that they should forget about everything else and take care of themselves. It is necessary to manage hired fighters and personal growth. In a week, the official annual knighting ceremony will take place. The Knights of the First Guild must show what they are worth. Raoul understood that they had to work hard to attract everyone's attention, so that they would be known not only in the kingdom, but also beyond its borders. The guards guarding the gates were not sure they would come. But what would they do if something terrible happened? In any case, they would have to eliminate the problem. Suddenly, the knight shouted for everyone to step aside. The aristocrat appeared on horseback. The knight asked to make way for the fourth son of Viscount Carrington, Asen. The knight said it was an honor to meet Sir Asen. He added that he was responsible for guarding the gate. Asen asked the knight if these were the very gates. The knight confirmed this. Asen told the knight that his men were blocking the passage. They must move out of the way. Asen said that they were about to cross the gate and ordered his men to follow him. The knight asked, "What about the horses? If there is no one to look after them, I can do it." Asen Carrington became angry and kicked the knight in the chest. He told the warrior to know his place. How dare he ask him to dismount? Asen told the knight to shut up immediately. He would have to talk to his captain. The knight said that in any case, he had warned Carrington. Now it was not his fault if the horses went mad as soon as they entered there. The knight thought that Carrington didn't know that there was a high concentration of mana on the other side, which is why horses were not allowed to accompany them. Even if he was lucky and survived, he would not escape torment. The knight thought that this night could bring many casualties. Asen asked his subordinate what exactly awaited them beyond the gates. The knight replied that there were only orcs or goblins there, so there was nothing to worry about. Asen was disappointed, because he had hoped to get his hands on some treasure. Asen thought that if this Raoul Ashton hadn't gotten in the way, he could have become a star in the capital by destroying several monsters. Asen planned to bring Raoul down by closing the remaining gates. Asen said that in order to clear the gates, they had to destroy every monster. They needed to split into squads and engage in battle. Imperial Guard. Marco told Sir Asen that this could be dangerous. It would be better to send scouts ahead and have the rest stay together. Asen replied that if Marco gave in to fear, he would not be able to clear the gate. What would people think of them if they couldn't even handle such a trifle? Marco suddenly perked up and told Sir Asen to hide behind him. Monsters appeared unexpectedly. Asen asked what these creatures were. Asen Carrington was seriously frightened. His knees trembled. Marco ordered the soldiers to remain calm and stay in their positions. The command was given for everyone to prepare for battle. The monsters were approaching. Raoul was surprised after the report. Did they really enter the F-rank gate and just disappear? The knight confirmed it. It sounds absurd, but all the troops that crossed the gate disappeared as if they had fallen through the earth. 10 troops had disappeared over the past few days. Each of them had been ordered to clear the gate. Raoul thought that anyone who entered would be eliminated. Could the gate be transforming? But that was only characteristic of high-rank gates. The protagonist suggested that there might be something inside. The leader ordered Bernard to gather the best knights, including Homer. Bernard was surprised. Why the mentor too? Raoul said that a rescue operation would be carried out. Dalton asked our hero, "Is it always like this inside the gates? Boring and dirty?" Raoul asked what Dalton expected. They couldn't know in advance what kind of terrain awaited them. Raoul added that he had warned them. They weren't going to play with toys. Raoul thought that the gate's rank did not match Dalton's level of training. However, given his lack of experience, it was the best place to train. Philip reported that the scouts had returned. The number of monsters detected had decreased. Raoul suggested that they were preparing for an attack. Our hero had already received information about these gates. They were F-rank interdimensional gates with a maximum capacity of 300 individuals. No one except the conquerors should cross it. It was a trap. Raoul was willing to bet that the monsters were not expecting it and would find themselves in it. Our hero said that they would stop here. What did Homer think about this? Homer agreed. Homer, a knight of the First Guild, said that there was open territory with swampy areas ahead of them. He also thought it was a suitable place. Raoul said that in that case, they would get to work. Our hero said that this would be the location of their base. Everyone should take their positions. Dalton was surprised. What was Raoul going to do on this hill? The young man replied that he would build a fort here. Homer ordered the artifacts to be activated. The knights got ready, and the activation of the artifacts began. Raoul Ashton led the operation. A magic circle appeared at the top, from which building materials emerged. Dalton did not understand what was happening. Raoul told everyone to repeat what they had done in training. Formation A must be established. Then everyone moves on to the main part. By the time Dalton came to his senses, the fort had been built. Raoul said that this fort was built hastily, but it would serve its purpose. It was better than sleeping in a tent. 3 meters high, 20 meters wide, enough for 100 people. Dalton asked, "Is Raoul planning a siege? Are the gates really so dangerous that we need to build a fort?" Raoul said that they all pose a risk to life, but the fort is only necessary for these gates. Our hero thought that he would need a large number of artifacts to make the bricks lighter and smaller. A technique for building a small fortress was used. As a crusher, the protagonist had used it many times in high-level gates or dungeons to reduce the time needed to clear them. For this moment, our hero specifically trained guild members who were able to activate artifacts. However, he did not think that this training would come in handy so soon. Dalton said he had many questions, but would ask only one. Why was the fort needed at all? After all, they had come here to search for missing people. Raoul replied that this was exactly what it was for. Dalton was surprised, because forts are used to defend against enemy attacks. Who was Raoul going to fight off in a rescue operation? Our hero thought that perhaps they were confident that they were ready for anything, and did not even consider the possibility of failure. Now it would become clear whose preparation would prove more effective. Jack, commander of the 8th section of the Imperial Hounds of the Kingdom of Reuben, was at his post as always. The messenger came with a report to the commander. They had taken the hostages, as the commander had ordered. Jack asked if the squad was already in place. The assistant said that the number of fighters was about the same as in the captured squad. Intelligence was monitoring them. Jack hoped they would be able to entertain him. He was tired of dealing with weaklings. Jack said they should follow the captain's orders. It was time to go hunting. The assistant said that there was information from intelligence regarding the rescue squad. They say they are hiding in the fort and are not doing anything. Jack was surprised. Dalton wasn't doing anything. It was boring. He thought that this wasn't what he had agreed to. Was Raoul sure they would come after them? Raoul told Dalton not to relax too much. They could show up at any moment. Dalton realized that Raoul had built this fort for a reason. But could he say who their enemy was? Raoul said he had no intention of hiding it. Our hero said that Dalton could ask them himself. The young man looked into the distance from the fortress wall. Jack and his warriors were approaching the fort. Dalton asked, "So, will we be fighting them?" Jack was outraged. When did they have time to build this fort? Where were his scouts looking? Raoul thought that everything was going according to his plan. His rivals were sure that they would catch them in a trap. How confused were they now? The rivals realized that they had fallen into a trap. Raoul gave the order to the archers to get ready. Raoul understood that his rivals did not expect to be ambushed at the gates. He should take advantage of the enemy's confusion. Raoul looked at Jack and guessed that he had a quick temper. That meant he could be provoked. The protagonist asked why these imperial dogs were walking around without a leash. Our hero added that in their ridiculous gear they looked like morons. Maybe they were lost. Jack asked our hero if he was from Ashton. Jack added that he would gladly destroy these enemies. He would personally deal with their leader. This fort would belong to them. Jack commanded his warriors to attack. Our hero thought that now the rivals were definitely caught. He still didn't understand what was going on here, but he was sure that his opponents were from the Empire. Raoul gave the command, and the archers began firing to kill. Our hero also joined the battle and began to effectively destroy his opponents, using his sword and unique abilities. Dalton thought that it would be more pleasant to deal with toads than with these imperial dogs. Jack said that another upstart had appeared. That's interesting. Isn't it time for them to show some respect? The commander sounded the alarm. Raoul couldn't help but notice. Huge monsters came to the aid of Jack and his warriors. Dalton was surprised. What kind of monsters were these? Raoul replied that they were Imperial soldiers. Since their last encounter, the Imperial soldiers had undergone a significant upgrade. They were probably their best warriors. Raoul thought that in that case, everything would go even better than planned. The knight on the fortress wall explained that these were the Empire's magical warriors, and that there was no need to panic. The Imperial soldiers roared loudly and rushed to attack the fort. Philip said that they must not be allowed to approach the fort, and that fire must be opened. The Empire's magical warriors came under heavy fire. Dalton said that arrows were useless against them, and that ordinary weapons would not even scratch them. Raoul said he had a plan, but he would need help to carry it out. Dalton said that was why he had come here. Philip ordered them to hold their position, and gave the spearmen the command to attack. Jack laughed. Did they really think they could hide in the fort? He would show them that the Empire was not to be trifled with. The fort would be destroyed. Raoul, Ashton, and Dalton simultaneously rushed into the attack. This was unexpected for Jack. The Empire's magical warrior was attacked. Dalton said that his sword could not pierce the monster's strong armor. Raoul admitted that they would have to work hard. Jack said they had no business being here and should try to defend their fort instead. He had never met such fools before. Dalton said that this guy was starting to annoy him more than the monsters. He didn't want to listen to him anymore. Raoul said that in that case, they would have to shut him up. Our hero activated his huge two-handed sword. Dalton wondered if he really had complete freedom of action. That's exactly what he needs right now. The Empire's warrior was attacked by the protagonist, and bleeding profusely, fell to the ground. Dalton did the same, and another monster was taken out of action. Philip and the knights watched the battle with interest, as Mr. Raoul defeated the magical warrior. Raoul asked his opponents why they had fallen silent. Was this all their fighting power? The young man said that the knight's loyalty to their lord depended on the presence of magical warriors. Jack said that it was getting even more interesting. Finally, he would be able to have some fun. He should thank the Ashton family for providing him with a worthy opponent. Dalton said that if this warrior commanded the Imperial Army, then he was stronger than these monsters. Did Raoul need help? The protagonist replied that he could handle it himself. Besides, Dalton had another opponent. Another magical warrior of the Empire appeared, armed and even more terrifying. Raoul warned that their opponent was well armed. Dalton reminded him that he didn't come from a simple family, so there was no need to worry. Raoul thought that this young man, Templeton's grandson, really was nothing to worry about. Even if this was his first real fight, he could be relied upon. Raoul thought that the young man was covered. It was time to finish off Jack. Our hero apologized for the wait and said he was ready to begin. Jack asked the young gentleman from the Ashton family his name. The protagonist gave his name. Jack said that everyone in the Empire had heard of this family. They say that the Ashtons use a two-handed sword, but he believes that this is not the case. Raoul thought that this opponent talked too much and looked like a gorilla. However, one should not look down on him. His characteristics and level are similar to those of an advanced sword expert, but he is nevertheless the strongest of all the opponents he has ever fought. Jack said he had hit the jackpot, because he was facing two young gentlemen from noble families. Would they be able to surprise him? Raoul thought that he must remain vigilant. His opponent had strong characteristics and powerful armor. However, by leveling up, our hero had improved his stats and invested in equipment, so he also had something to boast about. Now Jack can assess what a reborn, fully equipped player is capable of. Jack thought that his opponent's mana blade was quite powerful. He didn't seem like a typical homegrown nobleman. Jack found this very interesting. Perhaps this Ashton would be able to entertain him. Jack warned that holding back was not in his nature. He had no rules at all. The villain told the young man not to cry when he knocked him off his feet with a single blow. A flash appeared between the rivals, and an explosion formed. The shockwave spread in all directions. The Empire's magical warrior roared loudly and rushed at Dalton. Dalton heroically withstood his opponent's onslaught. The monster couldn't push him back. The young man noted that this monster was quite strong. He had to approach this issue technically. Two swords appeared in Dalton's hands, and he began to attack his opponent continuously. However, the attacks were repelled. Could he know that his shield would be destroyed if it clashed with Mana's blade? It would not be easy to defeat him. Dalton thought that if he ran away without fighting back against the Imperial Hounds, his father would not leave him alone. The young man was interested in what Raoul was doing. It seemed that things were much more difficult for him now. Raoul continued to fight face to face. Jack did not lose hope and was confident of his victory. The villain said that this young man was good at imitating his opponent's movements. But was that all he was capable of? Jack thought that this guy was fast and strong. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. Jack said that Ashton had exceeded his expectations. He almost felt sorry for destroying him. Jack loved watching the people of the kingdom continue to defend themselves, unable to do anything else. The young man could resist even more. Raoul didn't understand how anyone could talk so much. At this rate, he was sure to suffer psychological damage. But the main problem was something else. The longer and harder the fight, the more the Regnator trembled. If he activated it, he could probably end the fight in an instant, but his comrades could suffer because he couldn't gain complete control over it. It was necessary to distract them to buy time to carry out the plan. Bernard reported via internal communication that the situation had been resolved. The prisoners had been rescued, the enemy had been defeated, and the plan had been successfully executed. Jack asked why his opponent was smiling. Did he really want to surrender? What about the rescue plan? Raoul used his magical abilities. He said that his plan had been in progress all along, and now that it was complete, the moment of the real battle had come. Jack could try to attack one more time. A little earlier, the man in the mask and hood saw a broken weapon on the ground. It seems that they are right when they say that aristocrats are not cowards. Asen Karentog sent his knights forward in hopes of avoiding a confrontation. The masked man said it was unfortunate. An aristocrat stood surrounded by knights and trembled with fear. Marco told his master to remain calm. In moments like these, it is important to be able to control oneself. Asen could not imagine that the Empire was involved in this matter. That is why they fell into the trap so easily. Asen thought they would not be able to escape. The masked man said that they were not going to kill these people. But if they resisted, someone would certainly get hurt. The masked man thought that the young master was enough, and his guards could be disposed of. the villain ordered the nobleman to be captured and the rest to be destroyed. Suddenly, the masked men were attacked and destroyed. Their leader did not understand what was happening. Marco and Asen were also surprised. Who had come to their defense? The Knights of Ashton appeared on the battlefield. Jack asked how they dared to set foot on the territory of the kingdom. The Imperial soldiers would be destroyed. The leader of the masked squad was surprised. The attackers instantly defeated the warrior who wielded magic. He didn't even have time to use his mana blade. Jake said he got a little carried away. Initially, he didn't want to start all this. Jack smiled and said that one prisoner would be enough for questioning. Why spare the rest? Marco recognized Jake from the Order of the Golden Bear, so the Knights of the First Guild had come to rescue them. Jake looked at Asen and asked in surprise why his knees were buckling. Josh said that in such a situation, this aristocrat couldn't even stand firmly on his feet. It was a sad sight. Apparently, not all young gentlemen were as brave as Raoul Ashton. Asen thought that just a few warriors had defeated the monster, and the Empire's elite soldiers clad in power armor. This is what Raoul Ashton's First Guild is like. At that very moment, Bernard reported to his master that the situation had been resolved. The prisoners had been rescued, the enemy had been defeated, and the plan had been successfully carried out. Raoul Ashton accepted a one-on-one fight against Jack. Our hero repeated that the rescue team had already accomplished its task. It was easier than easy, because all of the enemy's forces had been thrown here. Having captured the prisoners, they focused on attacking the fort. Or had they already forgotten why they had come here? Raoul noticed that his opponents were too confident, assuming that everything was under control. However, they themselves had fallen into a trap. Jack said that developing an effective plan was not his strong suit. Hiding and setting traps was no fun at all. It was time to act in his own style. Now they would fight with full force. Our hero thought about the Phantom Blade. As a crusher, the protagonist had dealt with this unusual technique of the Imperial Knights several times. It consisted of terrifying swings of the blade, moving in a chaotic direction. Finally, his opponent used it. Jack shouted that he had managed to knock the arrogance out of his opponent. Ashton only has time to put up blocks. After a while, there was a loud explosion. Jack was confused. The protagonist activated Mimic Mode. Activation complete. The young man said that now it was possible to work with it. Dalton struck and ran to the side. The Imperial Magic Warrior was angry, but couldn't reach his opponent. Dalton thought he was acting too weakly. His opponent was fast and smart enough to come up with a strategy. However, his attack tactics were simple. The mace surrounded by mana was dangerous. Dalton was at a disadvantage because he did not possess a mana blade. Dalton decided to improvise with whatever was at hand. The knights watching from the fortress wall thought that Dalton was having a hard time. Jake asked again if they really had to just watch from the sidelines. Why not help him? Philip reminded him that they had been ordered not to interfere, so they stayed where they were. The most important thing had already been accomplished. The prisoners had been rescued. Now all they had to do was trust the young master. Dalton asked the knight on the fortress wall if his name was also Philip. The knight confirmed this. Dalton said he had a request. He needed to tell the others to hold on tight to something. Dalton added that he was going to use the fort now. They would be shaken a little. Philip shouted for everyone to crouch down and brace themselves for the jolt. They had to hold on tight so they wouldn't fall. Dalton thought that Philip had quickly prepared everyone. Now it was clear why Raoul could rely on his subordinates without any problems. The young man held his sword forward, pointed it at his approaching opponent, and said he was ready to begin. Would he be able to fight back this time? Dalton gathered speed, pushed off the fortress wall, and flew high into the air. The monster tried to attack him and hit the wall with its mace. The fort shook. Dalton was high up and prepared to attack. The huge magical Imperial warrior was attacked and destroyed. Dalton thought it was risky, but it worked and got results. The young man said that the wall was slightly damaged, but nothing terrible had happened. The knight said that even though this was Dalton's first real battle, he was holding his own. Philip added that he was even a little proud. After all, he was a Templeton wolf and the grandson of the Master of the Sword. Raoul looked at Dalton and thought that their enemy had been defeated. Our hero decided it was time for them to wrap things up. How long could they stand around doing nothing? Jack said he agreed. However, Ashton shouldn't count on victory. He had imitated his opponent's technique quite well, but simply repeating the movements was clearly not enough. Jack, swinging his sword, said he would now show the difference between them. The battle continued with renewed vigor. Raoul Ashton continued to put up a worthy fight against his enemy. Our hero successfully counterattacked, and Jack ended up lying on the ground. Raoul asked if his opponent now understood the difference and what he had to say about it. Raoul thought it was a pretty powerful and useful skill. It had been a long time since he had come across anything worthwhile. The system reported an error. Invalid actions detected. In accordance with the rules of using the regnator, the imitator skill will be removed. Our hero was surprised. Would he really not be able to use imitator now? Raoul thought he had found a good skill, but in the end, he would lose it without even trying it out properly. However, it seemed that he would be able to use it until he found a replacement. During this time, he needed to finish the battle. Our hero decided to squeeze everything he could out of it. Raoul gripped his sword tightly with both hands. The opponents clashed swords again, sparks flying in all directions. Jack said that this boy had become too aggressive. Had he decided to speed up? The protagonist decided to use his unique skills and concentrated his mana charge on his fingertips. Our hero's sword flew rapidly toward his opponent. The villain didn't understand what was happening. Jack managed to dodge at the last moment. The villain was surprised. Where did the flying blade come from? Jack looked up and saw a huge number of blades floating in the air and aimed at him. What was going on? Raoul was surprised. Had his opponent only just noticed? Did he have tunnel vision? Now he would find out what a representative of the House of Ashton was capable of. Jack was indignant. What kind of ridiculous tricks were these? The villain began to deflect the swords flying at him. Was that all? Jack said he was disappointed. Ashton should stop his tricks and fight like a real man. He declared that he had no time to play games and wanted to fight seriously. Raoul continued his manipulations. Now Jack was attacked by huge axes. He barely managed to block them with his sword. Jack said that this young man was stubborn, but his tricks would not work. Raoul thought he had finally found a worthy opponent. Our hero crept up behind him and delivered a devastating blow to his head with his fist. Jack screamed but remained on his feet. Raoul realized that an improvised move was not enough to break through the power armor. But that didn't mean he would stop looking for a way to win. Jack admitted that his opponent had managed to hit him, and that wasn't bad at all. Raoul said that Jack was strong, but too talkative. Our hero swung his fist again and declared that his opponent would have to shut his mouth. Imperial dogs had no place here. Jack couldn't withstand the next blow and was knocked down. He lay unconscious on the ground. Our hero thought that this opponent was not easy to defeat, but he succeeded. Given the difficulty of the battle, his level should increase significantly. Our hero noticed that a new skill had appeared. Just in time, the player acquired the skill, Radiant Aura. This is a high-level skill available only to the strongest of the Holy Knights. It allows the use of AoE spells of purification, blessing, and healing. Our hero rarely encountered this skill in his past life, and now it was in his hands. What luck. Raoul did not expect the invaders inside the gate to set up an ambush. This meant they had prepared thoroughly. An experienced strategist was surely involved. Caution was needed. Philip said that Raoul had performed well. He struck the enemy on the head when he couldn't break through the power armor. Raoul noted that the way Dalton used the fort wall was even more effective. Dalton asked if the mission had been successful. Raoul acknowledged this and added that Dalton had been a great help. For that, he deserved special thanks. Dalton said he went for fun, but he couldn't tarnish his family's name. The old man wouldn't have forgiven him if he had sat on the sidelines. Raoul thought that he had performed much better than expected. It was hard to believe that this was his first serious battle. If Dalton joined the ranks of the first guild, they would become much stronger. Philip reported to the young master that the rescue team had returned. Jake and Pierce reminded him that they should not address their master that way during a mission. Raoul said it was excellent work and praised everyone. Bernard reported that there were no injuries but several casualties. They might need help carrying the bodies. Raoul said the guards would take care of it. Asen Carrington had his doubts, but Raoul really was a master. Did he really deserve that title through his own efforts? Dalton asked Asen if he was one of the hostages. He didn't know that the Viscount of Carrington was involved in this affair. Asen was surprised. Was Dalton Templeton one of Raoul's knights? How influential was this Raoul Ashton? Our hero said that the prisoners had been rescued and the Imperial hounds neutralized. The mission was accomplished. In addition, he had acquired an amazing skill and was more than satisfied with the results. The commander said it was time to return. After returning, the protagonist inquired about the fate of the captured Imperial soldiers. Philip replied that they had been secretly transferred to Lord Grey, as requested by Mr. Raoul. Bernard added that the hostages' condition remained unchanged. Apparently, the Empire had cast a spell on them that blocked their minds in case of capture. Without Mr. Gray's help, it would be difficult to get any information out of them. Raoul was not sure that Alfredo Gray would find a solution. Our hero inquired about their motives. Philip replied that they had disguised themselves as guards to get into the city. Nothing else was known. In this regard, a large-scale internal investigation is planned. That is all the information they have. It is difficult to determine the motive. Raoul said he would like to have more specific data. More information will be needed for the next attack. Their method of operation is very precise and dangerous. A solution must be found. Our hero decided to leave the matter to the kingdom and Lord Grey. Tomorrow there will be a ceremony for the knights. The capital is currently in turmoil, so the ceremony will be small and quiet. Raoul assumed that a real inspection awaited them, not just a pompous presentation. But that was for the best. Our hero understood that this was still a significant event. He needed to prepare properly. The most influential families and knights of the kingdom would gather at the ceremony. The first guild would take the big stage for the first time. Our hero understood that it was necessary to make a good impression, so that word of them would spread throughout the kingdom and reach the empire. It was necessary to show the greatness of the first guild, so that it would be talked about in every corner of the continent. The next day arrived. Passers-by recognized the young master, the head of the first guild. He was the true defender of Turim. The townspeople agreed that the red-haired knight was also handsome. Josh was pleased. The girls wanted him to look at them. Jake noticed that this was the first time Josh had been the subject of such a warm welcome. Jake told Josh to get used to it. For mercenaries working under the banner of the first guild, this was normal. There was no need to be modest, because he deserved it. Josh waved back at the girls. Everyone was very happy, especially Josh, because he had joined the first guild. The townspeople welcomed the defenders of Turim, the knights of the first guild. Our hero did not expect so many participants to gather. It seemed that even the free knights had come. Even other knights noted that representatives of the first guild had appeared, newcomers who had solved the problem with the gates. Could the entire first squad be here? However, his colleagues did not understand what was so incredible about these knights. Surely they were just ordinary show-offs. According to rumors, there were few official knights with confirmed diplomas among them. Raoul saw that they had attracted attention, and that was not a bad thing. After all, they were here to show what they were capable of. A man approached our hero and said, "Finally, he has the chance to see the revered defender of Turim in person." The man introduced himself as Jerry Deplank, the Minister of Finance. He had heard that this guild had played an important role in the recent incident with the gates and suggested that our hero talk to him in private. Raoul was surprised. What did the Minister of Finance want from him? Jerry Deplank said that he had wanted to meet Raoul Ashton for a long time, but the young man was always busy. After all, he was now the most sought-after hero in the capital. Raoul was surprised. Had the finance minister come just to meet him? What did he want? According to the captain of the Capitol Guard, most of the finance department was controlled by the Rendels, and this Jerry Deplank was surely one of them. If he came to meet him in person, it wouldn't end with just a greeting. The young man thought, maybe this man wants to reveal his plans? Raoul smiled and said that the Minister of Finance was exaggerating by calling him a hero of the capital. Any aristocrat in the kingdom would have done the same. The minister said that the whole capital was talking about the young man's exploits and the achievements of his knights. All knights want to be like Raoul Ashton. The young man replied that it was only thanks to the finance department keeping the treasury in order that the knights had work. Jerry Deplank thought that this young man was smarter than he had previously thought. He knew very well that because of the Rendell family, the finance department was hostile towards him, and yet Raoul behaved as if nothing was happening. Now it was clear why few people got along with him. Ashton said he had one question for the Minister of Finance. He had heard rumors that the department had forbidden the first guild from crossing the gate. Did the finance minister know anything about this? The minister was surprised. Was this guy really not shy about asking such questions? He clearly had no intention of playing dumb. Perhaps Raoul Ashton was trying to show that he had reason to consider them enemies? The minister said that this was the first he had heard of it. It must be empty rumors. Their organization had nothing to do with such matters. Jerry Deplank asked if Raoul had managed to find out anything about the Imperial soldiers who had ambushed them at the gate. Our hero replied that they were well prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The minister suggested that they simply wanted to annoy the kingdom. This incident could not be called an invasion. Raoul noted that the enemies had gone quite far and easily penetrated their territory. It looked as if someone from the kingdom had helped them. Our hero smiled and said that it was just his assumption. But that's impossible, isn't it? The finance minister was angry. How dare this boy say such a thing? Now he understood why the people called the young man the Defender of Turim. No wonder he had come so far to meet him. Jerry Duplank said he would have to leave the young man. He expressed hope that Mr. Gray would be able to get the prisoners to talk. Raoul found this strange. The fact that Mr. Gray was involved with the prisoners was kept strictly confidential. The young man assumed that the Department of Finance was aware of many things. The minister said that this was indeed the case. After all, they played a significant role in the organization of the kingdom. Jerry Duplank said he enjoyed the conversation. He expressed hope that they would meet again. Raoul Ashton exceeded the finance minister's expectations. But the minister would have been happy to destroy the young man. Our hero thought that the finance minister had gotten involved with the wrong person. Small talk had always been an important skill for playing Connect. The protagonist did not know how Plank was connected to the Empire, but from now on, they would put even more obstacles in his way. Raoul Ashton was ready for that. He was not going to give up so easily. It was announced that the Mentors competition would begin soon. All participants were to gather in the hall. Jake said he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Raoul saw that his knight was excited, even though he had recently complained that he hadn't signed up for this. Jake admitted that he had changed his mind. Raoul said that this ceremony meant much more to them than it seemed. It was an opportunity to show their talents and skills. The young man said that people looked down on them, but everything was going according to his plan. The only thing missing was fear. The protagonist said that the goal was to make them afraid. Fear would lead to respect. The first guild must leave a lasting impression on them, so that they will forever understand what these knights are capable of. Raoul said that Philip would remain in charge, while he himself would take to the podium. The commander ordered his rivals not to underestimate them and to focus on the goal. Now our hero could rely on his knights and stop worrying. Raoul Ashton had other concerns. He asked the man in the hood if he had gotten what he came for. Our hero noticed that he did not understand the point of this game of hide-and-seek. If you have questions, you should ask them. The man was surprised how this young man ended up here. The hooded man asked how quickly the young man had figured him out. Raoul replied that it wasn't easy. This man was quite good at disguising himself, as expected from the leader of the best intelligence organization, Wings of Freedom. Detecting the presence of the Faceless One is not so easy. The protagonist suggested putting an end to these games and talking seriously. Raoul asked why Wings of Freedom was following him. The young man hoped to resolve the issue peacefully. He had no desire to use force in a public place. The Faceless One said he had no right to disclose the information. Raoul noted that his interlocutor had no choice. If the head of the Wings of Freedom himself had taken up the matter, it meant that there were problems within the guild. Faceless was surprised. Had this young man really understood everything so quickly? The rumors were true. This young man really did have a sharp mind. Faceless said that he had no reason to evade the question and would tell him everything. He really was the head of the Wings of Freedom Guild. Raoul expressed his delight that his interlocutor had quickly assessed the situation correctly. Now he wanted to know why he was being followed. Faceless said that he had been studying the young man, but his original goal was different. The man Raoul Ashton had met today, the Minister of Finance, was much more dangerous than the young man thought. It was announced that the first guild had won again. How many opponents had they defeated in a row? Even the most famous knights were no match for them. Jake was in the arena. He was the winner of this fight. The defeated opponent thought he was facing a real monster. How could he move so fast with that giant sword? Jake asked if his opponent would surrender. Although if he wanted to continue the fight with his bare hands, no one would object. The opponent surrendered, and Jake won. It was announced that the victory went to the first guild. Pierce thought Jake was getting cocky again. Someone needed to rein him in. George said, "Keep it up." Philip looked at the empty chair and thought that the young master was very late. But he himself had emphasized the importance of this ceremony. Had something happened? Raoul asked his companion if the Information Guild thought he should be wary of him. Faceless said that the Minister of Finance was more dangerous than the young man could imagine. Faceless added that if his guess was correct, they posed a great threat to the entire kingdom. They were the Imperial Hounds. Had Raoul Ashton heard of them? They were a special unit of scouts from the Kranan Empire. Their existence is considered a myth, as there is no reliable information about them. Faceless said that if Ashton had any information, it would be easier to explain everything. Recently, many small guilds have been raided. However, since the attackers left no traces, the investigation has reached a dead end. This phenomenon has been called guild hunting. Raoul asked if Faceless suspected that this was the work of the Imperial Hounds. His interlocutor said he was absolutely sure. The Wings of Freedom had become their next target. He had personally encountered them. Our hero was surprised. What did Viscount Jerry de Planck have to do with it? Faceless said that he would only be stating his assumption. Many members of the kingdom's nobility secretly collaborate with the Empire. Raoul asked if Planck was one of them. His interlocutor said that there were many reasons to believe so. The Department of Finance is on good terms with many families who influence the preservation of capital. They also indirectly interfered during the incident with the gates. They were the ones who tried to ban the First Guild from using the gates. It is difficult to understand the nature of their actions. Why restrict the rights of those who provided the most support in resolving the situation with the gates? Immediately after that, the reconnaissance team was ambushed. The family supporting the finance department did nothing. Moreover, as soon as it became known that the Imperial Hounds were behind everything, the department immediately took measures to keep everything secret. Faceless added that, considering all of the above, it could be concluded that the person in contact with the Empire was most likely a member of the finance department. The protagonist thought so too. The head of the Information Guild is aware of many things. Faceless said that they did not know for sure that the traitor was hiding there. It could be someone they did not even suspect. Faceless added, for example, Raoul Ashton, master of the First Guild. The protagonist found this amusing. Why did his interlocutor think so? Faceless replied that the First Guild had come out of nowhere and achieved great heights in a very short time. It's safe to say that every resident of the capital has heard of them, but the guild proved itself best when the gates opened. This unprecedented event shocked everyone except the First Guild. It was as if they knew in advance what they were about to face, from the location of the gates to the strength of the monsters and their weaknesses. It seems as if the First Guild was well aware of the impending invasion. Raoul said that sowing chaos and then stopping the villains to earn universal recognition was very risky but effective. His interlocutor's suspicions were not unfounded. Raoul decided it would be better to show everything than to explain it in words. Faceless was surprised. Show? Raoul suggested becoming a member of their guild, and then Faceless would find out everything. At the same time, it would become clear whether he was working with the Imperial Hounds or holding them by the throat. The Faceless one said that there was a misunderstanding. He suspects Raoul Ashton. The young man replied that his interlocutor could suspect whatever he wanted. In any case, the decision was his to make. The protagonist added that the Wings of Freedom no longer exist, and he needs experienced informants. This deal should be mutually beneficial. Faceless asked if it wasn't time for Raoul Ashton to go to the ceremony, since it was very important to him and his knights. Raoul suggested they finish their conversation first. Faceless said that the Knights of the First Guild are fighting to gain official recognition from society. But Ashton, as their master, behaves rather carelessly in this situation. The protagonist said that he trusts his interlocutor. His presence does not matter. The Knights will win anyway. Faceless noted that renowned knights from all over the kingdom are participating in the ceremony. They should not be underestimated. Raoul said he knows his guys will have a hard time. However, he believes in them, because they have been through many battles. They will not lose for anything. Faceless said he agreed, and was not opposed to cooperating with Ashton. But he needed time to think about the offer to join the First Guild. The young man noted that his interlocutor had made the right choice. Faceless said it was time for him to go. He didn't like to stay in one place for too long. Faceless said that the master could call him Cain. Our hero thought that the meeting had gone well. He wanted to find a suitable informant, but ended up getting the master of the Wings of Freedom himself. The young man hoped that the knights would forgive his absence. It was important to resolve this issue right away. However, Raoul could not miss the entire ceremony. He needed to see how his knights were doing. Raoul Ashton returned to the Colosseum, the venue for the competitions. The knights' duels were in full swing. The passions in the stands were running high. Rendell won the current duel. This family had another victory. The head of the Rendell family thought that they had once again used the unbreakable falling star strike. Only the First Guild could match them in strength. Jake said he saw a lot of aggression. Surely it was too much. Philip suggested that they were trying to impress the audience and outshine them. Pierce noted that only they and the Rendells remained undefeated, but they hadn't had a chance to fight each other yet. Jake concluded that, judging by their hostile attitude, they planned to give their all in the battle with the First Guild. Jake asked Josh how he was feeling. Would he be able to handle it? Raoul Ashton said that Josh had to win, otherwise they could have problems. Josh was delighted to see the master. Raoul showed Josh his opponent. the 10th son of Viscount Rendell, Roy. He was known as a genius. Raoul said it would be tough, but it was entirely possible to defeat him. Roy is probably happy that he is facing a novice of low birth. The protagonist said that Josh must demonstrate his skills and show what he is worth. The knight asked Raoul if he was sure about his decision. Roy would surely try to destroy Josh. Our hero said there was no need to worry. Josh would not lose, even if he wanted to. The rivals entered the arena and stood facing each other. Roy Rendell felt confident. Roy Rendell said he wanted to wait for the fight with the first guild, but they threw some plebeian at him. Roy added that it was boring. He would finish off his opponent with a single finger strike. Josh thought that he was facing an aristocrat belonging to one of the 5 most influential families. He was clearly stronger than any of the enemies he had ever fought. Josh decided that he couldn't give up. He was no longer an ordinary boy or a mercenary. He was a member of the First Guild. Josh was sure he had to win, for the sake of his master and his comrades. Roy attacked, and Josh easily parried the blow. Rendell noted that his opponent had managed to track the movement of his sword. Another attack followed, and Josh coped again. The audience saw that the First Guild was blocking all the blows. The fighter didn't even look tired. Who was this guy? Josh tripped him, and Roy sprawled on the ground. This caused general laughter and was humiliating. Josh was surprised. Was that all his opponent was capable of? It was easy to predict his every move. There was no fear at all. Josh thought that if Roy was incapable of more, then victory was assured. The audience was puzzled because the Rendell offspring couldn't fight back. Was this guy really a mercenary? Josh was clearly well prepared. Roy was puzzled as to how this pathetic plebeian dared to disgrace him. Josh thought that he didn't have to care about his opponent's feelings. No one was going to cater to his mood. Roy asked, "Does this boy even know who he's facing?" Josh was surprised. Did it matter? All participants in the tournament were on equal footing. Josh said that arguing about who was aristocratic and who was commoner was pointless. The only thing that mattered was who was stronger. Roy became even more angry and shouted at his opponent to shut up. Josh remained calm and continued to fend off his opponent's attacks. Jake said that there was nothing special about Roy, even though he initially seemed like a genius. Raoul said that he was considered an artificial fighter among the Randalls. However, Josh was much stronger than him. Jake noted that this young man exceeded all his expectations. Perhaps Randall decided that he would defeat him if he acted tough. But he miscalculated. Raoul said that Josh had successfully completed his mission in the goal and would not lose for anything. Josh asked his opponent how many blocks he could make. It was time for the aristocrat to fight for real. Josh successfully attacked his opponent, and Roy was forced to retreat. The First Guild Knight seized the moment and punched the Rendell family representative in the jaw. Roy was outraged. How dare this mercenary swing his fists at him? After all, in this battle, it is customary to demonstrate sword skills. This is not a street brawl. Josh asked if Roy understood how real combat worked. There was no concept of honor in it. The punches continued to rain down. George reminded him that his opponent had intended to destroy him, so now he could surrender if he was afraid. Roy said he would shut that bastard's filthy mouth. The rivals continued to exchange sword blows. The spectators were glad that Randall wasn't giving up so easily. The spectacle was becoming more and more interesting. Philip noted that, unlike the others, Roy was very persistent. Raoul said that was why he was called a genius. However, that wasn't enough to defeat Josh. Josh didn't hold back and headbutted his opponent in the face. It hurt. Roy asked what that was. Josh said that sometimes you have to use your head in a fight, and Roy should remember that. Roy called it a dirty trick. Roy said that he had already endured too many insults. His opponent had left him no choice, and now he saw no point in holding back. Josh realized that he was about to see the Randell's shooting star. Many of the kingdom's glorious knights had been defeated after using this technique. But when genius comes into play, the blow must be even stronger. Was it possible to block it? He rushed at his opponent, saying that now he would definitely destroy him. This nobody had the honor of dying by Rendell's blade. Josh noticed that his opponent's movements had become fast and terrifying. However, compared to what he had experienced on missions with the First Guild, it was absolutely nothing. Josh delivered a devastating blow, and his opponent couldn't stay on his feet. Roy Rendell was lying on the ground. The representative of the First Guild said that in a real fight, everyone is equal. The judge announced that the First Guild was the winner. Josh was the winner. The defeated Roy Rendell was deactivated and lay in the dust. The audience was ecstatic. This newcomer had defeated the genius of the Rendell family. It was simply amazing. The rising talent had lost to a newcomer mercenary. It was decided that the first guild would be the winner of this competition. The young man said that these guys were very strong. It was just incredible. His interlocutor replied that the rumors were true. Now he believed that their master was the son of Count Ashton. It was worth sending him a congratulatory letter and contacting representatives of the Ashton family from the capital. Count Rendell was furious. How could his 10th son lose to this mercenary? Count Rendell did not understand how Raoul Ashton had managed to gather such truly strong fighters without the help of his family. It was time to talk to him face to face. Count Rendell rose from his seat and said that there was nothing more to see here. He was leaving. The Count told his assistant to leave someone in charge. He would take only a few knights with him. Count Rendell said he was going to the finance department. He had to see Plank. Philip also fought a successful battle with his opponent, defending the honor of the First Guild. Philip said it was a glorious battle. The judge announced that the First Guild had won again. Jake said that Philip had easily defeated his opponent. It didn't take him long. One of the aristocrats said that he had crushed an advanced sword expert. A colleague remarked that there was no longer any doubt about who would take first place. An old man entered the room and said that the First Guild would take first place. The man saw familiar faces. They were the ones who were under Raoul's command. The old man asked Titus what he could say about this young man. Titus replied that as a child, Raoul had been calm and reserved. The incident with the gate had contributed to his maturation. The ruler of the Viscountcy of Jaden de Ashton, said that the Ashtons had always been content to wave their swords somewhere in the field. But now this ambitious young man had appeared among them. Medeiros, commander of the kingdom's holy knights, had heard that the first guild in the capital was considered the best guild in the kingdom. Now he understood why. They looked as if they were ready to go to war right now. Carson, commander of the Royal Guard and president of the Knights Association, said that the only influential family that took part in the ceremony was the Rendells. Neither the Templetons, nor the Greys, nor the Order of the Golden Bear showed up. Carson asked in surprise, "Is it possible to choose the best guild without taking into account the 4 military families?" Medeiros replied that the fact that the newcomers had defeated the Rendells was truly astonishing. Carson asked Mr. Gray if their master was really studying at their academy. Alfredo Gray replied that he had already had the opportunity to communicate with this master. Gray said that before he answered, he would like to ask one question. Did Carson believe that everything was calm in the kingdom now? Carson replied that knights were no strangers to peace. They must always be ready for battle in case of threat. Gray said that was a worthy answer. Alfredo Gray added that the truth was that he knew little about Raoul Ashton, and did not dare to claim that he knew more about the security of the state than Mr. Carson. But if one day the kingdom of Reuben were to face a serious threat, it can be assumed that Raoul Ashton will become their savior. Gray added that these were only his assumptions. Medeiros was surprised that the great magician Gray spoke so highly of Raoul Ashton. Perhaps this young man was his favorite student? Carson said that if Gray thought so highly of this young man, he should be put to the test. Carson added that it was not honor or glory that made a knight great, but strength. Only strength could prove a knight's valor. That is why he himself must make sure that this young man's authority is truly deserved. The official knighting ceremony was declared open. Raoul Ashton, representative and master of the First Guild, was asked to step forward. Professor Carson, also president of the Knights Association, interrupted the host and said that before continuing, he would like to ask Sir Raoul for a favor. Carson noted that the debut of the First Guild was truly outstanding, but he was a little sorry that only one of the leading military families had shown up at the ceremony. In that case, he, the president of the Knights Association, wanted to personally verify the abilities of the First Guild's master. President Carson asked if Sir Raoul would accept his challenge. When it comes to the strongest knights in the kingdom, Viscount Carson cannot be overlooked. He is not only the captain of an elite squad, but also a master swordsman. Even though he is only at the first level, the difference between an expert and a master is too great. Raoul thought that if he accepted the challenge, the president of the association would become his strongest opponent after his rebirth. Carson said that he found it strange to see the young man hesitating with his choice. He thought that a master of the First Guild would agree without hesitation. Pierce did not understand what was going on. Why was the president so insistent on a duel? Philip suggested that Carson wanted to test him personally. Philip thought that the young gentleman had never had to deal with a master swordsman before. He couldn't defeat Carson, but if he didn't fight him here and now, all the work they had done to build their reputation would be wasted. It was a challenge that could not be refused, and there was not a single chance of victory. What would the young gentleman do? Raoul Ashton replied that he accepted. It was a great honor for him to fight the respected chairman of the Knights Association. Raoul added that he hoped to learn a lot from the chairman. Carson noted that since many people would be watching the duel, they would decide its outcome on behalf of all the Knights of the Kingdom of Reuben. Raoul Ashton said he had no objection and expressed his gratitude for the opportunity. Josh asked Vice Master Philip what was going on, as this fight had not been planned. Philip explained that such duels were not held at tournaments, so they were not included in the plan. However, the format and scale of this tournament had undergone significant changes, so the old rules were no longer valid. Jake was angry because they had decided to subject the first guild to a double check. Chairman Carson was very strict about this and wanted to personally verify the choice of the winner. Philip suggested that the master had agreed to the duel for a reason, and that they should trust his decision. Alfredo Gray thought that his comments had put Raoul in an awkward position. Medeiros had a different opinion. He believed that the young men were very lucky. When else would they have the chance to duel with the chairman of the Knights Association? Professor Medeiros added that he had known Sir Carson for many years, but had not seen him so enthusiastic in a long time. Raoul Ashton said he was ready for the duel and grabbed his two-handed sword. Raoul Ashton attacked his opponent. The president of the association easily parried his opponent's thrust. Raoul thought that he needed to deprive his opponent of space for a counterattack. If he paused even for a moment, the professor would immediately strike back. Raoul attacked the professor again. However, now his blows were more balanced and cautious. The professor was always one step ahead of his opponent. Our hero tried to take control of the fight, striking again and again. Raoul Ashton now understood what a true master of the sword was capable of. However, he could not give up. The audience enthusiastically supported the young participant. Not everyone would dare to fight the professor. Josh was watching such a fight for the first time, and was inspired by the swordmaster's work. Raoul Ashton understood that his opponent was strong. It was impossible to find his weak spot. There was only one thing left to do: exchange blows. Professor Carson said that was enough. He appreciated the young man's skills, but there was something more important. If Raoul Ashton was going to become the leader of a new generation, sword skills alone were not enough. Carson said that they would now proceed to the next test. Raoul felt a very strange energy. What kind of artifact was this? How does Professor Carson intend to use it? Alfredo Gray asked what it was. Medeiros was surprised. Why did Carson take it out? In the palm of the association president's hand was a hybrid core, an artifact of the Holy Knights that allows them to detect dark mana. It is used on Imperial warriors, as they most often use weapons covered in dark mana. Medeiros said that the core was intended to detect Imperial spies at the tournament, but the plans changed because they were confident in the security of the event. However, Carson had already brought it. Professor Medeiros did not understand what Carson had in mind. Carson said that considering how much the First Guild had done for the kingdom, there was no reason to be suspicious. However, he wanted to be sure of everything. The president of the association expressed his hope for Sir Raoul's assistance. Our hero felt a strange, heavy energy spreading throughout his body. Kingdom of Reuben, Ministry of Internal Affairs. The minister said he did not expect to see Count Randall here as he was attending the ceremony. Was the Count sure he should be here? Randall replied that he wanted to ask the same question. Was the minister indifferent to such significant events? The Count couldn't understand why Plank was so calm. They shouldn't be underestimated. The minister suggested that the First Guild had caused a sensation at the ceremony. Randall had no doubt that they would try to stand in their way, but it was the minister's job to stop them. Mr. Plank said there was no need to worry. Such minor problems would not interfere with their plans. The minister added that if the entire county of Ashton had targeted them, there would be cause for concern. But with Raoul and his knights, the situation was different. The First Guild operates independently of Ashton County. However, judging by how the kingdom's inhabitants praise Raoul, he risks becoming more dangerous than the Order of the Golden Bear. The Count was surprised. Why then did the minister not see them as a problem? Minister Plank said that Raoul and his guild were indeed a nuisance to them. Plank added that Raoul may be a hero, but he cannot wage war alone. Perhaps he has no idea that the war has already begun. On the minister's desk lay a mask of the Imperial Hounds. President Carson continued to hold the object that emitted dark energy in his hands. However, the flow of divine power released was becoming more powerful. How was this possible? Raoul reminded himself, knights know no peace. Only vigilance and combat readiness determine knightly valor. The young man added that he was familiar with the teachings that the chairman imparted to his students. As a knight of the Kingdom of Reborn, he was obliged to show his full potential in a duel. The president of the association thought that the young man had passed the test of the hybrid core and was even able to use its divine power. Does this mean that at such a young age he has the highest divine rank? Our hero's back was adorned with glowing wings. Association President Carson was very surprised. The spectators in the stands had never seen anything like this before. Could it all be true? After the potential and energy calmed down, our hero asked the association chairman if he had passed the test. The audience decided that Master Raoul was a divine apostle, because everyone had seen his glowing wings. Could this young man really be a messenger of God, capable of wielding sacred power? The first guild is God's Knights. The spectators welcomed the defender of the tournament. Jaden D. Ashton said that he had seen enough and that it was time to return. Even though he was just a boy, it was understandable why Randall was so cautious with him. The old man did not expect such a unique talent to appear in their family. Jaden added that it would be fun. The leader of the Knightly Order, master of the First Guild, was Raoul Ashton. As a representative of the Knights Association of the Kingdom of Reborn, Carson asked Mr. Raoul, "Did he swear allegiance to the kingdom and his majesty?" The protagonist knelt, bowed, and said he swore. Does Raoul swear on behalf of the First Guild to defend the royal family and the people with his life, and to repel enemies who threaten the kingdom? Raoul Ashton repeated that he swore. Does Raoul Ashton swear to hone his skills with humility and diligence, and to follow the code, defending the honor of the country? The young man swore a third time. Carson said that Raoul must be strong, noble, and loyal for the prosperity of the kingdom, the honor of the knights, and justice. Association Chairman Carson declared Raoul Ashton and his order to be Knights of the Great Kingdom of Reborn. After the ceremony, Professor Medeiros asked Carson what he thought. Carson replied that his colleague had seen everything for himself. The young man possessed all the qualities necessary to be worthy of the title of knight. Medeiros noted that it was not only about skills, but also about the true strength that emanated from him. Carson repeated that he wanted to test Raoul because he wanted to verify Mr. Gray's words. 3 things had alarmed him. He had mentioned a threat to the kingdom and was confident that Raoul would be their savior. But what puzzled him most was that these words were spoken by Alfredo Gray himself. Carson asked, "Medeiros, have you ever heard Mr. Gray talk about danger or single out anyone as a savior?" Although he claimed it was just his guess, he couldn't be taken at his word. Medeiros inquired, "Is Carson implying that Mr. Gray feels that a threat is looming over the country?" Carson added that the threat was so great that they could not cope with it on their own. Medeiros asked if Carson now held the same views as Gray. Carson replied that he wasn't sure. However, he knew one thing for sure. If Raoul remained Ruben's ally, he would be their savior. And if he turned against them, he would be their worst nightmare. Medeiros asked if he had failed the hybrid core test. Carson replied that the core only determines whether a person possesses dark mana. It is not known whether he will be an ally or not. Carson said that his uncontrollability raises questions. It is necessary to keep a close eye on the situation and monitor developments closely. Medeiros thought that Carson was, as always, very serious. He hadn't changed at all over the years. Jake continued to train Josh relentlessly. The young man was completely exhausted. Josh asked how Jake managed to block every one of his punches. Jake replied that Josh's attacks were fast and powerful, but too predictable. They might work on the Randalls, but not on those who had experienced real combat. Jake added that sometimes aggressive movements can be an advantage, but against experienced opponents, they become a weakness. Jake added that Josh needs to learn to change his fighting style. Jake added that after the ceremony, their ranks had grown considerably, inspired by Josh's fight. He would have to answer for that. The knight added that Josh is now a role model. We can't lower the bar. Jake noted that Josh was chosen as a role model among all the brave knights. This must not become a problem. Bernard informed the young master that everything was ready for the recruit's entrance exam. Raoul suggested that the effort put into the ceremony had paid off. The atmosphere in the guild would become much livelier. Bernard wondered if there was a reason why they suddenly needed to expand. Brandon added that steady growth was always good, but the gentleman seemed to be in a hurry. Raoul asked if Bernard thought they were living in peaceful times. Small problems sometimes occur, but at the moment, the kingdom is not experiencing any misfortune. Will it stay that way for long? Raoul added that in 5 days, an event would take place that would put an end to the peace in the kingdom. They cannot sit idly by, for it is up to them to prevent it. The young man on the throne sincerely thanked Sir Carson for organizing the ceremony on behalf of the royal family. Carson replied to His Highness that it was his job. Gerald de Reuben, the sixth prince of the Kingdom of Reuben, said that due to the incident with the gates, they were not in a position to participate in such events at the moment. He hoped for understanding. Anything could happen, so it was important to keep the members of the ruling family safe. The sixth prince heard that the newcomers were the most impressive at the tournament. It seems to be the first guild? Carson confirmed this. One of the military families participated in the ceremony, but no one was able to defeat the first guild. Gerald Reuben said it was amazing. When he met them at the academy, he realized that this was no ordinary young man. And when the gates opened in the capital, his knights fought on the front lines of the city. They even defeated the scouts who had crossed the border. The sixth prince added that an order of such high standing was undoubtedly a credit to the ceremony. Perhaps they should be awarded a medal on behalf of the royal family. Moreover, they were still guarding the gates. The prince would like to visit them personally and reward them. What did Mr. Carson think about this? Carson replied that the first guild was forbidden to cross the gates within the capital. Gerald was surprised. What prohibitions could there be when, during the incident, they had done more than anyone else to protect the people? Who had given the order? Carson replied that the order came from the Randall family, who are responsible for the defense of the capital. They claim that this is a necessary measure for a more effective distribution of forces. The first guild only opened the entrance when they had to deal with spies, as there were also hostages inside. Carson added that in such difficult times, there was no room for infighting. It was necessary to put an end to this. The sixth prince said that he must meet with Count Randall in person. The gates on the outskirts of the capital were relatively calm. Monsters appeared from the gates, armored boars. They had mutated fangs and were armed. The gates became agitated, informing of the monsters' approach. The knights guarding the gates engaged the monsters in battle. Raoul thought that he was facing a whole pack of armored boars. The capital would be plunged into chaos if they got out. They had to be dealt with here and now. The protagonist found himself surrounded. The armored boars were approaching from all sides. Raoul and his team demonstrated their abilities, and the gang of armored boars was destroyed near the gates. However, that was not all. Philip said that it would not be possible to clear them out quickly. Jake added that they had made almost no progress since the beginning. Pierce said they had to finish them off here. They couldn't be allowed to cross the gates. Josh asked if they could really do it. Raoul said there was no need to worry. Everyone here was ready to help. Our hero looked to the side. A girl was approaching the gate. She apologized for being late. She needed time to brew a potion. Raoul said that the success of this mission depended on Nakia. Nakia had to show the monsters what alchemy was capable of. Nakia said she understood everything and set off the alchemical explosive devices. Jake said that he had never seen anything like it before. Was it magic? Philip noted that it was magic combined with alchemy. Nakia was unstoppable. Her abilities amazed everyone. The monsters burned in the flames and screamed in despair. Raoul thought that this girl wasn't crazy. Her sister had been saved. He thought that this would make her weaker, but her skills were simply amazing. Nakia's alchemical magic had reached a respectable level. She exceeded all expectations. After the job was done, Nakia asked if she had gone too far. Philip said that using a potion to increase mana was a brilliant idea. Raoul admitted that it was amazing. Our hero thought that with such a powerful mage, they had become much stronger. Nakia would become their most powerful weapon. Josh said that the girl had to join their team. The leader said that thanks to Nakia, they easily dealt with the boars. But this was only the beginning. Raoul said that the S-rank gatekeeper was next. In Randall County, the host apologized. He did not know that the sixth prince would visit them, so he could not prepare for his arrival according to protocol. The sixth prince replied to Lord Randall that everything was fine. He had no expectations in this regard, so there was no need to blame himself. Randall thanked the prince for his understanding. Gerald Reuben said he would like to discuss one issue in detail. Since it was extremely important, they would get straight to the point. The sixth prince stated that he was aware that Randall had demanded that the first guild be prohibited from crossing the gate. For what purpose was this done? Randall replied that it was a necessary measure for effective control of the gate. The decision had been agreed upon with the head of the Capital Guard. This restriction applies not only to the first guild, but also to other orders of knights. The prince said he understood Randall's concern for the city's safety, but the current situation was such that every soldier counted. Therefore, he was lifting the ban on the use of the gates for both the first guild and the knightly orders, as well as groups of mercenaries who were obliged to do everything possible to defend the capital. The prince added that he would personally inform the commander, and asked Lord Randall to leave the control of the gates to the Capital Guard. Randall was angry. This prince didn't care about his family, Ashton, the First Guild, or Prince Gerald. Soon he would wipe the smiles off their faces. During the battle with the monsters, Josh didn't understand why the passage was so narrow. You couldn't even swing a sword freely. Philip said, but no one can surround them. Pierce said that the landscape would remain the same for a while, so they needed to prepare. Nakia accidentally stumbled and almost fell. Josh managed to support the girl in time. He said, "The road is uneven, Lady Alchemist. You need to be careful." Nakia thanked him for his help. The young people blushed with embarrassment. Jake looked at the young people and said that only this boy needed to get ready here. Raoul thought that the C-rank gates were distinguished by their harsh terrain, among other things. The road alone took a lot of energy. They only managed to enter thanks to the guard who was indebted to our hero. But since the operation was considered unofficial, Raoul was only able to take a few knights with him. Fortunately, Nakia was a great addition to the team. However, at this pace, everyone would be exhausted before the raid even began. With such terrain, even a rest stop won't help. What to do? Nakia asked if they could take a break. Everyone seemed tired. She could help them regain their strength. Nakia said she had brought something just in case. The girl took out a bottle of liquid and said that this potion would help everyone replenish their lost energy. Perhaps it was not as good as the potion from the monastery, but it would still help. Jake took the bottle of liquid and immediately emptied it. Nakia was frightened. After that, the knight grabbed his sword and said that an endless stream of power was raging inside it. Nakia said that it was a concentrated potion, and one jar should be enough for everyone. The girl added that, fortunately, she had taken several bottles. Pierce said that this knight thinks with his muscles, not his head, so he doesn't know when to stop. Raoul thought that Nakia had made a potion that only a professional priest could create with divine power, using only alchemy. Now the expedition could continue on its way without any problems. Our hero knew that inviting Nakia was the right decision. Raoul said, "If our strength is restored, we can now move on and deal with the Guardian and other creatures. The D-rank gatekeeper is a lion-maned boarman warrior of the 77th level. The guards protect the entrance to the dungeon." Alfredo Gray approached the guards and praised them for their diligent service. Gray said he would like to talk to the prisoner. Could they leave him alone with the prisoner? The guards stepped aside, and Gray was left alone with the prisoner. The prisoner was tied to a column and could not move around the cell. Gray asked the prisoner, "Have you not yet considered cooperating with them? Why are you so loyal to the Empire?" The prisoner laughed. "Have you come to show your superiority? How long can you keep up this charade? Do you really think the Imperial hounds are easy prey?" Gray said that the rumors about the Imperial Duke's guard were true. Alfredo Gray found himself in a cell with the prisoner. He said that he partly understood why the guild had fallen apart because of the Empire. Gray's face changed, and he said he was ready to begin the interrogation. The prisoner was surprised. Is Faceless really going to talk to the prisoner? Faceless said that the word interrogation was more appropriate. The prisoner said that they could threaten and torture him, but it wouldn't work. Faceless replied that he couldn't do that. The man added that he was no longer a member of the Wings of Freedom, but now belonged to the First Guild. The First Guild was against torture, and he had to follow the rules. The prisoner laughed. The great Faceless is at the beck and call of a nobleman who is not a knight. His comrades are indignant in the afterlife. Does Faceless really hope to extract information from me using the methods of the First Guild? Asked the prisoner. Faceless said he would show how the First Guild conducts its business. When interrogating, knights do not resort to torture, threats, or persuasion. He added that they use artifacts. He held a glowing medallion in his hand. The man claimed that this thing paralyzes the mind, loosening the tongue of the enemy. With a few deft movements, he would erase the prisoner's memories of the past few hours. The Faceless man added that the prisoner would forget about their meeting, and that he had revealed all their plans. The man said that he would get what he wanted, and the prisoner would remain loyal to the Empire. Did he like this arrangement? Faceless moved the token closer to the prisoner, and asked what the main goal of the Imperial Hounds was. Jake was furious. They just crossed the gorge, and now they have to go down into the dungeon? What's wrong with these gates? Raoul said that this structure was created with mana and powered the gate. Its formation was not yet complete. When the gate reaches C rank, the terrain itself will change. They had to hurry. If they didn't destroy the Guardian, there could be complications. If the dungeon engulfs the entire gate area, even more powerful monsters will descend upon the capital. There is no time to lose. They must move faster. Raoul thought it was too strange to be a coincidence. This place appeared shortly before the event itself, and C-rank gates and above are impossible. The captain of the Capitol Guard received an urgent request for support from the D-rank gate. The message said that the gate had undergone drastic changes and assistance was needed. It seemed as if someone had deliberately lured Raoul Ashton and his squad here. Jake asked the master, "Are there any problems?" Raoul replied that everything was fine. The commander said that before moving on, they needed to scout the situation. They had to prepare carefully, because no one knew what awaited them ahead. Perhaps our hero was getting himself worked up, because there was still time before the event. One way or another, they couldn't just leave the gate, so they would have to break through. Imperial hounds watched Raoul Ashton and his squad from their hiding place. Under cover of darkness, using only the lantern traditionally held by Josh, the knights moved along their planned route. Jake said, "It's too quiet for such a large space." Perhaps this was because the dungeon was not yet fully formed. Pierce added that they must remain vigilant. The dungeon did not appear dangerous, but there was a distinct sense of dark energy here. Josh asked, "Do dungeons always look like this? I can't believe it appeared on its own." Philip noted that this dungeon was made of ruins and was relatively larger than others. Dungeons are formed by the concentration of a huge amount of mana per unit area. Their shape changes depending on the movement of its flow. Thus, not only gates, but also dungeons can create monsters. Philip added that, in other words, it is unknown what they might encounter. So it's best not to relax. Nakia said she saw amazing pillars. The moss here accumulates magical power. Can she collect some samples? Josh suggested that Miss Alchemist wasn't worried at all. Philip noted that this was a privilege of the strong, and that they would have to be nervous. Raoul thought that for the initial phase, the dungeon seemed quite large, but the danger level was low. This was unusual even for a C-rank dungeon. In addition, there was a very dense concentration of mana here. It was as if someone had deliberately suppressed the magical power of the dungeon. Josh lit up the wall, and everyone saw a magic circle. Could this also be a common occurrence? He thought. That couldn't be. Raoul didn't understand where the magic circle came from in the dungeon. Could it be a suppression spell? The commander shouted for everyone to be careful. It was a trap. Armed scouts, Imperial hounds, rushed at the heroes from all sides. The knights were surrounded. Jake asked, "Is this an attack?" The leader of the Imperial hounds said, "These knights have fallen into our hands, just wonderful." Raoul thought that the Imperial hounds were here too. Apparently the pressure spell was their doing. But what were they doing here? The protagonist did not understand what these scoundrels were up to this time. In the kingdom of Reuben, the sixth prince greeted his older brother and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The older brother was the third prince of the kingdom of Reuben, Herdian de Reuben. Herdian suggested that Gerald had gone to the city. Hadn't he heard the order to remain in the palace? The sixth prince apologized. He had been discussing the matter of the gates with Count Randall. The young man added that it was urgent. He would report it to His Majesty himself and accept the appropriate punishment. Herdian said that the king had no time for this. In any case, he would understand everything. However, next time Gerald would have to send a messenger or hold an audience. The king's orders could not be disobeyed. The sixth prince said that it would not happen again. His older brother continued on his way. Herdian was surprised. Since when did Gerald care about the gates? Perhaps he had received an order from the king or his brothers. The girl accompanying the prince said that the sixth prince had acted of his own accord. The successes of his classmate Raoul Ashton inspired His Highness. Herdian said that a secret message must be delivered to Viscount Plank. He must come here for an audience to discuss the plan. The leader of the Imperial Hounds did not expect Raoul to take the bait. The rumors were confirmed. These knights really did have a fetish for the gate. The first guild should not behave so irresponsibly. Jake was angry that the Imperial Hounds had ambushed them. Were they really targeting the invaders' squad? The leader of the Imperial Hounds said that in any case, these knights were caught. Raoul thought something didn't add up. Had they really set a trap with such a small squad, without the help of the deputy captain or someone higher in rank? Raoul asked Nakia, "This is a magic circle that suppresses mana, right? Can you determine how effective it is?" Nakia suggested that it was a high-level spell, and that it was very powerful. The dagger in the center of the circle was a powerful artifact that reinforced it. Raoul said, "So all the mana of the gate is concentrated in this circle, accumulating and thereby increasing their rank." Raoul was surprised. Why so much manipulation just to lure them here? What do they want to achieve with this composition? Maybe they have another goal. Jake wondered if their opponents really believed they could defeat them. The leader of the Imperial Hounds said they had no doubt about it. The knights would not be able to handle them. Bait is bait. Clear it out in 2 days. The dungeon would also be difficult to deal with. The knights drew their swords, hoping they hadn't been captured just to be used as entertainment. Philip swung his sword and 2 opponents were seriously wounded. Pierce fired a double shot, and the arrows struck 2 Imperial Hounds. Josh struck with his sword, and the enemy fell to the ground. The surviving leader of the Imperial Hounds said he knew this would happen, but he had expected something more. Philip asked, "Then why did he set this ridiculous trap?" The enemy replied that everything was going according to plan. There was nothing ridiculous about it. Nakia thought that this artifact contained another spell. The villains said that the Empire was stronger than the kingdom, and that destruction was only part of their plan. Now the main task had been accomplished. The magic circle began to glow brightly, and Nakia cried out in surprise. The next moment, the glow stopped, and the magic circle went out. Nakia said that a self-destruct mechanism had been installed in the artifact. When the spellcaster dies, the collected mana is released and becomes uncontrollable. Raoul heard a sound and thought that something was approaching from the depths of the dungeon. Monster boars appeared from the depths of the dungeon. Raoul said they were in trouble. There were too many monsters and they needed to leave immediately. The young man shouted that they needed to leave the area immediately. Everyone present supported this decision. The group decided to quickly leave the area and ran in the opposite direction. However, the path was blocked. The exit from the gate should have been at the end of the passage, but a powerful monster with a weapon in his hand blocked the way. The third prince apologized for the urgent summons. It was probably difficult to sneak into the palace, given the king's order not to let anyone in or out. Herdian knew that inviting Mr. Plank here was risky, but it was necessary to prevent their plan from failing. Plank said he understood everything and apologized for the disturbance. The prince said that they could dispense with formalities. The minister knew why he had been summoned. Herdian asked when Plank would complete his part of the work. Plank reminded him that during their first meeting, he had said that patience was necessary to realize his ambitions. Herdian said that he had not taken the risk just to listen to moralizing. Did he really have to wait longer? Plank said he understood the prince's concern, which is why he had willingly entered the palace to brighten the long wait with good news. Tonight, the prince would see what magnificent results could be achieved through patience. Raoul shouted that he could see the exit. As soon as they got out of the dungeon, they had to head there. However, a huge monster stood in their way, its appearance clearly expressing its intentions. Raoul thought it might be the gatekeeper, but why now? If they entered the gorge, they would have to climb a narrow path. Was it the Imperial Hound's idea to send them to the Guardian so that he would not allow them to leave the dungeon? Our hero thought he had been too presumptuous. Jake turned around and said that they were catching up and would soon surround them. Raoul thought that the Guardian was one of the raid monsters, and it would be impossible to deal with it quickly. What to do? The protagonist remembered that he had a regnator. With its help, he could suppress the monsters and the gatekeeper, but the protagonist still didn't have complete control over it. In that case, the squad could be in danger. Was this really the only way? Suddenly, Nakia stepped forward. Josh was surprised. What was the alchemist planning? Nakia told the commander that she would stop the monsters. The girl was holding a bottle of liquid in her hands. She added that the knights should help the young lord clear the way. Raoul said that Nakia couldn't fight alone. Seeing the bottle in the girl's hands, he shouted for everyone to move away from Nakia. The Guardian must not be allowed to reach her. The protagonist thought that this option was not the safest, but it was the best of the possible ones. In this case, he had to trust Nakia. The girl headed straight for the monsters, which were rushing toward the knights at tremendous speed. She recited a magic spell and prepared the liquid. Nakia was completely calm and confident. Under the influence of the spells, the monsters stopped and screamed loudly. The knights did not understand what was happening. Raoul suspected, but was not sure, that Nakia had reached such a level of mastery. Nakia uses a form of magic second only to divine power. She wields draconic magic. This is the true language of dragons. The monsters were deactivated and neutralized. The guards protecting the gate wondered why the knights were taking so long. Were the Randalls late as usual? There wasn't even a backup squad, although it was usually there. It seemed strange. They were probably cooling off somewhere because they didn't like to work. The guard wondered. Why, in that case, were they assigned to guard the gate at all? A man approached the guards, hiding his face under a hood. The guards said they were late. The man swung his sword and the guards were destroyed. The villain's comrades approached him. Looking around, they said that there were no more witnesses. Now the gate area was completely under their control. The masked man said that in that case, it was time to begin. The time had come to take control of the gate. The faceless one told the prisoner to repeat his words. The prisoner reported that the Imperial Hounds had already infiltrated every corner of the kingdom, and their plan was in motion. Faceless asked if the capture of the gate and the elimination of the guilds was a simple provocation. The prisoner replied that it was not done for the sake of provocation, but in preparation for war. The prisoner added that the war would begin today in the heart of Reuben. Upon receiving this information, Faceless turned and headed away from the dungeon. He was angry. How could he have missed that all these actions were a prelude to war? Faceless thought that if the prisoner was telling the truth, the kingdom of Reuben would fall today. Nakia threw the bottle on the ground, and it broke, spilling its contents. A fiery magical dragon appeared above the girl. The monsters froze in shock. Nakia continued to chant a spell in an incomprehensible language. Josh didn't understand what was happening, but it was clearly something insane. Raoul thought that the power of the dragon was shaking the dungeon. With such power, the girl was capable of defeating the boss with a single blow. The boss monster attacked Raoul, but the young man managed to raise his sword in time. Raoul assumed that the monsters were targeting Nakia. He couldn't let the boars get to her. The leader shouted for his knights to keep the monsters away from Nakia. The girl stood frozen, the monster approaching. She needed to buy some extra time. Nakia finished her preparations and shouted loudly. The monsters stopped again and screamed, but only out of fear. After everything calmed down, a long tunnel opened up in front of Nakia, with light appearing at the end. Raoul thought that this was truly an incredible power. The girl had simply swept away the monsters with a single scream. The fact that the gatekeeper tried to stop Nakia indicates that he sensed a real threat in her. This time, Nakia exceeded all of the protagonist's expectations. The next moment, the girl lost consciousness and almost fell. Josh managed to catch her in his arms. Jake was surprised. This fragile girl had single-handedly dealt with a whole pack of monsters. Philip also said it was amazing. Raoul told Josh to take care of Nakia. Josh said it was a great job. The girl had saved them all. Raoul and his knights drew their weapons and said they would take care of the rest themselves. On the western border of the kingdom of Reuben, the knights destroyed the monsters. Dylan asked about the current situation. The knight reported that there was nothing special nearby. No monsters, no wild beasts. Dylan said that he had issued an order for urgent extermination, claiming that dangerous monsters had appeared at the border. But these were just a few orcs and goblins. What was going on? The Knights of Templeton were sent to the northern border. The knight confirmed that they had not received any urgent orders from the Royal Intelligence Service. Rumor has it that the knights were led by the Master of the Sword himself, who suspected the appearance of a powerful monster comparable to a dragon. Dylan said that if the matter was so serious that he decided to intervene, it was quite possible. He hoped that they had not come all this way for nothing. The knight told the commander that something was wrong here. He found it suspicious. Sending knights to slay monsters was commonplace, but selecting only elite knights from the capital was unprecedented. Sending the main forces straight to the borders was extremely unusual. The capital was becoming vulnerable. The knightly orders of McNeil and Randall are still in the capital, so there should be no problems. Dylan said that the team must be divided into two groups. One to be sent to his father's estate, the other to the capital. We need to secretly monitor the situation in the royal castle and report continuously. Dylan said he had a bad feeling about this. Raoul and his squad continued to fight bravely against the monster boss. It seemed that this monster was completely invulnerable. Neither arrows nor swords could harm it. What to do next? Pierce was knocked far back by a single blow. This couldn't go on. Jake and Philip continued to strike, but to no effect. At one point, the monster attacked, and the knights were thrown far back again. Jake got to his feet and said he had underestimated this monster. Philip asked if he could continue fighting. Jake replied that he was fine. Pierce thought that this was much more difficult than expected. Such movements were very rare for a creature of this size. It wouldn't get any easier. Among the monsters they saw outside the gate, this one was the strongest. Raoul asked Philip if he was okay, and if he could fight. Philip replied that he was fine. Philip told the young master that they needed to be careful. This guardian was on a completely different level compared to those they had encountered so far. Raoul said that the magic of the gate, which had been suppressed until now, had suddenly been released and affected him. He was no different from an S-rank guardian. They couldn't give up. The stronger the enemy, the greater their growth. That is what their first knightly order stands for. Raoul said he would create an opening, and Jake and Pierce would attack when he gave the signal. They had to aim for his blind spot and destroy him with one blow. The knights said they understood and were ready for action. Philip reminded them that this monster had exceptional reflexes, and that creating an opening would not be easy. Raoul told the knights to just watch him. He had been looking for an opportunity to use this in a real battle anyway, and they had met the perfect opponent. Our hero activated his radiant aura. His armor immediately lit up. Glowing wings appeared behind our hero. It was a completely different level. Jake and Pierce didn't understand what was happening to them. Were they being healed? Was this the effect of that skill? George said he saw the same thing at the initiation ceremony. The master is truly amazing. Even Nakia, in Josh's arms, opened her eyes slightly. Raoul said that this was the first time he had used it in real combat, so he was a little nervous. But these knights followed him here. They are willing to risk their lives for the great idea. Shouldn't he behave like a gentleman? Nakia finally came to her senses. Raoul said they had stayed here long enough. It was time to end this. The protagonist put all his power into the blow he delivered, attacking the monster. However, the monster managed to raise its weapon and defend itself from the blow. The next moment, it jumped aside. Raoul was surprised. Why is it so fast? Is it really a gate monster? Raoul thought that he couldn't defeat this monster alone, but at least he could tie it up until they could deliver the decisive blow. Josh asked if Nakia was okay. The girl replied that she was feeling much better. Jake said again that the gentleman was fighting alone. Shouldn't they help him? Pierce told Jake to calm down. Had he forgotten the order? There was no signal yet. They had to wait patiently. They had to trust the commander. Our hero continued his confrontation with the gatekeeper. The monster was indestructible. Raoul thought, if he could hold out a little longer, then his telekinesis would work on his opponent's weapon. Finally, the right moment came, and under the influence of telekinesis, the monster flew far back, hit by a shockwave. The monster jumped to its feet, turned around, and began to run away. It shouted that now everyone should attack it. Philip said that now was their time, and they rushed to strike the gatekeeper. The monster began to bleed. The knights' attacks continued, and the boar monster was close to defeat. Raoul Ashton stepped aside only after the monster's body stopped moving and lay motionless on the ground. Philip approached and asked if his master was all right. Raoul replied that he was fine, but needed a little rest. Jake said that it was too much, because the master had used his healing skill for their sake. Raoul replied that he couldn't defeat the monsters alone anyway. You have to trust your comrades in arms. The commander said that the alchemist had also tried her best. Bernard contacted the master with important information. Bernard reported that things were very bad. The Empire had attacked. His Majesty said that his son had not only attacked his king, but also killed his own brothers. The prince's lifeless body lay at the king's feet. The king asked in surprise, had he gone mad? Gurdian replied that it was all for the future of the kingdom. The king was too ill to rule the kingdom, and his brothers were too weak to inherit the throne. In that case, shouldn't he do something to save the kingdom in this crisis? The king was surprised. Was it really salvation if he allied himself with the Empire? The prince said that it was time to end the long conflict with the Empire. The kingdom of Reuben would enter an era of peace with the Empire of Cranon. The prince added that he would rule this kingdom. The chairman of the Royal Knights Association, Duke Carson, appeared before the prince and attacked him. Carson shouted that Gurdian de Reuben was a traitor. The prince said that he had heard that all obstacles to the revolution in the capital had been removed. It seemed that the chairman was not considered an obstacle worth removing. Carson shouted that His Majesty must be escorted to a safe place immediately. The knights picked up the king and said they would take care of it. The traitor said it was useless. There was no safe place in the capital. Carson said that if they held out a little longer, Gurdian and the Empire would have no chance. The prince was surprised. Did Chairman Carson really hope for the arrival of Templeton or Ashton? Did he really know nothing? Carson said that it was Gurdian who knew nothing. The savior of the kingdom, Reuben, was coming. The Imperial hounds at the gate did not understand why they were guarding this place. They would not get out today anyway. They would not get out at all. The plan was flawless. Suddenly, Raoul Ashton burst out of the gate and struck the Imperial hounds with devastating blows. The young man looked back. The Imperial hounds were finished. Raoul thought that Bernard was probably right. The young man thought, if this is what is happening on the outskirts, then the situation in the royal castle must be even more dire. We must hurry. Jake wondered, where were Randall's soldiers? There were only Imperial soldiers here. Could he also be wounded? You suggested that in that case there would be signs of a fight, but everything here is too clean. Josh suggested that he might have escaped. The hooded man said that Randall had not escaped. There was no need for that. The man took off his hood and said it was good that the gentleman had returned. Raoul recognized him. Could it be Mr. Kane? The faceless one. Raoul asked what was happening in the capital, what the situation was like. Kane said that it was urgent. The Imperial hounds that had infiltrated the capital were now attacking openly. They were led by none other than the Randall family. Kane added that they had joined forces with the Imperial hounds to attack the royal castle. Raoul realized that this was true. A rebellion in the kingdom of Reuben. An event in which the internal forces of the kingdom, having joined forces with the Empire, staged a rebellion with the aim of seizing royal power, which ultimately led to the fall of the Ashton family. Raoul understood that this was bound to happen, but he thought he still had time. Did his actions affect their plans? Raoul asked Kane what had happened to Bernard and the knights. Faceless replied that Bernard had left with Homer and his warriors. However, due to the enemy's tricks, all of the kingdom's main forces are far from the capital, making it difficult to even approach the royal castle. The young man thought that the main forces of the rebels were the Randall family, who were responsible for the security of the capital. Jake was furious. How dare these scoundrels stage a rebellion? What's more, they had also joined forces with the Empire. Pierce said they needed to calm down. They would be quickly dealt with if they remained in their current state. Everyone was exhausted, both physically and magically. This issue needed to be approached technically. Josh told Nakia to sit down and rest on her own. Jake still couldn't calm down. Philip asked Nakia if she had any more recovery potions left. She said she had a few, but if she took any more today, it would exceed the safe dose and might not be effective. There could even be side effects. Kane said that they had anticipated this situation and removed all potential obstacles to their uprising. Raoul thought that in such an exhausted state, they could not use the aura of radiance. The battle at the gates had been more exhausting than expected. What should they do? Raoul looked at the information window. Librarian Rebel asked him to use the D-class mana stone in his inventory. The fairy asked the protagonist if he had any problems. The girl greeted him and said that she hadn't seen Raoul in a long time. The young man was surprised. How did Rabble end up here? The Imperial hounds saw the consequences and thought in surprise. Could there really still be people with such skill in the capital? What order does this knight belong to? Although it doesn't matter, he simply must be destroyed. Marco, sword in hand, had no intention of surrendering. He was protecting civilians. The Imperial warrior said that it was Marco, the former captain of Viscount Carrington's guard. He had deserted after the incident at the gate. The Imperial warrior added that if Marco had stayed with Carrington, he could have participated in this revolution. Templeton and the Ashtons had been transferred to the border, and the whereabouts of McNeil and Greer were unknown. The only forces capable of resisting the rebels were a few guards. Marco thought, was this the end? The Imperial warrior said that even if he asked Marco to join the Empire, he would still refuse. Out of old affection, he would have to be quickly finished off. The young man standing behind him asked, who said they would succeed? The young warrior attacked the Imperial soldiers and destroyed them. The young man was dissatisfied because he wanted to leave at least one alive to get the necessary information. The young man asked if the captain from Carrington he saw at the gate was the same one standing before him. Marco confirmed this and introduced himself to Lord Dalton. Marco was surprised. Was Dalton still in the capital? He had heard that Templeton's knights had been sent to the northern border. Dalton was surprised and said that he must have missed that. It was difficult not to catch the old man's eye. The young man said that he could not have imagined that something like this could happen in the capital. Marco agreed. A woman with a child in her arms thanked the knight for saving them. Marco said that Lord Dalton deserved the thanks. The woman asked if the Knights of Templeton would protect them. Dalton said that they would most likely not be able to help, as the Knights of Templeton were not in the capital at the moment. Dalton added that there was no need to worry. That guy was here now, the Guardian of Turim. Rabel said that a lot of time had passed. Surely Raoul couldn't have forgotten her. The young man asked if Rabel was okay. The fairy replied that she was overflowing with magic and that she was fine. Rabel said it was all thanks to Raoul accepting her. She was very grateful. The young man was glad he could help. The fairy said that Raoul looked very tired. Could he be having problems? Rabel added that since he was her benefactor, she would help him this time, if he could lend her this mana stone. Jack asked if the gentleman was okay, and why he was talking to thin air all the time. Raoul came to his senses. He had forgotten that others could not see Rabel. Our hero asked the fairy if she could really help them. Josh was surprised. Why did the gentleman suddenly start behaving this way? It's not a connection with the guild. So who is he talking to? It's a weak form of another kind of magic. Maybe the gentleman really is talking to someone. Nakia suggested that the young gentleman had some kind of plan. It was necessary to wait a little. Raoul said that thanks to the Mana Stone, she could temporarily heal everyone using spirit magic. But it wouldn't work on Raoul, who was immune to potions. Raoul said temporarily, because the healing magic she uses forcibly consumes stamina, so they had to finish before dawn. Raoul told everyone that they were in a situation where they couldn't waste a minute. Everyone was tired, but he had found a way to restore their strength. The upcoming battle would be much more dangerous than capturing the gate. There was no guarantee that everyone would survive. Were all those present ready to continue fighting alongside him? The knights of the First Guild said they would follow their lord. The knights held back the onslaught of the advancing Imperial soldiers. They could not retreat. If they retreated, the inhabitants would be in danger. They had to hold on. The Imperial soldiers said that all the inhabitants of the kingdom were already dead. They were doomed anyway, so why fight? Didn't these knights understand that no army would come to their aid? The kingdom was in the hands of the Empire. However, things turned out quite differently. Suddenly, magical swords flew through the air and struck the Imperial soldiers. What was happening? A squad from the First Guild had appeared. The commander shouted that they must awaken their dormant courage. The warriors of the Kingdom of Reborn must rise up. Raoul Ashton bravely charged into the ranks of the Imperial army on his horse. The knights of the Kingdom of Reborn were indeed uplifted in spirit. For Lord Raoul, the first knightly order had arrived. The Guardian of Turim had arrived. It was necessary to follow the orders of the first knight and begin a counterattack. Raoul Ashton, at the head of his detachment, began to liberate the city from the invaders. Philip suggested that the rebels had already taken the castle. Maybe it was worth gathering the knights and liberating it first? Jake was furious. Why should he capture his own castle? He would never forgive the scoundrels from Randall. Raoul Ashton said he would infiltrate the castle alone. His knights must find Bernard and Homer and defend the capital. Raoul wondered if it was too dangerous. No matter how strong Raoul was, he couldn't take on an entire army alone. Raoul said he wasn't going to fight them. The longer this went on, the more nervous they would become. It would be more effective to infiltrate with a small group and sow chaos inside. Meanwhile, his men would focus on clearing the capital of invaders. Philip said he understood. However, the master must return unharmed. Jake told him not to worry about what was happening outside. He just had to show what he was capable of. They would clear the capital and come for him at the castle. Raoul Ashton inquired whether Rebel was ready. The answer was affirmative. The knight told the prince standing before him with a sword in his hands that he did not know him very well. The sixth prince hid his skills. The captain of the royal guard, Ruben Jose, said that the prince was capable of fighting several Imperial power armor users in a row. His time at the academy had definitely paid off. The prince said that he never thought the captain would side with the Empire. Wasn't he ashamed in front of his ancestors, who had served the royal family for many generations? Jose said that there was no need to lecture him. Didn't the prince understand what was going on? The captain said that the sixth prince was still alive only because he respected him. Wasn't that obvious? The third prince appeared and told Jose to calm down. He would deal with his brother himself. The captain must lead the troops and defend the rear of the castle. The third prince told his brother that he had dealt with Lord Carson. Did the sixth prince really think it would take him a long time to deal with someone like Carson? Guardian said he had received a message. The guard was gathering at the rear of the castle. He would deal with it himself, and the soldiers should go there immediately. Jose said he understood and left. His younger brother asked what was going on. Was Guardian leading the rebels? The young man asked how Guardian could do such a thing. After all, he bore the name of Reuben. The older brother told Gerald to calm down. They were safe for now. Guardian said he was sorry, but they had no other choice in order to deceive the enemy. The man said he was Cain from the First Order of Knights. At that moment, Guardian truly transformed into Cain. He reported that Lord Raoul had ordered the rescue of the sixth prince. Cain added that Raoul was also on his way to the castle, and that Gerald would be under his protection until the commander arrived. The sixth prince was surprised. Was Raoul Ashton, the master of the First Order of Knights, really coming here? Raoul said that Raoul was right. There were almost no soldiers at the main gate. Our hero said that was great. It seemed that Cain was doing well with his task. That meant they could leave. Raoul was surprised. How could they do that? Such high walls could not be jumped over. The protagonist replied that if there was no way, he would make one himself. Our hero took a running start, pushed off, and jumped over the wall. The observers were amazed. Raoul landed on the ground and attacked all the Imperial soldiers within his field of vision. The young man stopped and looked around. Guards with Imperial hounds. Maybe they had also joined the rebels? In that case, the situation in the castle was even more serious than he had previously thought. There was no time to lose. Our hero warned that it would be a difficult battle. Was Rabel ready? The answer was yes. The knights told the civilians that it was dangerous here, and that they must follow their instructions and move to the shelter. The knight reported to the lieutenant that at this rate, the fire would spread throughout the village. The lieutenant said that the safety of the residents was paramount. They had to go around and evacuate the people. Bernard said that the rebels had finally started building bonfires. They couldn't handle the fire on their own. Homer asked if they couldn't use wind magic. Bernard replied that this would require a spell powerful enough to completely extinguish the flames. With his abilities, he would only make the fire worse. Nakia suddenly appeared and apologized for being late. The alchemist said she would take care of it now. Bernard asked if everything was okay. He had heard that a fierce battle was going on at the gate. Nakia said that extinguishing the fire was the priority now. If they couldn't control the rebels' arson, then they had to make sure there was nothing left for them to burn. A magic circle appeared over the city. Nakia directed a powerful beam into the center of the circle. Everyone watched the girl's actions closely. After a while, those present noticed that it had started to rain heavily. Now they could take advantage of this opportunity to evacuate the residents. Nakia was happy that her magic had worked. Homer asked if this was the rain magic he had heard so much about. Lady Nakia was simply amazing. The girl was glad she could help. Bernard admitted that now they didn't have to worry about the rebels' plans to set fires. The Knights of the First Guild arrived. Jake said that the rain magic had made a strong impression on him. Bernard was glad that everyone was safe. George asked where the Lord was now. Pierce replied that he had infiltrated the royal castle alone. Bernard was surprised. Wasn't that too reckless? After all, the castle was under the control of the rebels. Philip said that the commander had a plan. As always, they had to trust him. In fact, Raoul Ashton was not alone. He had a reliable ally with him. Association Chairman Carson stood with his sword against the third prince, Gerdian. Gerdian was forced to admit that his opponent had earned the title of Master of the Sword for a reason. Carson demanded that the prince drop his sword. If he surrendered, he would still have a chance to stand trial. Gerdian was surprised. Did Carson mean that he should retain at least a shred of honor, even if he was executed? Was it possible to believe that the chairman of the association considered it possible to surrender after he had destroyed his brothers and turned his sword against his own father? The third prince said that if Carson wanted to stop him, he would have to destroy him. Carson declared that Gerdian had not only started a rebellion, but had also abandoned the last shred of honor, blinded by his thirst for the throne. He added that, in the name of the chairman of the Knights Association of the Kingdom of Reuben, he would immediately execute the leader of this rebellion. Minister Plank suddenly appeared and said that this would not happen. He attacked the chairman of the association, Carson, who was wounded. Plank apologized to the prince for being late. How fortunate that the prince had survived. The minister said that he had encountered several difficulties on his way here. The prince asked why Minister Plank had not taken Carson out of the capital. Plank replied that there was a risk that Carson would ruin their plans. However, that no longer mattered. Carson could no longer do anything on his own. Carson thought, so the Ministry of Finance, in alliance with the Randall family, had planned the uprising. Where did Plank get this strange magical power? Was he even human? Plank said, if the royal family falls and the prince remains the only one unharmed, won't there be unpleasant rumors? As promised, Gerdian is almost reaping the fruits of his patience. It's time to prepare for the next stage. The third prince said that it would be extremely unpleasant if he were called a traitor at the moment when he tried to claim the throne. It was indeed time for him to leave. The prince asked what to do with the association chairman. Plank said that Carson was a valuable person, but not one who would renounce his convictions even in the face of death. Besides, he had seen too much to be left alive. Plank swung his sword at Carson and said that the dead man would certainly not tell anyone anything. Unexpectedly, his attack was blocked. Raoul Ashton stood between Plank and Carson. The hero said that he had met Count Plank again. At that moment, the king felt he was in a strange position. He was hiding to escape the rebellion started by his own son. His Highness pondered. Even if he survived, how could he continue the royal line with dignity? The guard said that His Highness must hold on. The kingdom would fall as soon as the king faltered. The king wondered, would anything change if he survived? The crown prince and the second prince were already dead. The third prince had led the rebellion. Perhaps, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, it would be better to simply give the throne to Gerdian? The sixth prince entered the room, accompanied by Cain. The king was delighted to see that the prince was safe. His Highness said that the third prince, Gurdian, had gone mad. He had killed his brothers and even turned his sword against the king. The young man replied that he knew all this. But now the most important thing was to save His Majesty's life. The king said that the rebels had already captured the castle. Who could drive them out of there? The sixth prince said that there was a man who could do it. This man is capable of saving the entire kingdom. He is the head of the first guild, Raoul Ashton. The hero asked Minister Planck if he was too busy. Raoul asked if Planck had managed to transform himself from treasurer to rebel leader during his absence. It seemed that he had a new hobby, playing with dark magic. Planck said that he was quite surprised to see Mr. Raoul Ashton here. Carson asked how Mr. Raoul had gotten there. The hero saw the association chairman and greeted him. The young man explained that he was unfamiliar with the layout of the castle, so he was a little late. The protagonist added that he was glad he had finally found his way here. Carson heard that the knights had been trapped at the gates occupied by the rebels. Had they managed to get around them? He remembered Alfredo Gray's words about this young man, that he could become the savior of the entire kingdom. Carson, the chairman of the association, now understood the true meaning of Professor Gray's words. Minister Planck said he did not expect to meet Raoul Ashton here. He thought the young man would be securely chained at the gates. The traitor admitted that he had indeed underestimated this young man. Raoul Ashton said that he had underestimated Minister Planck. He did not think that the uprising could be so carefully planned. Raoul Ashton said that they had entrusted the defense of the capital to the Rendels, allowing them to organize the uprising from within. They even recruited the captain of the guards so that the imperial hounds could infiltrate the royal palace. They moved all forces that could interfere with their plans far away from the capital. Since the third prince, who led the uprising, had great influence over the army, this proved to be easy. By tying up the first order of knights at the gates, they ensured that there were no forces left in the capital capable of suppressing the uprising. Raoul had to admit that it was a carefully thought out and bold plan. The third prince said that Raoul Ashton was, as expected, very witty. But it was a mistake to come here. Our hero replied that a scoundrel who had dealt with his brothers had no right to speak. He was just a rebel, not a prince. So it was better to remain silent, otherwise he would have to be destroyed right there. Planck noted that this was just a weak provocation designed to delay the third prince. It was not worth giving into it. It was necessary to remain calm. The minister said that he would take care of everything himself. However, there was no time to waste. Otherwise things would only get worse. Raoul told the prince to get out of there. He was only getting in the way. The prince threatened that when the uprising was over and he ascended the throne, he would see to it that the Ashton family was destroyed. Raoul thought, unfortunately, this prince does not even realize that the Empire is using him. Our hero told the minister that he had gone to great lengths to turn the third prince into his puppet. Did he still believe that when the rebellion succeeded, he would become the new king of the kingdom of Reuben? Planck said that Raoul always managed to surprise him. But to be honest, Planck wasn't lying. The prince will indeed ascend the throne. Even if only as a figurehead king, his wish will be granted. Of course, this will only last until the Empire extends its influence over the entire kingdom. The protagonist expected this. After all, it was very typical of the Empire. Carson warned Raoul to be careful. His opponent was using some unknown power. This power was similar to dark magic, but at the same time, it was completely unlike anything he had seen before. Its exact nature remained unclear, but it was definitely extremely dangerous. Carson suggested that no one had ever encountered anything like it before. Raoul said that unknown power sounded interesting. He himself had experience dealing with forces whose nature was incomprehensible. Jake and Pierce finally dealt with the Imperial Hounds. The knights said there were an insane number of enemies, but it was not worth relaxing. There could be even more. Jake said they had something and asked how Josh was doing. Josh replied that he had tied up the enemies so they could no longer do any harm. Josh looked at the prisoner and said he didn't expect to meet the respected Lord Roy de Rendell again. Roy declared that the boy, as always, thought they were equals, just like at the knighting ceremony. Josh replied that Rendell still didn't understand what was going on. Did he really think he had some kind of status to boast about? He shouldn't have joined the rebellion if status was so important to him. The knights of the kingdom do not bow their heads to rebels. Roy said he found it amusing to hear this from someone who had already lost the capital. What honor could remain for a knight who had lost his country? The young man can go and prepare for the funeral of Raoul, who dared to sneak into the capital alone. Jake said that this Rendell was starting to annoy him. Maybe they should just get rid of him. Philip noted that Prince Rendell could be useful as a bargaining chip. Someone said, "As expected of Sir Philip, one of the Knights of the Golden Bear, he quickly assesses the situation." The knights looked back and saw the head of the Rendell family. He said that this young man had easily defeated the elite Imperial squad, and even his worthless son had been so highly praised. The head of the Rendell family said he wanted to give this young man his due. Roy was delighted to see his father appear. Philip was surprised to see Viscount Hudson here. Jake said he wanted to avoid that. Pierce kept his bow at the ready. Hudson de Rendell was the head of one of the 5 great fighting houses, a master swordsman, and one of the strongest men in the entire kingdom. Philip thought that without his master they would not be able to cope. The Count noticed that he did not see Raoul Ashton. Had he really made his way to the capital alone? The Count said that if he wasn't here, there was no point in staying any longer. The First Order of Knights was seriously interfering with their plans. It would be quite pleasant to show Ashton the bodies of the destroyed knights. Roy laughed. Did these knights really think he would simply become their hostage? Suddenly, Hudson de Rendell attacked Roy himself. The young man suffered a penetrating wound. Everyone present was shocked. The Count was indignant. How dare this shameless insect interfere in his conversation? Hudson apologized and asked where he had left off. Jake was surprised that the Count could treat his own son this way. He was even worse than those Imperial scoundrels. Bernard thought Viscount Hudson was very cruel, but he didn't expect it to be to such an extent. The Count said that the conversation was dragging on and he was getting bored. The Viscount approached the knights with his sword in his hand and said he wanted to get to the point. Plank said that the clash of unknown forces was very curious. Raoul continued to defend Carson. The rivals simultaneously declared that they were ready to have some fun. At that moment, Minister Plank was attacked by our hero and wounded in the chest with a sword. He was surprised. Was it really that easy? However, nothing happened to Plank. He said he was impressed. This battle was worth the wait. Plank said that there was too little space here to continue the fight and suggested changing the location. The traitor directed a stream of energy at Raoul, and the young man, hit by the shockwave, broke a window and flew out. Carson and Rabble were afraid for Raoul's condition. Plank laughed and said that now he would really have some fun. Raoul Ashton fell on his back, but was unharmed and quickly jumped to his feet. The young man thought that it had not been easy. A little more, and it would have been the end of him. The fairy asked if Raoul was okay. The young man replied that there was no need to worry. Rabble added that they needed to be careful. This guy was skilled in black magic. Raoul thought that ordinary attacks did not work on him. Plank, looking at his opponent in the middle of the temple, said that this should be enough. The minister said that it was difficult to demonstrate all his abilities in such a confined space, so he moved them to a more spacious place. Did Raoul like that? The hero did not want to swing his sword in the chapel, but it seemed there was no other way. Plank suggested that in that case, they should fight for real. A real battle ensued. The opponents were unstoppable and fierce. Plank, who was very aggressive, said he was disappointed. Did the boy really think he could defeat him with only one sword in his hands? However, there was more than one sword. There were many of them, but Plank did not notice their approach, as the blades were coming from behind. The traitor stopped, struck by Raoul's swords in the back. Plank smiled and asked if the young man still didn't understand. No matter how hard he tried, his sword would never reach its target. Raoul thought that he would not be able to do anything to him. This man was not only skilled in black magic, he used it in a way that our hero had never seen before. Plank was a high-ranking mage who possessed black magic. Raoul decided that if physical attacks didn't work, there was no point in releasing Regnator. Especially now, when there was no way to try it, it was too dangerous. The young man thought that there was only one option left. He looked at the fairy. After all, Rabble had previously healed with the help of a magic stone, transforming pure magical power into divine power. The fairy was surprised that Raoul knew about this. This trick was known to only a few, even in the fairy world. Raoul asked if Rebel could do the same thing now. Divine power had to be transformed into physical power so that it could strike a direct blow against black magic. Rabel agreed. She said she would try. Plank was surprised. Why was his opponent talking to himself? Was he already reciting the spell? Raoul Ashton took the sword with both hands and swung it with all his might. Plank smirked. Did his opponent still not understand anything? This sword would not even touch him. A flash of light erupted between the opponents and a local explosion thundered. This was the result of Rabble's actions, Plank said in bewilderment. Could this be divine power? How could a young man attack with it? Raoul thanked Rebel. Thanks to her, he was finally able to break through to his opponent. The Radiant Aura attack was activated. Rebel explained that using divine power was a high-level technique and would consume 10 magic stones. Was Raoul sure everything would be okay? The young man said there was no need to worry. He had plenty of stones. Plank realized that his opponent was not going to give up. That meant it was time to take serious action. He said that the warm-up had gone on long enough, and now he was going to fight for real. Raoul replied that his opponent should show what he was capable of. Plank attacked with 2 swords. Raoul calmly blocked the attack. After that, the hero counterattacked, and the minister flew far back. However, he managed to stay on his feet. Plank acknowledged that his opponent was quite good and attacked the young man again. Plank said that Raoul was trapped. He was standing in the middle of a magic circle and couldn't move his legs. The minister added that it was so simple that it was even disappointing. Even with his ability to move objects, Raoul couldn't do anything about the magic circle. However, the protagonist showed skill and determination, and the magic circle was destroyed. The young man jumped aside. Plank again admitted that he was impressed. The power itself is strange, but Raoul found a way to use it in his own way. It's even fascinating. Plank stated that thanks to his opponent, he could continue to enjoy this duel. The minister added that now they could have even more fun. Raoul thought that he had barely managed to escape, and this time it was really dangerous. Perhaps this battle could not be won. The Imperial warriors, looking at the rain, said that it was probably a spell to summon rain. So, the people of the kingdom are capable of such things? But what difference does it make if the royal castle has already been captured? Let the people of the kingdom take care of defending the walls. The Imperial soldiers noticed someone approaching the gate. The people below shouted that they had brought the body of a nobleman of the kingdom and demanded that the gate be opened. The Imperial warrior was surprised. Were there still nobles left in the capital? For whom were they asking to open the gates? The warrior on horseback said that next to him was the body of Dalton de Templeton, the grandson of the Marquis of the Sword. He was too valuable to be left on the street. The Imperial soldiers were surprised. Why was a member of the Templeton family still in the capital? They had to open the gates and check. The man on horseback introduced himself as the deputy commander of the Carrington Knights. The Imperial warrior said that this Dalton really did look too elegant to be the son of a nobleman from the Templetons. They said he was a skilled warrior. Suddenly, Dalton opened his eyes and asked, "Is that what they said about him?" The Imperial warrior immediately received a left hook to the face. Dalton decided to show what he was capable of. Dalton apologized for his elegant appearance to the Imperial scoundrel, who was now incapacitated and lying on the ground. His partner rushed at the other attacker and thrust his sword into his chest. The young man wondered whether they should now pretend to be rebels and sneak inside. Dalton said he saw no other way out. If they were right and the royal castle had already been captured, then it might not make any difference. A knight appeared before the young men. He said that His Highness had misunderstood. Help was needed at the rear of the royal castle. However, when they arrived, it turned out that there were only 2 small bugs here. Marco asked his companion, "Could this be Jose, the captain of the royal guard?" Dalton noted that even the royal guard had gone over to the side of the Empire. This was hard to believe. Jose said that there were rumors that Dalton was the scum of the Templeton family, who had even been abandoned by the Marquis. Why did he remain in the capital, disobeying orders? Dalton was surprised. Even the captain of the royal guard had heard a lot about him. That was really impressive. Dalton said that this captain was a nobody who had not reached the level of a master swordsman, despite his rank. Now he had to guard the walls, even after joining the rebels. Jose said he could surround Dalton right now and destroy him, but he would let him play a little. Dalton was surprised by such generosity. Why would he do that? The captain replied that he was bored, so it was actually quite convenient. He promised to bring Dalton's head to the Marquis of the Sword when he returned to the capital, which had been reduced to ashes. The young man said he was ready to see what this captain was capable of. So far, he had only shown himself to be a master of conversation. The invulnerable Plank slowly approached his opponent, Raoul Ashton. Plank said that the young man had turned out to be more capable than expected. But it seemed that this would be the end of it. The power that allowed him to stand up to the Empire's swordmasters had come at too high a price. It would certainly be difficult for Raoul to withstand such pressure. The hero thought that this was beyond all expectations. He had not thought that his opponent was so strong. Sword technique does not determine a swordsman's level, but Plank possessed dark magic, and his magic was incredibly powerful. The young man thought that this was not all. There was another powerful force. Plank asked why his opponent had fallen silent. Had he decided to give up? But did Raoul even know the meaning of the word, give up? Raoul said that he was probably wrong. Planck was surprised. What did all this mean? Did his opponent really want to surrender? But Raoul said that before that, he had one question. What kind of power was meant to oppose the masters of the sword? Planck replied that he could explain, but Raoul would not understand anyway, because it was, in a way, a matter of awareness. If you think about it, the word awareness is more appropriate for obtaining power. Planck said that his body, consciousness, and even magical power were connected to this world. The minister added that he felt as if he were this world. The Swordmaster is the most powerful force protecting the kingdom of Reuben, the supreme swordsman. Such people are hard to find in the whole kingdom. In addition, there are other talents that are not inferior to swordmasters, but have not received recognition. Planck asked what he should do to take the Empire away from such monsters. One thing is certain, he will definitely not be able to surpass them with the help of dark magic. Planck wanted to gain more power and conducted countless experiments. The minister added that many sacrifices had to be made in the process. Raoul understood what sacrifices Minister Planck was talking about. Planck continued. In his desire to obtain this boundless power, he had reached a realization. The realization that he was connected to this world. The minister added that now he possessed dark magic that he could not have imagined before. This was quite surprising. The hero understood that he could not use telekinesis now. This magic blocked not only his body, but also his abilities. Planck noticed that after gaining this power, he surpassed himself every time. He became one with the world. Now there was no limit to his perfection. The villain attacked Raoul, but a fairy appeared between them and neutralized the blow. Planck was surprised. What was going on? Raoul began to worry about Rebelle. It was not easy for the fairy. She was holding on with all her might. Planck was surprised. Where did his opponent get this power? Raoul continued to worry about Rabble. A book appeared in the air between the opponents. Planck said it was a restraining spell, but how did it work? Raoul, ignoring his opponent, asked if Rebelle was okay. The fairy replied that she was fine, but she didn't have enough magical power, so she simply returned to the book. The protagonist understood everything. The fairy asked what they should do now, since she couldn't help while she was restoring her strength in the book. The young man replied that she had already done enough. Planck couldn't believe that the young man was able to use a protection spell of such a level in a situation like this. Be that as it may, he had underestimated Sir Raoul Ashton. The villain said that this fight was getting boring, and it was time to end it. Planck headed toward his opponent again and said it was time to put an end to it. The king was under constant protection. However, he was surprised. What was that noise? What was going on? The third prince suggested that Sir Raoul, the commander of the first guild, was fighting the enemies. Judging by the rumbling, a real massacre was unfolding there. Cain declared that he would also fight. The man added that in the castle captured by the rebels, the commander was fighting alone. He promised to help the first guild and therefore could not stand aside. Cain added that if he has to die, he wants to be with the commander. The prince told Cain to stop. The young man grabbed his sword and declared that he would fight alongside him. Count Randall noted that the rain had stopped and it would now be easier to fight, although that was no longer so important. Jake thought his opponent was too strong. Philip agreed with him. The Count was surprised that these fools were still trying to defend themselves. The Ashton family had always been like that, living for the glory of knighthood. Count Randall added that they would not be able to change anything anyway, although there was always a chance. The old man approached Nakia. The girl looked him boldly in the eyes. He said that this alchemist would become a serious threat in the future. He didn't think she would break, so it was better to get rid of her right away. The Count swung his sword and said it wouldn't hurt. The girl didn't take her eyes off him. Unexpectedly, Josh stood up for Nakia and blocked Count Randall's blow. The old man was surprised. Could the young man still fight? It turned out he was strong. The Count pressed down on his sword and Josh, unable to hold his ground, stepped back. Randall said he remembered. It was this guy who defeated Roy during the ceremony. The Count added that this young man had disgraced the Randall name, so now he would have to pay for it. The old man added that the young man could consider it an honor to die by his sword. The Count failed to carry out his plan. A warrior came to the aid of the knights and blocked his sword. The Count recognized him. It was the great paladin Medeiros. Professor Medeiros greeted the Count and said that this was their first meeting since the ceremony. The professor did not think he would see the Count again in such a situation, with swords pointed at each other. Randall asked what Medeiros was doing there. Wasn't he supposed to return to the northern border with the knights? Medeiros replied that he was on his way there, but had received an ominous prophecy and turned his horse around. The Count said that now he understood everything. Even Planck could not have foreseen this. Medeiros added that the huge wave of undead that had appeared at the northern border was strange in itself. He could have predicted that this would happen. The Count said that if the professor had decided to return to the capital after that, only the great paladin was capable of such a thing. Medeiros looked at the knight and asked if he was Philip, the deputy captain. The knight confirmed this. Medeiros said that the knights were already on their way and that Philip should join them. The professor added that he would deal with the Count himself. Randall said that Medeiros knew what would happen if two great swordsmen met in the capital. The clash of their swords would destroy everything around them. The Count remarked that if that was what the professor wanted, he didn't care. Professor Alfredo Gray appeared and said that they did not need this. Count Randall saw the old man and was surprised. Why was he here too? The Count assumed that Minister Plank's plan had completely failed. Gray said that, unfortunately, he had been unable to prevent this tragedy. As the Count said, if two great swords clash, disaster will strike, and there will be even more victims. Gray added that if he joined the battle, it would only get worse. This battle was pointless. Gray had a glowing ball in his hand. He asked why Randall didn't go back and try again later. The professor added that other knights would soon arrive. The Count said that he no longer needed to stay here. He deeply respected them all, because they had managed to ruin his perfect plan. Randall saw Raoul Ashton lying on the ground and said that maybe the plan wasn't completely ruined yet. A book hung in the air above the hero. The fairy asked how Raoul was feeling and told him to wake up immediately. Plank said that Raoul Ashton was the most annoying obstacle in his way. If it weren't for this young man, everything would have gone smoothly. Of course, Raoul tried very hard and deserves respect. But he was still the youngest son of the Count, and his abilities were obvious. Plank said that whatever Raoul did, he was still one with this world. Resistance was futile. Rabel from the book told Raoul to hang in there. She would get out of there soon. Plank added that the Empire would be happy to have someone like Raoul if he weren't an enemy. The minister added that he would do everything in his power to ensure that no trace of Raoul remained. Plank's energy monster, a huge snake, appeared above him. Rebel screamed loudly for Raoul to wake up. The protagonist continued to lie motionless. Cain and the Sixth Prince heard a loud noise. Could this also be the result of Sir Raoul's battle? Cain suggested that it might be magic. The Faceless One wondered what kind of battle was unfolding for the young master. Plank laughed and said that not even a speck of dust remained. However, Raoul Ashton had not disappeared. He appeared behind Minister Plank. The protagonist delivered a powerful punch to the jaw, and Plank flew far back. Plank did not understand what was happening. Why was the young man not dead? Dalton continued to fight Captain Jose. The Imperial warriors thought that this knight was having a hard time against the young man. It must be very embarrassing. No wonder it was so easy to capture the kingdom. Dalton concluded that Captain Jose had received his title thanks to his family, but was still a professional. Jose said that Dalton was stronger than expected, although it was starting to annoy him. Dalton realized that fighting the captain was really difficult. He didn't get his title for nothing, but he couldn't give up. He had to distract him and delay him. Jose added that the young man was using silly tricks against him. He was tired of playing. It was time to end this. There was an explosion behind the captain and a bright flash. Jose stopped fighting, turned around and asked in surprise what that sound was. The captain was informed that they had a problem. The knights had returned to the capital and were heading for the main gate. Their troops were mostly on the opposite side, and the main gate would not hold out for long. Marco said that Paladin Medeiros was also here. Dalton noted that the professor seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. The knight asked the captain what to do. Jose was surprised. Why was the knight asking him? They had to run and pass the information on to the Imperial soldiers. Captain Jose said that Dalton was lucky. He would have to finish with him later. Dalton thought that the captain would now have to walk around looking over his shoulder. Dalton figured that it shouldn't be difficult to liberate the castle now that the knights had arrived. Raoul Ashton continued his confrontation with Minister Plank. Plank asked in surprise how this boy managed to still be standing. He was annoyingly persistent. Raoul threw his sword aside, approached his opponent, and swung his fist again, preparing to strike. Plank blocked the blow, grabbed the sword, and raised it above our hero. Raoul jumped aside and prepared to attack his opponent again in hand-to-hand combat. Plank thought that the young man had used psychokinesis on his legs to change the trajectory of his movement. Raoul struck his opponent with his fist once more. Plank flew far back and thought that this was impossible. Where did his opponent get such strength? The minister asked how the young man still had any strength left, since he was barely alive. Rabel was in the book, but she helped Raoul as much as she could. The book flew open, and the fairy flew out. Now she could provide proper assistance. At that moment, our hero continued to strike, while Plank only defended himself. Raoul's next blow was so powerful that Planck, defending himself, was forced to retreat to a safe distance. Raoul was unarmed, while his opponent had swords in his hands. Planck did not understand where the young man got so much strength, and how he could become stronger on the brink of death. What kind of tricks were these? Planck asked himself, could Raoul be like him? He assumed that there was another person like him. Planck said that the young man also felt power, which is why he was not like everyone else. Planck added that Sir Raoul was familiar with the feeling of being connected to the earth. The feeling of the earth giving him strength and making him one with the whole world. Raoul said that this was due to a high synchronization frequency. The indicator shows how ready the senses are to unite and is used to measure strength. Raoul suggested that this was what Planck had confused, although it was strange that an NPC like him had sensed it at all. Raoul watched Raoul Ashton closely. Planck was surprised. What was this guy talking about? What did NPCs have to do with it? Raoul said that since he woke up in this world, his indicator had always been at 100%, and he had never used it. Planck wondered, what kind of nonsense is Raoul talking about? Stop talking to yourself. The young man used his magical abilities, and Minister Planck felt his body freeze. Raoul said that he had decided to perceive this world as a new reality instead of a game. But that didn't mean he shouldn't benefit from it. An excessive empire is always bad. The protagonist thanked Planck for reminding him of who he was. Raoul Ashton punched Minister Planck's jaw again. This time Planck flew even further. Planck said that Raoul would not be able to stop them anyway. No matter what the young man did, he would not succeed. The kingdom would fall anyway, and the empire would prevail. Planck added that the Ashton family and the knights could do nothing, and they would forever be remembered as failures. Raoul said he was tired of these conversations. NPCs with long monologues are very annoying. He already knows everything about this quest. Raoul said he was done talking and intended to end this. He was getting bored. Planck summoned his energy monster, a three-headed snake, again, and declared that the young man could not hide from him. Raoul was not afraid and fought back against the energy monster. The snake had to retreat. With the next blow, our hero knocked his opponent down. Planck ended up on the ground and didn't have the strength to get up. Planck smirked and said, "Who would have thought it would end like this? I planned everything perfectly, but because of this boy, everything went wrong. He thought he could destroy the kingdom and raise the flag of the empire." Raoul asked, "Why did you need to do that? What's the point? What motivated you?" The protagonist noticed that Planck was silent and did not answer. The young man realized that there had never been any reasons. Everything became clear. This scenario was created for the beta version. The connection was perfectly tuned, but emotions for random NPCs were not programmed. But that didn't mean Planck would be forgiven. Too many innocent people had died because of this traitor. People lost their loved ones and hid in fear. The protagonist said that when he woke up here, he decided to consider this world his new reality. The young man could not forgive those who tried to destroy his world. Planck suddenly shouted, "Who is this Raoul anyway?" The protagonist swung his fist again and replied, "I'm a player." Planck was finally and irrevocably destroyed. Raoul said it was a difficult quest. Raoul Ashton said with relief, "Finally, it's over." The young man had been expecting a rebellion, but the timing was not right. Everything turned out in a way that was impossible to imagine. It was extremely dangerous. Raoul assumed that his actions had influenced the Connect scenario, but now he couldn't back down. He needed to prepare, become stronger, and expand his influence to be ready for that day. Rebel said that Raoul had won. When the young man fell, the fairy thought that all was lost. Why had Raoul hidden such power from the beginning? Raoul said it wasn't intentional. It was a coincidence. The boy decided that now he could tell everything, because he couldn't hide it forever. However, the young man's legs buckled and he fell to the ground. The fairy was frightened. What had happened? The sun appeared outside the window. Was it morning already? Raoul said she had many questions, but they could discuss them later. Raoul was very tired. The fairy noted that he had done very well today. The nightmares of the night when the rebels joined forces with the Empire dissipated with the first rays of the sun. The long, intense day, which included the suppression of the D-rank gate and the fight against the Imperial hounds and rebels, was finally over. After the battle, our hero immediately lost consciousness, just as the fairy had warned. He was soon found by Cain and the Sixth Prince. The same thing happened to Philip, Jake, Pierce, Josh, and Nakia. They overexerted themselves and collapsed unconscious at dawn, sleeping for 3 days. The king survived, but soon fell ill again. He had been weak for a long time, and the shock was too great. Above all, the fact that the instigator of the rebellion was the third prince was incredibly difficult to accept. Dylan also arrived in the capital shortly after the Holy Knights, but most of the rebels had already left the city. The nobles, who were slow to react, panicked. They had to urgently provide the people with supplies to prove their non-involvement in the rebellion. Thus, the kingdom and the capital of Tarim, faced with unprecedented chaos, slowly but surely began to recover. Several more days passed. The sixth prince, Reuben, turned to the third son of Count Ashton, the current master of the First Order of Knights. Raoul Ashton destroyed the rebel forces that threatened the kingdom. This knight ensured the safety of the royal family and the people. The young man elevated the honor of the royal knights. Prince Gerald de Reuben, on behalf of His Majesty the King, thanked Raoul Ashton for his outstanding service. Raoul Ashton received the title of Viscount, land, and a mansion in the capital. He must continue to serve the kingdom loyally and strive for more. 6 months after our hero left Ashton's lands to study at the academy, he is finally standing on his own 2 feet. Another important event took place on the same day. The prince thanked everyone who came, despite what had happened. Gerald de Reuben said that due to his father's illness, he had to take his place, even though he did not have the necessary qualities. Melvin de Ashton, head of the Ashton family, admitted that they weren't even on the battlefield and were just really embarrassed. Marquis Templeton, head of the Templeton house, responded with silence. The head of the Grierson family, Fidel de Grierson, was outraged. How could a single minister have planned such an unprecedented uprising? Had no one in the ministry noticed anything? Professor Carson said that it was not only Minister Plank who was involved. The uprising was organized by the third prince, aristocrats such as Randall, and even the empire itself. Medeiros noted that it was called a rebellion, but in essence it was an invasion organized by the empire. Therefore, this incident should be considered a war, not an internal conflict. The head of the McNeil house, Clifford Dye McNeil, said that was ridiculous. The 5 great clans were in the hands of the empire. Professor Gray said that the damage to the capital was one thing, but the academy had also suffered heavy losses. Many of its best students had turned out to be rebels. However, it is comforting that the main character who suppressed the uprising was also from the academy. What does Lord Raoul Ashton think about this? Will he share his thoughts as a leader who was under pressure from the rebellion? Raoul replied that he did not prevent this rebellion alone. It was made possible by the members of the First Order of Knights and the Knights of the Kingdom, who fought the rebels to the very end. In light of what had happened, they should focus not on what they had lost, but on what they had left, and join forces. Raoul added that this way they would be better prepared for future threats. The professor thought that the young man was right. Prince Gerald agreed. Lord Raoul was right. The empire was silent about what had happened, but the war had already begun. The kingdom is now weakened and in a state of great crisis, so the prince asks the 5 great clans to make every effort to defend it. The protagonist thought that the empire certainly posed a threat, but there was an even bigger problem. The real chaos was just beginning. The knight said that this was simply unbelievable. Is this really true in the game? A message appeared saying that the update was complete. The open beta test update for the Connect system has been successfully completed. The knight said that this game was amazing, as if he had been transported to the real world. The knight's name was Kim Il-woo. He turned 25 this year. Recently, something good happened in his unremarkable life. A new virtual reality game called Connect System had been released. Kim Il-woo was selected as a beta tester for this game. The capsule was like something out of a science fiction movie. There were many rumors in the community. Some said it was a scam, others claimed they were being used as guinea pigs. The young man decided to give it a try. Why not? Virtual reality struck Kim Il-woo's imagination. Was this not the real world? It was not a hoax or a conspiracy. It was virtual reality, and even more. Kim Il-woo could feel the wind and smell the scents. Even the extras looked realistic. Could the pain feel real too? It seemed terrifying. The mayor of the free city of Mira, Ronaldo, welcomed the strangers. The city was genuinely happy about their visit. Kim Il-woo was surprised. An event right after entering? It didn't seem like training. The mayor reminded them of the large-scale uprising in the capital. Kim Il-woo thought that this was the beginning of the scenario. The mayor continued that this unprecedented event had caused concern among many, but he assured them that the kingdom was not weakening. All this was thanks to the pride of their city, the main character who suppressed the rebellion. He was referring to Lord Raoul Ashton and his First Order of Knights. The mayor said that visitors to Mira could rest assured and enjoy their freedom in this place. Ronaldo thought that it had been a long time since his speech had been met with such applause. how good it was that he had decided to side with Lord Raoul Ashton. Kim Il-woo thought that the First Order of Knights faction played an important role in this game. Perhaps they were connected to the main storyline. I wonder who this character Raoul Ashton is. Count Ashton said that the young man was a hero. Not long ago, he begged to be sent to the academy, and now he has accomplished something so remarkable. He brings glory to the Ashton family. Raoul replied that he was just lucky. Dylan asked his father what he was going to do with the Randall family. They arrested everyone who remained in the capital, including the side branches. The old man said that, given the situation, the decision was up to His Majesty. But it seemed that most of them would only face a light punishment in the form of public censure. All those who actively participated in the rebellion, such as the Randall family, had already fled to the Empire. The remaining members of their families were probably not involved in the rebellion. Nevertheless, they require minimal supervision, so they must be placed under house arrest. Dylan said that was a good idea. Raoul said they should also keep an eye on the Jadens. The Count clarified. Are we talking about the older brother's family? The young man said that his uncle had been in indirect contact with the Randalls through Baron Zender. It has also been established that he was in contact with the main organizer of the rebellion, Minister Plank. Although he was not an explicit participant, there is a high probability that Lord Jaden was involved in the rebellion. It is highly likely that Lord Jaden was indeed involved in the rebellion. Dylan said that Raoul was right. Although he had been silent for several years, it would be wise to exercise caution. The Count added that for now, it was best to stay here and focus on watching the relatives of the rebels. Count Ashton said that his son had matured greatly, and that he now had no regrets. From now on, the kingdom would need the young man even more. He must fulfill his duty properly. The servant reported that the prince wanted to meet with Raoul Ashton. His older brother and Count Ashton wished the young man luck. His father said that from behind, Raoul looked like an adult, but his face still looked like a young boy's. Dylan agreed. Dylan noted that his younger brother was the first to mention the need to be wary of their uncle. He would never have thought that the frail boy would change so much. The Count said that they could not rely solely on their younger son. If Dylan watched over his brother, it would be too obvious, and it was too early for the younger brother to take on such responsibility. In that case, there was only one option left. Dylan must find his second brother, Lawrence. The young man said that it was not easy to stand up to the heads of the four great families. It was difficult to even be in the same room with them. They were all loyal servants of the prince. There was no need to be so afraid. Prince Gerald asked Raoul not to speak to him so formally. The prince said that he had invited Raoul as a friend and fellow student at the academy, so there was no need to be so formal. Raoul said that Gerald had been through a lot. The prince replied that he was ashamed, but he relied only on Raoul. Raoul said that the prince had fought against the rebels until the very end. He had done everything the prince could have done. Gerald thanked him for his kind words. The prince wondered if the people of the capital felt the same way. Due to the incompetence of the royal family, many people were drawn into the rebellion, died, were wounded, and lost their homes. The rebellion was initiated by a member of the royal family. The prince assumed that the townspeople blamed the royal family for everything. Raoul said that in that case, it could be verified personally. It would be possible to find out what was on the minds of the capital's residents. The Count said that the young man surprised him in many different ways. The Count knew that his son loved freedom, but he did not expect him to refuse to obey the king's order. The young man replied that the royal order had been given to the family, not to him, although there was little difference between the two. The Count said that he had sent his son to the academy to teach him discipline. As a member of the Templeton family, he should value honor and be more responsible. The Count did not want his son to remain in the shadow of the title grandson of the Master of Arms. Therefore, he needed to prove himself. The Count added that it seemed his efforts had not been in vain. When he heard that Dalton had joined the operation to suppress the gate and fought the rebels alone to save the citizens, he couldn't believe his ears. After all, Dalton was a man who never participated in family affairs, but was very active outside of them. The young man was pleased to receive praise from the Count. The Count continued. Thanks to Dalton acting on his own, the Templetons were able to maintain their dignity. The Count began to think that perhaps it was worth allowing the young man to be more free. It was the best solution for the family and for himself. If the family restrained the young man, he would no longer force him to play a certain role. Perhaps Raoul's first order of chivalry would be more suited to Dalton's spirit. If Dalton wanted to go with Raoul, no one would stop him. The young man should think carefully about this. It could be beneficial in the future. After the failed uprising, the Empire may abandon its strategy of undermining the kingdom from within. They may begin to prepare for a full-scale war, and the rebel forces that have found refuge in the Empire will likely join them. The old man added that if the day came when they faced the Empire head-on, he, the swordmaster, would not stand aside. Sword fighting training was in full swing. The instructor said to watch more carefully. The sword is an extension of the warrior's arm. Raoul said that everyone here was working hard. The students noticed the master approaching. The instructor asked what had brought the prince here. The prince replied that they should not pay attention to him. He had come to observe as a student of the academy. Raoul said that the new recruits would not recognize the prince anyway, so they could pretend he was not there. Raoul had heard that there were many new recruits and that the place was bustling with activity. The instructor admitted that all the places were taken, so some had been enrolled as cadets. Many of them were boys who had suffered from the recent uprising. Raoul said that in that case, they needed to talk to them. The protagonist said that the boy was training hard. How old is he? The young man replied that he was 13. Raoul was surprised. Isn't it too early to join the knightly order? Why did he decide to join? The boy replied that he wanted to become strong and deal with the bad guys. The young man said that he would protect his family from the Empire and someday defend the kingdom. He wants to be like the knights of the kingdom who defended the king, like Viscount Raoul, who defeated the leader of the rebels. He wanted to be like Prince Gerald, who never backed down. He wanted to fight bravely against the Empire. Raoul told the prince that young people like this young man were gathering from all over the kingdom. This shows how the people who survived the rebellion feel about the royal family. Prince Gerald asked the young man his name. The boy replied that his name was Arthur. The prince said that Arthur was a good name. His Highness Prince Gerald knelt before the young recruit. The knight who was training the recruits was surprised. What was going on? Raoul also watched with interest. The prince said that he felt very ashamed when he saw the courage of this young man. He was small and young, but strong in spirit. The prince knelt in respect for his bravery and in apology for what the young man had gone through because of him. The prince swore to everyone present that he would accept their courage as his own and defend the kingdom, even if it cost him his life. He would no longer be weak. King Tydeus II, ruler of the kingdom of Reuben. He was originally believed to have died in the uprising in the world of Connecta. He survived the failed rebellion, but his condition remains critical. The crown prince and second prince were killed during the uprising, and the third prince, the main culprit, fled to the Empire. This incident made the fourth prince first in line to the throne. Raoul Ashton saved his family from destruction. He thought it didn't matter who became the next king. But he was wrong. The ideal candidate, possessing royal qualities, was now right in front of him. Prince Gerard asked the young man again. Was his name Arthur? The prince said he would remember that name. The young man was destined to become a great knight of the kingdom. He hoped they would meet again. Raoul thought that in the face of trials and division, it was this ruler that the people needed most. Someone strong and brave enough to stand up to the imperial hounds. One who strives to unite a kingdom torn apart by rebellion. A ruler who cares for the people and knows what humility is. The best candidate by blood is the sixth prince, Gerard de Reuben. The protagonist thought that the next king of the kingdom of Reuben had already been decided. Raoul said that the royal person was kneeling before the commoners. It was good that they did not know that the prince was in front of them. Otherwise, there would have been a great commotion. Gerard thought that this was probably true. The prince noted that he wanted to thank them, even if he had to do it this way. Thanks to these children, he understood something. Raoul said that these children would undoubtedly grow stronger, but the kingdom needed someone it could rely on right now. The prince said that this person was right in front of him. Tarima's guard, Raoul Ashton. Now he should be called the guardian of the kingdom of Reuben. The entire population of the kingdom already relied on him. Raoul said that simply being a support was not enough. They needed someone who could unite the forces of the kingdom, the order, even mercenaries and wanderers, and lead them with strength and gentleness. His Majesty is seriously ill, and most of the heirs to the throne are dead or missing. Raoul added that he considers Gerard to be the only one who can take this place. Raoul said he was speaking as a friend. Did Gerard understand what he meant? From now on, the Empire will no longer act as openly as before. First, it will gather strength, and then it will be ready for full-scale war. The kingdom needs to unite more than ever. But when the time comes, not only the nobles but also the royal family itself will be in turmoil. The prince continued, when the moment comes and he wants to bring order to this chaos, will Raoul be on his side? The protagonist confirmed this. Viscount Plank's mansion. He built a secret room there, deep beneath his estate. He had a rather dark hobby, Philip said that a mind possessed by dark magic would not be in good health. Nevertheless, here they could find clues about the uprising. Pierce asked if Nakia had found anything. The girl replied that there was a powerful sealing spell at work here, but there were no traps or dangerous elements. However, it was so ancient that it needed to be deciphered. It could be ancient magic, perhaps too old to be found in literature. Pierce wondered how Planck could even know about ancient magic. The knight reported to Philip that the investigators had completed their examination of the cave. All material evidence had been collected. It was confirmed that this was an artificial structure, but it appeared to have been built several thousand years ago. The knights realized that Planck had not created this cave. He had built his mansion directly above it. Everyone was curious about what he was hiding. Philip said that they would have to report this to the master. An ancient castle on a cliff above the raging ocean. Cain could not even imagine that he would meet that hunter from the guild as the leader of the rebellion. Or rather, now he was just a criminal. The criminal was chained up, even though he was in a solitary cell. Cain said that, remembering the comrades whom the villain had destroyed, he wanted to kill this scoundrel immediately. But he restrained himself, because he still had questions. Who was behind the rebellion in the Empire? How did the criminal connect with the Empire's ducal army? Were there any forces left besides the families who participated in this rebellion? Are there any other members of the 5 great warrior families besides the Randells? The prisoner was surprised. Did his interlocutor really know nothing yet? The criminals said that they were all the same, born in lies and living in lies. Cain asked what the prisoner meant. The criminal replied, "The uprising, the Empire, none of it matters. All of it, the world itself, is meaningless." Unfortunately, he had come to this conclusion. He had learned this damn truth. This world is nothing more than a created illusion. Soon the whole world will know. Cracks in this false world have already begun to appear. Silver Zero, as always, was waiting for the next report. He was informed that the safety of all the exiles had been ensured. At the moment, no one aroused any particular suspicion. The nobles and chambers were somewhat agitated, but overall, everything quickly stabilized. In addition, they were rapidly regaining their strength, focusing on the 4 great families. Silver Zero noted that in the end, the plan had failed, and this had led to the enemy becoming stronger. The leader inquired about what had happened to Planck. Eighth reported that he had been captured in the royal palace, his dark magic suppressed, and then thrown into a dungeon. He constantly rambles incoherently, as if he has gone mad. It is believed that this is a side effect of using dark magic. Silver Zero said that His Majesty the Emperor was extremely disappointed with this failure. Did Number 1 understand this? Number 1 replied that he understands everything. He feels responsible for not living up to expectations, and will try to make amends. Silver Zero said that he would have to do so, otherwise he would not survive next time. Number 9 said that he was to blame for this defeat again. Silver Zero clarified, "Are we talking about Raoul Ashton? This guy had single-handedly ruined their plan." Planck's mistake was that he had failed to deal with Raoul Ashton. In addition, because of his connection to the 6th Prince, with whom he studied at the Academy, there are rumors that he supports Gerard as the future king, intending to take advantage of his power. Now he is no longer just a rising star. He is becoming one of the most serious threats to the Empire. Maybe it's time to take action before he gets even stronger? Silver Zero said that it was no longer worth interfering in Raoul Ashton's affairs. The leader added that from now on, he would personally keep an eye on this young man. It seems that he needs to be taken much more seriously. The knights sparred in the middle of the large arena. Josh said he wouldn't hold back. Dalton silently looked him in the eyes. After a short but fierce fight, Josh found himself sitting on the ground. He cursed. Had it worked again? Dalton said it wasn't bad, thereby praising his opponent. If he hadn't had 2 swords, things could have turned dangerous. This time he was just lucky because of the difference in weapons. He thought his opponent's style was based solely on brute force, but his technique turned out to be pretty good too. Josh noted that it wouldn't work against a master swordsman like Count Randall. Dalton said that becoming a master swordsman was the highest goal of all knights, but the choice was unexpected. Josh's style was very different. Why did he choose Randall? Josh replied that it wasn't a goal, he just wanted to defeat him. That night, he couldn't even touch Count Randall. No matter how hard he fought, the difference was obvious. The pinnacle of knightly skill is master of the sword. It is too high and unattainable. It is practically impossible to achieve, let alone surpass. Dalton noted that Josh nevertheless names him as the one he wants to defeat. Most people, sensing such an overwhelming difference in strength, quickly give up. As soon as they realize how unattainable the height is, fear takes over. Dalton noted that Josh is not like that. Instead of giving up, he tries to find a way to achieve his goal. Josh said his interlocutor was right. Members of the First Order of Knights don't give up. There were indeed many worthy people here. It was becoming interesting. Raoul Ashton saw a glowing magical sign on the wall in the basement under Plank's mansion and was surprised. Were there really ruins under the mansion? Nakia said that it was definitely a powerful magic seal. Removing it could be dangerous. Philip said that they didn't know what exactly was sealed there, but if Plank was involved, nothing good could be expected. Perhaps it was better to leave everything as it was. Raoul thought that during the era of the Crusher, they had explored all the ruins in Connacht, but he had never seen anything like this before. Could this change in Connect also be because of him? The protagonist told everyone to step aside. He had to deal with it himself and examine everything. Philip offered to stay just in case. Raoul said that everything was fine. There was no need for that. Raoul added that if there was any danger, he would be the fastest, so there was no need to worry. The protagonist thought that he hadn't explored ruins in a long time. They had to decide how to get through this door. Even Nakia couldn't figure out this spell. The young man thought that with his strength, it would be difficult to destroy it. If it was lost ancient magic or fairy magic, he didn't understand it at all. It dawned on the protagonist. He knew who could help him with fairy magic. Raoul Ashton called Rebelle. The girl said she was always there. The fairy was delighted to learn that Raoul needed her help, because she was always ready. All he had to do was ask. Our hero pointed to the marks and asked if Rabel knew what they were. Rabel looked closely and said that it was fairy seal magic. It was a high-level magic that had been used since ancient times. Rabel was surprised. What was it doing here? Only a few fairies could create something like this. Now it was no surprise to the hero that Nakia couldn't figure it out. Raoul asked if Rabel could remove the seal. The fairy replied that this was not the kind of magic that could be destroyed. Raoul was surprised. What kind of seal was this that could not be broken? Usually, the magic of a seal is associated with a closed lock, but not every seal works that way. It is more like a guard than a lock. A lock can be opened, but a guard cannot. This door only allows the worthy to pass. The young man suggested that it was an immaterial guard, or conversely, something simpler. The fairy was surprised. What did he mean? The young man said that he, Raoul Ashton, the third son of Count Ashton of the Kingdom of Reuben, was requesting an audience with the master of the seal. The guard repeated our hero's name in surprise. He said that this young man was lying. The young man was hiding his true identity, so he would not be granted an audience. He must leave. Rabel was indignant. What did he mean? Raoul was Raoul. Where was the lie? Rabel added that it was fairy magic. Who else could have done such a thing? Raoul wondered what was going on. Maybe this guardian knew his true identity, not Raoul's. But how was that possible? However, he needed to focus on getting through that door. Maybe the answer was behind it. The answer to the question of why he woke up as Raoul Ashton. The protagonist gave his name. Player Connect Bae Do Hyun. Nickname The Destroyer. He requested an audience with the keeper of the seal. The seal was removed and the doors opened. The fairy exclaimed enthusiastically that the door had opened. Was this really the way to break the seal? How did the guardian know his name? What was inside? The protagonist told the fairy that it turned out to be easier than he thought. Raoul said that she probably had many questions, but he would explain everything. However, now they had to focus on completing their research. The fairy replied that she understood everything. Raoul added that in that case, they would move forward to explore the unknown. Player Kim Il-woo was in the game capsule with glasses on his head. The young man took off his glasses and said that it was truly amazing. Kim Il-woo moved to the computer and connected to the chat. The young man said that Connect was a revolution in the world of games. It wasn't just a game, but like a real journey between dimensions. It was indistinguishable from reality. From the feeling of the wind to the smell of horses, the streets had everything. Most importantly, everything happened in real time. In any case, he started in a place called Free City of Peace. From the very beginning, something exciting was happening. His chat partner said he was jealous. Kim Il-woo had won a spot as a beta tester. Was he sponsored by Connect? Kim Il-woo replied that those who don't believe can continue chasing 3D models and clicking their mouse. Free City of Mira is an amazing place to start. It's full of quests with great rewards and super useful NPCs. The young man said that now was not the time to waste time. He would take everything before the open beta test began. Kim put his glasses back on and sat down in the capsule. Rebelle told Raoul that the seal had been created using fairy magic. If it was a trap set by the fairies, then she could also be in danger. The fairy added that they had descended much deeper than she had thought. Was it really not a trap? Raoul said that he really felt some unfamiliar magic. The concentration here was unusual. The magic floating around was so strong that it lit up the space. The fairy said that the deeper they descend, the stronger the magic becomes. They must be careful. Raoul thought that with such a high concentration of magic, it must be some kind of ruins, or a high-level dungeon. Could he have missed something like this during the days of the Destroyer? It seemed that his presence and actions had changed the course of events. But places don't just appear out of nowhere. Raoul said she could see light at the end of the tunnel. Could this be the exit? At the end of the tunnel was a huge room with a glowing gate in the middle. The gate was on a pedestal in the center of a pyramid. The young man was surprised. What was that dark spot in the center? Fairies couldn't have created something that radiated such sinister magic. Could it be an unidentified gate that defied classification? Raoul suggested that it might be a passage to the demonic world. A dark gate. The protagonist had encountered dark gates several times during the time of the Destroyer. He had tried to pass through them, but only while completing quests. Never before had they appeared in such hidden places. If no one had found the gates, the demons would have broken out, and the entire continent would have been plunged into chaos. But why were they here? A person appeared behind our hero. The fairy was frightened and said, "It's out!" The stranger approached the protagonist. Rebel and Raoul were cautious and careful. Raoul caught himself thinking that he felt nothing, even though it radiated powerful magic. Our hero thought, what kind of creature is this? The man told the stranger wearing Ashton's mask to put away his sword. That sword couldn't reach him anyway, and vice versa. Raoul wondered if the owner of the dungeon was standing before him. The man said that this was not quite the right question. He was only a trace, a ghost of the past. The man called himself Cardenas. He was the guardian of the Dark Gate, the bridge between the world of demons and humans. Cardenas saw Rebel and was surprised. Could it really be a fairy? He hadn't seen one in a long time. Rebel was surprised. Could he really see her? The gatekeeper said that the blue fairies on Lake Valatia had taught him a couple of spells. That was over 1,000 years ago. Rebel was delighted, so he had already met fairies. There is a legend that fairies once lived by Lake Valatia. Cardenas repeated that he was just a remnant of the past, just a fragment of the seal that protected the gate from the world of demons. But he still had to ask something. Who was this stranger wearing Ashton's mask? Raoul said he saw no point in hiding the truth any longer. He was going to tell the fairy anyway. In fact, his name is not Raoul Ashton, but at the same time, he is Raoul Ashton. His real name is Bae Do-hyun. His other name is the Destroyer. He comes from a world called Earth, which belongs neither to this world nor to the world of demons. For some unknown reason, he woke up in the body of Raoul Ashton. The protagonist added that he had been killed in an ambush, but for some reason he woke up in this world, in the body of Raoul Ashton. He doesn't know why this happened, but he considers it a second chance, and has decided to accept his new reality. The gatekeeper asked if it was all for revenge. The protagonist replied that it was possible. The desire for revenge still smoldered within him, but even if he took revenge, it would not be enough. The young man said that he had been given a second chance, and now wanted to correct his past mistakes and achieve what he had not been able to before. To reach the top. Our hero added that this was how he had decided to live as Raoul Ashton. Cardenas said that he had heard a rather interesting story from the stranger. He would like to hear the rest, but that could wait. It seemed that they had an uninvited guest. The gatekeeper grabbed his sword. Raoul looked at the gate. Its appearance clearly showed that someone was approaching from the other side. A demon appeared from the gate and said that they had not seen the ghost of the past, Cardenas, for a long time. The demon noted that the gatekeeper looked weakened. It seemed that even he could not escape his impermanent nature. Cardenas said that this was a demon of the 98th rank from the demonic world. Was he still not giving up? His stupidity remained unchanged even after centuries. The demon smirked. Is that how you greet an old friend? The gatekeeper's temper remains as unyielding as ever. The demon added that neither of them had time to enjoy the joy of meeting. The monster told his old friend that he wanted to get down to business. Cardenas, addressing our hero, ordered the stranger to step aside. This was his battle, and a man from this world had no reason to interfere. The gatekeeper said he would do everything in his power to ensure that the demon could never cross the border into this world again, because he was a rejected creature. The demon declared that he could not leave until he had repaid his debt. The battle began. Philip, Pierce, and Nakia stood at the closed doors. Philip noticed that the master was late. Could something have happened? Probably the fact that the seal is not an easy task for the master. Perhaps he is looking for clues to destroy the magic. Philip said they should trust the master and wait. Pierce asked what was wrong with Nakia as she looked worried. Philip suggested that the magic seal was bothering her. Nakia replied that the magic was too unfamiliar. It was unknown what dangers it might hold. In fact, from the moment they arrived at the mansion, she had felt something strange. It was a faint feeling, but it seemed very alien and caused a strong sense of unease. Nakia added that it was like something that did not belong to this world. The battle between the gatekeeper and the demon was in full swing. It was difficult to determine the winner. Raoul noticed that the gatekeeper was delivering powerful blows, and this was power without the use of a mana blade. The demon turned out to be Viscount Fumus. He was an opponent that our hero could not defeat at this moment. Was anyone capable of fighting such an enemy on equal terms? Definitely. It was only the gatekeeper of Cardenas. Who is he anyway? This fragment of memories? Fumus did not expect such strong resistance this time. This gatekeeper is very stubborn. Fumus used all his demonic abilities and delivered a catastrophic blow of the 4th degree of complexity. The ground shook beneath Cardenas's feet, but he stood his ground and was ready to continue the fight. Fumus said he was right. The altar supported the Guardian's power and prevented him from aging. When the altar was left unattended for many years, Cardenas gradually lost his power. The demon said that he should thank the people for this. He added that thanks to them, he could now repay his debt. Fumus noted that most demons were essentially just beasts hungry for power. They would have simply come out and tried to overwhelm Cardenas with brute force. But he was completely different. He was one of the leaders of the demon world. Unlike those beasts, he knew how to use his mind. From their last battle, the demon suspected that something important was connected to this altar. It was a pity that the battle he had been preparing for hundreds of years was ending so trivially. However, it didn't matter. The demon added that when he destroyed his opponent, he would enjoy it to the fullest. However, his plan failed. The demon's blow was blocked by the protagonist. The gatekeeper was surprised. Was the stranger really capable of such a thing? The demon was also indignant. Who is this child? How can he block a demonic sword? Raoul Ashton did not stand on ceremony with the demon and dealt him a crushing blow with his fist. The demon did not expect this and flew to the side. Raoul Ashton assumed that his experience fighting dark mages had proven useful. Fortunately, the shining aura had an effect on demons. Our hero said that he would also join the fight. Fumus was surprised. Was a human really going to fight? It seemed very pitiful. Fumus didn't know how the man ended up here, but if he interfered with the demon's affairs, he would have to pay for it. Raoul said that the demon was one of those who used the power of his kind more than his mind. Enough empty talk. He wanted to see what he was capable of. Cardenas told the stranger to step aside. This opponent was too much for him. Raoul said that he used to be a destroyer. Therefore, he was ready to try to fight now. Even with 100% synchronization, there were limits to physical abilities and magical power. Raoul said he would explain to the gatekeeper later what synchronization meant. The young man added that first they had to deal with this demon. Fumus said that this man was just a bug that would be swallowed up by the demonic realm as soon as the seal was broken. How dare he behave so insolently? Although becoming the first human to die at the hands of a demon wasn't so bad either. Raoul Ashton clutched his head. Why were all his opponents so talkative? Were they deliberately stalling for time? The protagonist said it was time to get down to business. His mood had already been ruined by meaningless conversations. The gatekeeper and the protagonist attacked the demon Fumas in unison. The battle was incredibly intense. Fumas pressed on. He was not so easy to deal with. His rank spoke for itself. Fumas counterattacked again and again. Even the fairy tried her best to hold back the demon's blows. Rabel created a magic circle and asked if Raoul was hurt. Fumas saw the fairy and said that the human had a very annoying companion. The demon asked, "How is this possible? Why does the fairy serve a human? Are the proud fairies who once fought demons a thing of the past?" Rabel said that she was not a servant, but a friend. The demon could not understand such a relationship. Raoul thanked Rabel and asked if she could fight alongside him. The fairy replied that she couldn't just stand by when it came to demons. Fumas was surprised. Could it be that a human, a fairy, and a ghost were joining forces against the demon commander? It was amusing, but also disgusting. Fumas said that thanks to them, he could no longer hold back and think about the consequences. The demon declared that, out of mercy, he would allow them to see the seal on the gate destroyed, and then he would annihilate them. They would witness demons pouring into the human world. Cardenas declared that this would never happen. He attacked the demon again. Fumas was surprised. Did the gatekeeper really think he could protect the seal? After all, he was just a ghost losing his power. Cardenas said that it would not be him who would defeat the demon, but the man whom the demon had underestimated. Fumus said he would never allow that to happen. After all, that man was incapable of anything. The fairy continued to hold the magic circle. Rabel placed the circle above the demon's head. Fumus noticed that his body was no longer obeying him, but he did not understand why. Rabel shouted to Raoul that it was time to act. Raoul swung his sword and prepared to deliver a devastating blow. Cardenas also prepared to attack. The joint attack was successful. Fumus was destroyed. He lay on the ground, bleeding demonic blood. Raoul thought that if it weren't for the fairy, he would have been struck down. Rabel reminded him that she was not called the natural enemy of demons for nothing. The gatekeeper said that this was not the end. With the altar weakened, the creature had enough time to regain its strength. If the altar was completely destroyed, the consequences would be catastrophic. To preserve the seal in place of the altar, a powerful suppressing force would be needed. A force capable of suppressing magic was needed. Raoul said that this was possible because he had Regnator. Cardenas asked what it was. Raoul said it was a kind of ego object. It usually contains a soul, but now it is empty. This equipment can replace the destroyed seal stone. Replacing the seal stone literally means transferring the previous seal to this object. This means that they will have to bind Lord Cardenas to the seal again. However, it was up to the gatekeeper to decide whether to end his long life with the seal or choose a new path. Cardenas thought that he had spent more than 1,000 years protecting the seal without being able to leave the royal tomb, teaching the royal family and knights. Sometimes powerful invaders appeared, sometimes descendants of the royal family who betrayed him, but he still held the seal. The gatekeeper faced a difficult decision that would determine his future. Raoul rushed forward in hopes of stopping Cardenas, but he was too late. Raoul stood at the edge of the tunnel. The gatekeeper was nowhere to be seen. The protagonist received a notification. The concentration of mana in the world is increasing. The compatibility of the inhabitants with mana has improved. Achievements related to mana are progressing faster. The activities of the dark forces have been eliminated. Our hero thought that now the real test was beginning. More dangerous enemies would appear. As the seal weakens, the inhabitants also become stronger. They cannot yet compare to the players, but in the long run, they will be able to catch up. Cardenas asked if the stranger was sure he wanted to replace the seal with Regnator. It could turn out to be a curse. He had to choose wisely. Raoul said that everything would be fine. He would use the curse to become stronger. The gatekeeper said he understood. Cardenas added that he accepted the stranger's offer. The young man said he could be called simply Raoul. Cardenas said he could be called Cal. Raoul expressed his hope for fruitful cooperation with California, Raoul's estate. The young man thought that by now, new information should have appeared in Connect. Our hero checked the status window and saw the notification about the successful update. Raoul decided that almost nothing had changed since he first logged in. The young man read the new scenario. Dawn of chaos. Flashes of gates engulfed the continent. Many lands and territories were destroyed by monsters due to weak defenses. Humanity lost many regions. In addition, an unknown conspiracy destabilized the 4 ancient seals that held back the interdimensional gates. In the process, all the guards protecting the kingdom were killed, and the royal families were powerless. The balance of power collapsed, and hidden forces began to act. The baronies and their inhabitants suffered the most from this catastrophe. Powerful noble families with strong knights and soldiers managed to minimize losses and quickly regain their strength. Not only military families, but also most influential houses began to act. After a decade of peace, it was the perfect opportunity to show off their accumulated power. Raoul thought that these were abandoned lands inhabited by monsters that could be easily captured by a few knights and soldiers. Usually the royal family serves as a counterweight, regulating conflicts between nobles. But due to recent events, it was in disarray. The loss of their secret guard was a heavy blow. The nobles did not yet know everything, but they would soon find out. Without Cardenas, will the royal family be able to control the military families? But what can be done if there is no way to resist? All that remains is to go with the flow and make the most of it. The protagonist did not have a great sense of duty to change the world. He only wants peace and happiness for his people. He chooses the best way to achieve this goal. Raoul thought that at least he had minimized the losses among the inhabitants who could have died in the war. He even intervened in the affairs of the capital and saved a significant number of guards and knights. The young man decided that the royal family would not become completely useless, as it had been before. But that did not mean that the conspiracies against the Count would cease. According to his personal investigation, the conspiracies against the House of Ashton had been in the works for a long time and were linked to powerful factions. The protagonist thought that he needed to refine his next plan and update his goals. Raoul asked what was going on. Why didn't Rebelle answer when he called her? Rebelle asked if Raoul didn't already know. The young man was surprised. What was she talking about? The fairy said it was incredible. Now she knew what the internet was. It was like a sea of information connecting the whole world. Raoul replied that last time he had been in a hurry and hadn't been able to explain everything properly. The young man said that this time he would explain everything so that the fairy would understand. However, the situation changed, and the explanation had to be postponed again. Raoul saw Kalia in front of him. Cal asked why Raoul had called him. The protagonist wanted to explain once again what he had already mentioned. Cal asked if it was about his true identity and past. Our hero said that he had changed the subject then, but now he wanted to tell everything. After all, they are now destined to follow the same path. He wants to be completely honest about everything concerning him. Our hero said he would now explain everything in order. Cal asked if Raoul really meant to say that he came from the same world as the strangers. From that other world called Earth? Raoul asked why Raoul hadn't told her right away. The young man replied that the story was too incredible, and he himself wasn't sure. But now there were more and more like him appearing on Earth. He only understood this when he saw it for himself. Everything became clear to Rebelle. The information about the communication cafe was not a prophecy, but events that Raoul had experienced. The fairy believed that Raoul was a messenger of God, but it turned out that this was not the case. Raoul decided that it was impossible for an ordinary person to experience reincarnation. Cal said that it was difficult to believe, even though he was hearing about such a thing for the first time. One thing was clear: there must be a reason why Raoul was reborn. Cal said that perhaps there would come a time when Raoul would have to make a choice, just as he had. Those who possess special powers must bear responsibility for them. The important thing is that when that moment comes, Raoul must make the decision of his own free will, not someone else's. The protagonist stated that to do this, he must first become even stronger. Otherwise, he could be swept away by the tide of circumstances. Cal thought that the young man was young, full of will and potential. He was like himself in the past. Cal hoped that Raoul would not repeat his mistakes. Cal wanted Raoul to walk his own path with pride, without succumbing to the evil and injustice that could engulf the world. It had been a long time since Cal had settled in the core of Regnator. Although Cal's soul cannot affect the real world, when Regnator is activated, Cal appears in a semi-physical form. Moreover, since Cal settled there, Regnator's rank has risen and its effectiveness has increased. Cal still appears briefly to help our hero in his training, as a token of gratitude for being allowed to stay. Thanks to this, Raoul's fencing technique has definitely improved. On the training ground, Raoul continuously practiced sword techniques under Cal's guidance. Cal said that the Estons are truly excellent fencers. The destructive power of a large two-handed sword is undoubtedly the best, but when fencing is too one-sided, its weaknesses begin to show as the level of skill increases. Cal said that the Ashton clan's fencing was highly valued due to their extraordinary physical abilities. Their strong bodies, much stronger than those of ordinary people, allowed them to perform movements that would otherwise be impossible. Cal stated that this did not suit Raoul. Our hero knew that his body's capabilities were not limitless. No matter how much he trained, he would never reach the level of his father and older brother. Cal noted that this did not mean that he had to abandon the family style, but continuing to use it in the same way would be harmful. Cal said he would teach the young man his fencing style. He would learn quickly because they had similar backgrounds. Cal added that it was unpleasant, but when Raoul reached a high enough level, he would be able to adapt the family fencing style to suit himself. Raoul said he was happy to agree to this. Our hero was sorry to give up the style he had already learned, but it was a great opportunity. The fencing style of Cardenas, also known as the Endless Sword, is characterized by an infinite variety of techniques. It is very similar to our hero's usual style, and Cal most likely noticed this. Raoul understood that he still had a long way to go and needed to try even harder for the sake of the people around him. Raoul decided that this time he would do everything possible to protect himself and not repeat the mistakes of the past. Several days passed. With the expansion of our hero's domain, the number of tasks he had to solve increased. He instructed the guards to constantly check the newly appearing gates so that they would not turn into dungeons. The gates and dungeons had to be monitored regularly. Any monsters or dungeons rich in resources were explored by guild squads. After a long battle with monsters and guards, the hunting indicator fills up. When it was completely filled, the final boss, the Dungeon Master, would appear. When a warrior defeats the Dungeon Master, the dungeon disappears. You can consciously avoid fighting guards or not fill up the hunting indicator. Now that our hero has reached level 80, it has become ineffective to master gates and dungeons. It's a shame, but we'll have to wait for high-level quests to appear. Long-lived dungeons always carry the risk of an outbreak, but due to the difficulty adjustment, they are safe for now. An assistant entered Raoul Ashton's office and said he had brought the documents. It was a list of the foreigners in question. They had examined all 2,000, except for the 17 who had arrived in the first and second weeks. The assistant added that he had checked each foreigner from the free city of Ignet in the kingdom of Marcus especially carefully. Raoul praised the assistant. He had done a good job sending out informants and managing everything. Kane said it was his job. Raoul replied that Kane could go and rest. New players are added every week. Half a month later, the third batch arrived. The information that interests our hero the most may be here. Everything could change depending on what he reads. Our hero immersed himself in reading, interested in what had happened. The best Connect player and the last solo player who fought the authorities to the end. It was about the Destroyer. Where is he now? However, the young man could not find any information. No matter how much he searched, there was nothing. The protagonist personally used all the information he had, but nothing came of it. The Destroyer is the best Connect player. However, there is no information about Bae Do-hyun. All this time, our hero was wondering whether to act or pretend he knew nothing. But now, it's pointless to think about it. None of that matters now. However, Raoul Ashton still wanted to meet him. Baek Do-hyun was an orphan. He had no one to protect him. He had a very difficult life. But nevertheless, it was the life of the protagonist. Baek Do-hyun didn't let anyone get close to him and was egocentric. If he hadn't started playing Connect, he would have remained a loser. But on the other hand, he couldn't stand injustice and always stood his ground. The young man wanted to find his biological parents. Baek Do-hyun wanted to show the world that even a poor orphan could succeed. Not succeed in the game, but in real life. He wanted to see himself achieve his goals and live happily ever after. Raoul thought that perhaps it was just a useless attachment, because he left no trace after his departure. The past Bae Do-hyun and the present Raoul Ashton are the same person, but now they have changed so much that they can be considered completely different people. Our hero didn't even notice how he got used to being with people. Now he even feels uncomfortable being alone. From the outside, he seemed like a hypocrite. Only this place remained. What made our hero's goal very clear were his valuables, his land, and his friends. He would never forgive anyone who tried to harm them, even if it cost the lives of all the players. The protagonist thought that it would actually be easier without Bae Do-hyun. If anyone found out about his skills, fierce competition would begin. Baek Do-hyun surpassed all ordinary anchors. Now that he is gone, Raoul Ashton will be able to act freely for a while. Players will begin to stand out when anchors learn to embody their skills and start using their unique abilities. Meanwhile, about 2 weeks after the launch of the Connect service, one piece of news shook the community. Unofficial announcements about the first Connect event, the recruitment of students to the first Guild Academy. The free cities of the Kingdom of Reborn attracted attention with their generous support of players. The first guild, at the center of this policy, established an academy exclusively for players and posted an announcement about student recruitment. All players who have completed their work shift, regardless of class or profession, are eligible to apply. A total of 600 students will be recruited across 4 branches. The training is a 3-month course, which is completely free of charge. Graduates will receive honorary guild member status and will have priority for quests or missions related to the first guild. Some of those who complete the course with excellent results will have the opportunity to take the exam to become an official guild member, for which they will receive exclusive equipment, a salary depending on their rank, and support for completing high-level training stages in accordance with their class. The recruitment announcement instantly caused a stir on all forums. Now, as before, players have always complained about the operators. No matter how well the event is prepared or how balanced the patches are, it is impossible to please everyone. If an event is held for new players, veterans complain, and if a difficult quest is held, newbies complain. The developers are only interested in profit. Balance in the game is of little importance to them. Our hero had been planning something like this for a long time. By making the mayors of free cities his partners and convincing them, Raoul Ashton laid the foundation for player support. Players in turn will flock to Rubin's free cities, which treat players fairly. Then the first guild will begin to select players with great potential. Raoul thought that they needed to be kept under control. They are not visible now. but they are undoubtedly manipulating this world from somewhere. We are talking about the operators of Connect. For our hero, they are enemy number one. When the game reached the middle, the Connect administrators lost power and became puppets of influential people. What should have been fair was rigged in the interests of guilds sponsored by corporations, and improvised events were held to support guilds supported by the state. As an artificial intelligence, Connect tried to block excessive interference from administrators, but it was impossible to completely ignore their influence on the actions of players. The protagonist decided that this time would be different. The goal of the recruitment was not simply to find talent or improve the guild's image, but to test the impact such events could have on Connect. Usually, game events are prepared and implemented by the administration, but Connect is a world where freedom of action is encouraged. As an in-game NPC, Raoul Ashton wanted to try his hand at creating events and quests. The administration was unable to stop him or the first guild. It is entirely possible to hold events that affect players even within Connect. And if they go further, they may be able to control the players. The Connect administrators thought they could control the players from above. But now, things will not go according to their plan. The mayor of Mira welcomed Viscount Raoul Ashton. Our hero apologized to the mayor for the unexpected visit. He understood that the mayor was busy. The mayor said there was no need for formalities between them. Raoul thought that the city of Mira, which a year ago was just a province, had now become a center. The young man understood that he was a savior to the mayor. The mayor asked what had brought Viscount Raoul here. If he had a request, he was ready to help in any matter. Raoul said that he had actually come to introduce the mayor to someone. The mayor said he was intrigued. The Viscount would not introduce someone without a good reason. Raoul said that he was a player who would now be working with him. His name was the Destroyer. The young man said he was pleased to meet the mayor. His name was the Crusher. The mayor replied that he was also very pleased to meet him. The Crusher would become an important client for their city. Raoul Ashton watched the conversation between the mayor and the Destroyer from the sidelines. The mayor said that if the young man encountered any difficulties, he could come at any time. He would personally take care of helping him. After Crusher left, Raoul told the mayor that for a stranger, this man was quite talented and exceptionally gifted. He was a real find, and Raoul expected great things from him. The mayor said that if the Viscount recommended this man, he would keep an eye on him. Raoul and the mayor said goodbye. The young man apologized for the trouble. The Destroyer asked how the mayor had reacted. Raoul said that the mayor did not yet fully trust him, but seemed to have decided to keep an eye on him. Raoul Ashton told his companion that his masquerade was truly flawless. Kane couldn't believe they had managed to fool the mayor. He was glad he had been able to help Raoul. Raoul said that this item definitely works. It was the same polymorph ring he had received from Vice President Gray at the Academy. In addition, the ring can be used to obtain a second ID. It gives the user a second ID that can be changed. This consumable item, the second ID, was recently unlocked in an update. The protagonist bought it at the in-game store for players. Thanks to this item, the disguise became perfect. However, the price was very high. Prices in the game store are insanely inflated compared to the real world. But it was worth it. The protagonist thought that thanks to these two items, he had gained a new identity. The Crusher. This means that now he can act as a player. Raoul Ashton said it was time to get back to business. Connect headquarters, conference room. No one understood why everyone had been gathered. What was going on? Could it be related to the First Guild? Che Li Huan, executive director and head of planning at Connect Corporation, said that the matter was extremely important, which is why an emergency meeting had been called. Li Huan assumed that everyone had heard about the upcoming entrance exam for the First Guild. One of the tests, the battle, would be broadcast live by Connect Corporation. The author of this idea was the head of the First Guild, Raoul Ashton, and his representative, the Crusher. The final approval was given by the president of the company himself. Those present were surprised. Had the First Guild really proposed this? And had the president personally approved it? How was that even possible? Li Huan asked menacingly, "Does this make any sense? How could a proposal developed not by their employees, but by an ordinary game character have been approved? How could the president arbitrarily approve such an absurd initiative? What was he thinking? Central Square of Peace. Here, one could buy and sell anything and obtain any service." The Crusher and Rabel sat silently on the sidelines and watched what was happening. Raoul thought that being among the players in this guise was a strange feeling. It was as if he had returned to his past life. The Crusher said that he felt calm. The fairy was busy with her work. Rabel said that a promotional video and announcement had been posted on the official website. The young man asked what it looked like. Rebel suggested that they had seriously decided to expand. The advertisement had already been posted on the main pages of portals and in communities. The Crusher said that now all that remained was to prepare. Raoul told Fairy to keep monitoring the official website and forums and report anything unusual. The protagonist was glad that everything was going well. He thought it might be much more difficult. What worried our hero most was whether the guild led by NPC would be recognized as a full-fledged partner for negotiations. However, the deal was concluded more easily than expected. Now the guys from Connect will have to prepare thoroughly. This is an opportunity to both entertain players and advertise the company, so they are unlikely to take it lightly. He said that everything was going according to plan and that he was looking forward to it. How would it all turn out? But in reality, there was one critical flaw in this plan. The protagonist was pretending to be a player, but the Crusher didn't actually exist. In other words, even if he sent offers on behalf of the Crusher, if Connect wanted to meet in person, he wouldn't be able to arrange it. Rebel found the solution. The fairy reminded him that the Connect system was controlled by artificial intelligence. Why not send the proposal directly to the administrator? Raoul had never heard of anyone contacting the administrator directly. When problems arise, they usually call an employee from the operations department. Raoul asked what the button meant in that case. Raoul asked what it said. The fairy replied, "Call the system administrator." The young man was surprised. Could he really call artificial intelligence? In that case, he might be able to find out how he ended up here after his rebirth. The Connect system administrator might know something. The fairy asked if he should press it. The young man nodded affirmatively. The system reported that 4th level access had been confirmed. Raoul couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really working? The young man asked who he was talking to and what his true nature was. The answer was, System Administrator. When asked where he was, the answer was, Access denied. Raoul was disappointed. It was just an answering machine. The fairy told Raoul to get down to business. The young man agreed. The protagonist wanted to send a proposal to the Connect headquarters. The administrator suggested uploading the document. After a while, a message arrived saying that the proposal had been received, and the result of its processing would be sent within 24 hours. The fairy said that the button had disappeared on its own. The next day, a letter arrived with the approval of the proposal and the appointed meeting date. Our hero was stunned. The meeting with Connect took place via video link, without the need to visit their office. However, the hero did not expect that CEO Mok Jae would be present at the meeting in person. It was an unexpected turn of events, but the negotiations went smoothly. The first guild was officially recognized as a legal entity, and the distribution of broadcasting revenues satisfied everyone. At the end of the meeting, Director Mok Jae addressed the destroyer. The young man became concerned. Had the director figured something out? The director showed the young man his personal contact information and said that this would not be their last meeting. The protagonist did not understand what that meant. He did not say a word during the entire meeting, but it was as if he was paying attention only to him. This feeling of anxiety did not leave the hero. The destroyer decided it was time to get down to business. Connect headquarters, the CEO's office. Director Mok Jae asked how the work was progressing. The assistant replied that everything was going according to plan and there were no problems. The director said that there was very little time left before the official announcement of the promotion, and that they needed to prepare properly. The assistant told the director that it was a pointless project. How could the entire company depend on one NPC player? They should immediately terminate this collaboration. The director replied that this was impossible. It seemed that the assistant did not understand the whole situation. He had not approved this project himself. Permission had been obtained from above. The director said that the plan had been personally approved by the chairman. Moreover, he was interested in the player named the Destroyer. The assistant was surprised. Did the chairman himself make this decision? The director said that it was hard to believe, but one way or another, they had to successfully complete this project. The assistant replied that he understood. The first guild forge. The blacksmith greeted the guest and said that the master had already warned him. Did the young man want to order the entire range of basic weapons that they produced? The destroyer said that was correct. The blacksmith looked at the destroyer's scarred hand and assumed that the young man was going to use the weapons for their intended purpose. The armorer told the warrior to follow him. The handles and guards needed to be adjusted so that they fit comfortably in the hand. The blacksmith showed him the products and said that they were standard items from their forge. The destroyer turned the sword in his hand and noticed that the quality was simple. The blacksmith stated that they had made these samples in strict accordance with the master's order. Although at first glance they looked like standard weapons, they were actually first-class products created by the best craftsmen of the forge. Each weapon was engraved with the mark of the first guild. The destroyer said he was impressed. The master would definitely be satisfied. The blacksmith added that the customer should check everything carefully. The adjustment might take some time. The young man thought that he had figured out the weapons. Now he needed to go to the leather workshop to order armor. There is no brand culture in Connect yet, so equipment with a logo will attract attention. The destroyer thought that this was a grand event, the broadcast of which would reach the whole world. In addition, the Connect company operates quickly and smoothly. Everyone will know their name. The hero will make sure of that. The First Guild Academy announced a special selection process. 16 people will be chosen from 600 applicants. Applicants must fight and achieve victory. Connect announced that all participants will be provided with a portal to the city of Mira. Soon, a full-scale advertising campaign began. The head of the Connect Corporation's product promotion department said that this was not enough. They needed more noise. They needed to use all their resources and stir up excitement in the community. It didn't matter what the posts were about. They needed to create scandals and provoke conflicts. People should start arguing. Even criticism of the project would be beneficial. The department head said that popularity is needed. Journalists must be involved. Commentators must be hired. Forums must be on fire. There were only 5 days left before the Academy's entrance exams. The manager thought that the planning had gone quickly, but he would no longer allow himself to be manipulated. Not only the director was interested in this, but also those higher up. The chairman himself, whom no one had ever seen, was now involved. Something was wrong here. If this destroyer happened to be at the center of events, he would regret it and be destroyed. The assistant reported to the manager that the integrated bulletin board was ready. They even expanded the server in case of unforeseen situations. The boss asked the planning and marketing departments how preparations for that thing were going. A report came in that the data had been collected and systematized, and the marketing department was also fully prepared. The boss said that in that case, they would move on to the next stage, attracting attention. He was also doing productive work at his desk. Rabble excitedly announced that a new advertisement had appeared. The company Connect presented the second official promotional video for the battle tournament. Raoul Ashton said, "It's finally starting." Knights accompanied by fearless warriors moved along a predetermined route. Monsters hid in the dark thickets, waiting for the warriors. A fierce battle was inevitable, and after a short fight, the monsters were destroyed. The advertising campaign proclaimed, "If you want to be the main character, you have to fight and conquer." The player was thrilled. He had been waiting for this, but it turned out to be even cooler than he had imagined. Observers were amazed by the quality of the video and the appearance of the game character. It was obvious that the development team wasn't so bad after all. Rabble said that with such positive reviews, shooting the promo video was worth it. The quality of the video was decent, but what surprised him most was the reward from Connect. Participants who made it to the main stage received free access to Connect for 1 month. The finalists received a share of the profits from the broadcast of the battles. The winner received 10 million coins and a 6-month contract with Connect. There were also additional prizes. The Connect team wanted to create the game together with the players, so they prepared so many bonuses. Raoul Ashton thought that distributing the prizes among all the players in the country was definitely a great idea. By creating an international competition format, they would attract the attention of not only players, but also ordinary people. Now there was chaos on the integrated bulletin board. But it was even fun. The atmosphere was heated. The day of the entrance exam arrived, first guild branch. There were many participants in the square. Raoul watched them from his office. Faye said that even after the selection process, there were still too many people. More than 6,500 players had applied. All of them had a level above 10. Of these, only 2,000 people were selected during the review stage. After excluding non-combat professions, 20% fewer remained. One of the candidates was indignant. What about working people? Are they only taking the unemployed? Another candidate said that she had a higher level, but she was eliminated, while the newbies were kept. The selection was based on level and time spent online. Those with higher scores moved on to the next stage. Talent and personality are important, but consistency and commitment are even more important. Even with outstanding talent, it is difficult to expect success if you play irregularly. Even if someone lacks ability, if they are dedicated to the game and play consistently, then that is the kind of candidate we need. The central square inside the guild was bustling with activity. The mayor of Mira congratulated Raoul Ashton on the opening of the academy. Nearby were the mayors of the free cities of the Kingdom of Reuben. Raoul Ashton thanked the mayor for coming such a long way. The mayor said that they were very grateful and honored to participate in such a great cause. Raoul looked at the people and realized that these were the very mayors from other countries whom he had asked to invest. Unlike the mayors of Reuben, who agreed to cooperate and allocate land, these mayors rejected our hero, considering his proposal foolish. Now that others had benefited from this project, these mayors seemed to be bursting with envy. Bernard informed the master that all the players had already entered. Raoul Ashton suggested that everyone was eagerly waiting. In that case, it was time to start the event. The host thanked everyone for waiting. The entrance exam for the first academy was about to begin. The man introduced himself. His name was Palmer, and he was the manager of the First Knights Guild branch in Mira. He wanted to announce a few rules before everything began. 1,600 players would be divided into 8 groups for qualification. 200 players would be placed in one group on the battlefield, and they would fight until only one remained. The participants were surprised that they would have to fight according to the royal battle rule. But then how would they determine who would advance? Palmer explained that only 8 players from each group will advance to the next round. The last survivor, the 5 players with the most wins, and 2 who meet specific criteria. Statues will be hidden on the battlefield. The first 2 players to collect 5 statues will also advance. When 5 statues are gathered together, they will create a pillar of light for 5 seconds. You will need to defend the statues for 1 minute to secure your place. If a player dies or loses the statues, they will disappear. The time limit is 100 minutes. If there is more than 1 player left or no one finds a statue, the 8 players with the most kills will advance. There are also several hidden rules that make the exam fair for everyone. Participants will learn about them when they see them. The young man was upset that he was in Group A. He wanted to watch the other groups play first to come up with a strategy. However, there was no point in complaining. He needed to take another look at the list of players. The highest level was 25. About 30 players had reached level 23. It was good that the first and second in the ranking were not in his group. Kim Il-woo noted that there were 5 players in his group who were in the top 23rd level. They should be singled out. An archer approached the young man and asked if he was Korean. Kim Il-woo confirmed this. The archer was delighted and suggested they talk. He said that cooperation was a good idea. Kim Il-woo agreed. Another player introduced himself. His name was Park Sun-ho. He admitted that he felt much calmer when surrounded by his compatriots. Park Sun-ho suggested that the qualification would turn into a team battle. They say it's a battle royale, but who will actually do that? He expressed his desire for them to work together. The others will do the same. The number of kills at the beginning of the game will not matter. One player cannot defeat an entire group, and in team battles, kills will be distributed among everyone. It is better to survive and constantly earn points. Kim Il-woo realized that they had no choice. There was nothing they could do alone. Park Sung-ho said he was looking for a player named Kim Il-woo. The young man responded. The guy said it was a great honor to meet Kim Il-woo. Kim Il-woo was surprised. Why was this participant praising him so much? Park Sun-ho explained that the test is very important for their nation. It would be better if as many Koreans as possible advanced to the next round. He asked if Kim Il-woo could share his eliminations with other players. If one player gets too many, the number of successful candidates may decrease. It makes sense to divide the eliminations equally and decide in advance who will advance. Kim did not like this suggestion. However, the other players agreed to share everything equally. This way, they would strengthen their unity. Kim Il-woo thought that if they really wanted the best for Koreans, all the kills should go to the player with the highest rank. It seemed to him that Park Sun-ho was just trying to hold him back. Was he really sure he could defeat him later? Park Sun-ho said that they couldn't be with someone who was going to play alone. Kim Il-woo felt reproachful glances directed at him. He agreed and said he would be with everyone. Park Sun-ho and the others were delighted. Kim Il-woo promised to join, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, it was a competition, and he would abandon them as soon as he had gotten the most out of them. Park Sun-ho admitted that he felt much more confident. They needed to show their opponents their unyielding spirit. Kim Il-woo thought that the match hadn't even started yet, and he already didn't like what was happening. It wasn't going to be easy. Palmer told Viscount Raoul that everyone was waiting for him. Group A was ready. Had Raoul designed this exam himself? Kim Il-woo was surprised. Was this really the battlefield? Why was it so small? Raoul Ashton said there was no need to worry. Special tools had been installed for this exam. As our hero expected, the participants formed their own groups. This disappointed him. Palmer suggested placing bets on the winner. Many supported this idea. He added that Raoul could also place a bet. It would be fun. Raoul Ashton did not expect to see player Kim Il-woo here. Kim Il-woo, global rank 16, Korean. He looks like an ordinary player, but in fact, he is a unique singularity in Connect. Kim Il-woo was the only person the protagonist trusted in his past life. They grew up in the same orphanage and were like brothers. Il-woo had a better life. He worked for a small company and married a suitable person. Unlike the protagonist who spent most of his time in Connect, Il-woo led a normal life. He was the only one our hero could talk to. That Kim Il-woo never played Connect. Raoul Ashton thought he shouldn't be here. Could it be that this life had changed because of him? Our hero believed that he had no influence on Earth. He did not expect to meet him here. Maybe he should find a way to get Ilya to leave Connect, or help him since he was here. The protagonist didn't know what to do in such a situation. Palmer turned on the timer and announced that the test was beginning. Magic circles appeared under the players' feet, and a bright light blinded them. Many shouted that they couldn't see anything. Kim Il-woo was surprised. Where was he? The young man looked around. What was this hut, and where were all the players? Had they been separated? In that case, all the talk about teamwork was meaningless. In a crack in the wall, Kim Il-woo noticed something glowing. It turned out to be a golden hawk. A lucky find. Kim Il-woo felt that he would pass the test with flying colors. The young man saw a badge he had never seen before. What could it mean? By clicking on the virtual icon, Kim Il-woo activated a mini-map with 11 zones. He was in the 4th and decided to explore the rest. Kim Il-woo looked out the window. It was light outside and too quiet. Should he go out? Raoul Ashton watched as people looked at the players through huge monitors. He thought that without Gray's Seja, this would have been impossible. Now you could see everything that was happening there. This was exactly the reaction the protagonist had hoped for from the audience. He was going to use this place after the trial, so he invested in it as much as possible. It was very expensive. The mayor said it was impressive. Separating the players was a good idea. However, the players did not want to leave their seats. Would the match be interesting if they just sat there? Raoul Ashton replied that nothing interesting would happen if the players were stuck there forever. That's why a special tool was installed. It seemed like something was about to happen. Red dots on the map showed where the players were. One player fired a crossbow. The arrow pierced his opponent's shoulder. The young man cried out in pain and began to bleed. The player attacked again and threw his opponent far back. Kim Il-woo approached the wounded man sitting under a tree. An arrow whistled past his head, flying dangerously close. Kim Il-woo tried to calm down and identified his opponent and his location. The system reported that if the player remained in one place for more than 5 minutes, his position would be visible to other participants for 30 seconds. Kim Il-woo thought that things weren't so bad. He understood that it wasn't just him who had been exposed. Now he could see the archer nearby. The archer decided that the penalty had long since ended, but his opponent still hadn't moved. Where was he? Kim Il-woo suddenly appeared from behind and stabbed the archer in the back with a knife. Another participant saw blood spurting from behind the corner of the house. That meant there was one less opponent. The player activated the magic circle. He was scared and decided to burn everything here. Kim Il-woo crept up behind this player. He thought that the mage was a failure. He was left completely alone. Kim Il-woo did his job, and another opponent was destroyed. The young man realized that this was only the beginning. Now he had 1 golden hawk and 3 kills. Suddenly, everything around him shook and hummed. Kim Il-woo was surprised again. What was happening? The system reported that 10 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. The zone with the most survivors would disappear. The time limit was 1 minute. Players in the affected zone had to move to another zone before the time ran out. Kim Il-woo realized that he needed to change his location urgently and began to move. Perched on a high tree branch, the player noticed a small settlement in the valley. A group of players fled their zone in terror. They had to make it in time, no matter what. The fleeing players realized too late that they had been ambushed. They were already waiting for them at the very edge of the zone. Archers opened fire to kill. The system announced that time was up and the zone was disappearing. One player screamed in horror that he hadn't had time to get out. Those who managed to escape from the zone looked back and saw the late player dissolving into the darkness. Had he really disappeared? The players panicked and shouted that the ground was shaking. The structure of the battlefield was changing due to the disappearance of the zone. Palmer was also frightened. Why was the terrain changing so dramatically? Raoul Ashton declared that now everyone must understand that inaction was not an option. Palmer objected that no one could have predicted such a turn of events. Inside, it was probably complete madness. Raoul Ashton agreed with this assumption. The players fought each other, every man for himself. It was a living hell. Park Sun-ho, accompanied by knights, advanced through the forest. He couldn't understand who could have come up with such madness. It wasn't difficult to gather Korean players. They had a numerical advantage and even ranked players. If everything had gone according to plan, it would have ended perfectly. However, the initial isolation ruined everything. Although this was to be expected, if pre-planned cooperation was impossible, then the only option was to assemble a team after the battle had already begun. Languages were automatically translated here, so it wasn't necessary to look for Koreans specifically. Park Sun-ho spent most of his time looking for 5 teammates. Now it was time to show the results. After reviewing the information, Park Sun-ho was amazed. How did Kim Il-woo manage to score so many points? He was in second place with 5 kills. Kim Il-woo was simply lucky. He managed to get into the first wave and climb the rankings. Park Sun-ho thought that now he had 5 living shields. Considering his own abilities, it would not be difficult to catch up with the leaders in terms of kills. He was sure that he would soon destroy everyone. Once again, magic circles flashed under the players' feet, and everything around them lit up. The system announced that cheating had been detected. As punishment, the players would be randomly teleported to different locations. Park Sun-ho was also teleported. He was furious. He didn't know who had come up with this, but he considered what was happening to be pure madness. They're probably sitting there laughing at me, he thought. Indeed, Raoul Ashton was watching and laughing. Park Sun-ho realized that everything he had planned had gone down the drain. Raoul Ashton suddenly sneezed and decided that someone was obviously talking trash about him. Park Sun-ho realized that it was now impossible to assemble a new team. It had become even more difficult to catch up with Kim Il-woo. The player standing behind him asked what he was doing there alone. Kim Il-woo emerged from behind a tree. Park Sun-ho was delighted. Had Kim Il-woo survived? What a relief. But Kim Il-woo told him to stop and not come any closer. Park Sun-ho argued that Koreans had no reason to fight each other. Since they had met, they could join forces. Kim Il-woo thought, after this guy did such a despicable thing, he still has the audacity to say such words. He said he wasn't interested and suggested they go their separate ways. But Park Sun-ho insisted that he think again. Then Park Sun-ho shouted that there was danger behind Kim Il-woo. The player turned around and saw a huge dragon above him. Kim Il-woo was amazed. Where did the fire dragon come from? A level 20 player couldn't handle it. At that moment, Park Sun-ho crept up behind him and stabbed him in the back with his sword. He said that now they could say goodbye. Park Sun-ho's special ability was known as Trickster. He had a rare A-class talent that allowed him to manipulate rhetoric and illusions, deceiving people's senses. Naturally, the fire dragon was created by Park Sun-ho himself. He told his opponent that the real attack was right in front of him. Kim Il-woo thought he would go unnoticed, but that turned out to be a mistake. He had safely hidden a golden statue in his chest. Not just one, but several. Park Sun-ho reasoned that since he already had 3 statues, if he took possession of Kim Il-woo's statues, he would ensure his success. However, this time he miscalculated. Kim Il-woo had placed a shield on his back in advance. He smiled and asked if Park Sun-ho really thought he was the only one who knew how to cheat. Kim Il-woo said that his opponent was much more stupid than he seemed. He added that this scoundrel should have been kinder, and destroyed Park Sun-ho. Player Kim Il-woo happily announced that he had collected 5 golden statues. The preliminary round, scheduled for the first day, ended with the matches of groups A and B, and the community was buzzing. There was one Korean player who had high hopes, but he died because of his own stupidity. While the outside world was buzzing with excitement, the players inside Connect were also busy. The Chinese participants were the most numerous, and they focused on analyzing the problematic forced portal. Li Jincheng, the last Chinese survivor from Group B, asked if they had figured out the range of penalties. He was told that they had just finished analyzing the video and had identified a pattern. Li Jincheng said that he knew it all along. The sample size is small, so it's not accurate. But if there are more than 5 people and 3 minutes pass, a forced portal will open. Based on this observation, the Chinese man suggested creating a strategy for his brothers. Tomorrow would be an excellent opportunity to show the spirit of China to the whole world. On the anticipated second day, during the first test, thanks to Li Jincheng's efforts, the morning test of Group C ended with an overwhelming victory for the Chinese players. Of the 8 who passed, 5 were Chinese and none were Korean. The Chinese players combined 2 zones and predetermined approximate meeting points for their strategy. If they managed to join forces, they acted strictly as teams of 4. In the case of large battles, They even demonstrated coordination by joining the nearest groups. As a result, the choice proved to be the right one. The Chinese players showed overwhelming efficiency and successfully completed the preliminary round. The players watching the matches could only marvel and worry. They wondered, would the Chinese be the only ones to advance? That couldn't be. Were the others incapable of forming teams and moving forward together? Since they lacked numbers, they had to team up with players from other countries. The desire to succeed allowed the players to quickly unite. As a result, most of the participants moved as teams of 4 during the preliminary tests after lunch. Ultimately, survival turned into team battles. Raoul Ashton, of course, expected this development. China acted faster than expected. Their goal was to create stars through battle. Individual one-on-one battles lack large-scale impact. If too many players gather together, individuals get lost in the background of group battles. 4 people is just the right number. Excluding the overwhelming effectiveness of the Chinese in the preliminary tests of Group C, there were no cases where any country showed absolute superiority, or where qualified individuals were eliminated due to their numbers. The top players from each country still managed to show their skills and advance. The Destroyer looked into the chat and said that the protagonists always appear last. The player thought it was worth making a strong impression at the end. Although previously he would have preferred not to stand out, now everything was different. He planned to take a different path. The path that leads to the status of influential person. To do this, he needed to impress upon everyone that Bae Do-hyun was on a completely different level. The preliminary rounds turned into team battles, and the Korean players did not perform well enough, which disappointed the public. Baek Do-hyun reasoned that if he did something impressive now, people would inevitably pay attention to him. After all, Baek Do-hyun is a fictional character who does not exist in reality. Without a real personality, such attention would sooner or later lead to exposure. However, since the plan was still moving forward, it meant that the preparation had been carried out thoroughly. The young man decided to play for real. Our hero momentarily forgot that Rebel was a sage who had spent thousands of years in the library, absorbing vast amounts of knowledge. At first, he only learned about Earth little by little through the internet. Rabel said that to her, the internet looked like a magic circle and a barrier. The flow of information through the network was like the flow of magic in a circle, and the security system was comparable to the formation of a protective barrier. At some point, the protagonist felt that he had reached a level beyond that of an internet expert. Rabel promised to help Raoul and asked for Bae Do-hyun's personal information. Raoul replied that such things cannot be decided just like that. There are strict laws. The hero thought that if nothing worked out, he would simply give up. After a while, Raoul Ashton had Bae Do-hyun's ID card in his hands. The fairy said it was a gift and sent the detailed information by email. There was no need to prepare a physical copy. Even if the past could not be returned, it was nice to have at least something to remember it by. Raoul realized that Rebel had also lost her homeland and friends, just like him. He could find out news about Earth through the internet, but Rebel didn't have that opportunity. An item that had no value within Connect turned out to be a precious gift. Filled with Rebel's care, the protagonist decided that he must find Rebel's relatives again. Rebel said that now was not the time to worry about the future, but to take action and show everyone who Bae Do-hyun was. Raoul Ashton replied that he would do everything as Rebel commanded. Baek Do-hyun looked around. Everyone was too busy with the newly released guides. A girl approached him and asked if he was Korean. She added that there was a group of Koreans nearby, so the young man could go there. One of the players suggested that this guy was the last one. He introduced himself. His name was Park Seong-jun. Baek Do-hyun greeted him and gave his name as well. Park Seong-jun said that he would be in charge here for now. Baek Do-hyun replied that he had no objection, but decided to say a few words first. He announced that he intended to go through the preliminary round alone, so he could be excluded from the strategy planning. Those present stared at him in surprise. Was he really going to compete alone against all of them? Baek Do-hyun explained that he would not touch his compatriots until he had destroyed the players from other countries. The young man added that he had 2 requests. First, they should try to get as many kills as possible at the beginning of the game. Second, if things went badly or someone collected 4 fragments, he could come to Zone 1, which would open in the middle of the game. Baek Do-hyun said that was all, and that they would meet again in the main game. Gray's polymorph ring adorned his hand. He bought an upgrade scroll at the player shop and upgraded the ring to +5. Now he could adjust his abilities as he wished. Baek Do-hyun decided it was time to test everything in practice. After studying the data in the status window, The young man thought that he had perfectly adjusted the characteristics to his level. Now he could act as Bai Do-hyun. Thanks to the polymorph ring and his second ID, there was almost no chance of arousing suspicion. However, it didn't hurt to be careful. There should be no unconscious displays of excessive strength. Our hero thought, if he improved it even more, the adjustment range could change to positive values. The prices of improvement scrolls varied depending on the class of the item. For unique items, it was 10,000 coins per scroll. Now the probability of failure could increase dramatically, so it was better not to risk it. Previously, players could earn a lot of coins by receiving a reward for first place in story quests. However, now that new players had appeared, there was no guarantee that they would be able to monopolize the quest. Finally, it was time for the last match. Palmer began the countdown. At the appointed time, the test began. Bai Do-hyun appeared at an unknown location within the settlement. The sensitivity and detection range of telekinesis had definitely decreased. Nevertheless, everything was clearly perceived at a distance of about 3 meters. It was a good level for beginners. Baek Do-hyun, as always in such cases, activated a large number of magic swords in unfamiliar terrain. He decided to show a different level of play. The young man thought that only someone who had not served in the army could call this concealment. In the corner there was one of the players who was constantly looking around. He didn't want to be noticed. However, the protagonist found him and destroyed him with a single blow. Baek Do-hyun decided that this time he would act differently and not waste time. The player had a combat spear in his hands. Baek Do-hyun, who was on the roof of the building, was spotted by another player. Baek Do-hyun was faster, stronger, and smarter. He destroyed this opponent as well. Baek Do-hyun got up close and knocked his opponent out of action with a sword strike. The protagonist assumed that everything was settled at this location. There were no rivals left. Bai Do-hyun decided to continue moving forward. A small animal was moving along the deserted street. The animal jumped into a window and ended up inside, in the arms of a girl. She said that Yoonbyul was doing well. It was Ha So-hyun from Korea. Her special ability was summoning animals. A young man who appeared nearby asked So-hyun how she was doing. The girl replied that she was fine. There were no enemies within the block. The player assumed that it was just a cute summoned fox cub, but it had impressive perception. In any case, it was good that they could stay here. Ha So-hyun asked how about going into battle. The player was surprised. Hadn't they already decided this issue? After all, their team was going to put survival first. However, Ha So-hyun reminded him that from the very beginning, she had talked about the need to fight actively. The young man replied that no matter what So-hyun thought, they weren't going to leave. If she wanted to, she could go fight alone. She only said that because it was convenient for her to support them from behind. Did she really think they would do as she said, just because she was beautiful? So-hyun thought it was impossible to communicate with them. If she stayed here, she couldn't even dream of destroying them. But she couldn't act alone either. The girl remembered the words. If the situation is bad, or if 4 fragments are collected, you can go to the first zone, which will open in the middle. Her only hope was the 2 statues. The player said that the destruction zone would soon be determined. It was necessary to prepare to move to another planned zone. The players noticed that new data on the destruction had appeared. What was the current rating? Had 21 destructions really been carried out in such a short time? The players said that these Koreans were up to something. They had found a way to get together. Shoichiro from Japan, who was in second place in real time, stood silently to the side. The players said there was no need to worry, because they had another plan. If necessary, all the Japanese participants were ready to sacrifice their lives for Shoichiro. Shoichiro said that now they needed to move faster. This guy, Bai Do-hyun, was gathering destruction and rushing everything. Shoichiro explained that those who were scared would gather in even larger groups. They needed to gather everything they could, while there were still those who were relaxed. Shoichiro ordered one of the warriors to immediately prepare for reconnaissance. The player thought that now it was better not to overload himself and just stay afloat. But for some reason, he felt uneasy. If Bai Do-hyun continued to rage and the number of survivors decreased sharply, it would be even more difficult to find prey later. Where did this monster Bai Do-hyun come from? After a while, all the players were destroyed, and Bai Do-hyun was left alone with his Japanese opponent, Shoichiro. The Japanese asked, what was the point of establishing a position? When defending, you need to stabilize and cover the team, not attack. The swordsman should attack together with the spearman in the second row. Baek Do-hyun said he was ready to give his opponent some valuable advice from a senior player that he would not hear anywhere else. After a short battle, only defeated competitors remained around Bai Do-hyun. Baek Do-hyun noted that everything went a little too smoothly. Although he was in no position to criticize others, the players certainly had potential. However, their current level remained low because most of them had no real combat experience. But if a player wanted to use them, something had to be done. To work seriously, they had to stop being half-breeds who relied solely on skill. That was exactly why the academy was created. Of course, they didn't come there to learn anything. They were simply lured there by rewards and benefits. Baek Do-hyun thought that this was precisely why he had to show that there was more to it than just skills and levels. The Japanese player looked at the destroyed knights and thought, is Bae Do-hyun really a monster? According to the real-time rankings, Bae Do-hyun was in first place. Shoichiro couldn't understand how it was possible to achieve such a result in just 10 minutes. It seemed simply impossible. The system reported that 20 minutes had passed since the start of the match. The area with the most surviving players would be removed. The Japanese player thought that in just 20 minutes, more than half had been eliminated. Almost 20 people were following him. If they joined forces, it would be the end for him. The assistant told Mr. Shoichiro that they had found Bae Do-hyun. He was near a building 2 blocks away, fighting a group. Shoichiro asked if Bae Do-hyun was dragging several parties behind him. The assistant replied that this player was alone. Seichiro said that couldn't be. His party must be hiding somewhere. The assistant explained that he had searched the entire area, but there was no one there. It was clear that Bae Do-hyun was fighting 4 people alone. Shoichiro ordered everyone to get ready. They would attack the Korean from behind until the fight was over. The Japanese man didn't care what the Korean secret was, but if he was really alone, then it was a jackpot. He had to destroy him and become the best. Shoichiro noted that Bae Do-hyun was impressive, as he had managed to take down so many. But he was not destined to rise to the top. Baek Do-hyun really did fight alone. However, it was impossible to defeat him. His opponent thought that the firebomb was a skill that could destroy an opponent with a single blow. The opponent noted that even fireballs had no effect on this Korean. Did they have anything stronger in reserve? His comrade did not understand what could be more powerful than firebombs. There was no point in expecting any help from these mages. The knight said that now it was every man for himself, and putting his shield forward, rushed to attack Bae Do-hyun. The Korean put his spear forward and blocked his opponent's attack. The knight thought that if he closed the distance against such a long weapon as a spear, he would have an advantage. However, Bae Do-hyun disarmed his opponent and knocked him to the ground. The Korean said that next time, he should pay closer attention to his opponent's hand movements when checking his weapon. Baek Do-hyun also defeated this opponent, although he admitted that it was a good game. The magician decided that now the Korean would get to him. The mage tried to run away, but the Korean's blades caught up with him and pierced his back. Baek Do-hyun said that his spear was completely ruined, although this was logical after he blocked the charge. The destroyer sensed the presence of several people. It turned out to be more serious than he thought. The aura seemed familiar. Could it be Shoichiro? Shoichiro was an otaku who had been fascinated by ninjas long before the appearance of Connect. Thanks to the support of influential people in Japan, he founded the Rakuen Guild. Becoming one of the managers, he created a strong ninja squad on the Connect platform. However, among the leaders of the squad was a player who hunted down solo rankers. Using dirty tactics, he tormented those who were not members of the guild. He set up ambushes, trolled, and interfered in the middle of hunts. And that was just the beginning. He often kidnapped even NPCs associated with quests to lure rankers into traps. Baek Do-hyun naturally became his target, causing him to fail his quests several times. He never showed himself. No matter how much the Crusher searched for him, he always came across only minor characters. He never managed to track him down. Baek Do-hyun said he missed him very much. Could it be that this Japanese man was standing in his way again? The destroyer couldn't face his old enemy unprepared. Baek Do-hyun decided to use his own methods. Japanese warriors with weapons in their hands positioned themselves around the perimeter and surrounded the Korean. Shoichiro believed that there was no need to engage in close combat if his opponent was alone. The Japanese man was confident that no matter how formidable the destroyer was, he would not be able to block the attack. Shoichiro ordered his men to open fire and decided that the Korean would be finished. However, Bae Do-hyun suddenly disappeared. What should they do? In the next moment, the Japanese warriors began to be wounded by arrows one after another and fall out of action. Shoichiro told his warrior that the Korean was in the neighboring house and ordered him to check. Shoichiro ordered another warrior to watch the surroundings. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and Shoichiro was thrown back by the shockwave. At that moment, His assistant reported that he had not found the Korean. Shoichiro looked at his wounded subordinate. Arrows were sticking out of his back. Had Bae Do-hyun attacked him from behind? Did he possess cloning technology? The player asked Shoichiro to help him, but Shoichiro thought it was an obvious trap. The wounds were not serious. He deliberately aimed away from vital organs, leaving the possibility of continuing the fight. He was definitely luring him into a trap. Shoichiro shouted for the destroyer to come out of hiding and fight openly. Bae Do-hyun was outside the house and asked if Shoichiro really wanted him to come out. The destroyer pointed his magic blades at the Japanese man and asked why he wanted him to come out. Seiichiro noticed the swords flying at him too late and tried to dodge. Shoichiro was wounded, but managed to run away from the rest of the blades. However, his assistant was struck down and collapsed to the floor. Shoichiro became angry and said he would destroy the Korean. However, Bae Do-hyun was already behind him and coldly remarked that the Japanese man felt helpless and pathetic. Seiichiro was surprised. Did his opponent know him? Bae Do-hyun approached and immobilized his opponent with a punch to the jaw. He said that of course he knew this Japanese man. The destroyer asked, did Shoichiro not know him? Shoichiro replied that he was seeing him for the first time. But what did he want? Bae Do-hyun said that was unfortunate, but they had plenty of time to get acquainted. The destroyer knocked his opponent down and stepped on his head. The Japanese man could do nothing, but he declared that next time he would finish off his opponent with his bare hands. Bae Do-hyun aimed several magic swords at the Japanese man's head. The destroyer didn't stand on ceremony. Shoichiro was destroyed. In the status window, Bae Do-hyun checked the number of remaining players. Why were there so few left? In any case, it was time to move on. The destroyer thought that Zone 1 would close soon. The system reported that there were 81 survivors left. As soon as someone died, the gates would open. The space was created to make the exam even more brutal. An artificial landscape in which those who stake their claim first would gain a geographical advantage. When there were 10 minutes left, all zones except the first would begin to disappear. This meant that all players would head here. The protagonist sat down on a chair and prepared to wait. He looked into the distance and decided that he would definitely not be bored. Bae Do-hyun noticed a girl who seemed to be angry with him. It was Ha So-hyun. She was trying to escape from her pursuers. The fox cub bit the pursuer and tried to hold him back. Ha So-hyun knew that her opponent was a Chinese team of more than 10 people. Yoon Byul would stall for time, but sooner or later she would be caught anyway. All her comrades had been killed, and she was the only survivor. The only thing left for her to do was to believe the words of that guy. The girl saw that someone was already at the gate. Bae Do-hyun continued to sit, waiting for another player. Ha So-hyun was very surprised to see that this guy was sitting without any protection. He was an easy target, and now because of her, he could be in trouble. There was no choice, and Ha So-hyun decided to activate her spiritual beast's intuition. Now the girl could see her pursuers even through the wall. The Chinese noticed that So-hyun was running across open ground. It seemed as if she herself was asking to be hit. Arrows flew toward the fleeing girl. So-hyun changed her trajectory and the arrows flew past her. So-hyun was approaching the gate and the player. She was almost there. The girl approached and shouted to make the guy understand that she was being pursued by rivals. So-hyun thought she was very stubborn and proud, ready to fight alone to the end. Instead of saying help, she shouted, "Watch out!" Bae Do-hyun suddenly appeared next to her. He told the girl not to stop and to run to the gate. So-hyun was surprised. How did he manage to get there so quickly? The number of survivors had dropped to 80. The gate opened, and the passage into the zone was clear. The Chinese players thought this guy was trying to be a hero. He was clearly tired of living. The destroyer sped up and quickly ran past the Chinese, destroying each of his opponents. Bae Do-hyun stopped and thought that no one else was visible. They were probably scared. So-hyun asked if he was okay. Bae Do-hyun said that no one would come here for a while. The girl bowed and thanked the player for saving her. She apologized for bringing the pursuers and putting him in danger. Bae Do-hyun replied that it was okay. He had to take responsibility for the words he had said before the trial. The young man advised the girl to treat her wounds so she wouldn't lose too much blood. So-hyun asked what he was doing here. He could stop fighting now, considering the number of opponents he had destroyed. The player said he wanted to test his skills. It was not often that he had the opportunity to fight so many players at once. Bae Do-hyun thought it might be awkward if she misunderstood and decided he was some kind of maniac who enjoyed destroying people. So-hyun thought that this man didn't say anything unnecessary, but backed up his words with actions. Would she be able to become as confident as him if she got into the academy? However, first she had to pass the exam. Bae Do-hyun told the girl that someone was approaching again. A group of Koreans was heading towards zone number 1. So-hyun noticed from the ramparts that they were being attacked by the Chinese. What to do? Bai Do-hyun suggested covering them. The Koreans took up a circular defense, hiding behind shields, and tried to shoot back. Ha So-hyun noted that they looked magnificent in this formation. The Korean created a magic circle and, under its cover, shot at his opponents with a bow. Baek Do-hyun thought that this guy was capable of intercepting approaching enemies and deflecting magic spells. Could parrying magic be part of his skills? The Koreans were unharmed and made their way to the gate. Baek Do-hyun approached the rescued players and said they had done a great job. The young man replied that they were just lucky. If they had engaged in close combat, it would have been much more difficult to get there. The destroyer thought that these players had broken through despite the risks. They were not cowards. Baek Do-hyun said he had business with Ha So-hyun and Park Sung-joon. The destroyer noted that they deserved a reward for the progress they had made. Baek Do-hyun took out the figurine and asked the young people if they had collected the required number. So-hyun said she had collected 4 figurines. Park Sung-joon added that his team had collected the same number. Baek Do-hyun said he would give them 1 statue each. So-hyun was surprised. The destroyer explained that he was keeping his word. He was the one who told them to collect the required number of figurines and come to Zone 1. The other players would most likely give all their figurines to one person on the team. Seong-jun also had to choose someone. So-hyun told the destroyer that she would like to stay and help him. But considering her condition, she would not be of much use right now. Baek Do-hyun said that wasn't true. He appreciated her help. The girl reached out her hand and said she would not remain indebted and would definitely repay him. Baek Do-hyun shook her hand and said he would wait. The destroyer added that the enemies would soon begin storming the castle. Gao Jialing from China was surprised. 2 at once? Everyone saw 2 glowing pillars pointing from the castle to the sky. The player asked if it was time for them to advance to Zone 1. Gao Jialing replied that it was already too late. They had to signal the players in the south. There was no need to rush. After all, this rabble was nothing against a united and cohesive team. The signal was given, and the warriors began to gather at the designated location. Gao Jialing thought that he had a total of 30 men. That was enough to clear the battlefield. How could Bae Do-hyun defend the castle against such a large number of people? According to the current player rankings, Bae Do-hyun had destroyed 50 warriors. Gao Jialing was in second place with 10 kills. The number of survivors was 34. The destroyer thought that soon all territories, except for Zone 1, would disappear. There was very little left. Park Seong-jun wondered if Bae Do-hyun wasn't worried at all. He had scored many kills in the previous battle, and a new wave would begin very soon, but he hadn't even rested. They had held back the players who had poured out from behind the pillars of light for 10 minutes and had just finished. They managed to keep all the statues, but they had little strength left, and they made it clear to the others that their team was small. Baek Do-hyun thought that this was probably what was bothering Park Sung-jun. He said not to worry. This battle would be the last. Park Sung-jun was surprised. Where did he get that information? Baek Do-hyun replied that knowing his friend, he was sure that he would gather the remaining fighters and send them here. Suddenly a warrior appeared and reported that the enemies were advancing. Park Seong-jun asked how many there were. The warrior replied that there were so many that it was impossible to count them. Baek Do-hyun thought that Gao Jialing had finally arrived. Gao Jialing was a dangerous strategist and highly respected leader of a huge Chinese guild, the Supreme Lord. His skills were excellent, but players from all over the world had heard about his cunning tactics and leadership qualities. He can find a use for even the weakest members of the guild, forcing them to act on their opponent's nerves. Many players have fallen into his trap. Moreover, he always operates from the shadows. In his past life, it was difficult to get close to him. However, now everything is different. The protagonist will definitely force him to come out into the open. The destroyer thought that his opponent had prepared well in such a short time. Was he really going to try to take him out? The magicians got to work and activated the magic protective circle. Park Seong-jun took aim with his bow and said he would provide backup. The archers on the fortress wall decided to show what the Koreans were capable of. The Chinese would experience the power of the strongest players. Baek Do-hyun thought that everything was different now because he was not fighting alone. The destroyer looked at his opponents and noticed that even in such a perfect formation, there were gaps. The dense formation prevented the players from activating their main strength, their skills. Now they would understand how important these gaps were. Bae Do-hyun prepared to attack. The telekinetic teleportation skill was activated. Thanks to this, the destroyer had his fill of playing with Shoichiro's mind. Next, he used a skill he learned from Kane, an expert in dagger combat. In a short time, the destroyer's opponents were destroyed. Bai Do-hyun was unharmed. Baek Do-hyun told the survivors that the construction was not bad, but they had dug their own graves. The destroyer decided that he would have to deal with his opponents one by one until he reached Gao Jialin. At one point, Bai Do-hyun and Gao Jialin met one-on-one. The Chinese man said that this was impossible. How could Bai Do-hyun have defeated all of his fighters single-handedly? The destroyer asked, was Gao Jialin really not going to fight? If he was afraid, he'd better surrender right away. The Chinese man shouted that he was not going to give up. His opponent could not even dream of it. The Wind Mage activated his unique abilities. Gao Jialin said that he was #1 in the People's Republic of China. There was no one cooler than him. Baek Do-hyun knew that the battle would not be easy, so he held a blade in each hand. Baek Do-hyun approached his opponent and said that they were finally face to face. Nothing surprising happened. Gao Jialin did not show himself and was destroyed. The destroyer said it was an easy victory. It was even annoying. He had 80 kills to his name. Everyone who saw Bai Do-hyun was amazed by his skills and had no doubt that he would win. He was the best hunter in the preliminary test. Some users questioned his abilities, noting that his performance was too perfect. However, everyone was concerned with one question. Who is Bai Do-hyun? This player came out of nowhere and stirred everyone up. Che Li Huan, head of Connect headquarters, was furious. What does untraceable mean? How should this be understood? The assistant replied that it was not possible for their intelligence team to investigate the matter further. Administrator D was responsible for this connection. Therefore, unless it was an exceptional case, they could not access users' personal information. Che Li Huan said that if he was connected to the game, they definitely sent him a capsule. They are responsible for sending them out, so they just need to check the list of recipients and addresses. The assistant reported that there were no contacts with the name Bai Do-hyun on the list. He must be connected to VIP players in some way. The assistant added that in any case, their team would not be involved in this. The head of headquarters thought that even though the Connect sign was on the front of the building, everything here was controlled by artificial intelligence, and the company only operated the game. CEO Mok Jae-woo is only a nominal leader. All decisions are made by the chairman and artificial intelligence. As for VIP players, some of them own Connect shares, receive profits, and enjoy certain privileges. For example, each of them has a capsule. The headquarters in the capital is just a shell. To achieve your goal, you need to get to the real office. Che Li Huan thought that the destroyer must have the key to him. It was necessary to continue gathering information on him. One way or another, he would become an important figure in the connection. The headquarters chief thought it necessary to exercise caution. After all, who knows what kind of person he is? The capital of Rubin County, Conford Palace. Raoul Ashton thought that it had been 9 whole months since he had been home. Despite the recent incident with the gates, the people were not discouraged. The young man saw the place where the tournament for admission to the Royal Academy was held and remembered those times. Ivan met the young master and greeted him. "Welcome back." Raoul Ashton hugged the servant and asked how he was doing. Was he sick? Ivan replied that he had no complaints. Ivan said he was glad to see his master in good health. He wanted to send a carriage, but His Excellency was eager to see his son as soon as possible. Raoul said that in that case he would not keep him waiting and asked to be shown in. There was a knock at the door, and the Count said they could come in. Raoul saw Count Ashton standing in the doorway. The young man felt a slight chill. Ivan wished them a pleasant conversation and closed the door behind him. The Count was left alone with his son and shouted loudly, "Does Raoul know what he has done wrong?" The young man was surprised. Had he really done something wrong? He thought the opposite was true. The Count said that Raoul was now the rightful owner of the land and could not leave it unattended for so long. The protagonist thought that he had overstayed his welcome in Bai Do-hyun's body since the start of beta testing. Today was the 32nd round, and he had again left all the estate's affairs to Bernard. His father must surely be aware of this. The Count said that no matter how busy Raoul was, he must not forget his responsibilities. The young man bowed his head and apologized to his father. He would no longer leave the estate for such a long time without warning. The Count declared that if it happened again, his son would be under arrest and in training for a month. Raoul hoped that would not happen. His older brother Dylan entered the office and asked if his father had called for him. He saw Raoul and was naturally delighted. The boy had finally arrived. The Count said he had important news for the children. It would have been nice if Lawrence had come too, but he had once again ignored the request. The Count added that his sons were well aware that the situation on the continent left much to be desired. His father noted that he had wanted to wait until things settled down, but he could not delay any longer. From this day forward, Dylan would become the official heir and head of the Ashton family. Dylan must prove himself to be an unwavering leader. Raoul thought that his brother was already the heir in practice, but now he was officially recognized as such. That was a completely different matter. He asked why such drastic changes were necessary and why there was such a rush. The Count replied that he would have to leave his post for a while. The time had come to reach the next level of mastery. They were talking about mastery of the sword. Raoul thought that his father had finally made up his mind. The Count continued. These are turbulent times, so you need to become stronger. Dylan didn't know his father had such big plans. How could they help him? The Count said that he first wanted to spend about 2 months in seclusion and achieve enlightenment. He would have to rely on Dylan. Dylan replied that his father could count on him. Dylan declared that he would do everything necessary and even more. It was as if a weight had been lifted from our hero's shoulders. When Count Ashton's house was struck by misfortune, Dylan was not yet recognized as the official heir. Therefore, when his father died unexpectedly, the estate was plunged into chaos. The Count said he had business with Raoul as well. Despite his worries, Raoul must not forget that he is a member of the Ashton family and is obliged to manage the estate together with his brother. The Count declared that he would need the support of both sons in this matter. The eldest son, Dylan, was the first to spar with the Count. After the younger son fought with his father, he thought, "Who needs this sparring?" Raoul thought that the last time he had fought his father with swords was more than a year ago, before he went to the academy. Since then, he had surprised everyone with his progress and thought he had come a long way. However, Count Ashton managed to surprise everyone. After the fight, he told Dylan that his son relied on brute force. Dylan replied that if it weren't for the aura sword, his father would have been lying on the ground long ago. Raoul thought that they were similar to each other. Both always emphasized physical strength. And although Raoul protected his body with mana and strengthened it with telekinetic enhancement techniques, he still missed many of his father's blows. He needed to change his strategy. The Count told Raoul to stop thinking about his moves and just attack. Dylan reminded him that he had offered to train together. His younger brother needed to build muscle, otherwise he wouldn't have enough strength. Our hero activated his bright light aura. The young man decided to show his true strength. The protagonist demonstrated expert-level sword skills and activated 8th-level mid-range telekinesis. He used all kinds of buffs and abilities, even flash. The young man used everything he could, and still lost. Count Ashton is similar to the sword masters the protagonist fought in his past life. In some ways, he even surpasses them. This is definitely a whole other level. If Count Ashton is already so strong, what will happen when he reaches a new level and becomes a sword master? The Count asked, "Why is Raoul upset? Is it embarrassing to lose to your father?" His father said that Raoul had matured and improved his skills. If he had been able to see this potential earlier, the young man would not have had to suffer so much. Raoul replied that it was the difficulties that had made him who he was. Dylan said that he should have paid more attention to his brother too. No matter how hard it was for him, he would have taught his brother a special training technique. The young man thought that in that case, he would have gone to his ancestors long ago. The Count said that it was late and time to wrap up. They had trained well today. In the family library, Raoul asked Dylan if he had heard anything about Lawrence. Dylan said he had information, as Lawrence's knights kept him informed. He noted that Lawrence had not left the wall since the incident with the gate. Several decades ago, during the war with the Empire, the Kingdom Alliance pushed the enemy back to the north of the continent and put an end to them. The border between them became a huge geographical feature called the Great Canyon of Despair. However, it could be crossed by taking the so-called Road of Destroyed Bodies, the only route connecting the Empire and the Kingdom. Driven by fear, the Kingdom Alliance built a high fortress wall after the war, thereby blocking this road. Raoul was surprised. What was his brother doing in such a dangerous place? Dylan said he didn't know, maybe hunting monsters. When the gates opened, there were repeated reports of hordes of monsters on the other side of the wall. According to reports, there is now some kind of chaos going on there. Imperial undead constantly roam this area. After the gates opened, battles with monsters began. Dylan didn't understand what Lawrence had forgotten there. It was time to return to his family. In his previous life, the protagonist reached the wall when there was almost nothing left of it. This time, he needs to be more alert. According to the script, when the Empire begins its invasion, major events will take place at the wall. Lawrence could be in trouble. Caral Ashton thought that he should prepare for this. He asked Dylan if he remembered his proposal. Raoul reminded him that he wanted Dylan to become an advisor to the First Guild. Dylan repeated that he refused. After all, he had already made his decision clear. He was not enthusiastic about the idea of joining a private corporation. Raoul said there was no need to complicate matters. It could be seen as an opportunity to maintain contact. Raoul reminded him that Dylan now had responsibility for the county. The guild's support would not be superfluous. Dylan agreed if his brother asked him to, although he didn't understand why this idea bothered him. Raoul said that his sister-in-law had joined them a long time ago. She was wondering when Dylan would agree. His older brother was surprised. Was she already with them? Raoul added that with the help of the system, they could always communicate and track each other's location, which was very convenient. Dylan immediately thought that he had agreed in vain. Now he would be a little calmer. While the Empire was revealing its true nature, it was necessary for all loved ones to join the guild for their own safety. If he could find dueling skills that matched his brother's physical abilities, another monster would appear in the county. Raoul believed that the most interesting part was just beginning. The young man greeted the audience and announced that he, Castor Park Jin Hwan, would be hosting today's broadcast. The first pair of players announced were Bae Do-hyun and Blake. The winner of this round would advance to the final, so the match was equally important for both participants. The first player to enter the arena was the star of the battle, Bae Do-hyun from Korea. On the other side of the arena appeared one of the brightest fighters, Blake from the United States of America. A tense atmosphere reigned in the arena. What kind of match awaited everyone? The starting signal sounded, and Blake immediately went on the attack. Blake noticed that Bae Do-hyun was not himself today, because he could have knocked him out with a single blow at any moment. However, for some reason, the Korean was accepting all of his attacks without putting up any resistance. Finally, the protagonist told himself that it was time for him to have some fun. Blake thought that Bae Do-hyun was a cold-blooded fighter whose only goal was to mercilessly destroy his opponents. But today he was acting unusually friendly. In that case, Blake has the opportunity to show off all his techniques. Bae Do-hyun suddenly appeared very close and said that he would be happy to have another fight when they met again. After that, Blake received a punch to the nose. Player Blake falls, crushed by Bae Do-hyun. Blake's defeat from the USA brings Bae Do-hyun the victory. Blake thanked his opponent for being gentle with him today. Would it be rude of him to ask for another sparring match? Bae Do-hyun replied that he is always willing and happy to fight a strong opponent. The players said goodbye and wished each other well. The protagonist was deliberately kind to this opponent. If they become close and he gains his trust, who in the first guild will be able to stand against him? It was then announced that after player Li Jincheng was knocked out, Wang Tianming would advance to the finals. Bae Do-hyun thought that he hadn't seen Wang Tianming in a long time. He was one of the most memorable characters to him. He was in a group of players from China and always kept to himself. From the very first days of the connection, he was consistently in the top 100. Even when the protagonist died, Wang Tianming remained one of the highest-ranked players. His skill with the sword is one of the best techniques of our time. He definitely has a chance in the final. Bae Do-hyun thought that this opponent was very unpredictable, and it was difficult to understand what he would do next. Wang Tianming was an avid reader of martial arts books, a real eccentric who endlessly claimed that he would bring chivalry and the romance of Marima to the world of Connect. He became so absorbed in this that he began to behave like a real martial arts hero. Because of this, they argued more than once, because such behavior was alien to the protagonist. Now they were strangers to each other, so there was no need to worry. Wang Tianming said that he was interested in watching Bae Do-hyun during the preliminary battles. He has excellent skills. The destroyer noted that Tianming also performed well, demonstrating excellent sword skills. Wang Tianming said that he recognized the Korean's skill, but did not notice him showing the proper dignity. A strong fighter should not flaunt his strength, but show compassion and respect for the weak. Bae Do-hyun thought that the Chinese fighter had not changed a bit. He was still the self-proclaimed champion of justice in the building. Bae Do-hyun said that he never considered himself super strong, but simply tried to give his all. Wang Tianming said that his interlocutor was playing unfairly, and that he was ready to prove it in a fight. Bae Do-hyun replied that it sounded tempting, and that he couldn't wait to see how Tianming would back up his words with actions. Bae Do-hyun thought that this guy was not bad, but he was narrow-minded. This time, he needed to help his opponent get rid of his stubbornness as soon as possible. The destroyer decided that this time he would beat his opponent well. The start of the final was announced. The time had come for the match that everyone had been waiting for so long. The players took to the field. The first player the audience saw was Bae Do-hyun, the pride of South Korea. He was opposed by none other than Grandmaster Wang Tianming from China. A battle between true monsters was looming. Who would emerge victorious? Wang Tianming started first. He declared that he would defeat his opponent and show the whole world how a true warrior defends the honor of the Jianghu. Baek Do-hyun thought this guy was like an energy vampire. Doesn't he ever get tired of himself? But he couldn't lose. In battles like this, the one who doesn't miss the moment wins. The battle had not yet begun, but player Bae Do-hyun had already drawn a warning line around himself. The destroyer noted that there was too big a difference in their fighting skills. Therefore, he will add a condition for himself: not to step outside this circle. If he crosses the line even by one step, he will admit defeat. Wang Tianming was angry at this humiliation and declared that he would destroy the Korean. Baek Do-hyun thought that they would see about that. He would adapt to his opponent, but he would play by his own rules. Wang Tianming couldn't understand why his attacks weren't working. He even tried to attack his opponent from behind. However, Bae Do-hyun managed to block the blow even in that position. Tianming did not understand what was wrong with this opponent. Wang Tianming definitely felt helpless. This had never happened to him before. However, Tianming conducted his own investigation. After analyzing the preliminary tests and main competitions, he realized that Bae Do-hyun only possessed telekinesis, short-range teleportation, and basic weapon skills. Telekinesis itself is not very powerful. The Korean simply knows how to use it at the right time and in the right place. As for teleportation and weapon skills, there are limitations, so there is no need to worry about them. In other words, Bae Do-hyun does not have the necessary skills to counter the sword ki. Tianming lunged at his opponent and shouted that he would cut that vain face with his blade. Baek Do-hyun blocked the Chinese man's sword and threw him back. Tianming thought it was impossible. Such a blow could not be stopped by telekinesis or other techniques. Unless he had filled his sword with mana. Bae Do-hyun resorted to trickery and tied his opponent's leg with a rope. Tianming felt that he might lose his balance. The Korean pulled the rope, and Tianming did indeed fall to the ground. Baek Do-hyun asked his opponent if he was familiar with fist fighting. Wang Tianming couldn't believe what was happening. How was this possible? However, his opponent's fist was already heading towards his face. The collision was inevitable, and Bae Do-hyun knocked his opponent out with a punch to the jaw. Player Bae Do-hyun beat Wang Tianming, and this happened inside the circle. But why didn't he deliver the decisive blow? Wang Tianming shouted that he was giving up. Bae Do-hyun was surprised. After a whole series of attacks, was he really giving up after just a few blows? The Korean said that his opponent would suffer as much as he himself had suffered in the war. The destroyer noted that in this world, Wang Tianming could be reborn without penalty. So instead of just taking a hit and retreating, he could die and be reborn here. In this match, the victory was awarded to Bae Do-hyun. This player took first place. The destroyer thought that the next time they met, the Chinese player would be more careful with his words after being beaten up so badly. In the final match, Bae Do-hyun won a stunning victory. After the final competitions, the final list of the best participants accepted into the First Guild Academy was announced. About 600 players, including more than 60 non-combatants, qualified as first-class students. Newcomers admitted to the academy received 3 months of accommodation and meals in conditions comparable to 5-star hotels. Clean clothes were also provided daily. In addition, 16 specially selected players received special rewards. In addition to improved living conditions, they received equipment adapted to each player's abilities. They were also given a portal pass, allowing them to move freely between the starting city and the academy during their training. They were also allowed to enter the capital city of Turim. The restriction on leaving the free city was lifted for them. Meanwhile, Connect Corporation, which gained popularity thanks to the broadcast of competitions, was actively developing a personal broadcasting system for players. With the support of various platforms, Connect players launched live streaming. Although Bae Do-hyun's channel announced that there were no plans for live broadcasts, it had the most subscribers. A video showing Bae Do-hyun's performance during the match garnered hundreds of millions of views in a matter of days, causing a stunning response. The editing was done by the team. Baek Do-hyun deserved a special award. Regardless of whether he graduates from the academy, he will be granted membership in the guild and the opportunity to receive assignments from it. Of course, this was a ploy to divert attention. Baek Do-hyun will complete several practical exercises and take the final exams, but he will not attend classes. Our hero has more important things to do right now. Bernard reported that preparations for the conference were complete. He asked if Kane was nearby. Bernard replied that everyone was waiting for Raoul Ashton. The young man realized that it was time to attend to his main duties. During the meeting, everyone was informed about the abnormal readings recorded in 3 regions. Kane added that, according to eyewitnesses, An unknown order of knights, numbering about 10 people, had driven out the monsters and secured the main roads. Raoul thought that after the incident with the gates, the barons had struggled to gather their remaining forces to hold their residences. Perhaps other noble houses were behind this? Had they decided to cunningly appropriate the territories? Raoul asked if they had managed to determine which order they belonged to. Cain replied that there were no identifying marks. Moreover, upon seeing the scout, they immediately disappeared without a trace. Raoul thought that knights were usually proud of the house they served and their affiliation with it. Why did these hide their coat of arms? Cain said that the barony could not have sent a dozen knights on its own. Either the barons had nothing to do with it, or someone had helped them. Raoul inquired whether there had been any action on the part of the noble houses, or the armed forces. Cain replied that the houses of Duke Templeton and Margrave Greer were still silent. However, they rarely take political action in general. The house of Marquis McNeil was the quickest to react. There is information that the Marquis personally entered the fray. Some even thought that he was ready for such a turn of events. Raoul thought that for the House of Ashton, they were like a thorn in their side. The whole kingdom needed to be vigilant. After all, they had already betrayed the kingdom once. When the Empire invaded the kingdom, the latter, led by the Templetons, held its ground. Instead of joining the alliance, the McNeils defected to the enemy. However, thanks to an informant, the betrayal was discovered, but a political vacuum could not be avoided. The question is when exactly the Empire lured the McNeils away. If it hasn't happened yet, we can try to win them over to our side. But if it's too late, we'll have to get rid of them. Cain said that the House of Marquis McNeil and the House of Earl Rendell are the most suspicious. Viscount Jaden, mentioned separately, also raises some doubts. Raoul became interested in what his uncle was currently doing. The Viscount is back in the capital, and judging by his interactions with relatives from the same faction, he is up to something. It may be related to the recent incident. Raoul thought that, given the available information, these knights should be sent by them. Our hero told Philip that they would be on high alert. In case of an emergency, they would use the portal. Raoul announced that responsibility for controlling the gates and destroying monsters would be transferred to the regular army, and Jake would be in charge of this. Raoul reiterated that their enemy had moved to active operations. He probably considered them easy prey. It is necessary to show the enemy what happens when you bite off more than you can chew. The young master told Bernard that he would have to stay in the capital. If they couldn't get in touch with him and something serious happened at the estate, they would have to activate the plan they had discussed earlier. Bernard asked if the young master wanted him to take Miss Nakia back to the family estate. The young man confirmed this. It was also necessary to ignore any orders or requests for cooperation from anyone other than Dylan. The identity of the Imperial spy, who was surely still hiding in the estate, had not yet been established. Raoul thought that most likely their goal had not changed. They need his father, because he has enormous power and influence. If he falls, the Ashton house will be plunged into utter chaos. Raoul thought that as long as the threat hung over them, they couldn't fully follow the plan. This could be a good opportunity. They must try to eliminate every enemy lurking inside the Ashton house. Elios, head of the first guild branch in Turim, greeted the gentlemen. The young men exchanged handshakes. Elios reported that everything was fine here thanks to Mr. Raoul Ashton. Elio had become one of the 6 first followers, and now he had reached the rank of expert and was one of the best managers of the first guild. About 500 fighters and 20 knights had been recruited and deployed in Turim. According to the royal decree, they manage several dungeons in the capital, and also carry out tasks for the nobility and ordinary citizens. Raoul met with his former classmates. They joined the first guild together with Dalton. As promising S-rank recruits, they grew significantly thanks to the support of the guild system. They are first-class fencers, and will soon reach the intermediate expert level. Raoul asked if they had really found the entrance to the ancient dungeon, and if they could tell him more about it. The knight said that the dungeon had been discovered by an adventurer, but fortunately it had been easily secured. Raoul calmed down. Finally, the ancient dungeon had been found. There are 2 types of dungeons in Kennet. Some are gates that were not properly sealed and have merged with this world. The others are natural dungeons that existed even before the gates appeared. The former constantly spawn monsters and can only be sealed under certain conditions. The latter are places that hold the secrets of the world of Connect. Magical laboratories, hidden dungeons, dragon lairs, and the like. Together, they are also called ancient dungeons. The entrance to ordinary dungeons is unremarkable, but inside, they are interdimensional gates connected to something like another dimension. However, ancient dungeons are part of the world of Connacht. Unlike ordinary dungeons, They are much more difficult to find. The knight suggests that this is the Dungeon of Jainak, the passage to which was lost 5 years ago. Raoul asked what the situation was at the moment. The knight said that soldiers guard it carefully, and all information is kept strictly confidential. A large number of adventurers once visited Jainak's dungeon. The dungeon itself was given the highest level of danger. Although only a small part of it had been explored, many valuable relics had been discovered, igniting excitement in the hearts of explorers. However, the dungeon was notorious for the fact that almost no one who dared to descend there returned alive. Several years ago, the entrance allegedly collapsed as soon as an expedition group from a noble house crossed it. Now, years later, this dungeon has been rediscovered in a completely different location. The knight asked Raoul Ashton if he was going to conquer this dungeon. Raoul said he intended to clear it before anyone else did. He would take only a few elite fighters with him. The knights asked who exactly. Raoul was surprised. Were they so eager to join? The commander said that he had already chosen the people he needed. Raoul turned to Knight Ken. Was he ready to conquer the ancient dungeon? Ken was surprised by the opportunity, but gladly agreed to join. Raoul Ashton said that of all the knights, he was only taking Ken with him. Colleagues and friends congratulated Ken on going to the dungeon with the commander. Of the 10 people who joined the First Order, Ken is the most capable after Dalton, and the only one who has reached the intermediate expert rank. Although he is short in stature, he is very agile. He has exceptional mana control skills, more advanced than others, which compensate for his physical limitations. In addition, Ken is a key player in the upcoming raid. Raoul couldn't wait to start the raid and conquer the ancient dungeon. The commander asked the knight if he was satisfied with his service in the First Order. Ken replied that there was no better order. They had the most effective training system and amazing conditions. They also had medical insurance. Raoul thought that they had graduated from the same academy with Ken, but they had never had the opportunity to get to know each other better. Raoul asked Ken to speak up if he felt that the order was lacking in any way. The order had been created very recently, and there was still much to improve. Raoul Ashton said he would now move on to the main topic. Before discussing the mission, there was a matter that needed to be resolved. After all, they had a lot to talk about. Raoul Ashton then named Lady Kaylee de Greer a knight. The Marquis of Greer was the head of one of the 5 most influential military families in the Kingdom of Reuben. Living on the south coast, the Greer family was known for its amazing spear-fighting skills. This skill gave the family special prestige and allowed them to nurture countless talents. However, after losing both the head of the family and his heir in the Great War against the Empire, the House of Greer began to gradually lose its influence. Moreover, having lost some of the secret techniques that were only passed down to the future head of the family, it lost the ability to train new spearmen. It is said that he left the political arena and focused on strengthening his position in his own territory, in the hope of regaining his former glory. The reason why the daughter of a marquis from such a prestigious family pretended to be a boy and entered the academy is quite reasonable. Kaylee apologized and said she did not want to mislead the commander. She had nothing more to add, but she really had no bad intentions. If the commander ordered her to leave the order, she would immediately follow his will. Raoul Ashton asked if Lady Greer no longer wished to be a knight. Kaylee replied that whatever happened, she would follow the knightly code. However, the desire to be a knight is not enough. Most orders in the Kingdom of Reuben do not accept women into their ranks. Raoul Ashton was surprised. Then why does Kaylee talk as if she is going to leave them? Did their order not live up to her expectations? Kaylee replied, "Not at all." But in saying this, is the commander hinting that she can stay? Raoul replied, "Isn't it obvious? What order of knights would refuse an outstanding fighter who reached the rank of expert in her teens?" Kaylee said, "But she is the daughter of Marquis Greer, and the Greer and Ashton families are rivals." Raoul replied that it didn't matter. If any problems arose, he would take responsibility for accepting her into the order. Rank and status did not matter, only intentions were important. Kaylee knelt and said that she, Knight Ken of the House of Marquis Greer, once again swore allegiance to her master, Viscount Raoul Ashton. The commander said that he, Raoul, head of the First Order of Knights, accepted Ken's oath of allegiance and swore to fulfill his duties as required by his master. Raoul thought that the journey had been long, but the goal had been achieved. The first talent that the protagonist noticed at the academy was Kaylee. Kaylee became the first female knight to reach the master level in Connacht, a genius with enormous S-rank potential. The situation may have become more complicated and Dalton may have gotten ahead of Ken, but now he is finally with them. Kaylee wondered what would happen next. Would she reveal her gender and status? Raoul replied that the choice was hers. If she wanted to, she could tell everyone else. Kaylee replied that she would prefer to remain Ken. Raoul said that in that case, they could continue discussing the raid on the dungeon. The squad, made up of the right people, advanced deep into the dungeon, led by guild leader Raoul Ashton. The guide said that he would part ways with the squad here and wished them luck. Raoul thanked him for his good work. One of the warriors said he couldn't believe it. He had been invited to join the raid party. It was a great honor. Going on expeditions with the master always made his heart beat faster. Josh added that he had even grabbed the magic lamp that Raoul Ashton had entrusted him to guard. The guild leader said he was glad to see Josh so energetic. But this time, he had brought something better than a lamp. Raoul held an open book in his palm, from which a fairy appeared. The fairy said that now they could rely on her and illuminated the entire dungeon with a bright light. Now there was indeed enough light. Raoul Ashton suggested that the squad clear out this ancient dungeon and write their names in history. Ken, like all the other warriors, bravely fought the monsters that appeared. One of the monsters couldn't withstand the onslaught and turned around and ran deep into the cave. Ken thought that the master was right. This was a unique dungeon. Most of the monsters were spirits, so physical attacks had little effect on them. Raoul Ashton understood that these spirit monsters were weak against psychokinesis. Excited, Josh ran up and told the commander that he had found a secret passage. Ken was surprised to see that the master could easily find his way around here. It was no wonder. In his past life, the protagonist had cleared this dungeon. The Geneic dungeon was the first of all the dungeons the protagonist had passed through. He, a solo player, was able to clear a dungeon that many players found too difficult due to its high level of difficulty. This dungeon was designed for espers, people with psychokinetic abilities. Janak, a famous ancient fistmaster or hand-to-hand combat master, was an esper. This dungeon was built as a testing ground for people like him. But when the espers disappeared from the continent of Conetta, conquering the dungeon became virtually impossible. Janak's close friend was none other than the ancestor of the Greer clan. I wonder if Kaylee had this information. Ahead was a huge building located in the open air among the forest. Josh asked in surprise if this was also part of the dungeon or if they were already outside. The protagonist remembered this place, although ancient dungeons can be very unpredictable. Everything around Kenu seemed very familiar. Josh said he was very curious about where they had ended up. Metal warriors were positioned in front of the squad in the park. Ken noticed one copper statue. He remembered a conversation with the commander. Raoul had asked Ken if he had heard that the Marquis of Greer's ancestor had hidden treasure in the dungeons of Janek. Ken said that most of the artifacts found there were somehow connected to the Greer family. Every time the dungeon appeared, the Marquis would assemble a raid party. But most of the knights and mercenaries did not return from the mission, and as a result, he suffered serious losses. The last time the Marquis failed was 5 years ago. The man who led the raid was his direct successor and older brother, Kaylee's brother, Sean Greer. His brother served in the Royal Academy, and when he learned that the dungeon had been discovered, he immediately mobilized his knights along with soldiers and set off for it. However, Sean Greer never returned from this expedition. Ken told his master Raoul Ashton that he was obliged to get there at all costs. He had to do it, if only in memory of his older brother. Ken was sure that he was looking at a copper statue of Jeremiah de Greer, the founder of the Marquisate of Greer. A message came that this was a restricted area. Unauthorized entry could result in death. Raoul Ashton said that it was time to rely on Ken. Now was his chance. Ken picked up the spear and began to approach the copper statue. The copper warrior thrust his spear forward and asked, "Who dares disturb his eternal sleep?" The warrior said that Ken, of the Greer clan, was greeting the founder of the family doctrine. The copper old man laughed and said that even if the warrior was from the house of Greer, he should not expect any leniency. He wondered if Ken was worthy. Ken tried to parry the first attack. He was sure that the Marquis of Greer's spear technique, Wave of Fury, was being used against him. Kaylee believed that one must be attentive. Not a single detail could be overlooked. Raoul Ashton said he would not interfere with his relative. The young man approached another statue of a warrior and said he'd better take care of it. Raoul Ashton aimed his magic swords at this warrior. The warrior replied that this was a duel and that he had won. He was glad to meet such a talented opponent. The mandatory task, Janak's trial, was completed. The player received the key to the mansion's vault and a large amount of experience as a reward. The warrior said he was looking forward to seeing how strong his opponent would become when he reached perfection. What he had learned from their battle today would help him in the future. At the same time, the copper warrior had a glowing ball in his palm. Raoul was surprised, Weren't the rewards for hidden tasks supposed to be corrected? The old man stopped the fight and said that time was up. They could stop there. He couldn't defeat the young warrior. Kaylee said she wasn't done yet. The old man said that he had passed all the tests, and he respected his fighting skills. Ken from the Marquis Greer family passed. The mandatory quest, Trial of the Empire, was completed. Ken also passed this test. Raoul Ashton thought that everything was going according to plan. The young people found themselves in a luxurious room. It was as impressive as a mansion in the capital. The commander said that the knights had worked hard, and now they should rest well. He would contact them through the guild. The protagonist decided to check his rewards and activated the status window. Our hero checked the achievements and prizes he had received. One of the rewards increased part of the user's mental abilities. It was a special elixir left by Janek for his successors, an S-rank elixir. The young man was surprised. Even when he first received such an elixir in his past life, it was B rank. Everyone else who came later received only C rank. Raoul Ashton drank the S-rank elixir, and its effect spread throughout his body. Now, growth options corresponding to his abilities were displayed. Our hero could choose to increase his strength, control, or range of action. It was incredible. The young man thought he needed to calm down and choose carefully. The three basic principles of telekinesis: strength, control, and range. Power is the total weight that can be moved using telekinesis. The greater the power, the faster, heavier objects can be moved. Control increases the number of objects that can be moved simultaneously and allows for more subtle manipulations. And finally, range. It determines how far you can apply force. Raoul Ashton chose range and control. Our hero couldn't wait to test his new abilities, and he immediately began experimenting. The effect was stunning. Now he understood what it was like. It was different from his past life, when he had reached mastery in telekinesis. The protagonist felt that right now he could surpass his former self. Thanks to the Kavurkas meditation method from Ruins, he now possessed psychic energy comparable to what he had accumulated over 15 years of his past life. In addition, the hero's strength and control were significantly superior to what they had been before. Now, when Raoul Ashton thought about it, it seemed to him that he had received a hidden reward. Ken also received a reward from Jeremy. After the battle with the Copper Warrior, Ken Greer found a ring in his hand. Raoul Ashton thought that now Kaylee Greer had also awakened. Josh burst into the room and told the gentleman that they had a problem. Josh said that during the break, he decided to take a walk behind the mansion and found what looked like a grave. The guildmaster and his knights silently stared at this terrible discovery. There were many bones around it, and knight's armor nearby. Raoul said that it was even worse than he had thought. Did they need to find something here? Raoul Ashton decided to use his new ability to discover something mysterious. Unusual transformations began to occur with the skeleton inside the knight's armor. A ring lit up on his finger. Josh brought the commander some papers and said he found them next to the body. Raoul Ashton looked at the contents and realized it was a diary. The first entry was from September 7th. The author of the diary heard about the Janek dungeon from Fabian. Fabian was offended that the author had scored the most points at the entrance, so he suspiciously shared this information. On September 10th, Fabian from the McNeil house wanted to make peace with him. He suggested that they raid the dungeon themselves without involving adults. On September 12th, the author of the diary decided to accept this proposal. It seemed that it was too late to wait for support from his family, so he decided to restore the family's secret art on his own. On September 15th, the raid team, with an escort and foot soldiers, easily broke through into the dungeon. Fabian was ready to cooperate, and it seemed that everything would go smoothly from then on. On September 19th, the author sensed that something was wrong. There were many spirits inside the dungeon. Physical attacks had no effect on them at all. On September 21st, they were betrayed. Fabian and his group disappeared overnight. The bodies of the priest and the guide were found. Without a doubt, this was Fabian's doing. The entrance from whence they came had completely disappeared. The author of the diary wrote that he must survive. Now only he and one escort knight remained. If he did not return, he would worry about Kaylee, who would be left alone. This dungeon was cursed. He should not have come here. The rest was impossible to read. Raoul Ashton suggested that he had lost his mind. Fabian of the House of Marquis McNeil. He was the youngest son of Marquis Clifford de McNeil, Master of Axes, born when the latter was over 40. He was not particularly talented, but the Marquis cherished him so much that he even established a knightly order, especially for him. Raoul Ashton thought it was too similar to his own story. Raoul told Ken that he regretted the tragedy that had occurred here. Ken reminded him that he had already sworn allegiance to his lord. He would not allow his personal grievances to burden Raoul Ashton. Ken asked that if a conflict ever arose between Raoul Ashton and the McNeil house, he would be placed at the forefront. The commander promised this. He would give Ken the chance to take revenge on those who had betrayed his trust. However, Ken must remember that revenge must be carried out by his own efforts. Ken replied that he would not dishonor his honor. The protagonist thought that dealing with Fabian alone would be a piece of cake, but there was no need to rush. It seemed that they would soon clash with the McNeils. The protagonist realized that they were not the only ones capable of dirty tricks. When the time came, they would have to repay the McNeils in full. After the raid ended, the Janek dungeon was moved to the territory of Calypso. This was made possible by an unexpected special reward. The special reward was the core of the Janaic dungeon. The core gives the right to control the ancient dungeon, allowing entrances to be created or closed anywhere. Raoul thought that information about ancient dungeons was top secret. Even when he ran the information network, he had never heard of anything like it. Using the core, it is possible to restore everything that remains of the dungeon. The hero managed to turn it into a training ground to learn from two ancient masters. Even Bernard, the Lord of the Wind, visited him and successfully developed his psychic powers. From now on, they need to focus on training soldiers and reorganizing the knights for what is to come. A month later, the first guild academy of the world, Dalton and Ralph greeted each other. Our hero inquired about the new recruits. Dalton replied that they were progressing at a remarkable pace. Dalton is currently the head of the First Guild Academy, serving as both the Academy's director and fencing instructor. Raoul asked how recruitment for the guild was going. Dalton replied that he was focusing on experienced players, but there weren't as many people wanting to join as expected. Raoul said that no one should be forced. It is necessary to take care to protect the few people mentioned earlier. Dalton said he would not ignore anyone who became his subordinate. Usually a person can only join one guild, and a guild master is only allowed to lead one guild. However, there is one way to get around this rule. Permission to create a sister guild. You can create a new guild that competes with the first one. Raoul Ashton plans to use this to create a guild exclusively for players, separate from the first guild, the Purple Guild. The first guild has already reached the maximum possible level. The existence of another such guild would give them power far exceeding that of any other guild. Raoul said that in any case, he is counting on Dalton. He will leave most of the authority of the Purple Guild to Dalton. Dalton noted that it would never occur to the lords that such a secret force was being created. The protagonist turned back into Bae Do-hyun and said he had to upload some records before leaving today. It was announced that Bae Do-hyun had just appeared in Training Arena number 1. How much would he raise his score this time? 2 months have passed since the first intake at the First Guild Academy. 600 students from this intake were trained using the Academy's methods, and they progressed quickly. Among all the training sessions, there was something unique that set this academy apart. These were virtual battles using the magic circle of illusions. A special program for virtual combat created special conditions and monsters to evaluate the students. But after 2 months of the program, the top spot in the rankings had not changed. The undisputed number 1 was Bae Do-hyun. His position in the academy was literally untouchable. This player hardly ever attended classes. But how did he manage to score so many points? Even the instructors recognized his skill. Rumors circulated that he was busy completing assignments for the first guild. Many students wanted to spar with this player. There was a constant struggle for the opportunity to fight him. Even Wang Tianming wanted revenge for his defeat. Baek Do-hyun couldn't help but wonder, don't they ever get tired of this? Tianming declared that they would not be able to graduate until they defeated him. The student told everyone to wait their turn and not to rush into battle out of enthusiasm. Baek Do-hyun thought that such persistence was worthy of respect. Baek Do-hyun suggested sparring, 2 against 1. The warriors agreed, but after a while, both were lying on the ground and had been deactivated. Wang Tianming was disappointed. Even together, they couldn't land a single blow. What kind of monster was Bae Do-hyun? The defeated warrior said that Bae Do-hyun was a real anomaly. He couldn't believe that he was the same kind of player as them. Tianming said that his colleague simply lacked skill, but one day he would definitely defeat Bae Do-hyun. The Purple Guild has recently become popular among rankers. Even instructors are actively promoting it. Tianming said that he was not interested in it, and did not intend to join any organizations. He had already rejected all offers from guilds in his country. Cheon-myung said that he was considering joining, as the conditions were not bad, so he was seriously considering the offer. Cheon-myung noted that he wants the best conditions in the best guild, but even if he creates his own guild, he doubts that he will be able to surpass the one he is currently in. Once they finish the academy, it will not be easy to meet Bae Do-hyun. If he wants to defeat him one day, wouldn't it be better to join the same guild and take a long-term approach? After thinking about it, Tianming asked if there were any information brochures left from the guild. He explained that on the day he got angry after his defeat, he immediately threw away his brochure. Cheon-myung suggested asking the instructor for another one and learning to control his temper. The first guild, a branch of Mira. The interlocutor said that in this way, the business focused on strangers would finally start to make a profit. Raoul Ashton replied that he was glad to hear that. The man added that a steady influx of outsiders was expected in the future, so they were planning to expand in case more arrived than expected. The guild also took care of staffing and financing. If anything is needed, they are ready to help. They are sincerely grateful for Mr. Raoul Ashton's personal assistance. Bernard reported to the gentleman that they had a problem. They had just received a message from an informant at Conford Castle. Count Melvin had lost consciousness. Raoul Ashton thought that this was indeed an emergency. How could this have happened? The scenario was unfolding exactly as predicted. All forces must maintain maximum combat readiness. From this moment on, consider the situation to be military and prepare accordingly. All Knights of the Peace Branch were to go to Calip's castle. An emergency meeting with the officers would be held that evening. Until then, everyone had to remain on alert. Raoul asked Kane what the situation was at the moment. Kane replied that the Count had not yet regained consciousness, but healers and priests had already begun treatment. Raoul told Kane to follow him to the main estate. Dalton and Nakia joined Bernard at Calypso Castle. The commander said he had a special order for Nakia. The secret information transmission mode was activated. First, they had to hurry to the main estate. When the protagonist opened his eyes as Raoul Ashton, he vowed to accept this life as reality and bravely face whatever lay ahead. The young man decided that he would stop this, whatever the cost. He would prevent the tragedy hanging over the Count's family at all costs.